that change anything? Is that any good? Oh, they're live. Sweet. I wonder if it's because I'm full screen. So if I do that, is it fine? It just doesn't show. Okay. I'll just have to put this on the top. Or I can put this here. Ah, boom. Solved it. Okay, cool. Yes, that works. Okay, sweet. Alright, we shall play some games while we wait. And we'll try to copy my deck list right now onto um, my main on my PC, I guess. Let's find some blue purple Liffy. Blue Doflamingo, okay. This is a terrible hand, honestly. Both of these hands are really shit. Yeah, at least I draw into Bond Clay. Is it 8k to lead on? So I play Bond Clay. Swing 7 to 6. Interesting.
And just like that, 32 brave pirates remain to fight out for their chance to be the first European champion of the 25-26
We
championship
actually have no
season.
counter,
It's
which is
going
kind of
to play
shit.
for now at the culmination of this three-day weekend, One Piece card game, competitive extravaganza. Welcome to Championship Sunday in the Championship Finals of the Season 1 European Finals. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. It's a pleasure to have your company here with us today, and I am joined by the magnificent Gavin Chidester. Gavin, a very good morning to you.
Good morning to you too, Ben. Here we are now at the top 32, and I gotta say, we have some, spicy decks, some spicy meatballs here at the French Championships. It's quite astounding. OP11 definitely been one of those metas that, you either love or you hate. There's definitely a lot of variety to be had, and we're definitely seeing that here with, some absolute surprise picks like the BY Luffy making it all the way to top 32 with an 8-1 record. Absolutely astounding, and definitely feel like there might be some upsets in this tournament bracket.
Yeah, there's a lot of
This
different
is
decks
not a good
playing
start.
here.
Generally, my hand's not this bricky. But yeah, I mean, even after Mulligan, I just didn't have anything, so.
Right now and give you all the information that we know that you are dying.
So it's gonna be 11k leader.
Right at the top, the most represented deck is
I have to do this, which is really annoying.
32 Pirates piloting the Revolutionary Army leader. We have 6 blue-purple Luffys, and then when we go down the list, we have 2 ofs and 1 ofs.
Oh wow, okay.
2 red-green Smoker, 2 Buggy, 2 Julian.
We have to somehow survive this.
Green-yellow Laws, 2 Luffys of green, purple, and black. 2 Marshall D teachers, and then your 1 of leaders are Lucci, Marco.
Okay, so he could have won that game if he just used his teacher's ability.
And Mono Yellow Kid. And
I'm not complaining though, so.
when you look at those 1s and 2s.
Absolutely. I think, of course, you know, Marco, Luffy, Kid, all showing
I'll
up.
just take
Gotta be
this.
surprised. And on the other hand, you know, green, purple Luffy not being that successful. Buggy as well, you would think, with so many Betty and.
Oh, sweet. So we can look at the matchups quickly. I will remove my camera so we can see the matchups.
Getting 2 of those slots, a deck that, you know, has of course popped up, but I don't think anyone would have expected it to be the 9-0 first place seed going into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The undefeated.
I'll quickly screenshot this so I can take a look at it myself in a little bit.
Which is a great story for
Let's just continue the game first. So.
Through the LCQ. Yes. That was on Friday. So to get through the last chance qualifier on Friday, have a perfect day on Saturday to get himself into top 32. We'll have a real interesting matchup though when he's going to be going up against that lone Lucci player. Yeah, I mean, I think of all of the decks he could have hit today, Lucci is probably his least, you know, favorite choice there. But he's made it this far. He's currently what, across 2 days, 18-1. Yeah. Because 10 rounds in the first day and 9 rounds a day. 18-1. He just has to squeeze through that Lucci, and then he has, you know, I would assume at least a better matchup going forward. But I will say that side of the Buggy looks a little bit funky, doesn't it?
We'll just keep
we've
watching.
got the Marco from Anise,
I'll just finish this game because there's no gameplay at the moment to commentate. But yeah, I'm surprised I even survived that onslaught of attacks. Now that I'm actually getting into sort of the mid game,
one of those green yellow law decks, by the way, piloted by George Skepanitis, one of
it's not bad.
law
Perona.
representatives in terms of leader, was very,
2-1
very
case.
apt with green red law back in the day. I believe actually it was
Probably should
down with green red
just get rid of
law
that.
a while
Why not?
back, but now on the green yellow law and managing to qualify in top 32, where it's worth mentioning as well, you'll see the line of text.
Interesting, yeah, okay, we'll just block here.
Of a top 32 bracket. Things are going to be a little bit different here today as we tease towards the back end of yesterday. Yes, we are still playing the One Piece card game, of course, but through the Swiss rounds, players play best of 1, meaning that during their rounds, they play 1 game and then they're done.
Okay, so this is a 1k, 1k. I already know that. So we can just hit here, kill this,
and adaptability, because
and
we
then
are a best of 3 scenario. So a player has to win 2 games out of a potential 3 in order to qualify and move to the next stage.
There's no way he can end me here.
Yes, and of course,
2 Peronas, 1 unknown. I don't think he has enough attacks, so...
players that have a higher seed will be able to pick first or second, which is of course going to be a huge
that doesn't matter. I'll just play Lin Lin next turn, preferably, if I don't have to block here. Which I won't have to, because this will be like, let's say like a 8k, or like 6k, 7k, some shit.
We also have to touch on, you know,
so
top 32 always gets a little bit funky, doesn't it? Because all of our players,
I mean, even if he swings a lot more, I can still,
figure out who they're going to be
defend
playing
this.
the next day, and
This
they're
8k.
constantly at these top tables. So you kind of get an idea, right, for what decks you're going to be playing against. So we might have had, you know, different individuals going home and figuring out, okay, I have to play this deck tomorrow.
So I know he has 1k, 1k.
4 hours, 5 hours at the hotel with my testing partners, trying to figure out how to beat this pile of cards so that I have just that extra edge going into this tournament bracket. Yeah, absolutely.
6 into 5 should always go through here. He has 1k, 1k. So 8 into 6 I know goes through because he has 1k, 1k, 2 Piranhas.
Have that specific
9k lead.
curve that they're wanting to go on. Buggy, for example.
Let's heal 1, -1, trash this.
First and that odd curve to get leader effect as soon as possible.
Game is done.
Curve. getting yourself that opportunity to take your favored curve first, hopefully go up a game first, and then the pressure slightly off a little bit because you think, okay, I've got two more games to work with to potentially close out the set and get myself to that next stage. When you're put on that unfavored curve, you're on the
All right.
back pedal a little bit, you've got to work a little bit harder, and that is where that testing element comes to mind.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard it from Lennart yesterday that he feels with his red-green smoker deck that having the die roll is such a huge advantage. So being that first seed should, in theory, really give him the best opportunity to be able to
Wow, RG
take that
Smoker
more minor deck and make it
came
all the way
first.
to the finals and get that ticket to Worlds in Japan.
Absolutely. Well, we've touched on some of the decks that are the least represented in the top 32 bracket. Let's look at the other side of the ladder and look at the top two represented decks, Bello Betty and Blue Purple Luffy.
Okay, so
Not
Bello
necessarily the
Betty
most
and Blue Pearl
surprising
Luffy
of
being
the top two
in the
representatives,
top
but
two
maybe
makes a lot
in
of sense.
ordering is where the surprise goes. Betty first and Blue Purple second.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think you can be too surprised, especially because, we have so many high-level players. Of course, a bunch of people are going to be on that blue-purple, which was, of course, theorized to be the best deck going into the tournament. So bringing a counter deck that also, just has great matchups into all of these 4-life and 3-life leaders. I mean, Buggy, of course, kind of going to be the boogeyman for those two decks, so definitely going to want to try and dodge that. But
I think if we
Betty
did,
especially,
let me see if I can get
if
Epic
they
Fan
don't
off.
hit those 5-life leaders like Bonnie, like Buggy, they definitely have a great shot of making it all the way to that finals.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the recent success of the Bello Betty deck as well, a
So
statistic of something like
let
winning
me
3 of
get
4 last
the
regionals across the
screenshot
world
up.
in the One Piece card game, there was always going to be quite a few players that were going to bank on that
Open link.
proven track
So
record,
this
on that success
is
story, and go, you know
the.
what, this is a proven deck. It's been winning regionals recently as
Let's see
well,
if we can do a
and
screen
it's got that
capture.
favorable matchup
So
into
display
one
capture.
One thing
There
that
we
we've
go.
touched on constantly is that mental fatigue, the fact
So
that Betty, is only going to
rather than
take
the
four
stream
to
right
five turns
now,
on
we
average in your games.
shall
You're just going to have to play so much,
watch this.
less time frame wise so that you're able to take your breaks, you're able to recoup, get your mental back, and, have the stamina that it
Alright.
really takes to go
So I
through
will
these,
put
what,
turn off my
somewhere upwards of 30
camera for a
games
little bit so we
if
can
you're really
talk
aiming towards
about
those
these
finals,
matchups.
especially if you started in the last
So
chance qualifier.
Indeed.
let's
Well, we
see.
are getting ready to
Alright.
get things
So
underway
between
in
these
the top
matchups,
32 matchups. And we were talking
I don't
about
know about
red-green
this too
smoker
well, so
earlier.
we're
We
not
were
going to talk
talking
about that
about
yet.
Lynette. It is going to be red-green
I
smoker that we're
think
going to see
UP
in the
should win
beach match
this if
area,
they
but
play
it
it
is
correctly.
not Lynette that is going to be piloting this.
Because
It
Blue
will be
Purple Luffy
Paul who is our
here
pilot, and
has
he's going to be going up against black
I'll keep
purple
my camera on
Luffy.
actually.
Yeah, so
So
Black
Blue
Purple
Purple Luffy
Luffy,
here has
another
the
one
advantage
of
over
those
Buggy if you go first.
surprises as far as decks that
If
made
he
it
goes
to the
second,
top
it's
32.
more
Did see some
risky.
initial success in the
So I
format
think we
when
will
Blue Luffy
eliminate
first started,
him
but has
and we'll
fallen
eliminate
off a
Buggy.
little bit, just
Blue
not
Purple
really
having a
able
high
to show
seeding
off
here means
as
that he gets
much
to pick
power
first or
and
second.
consistency
So I
compared
think
to the
this
Blue
will
Purple Luffy.
look more like
But
this.
it is a Purple
I
Luffy,
don't
so
play
it
the
is
Bella
going
Betty
to
into
be
GY
tough.
Law matchup,
Absolutely.
but
It's
I
a
can
real
only
shame
imagine
as
that
well
GY
because
Law
it's a
gets destroyed
leader
because you
that
need to
I
take your own life in
really,
order to
really
play out
believe in. If you
characters.
haven't seen
And
too
Bella
much
Betty
of
wants
it,
to just go
it is
face
a leader
permanently,
with
right?
essentially two leader abilities.
Bella
Bonnie
Betty
is
into
one
Bonnie, I think
with
Bonnie
your
just wins. So
characters
Bella
getting
Betty's
plus
gonna get
one
eliminated.
cost,
The
so
reason why Bonnie
breaking
wins is you can
into
just
some more of those
set up eight
cost
cost kid,
reduction and
and
removal
you can just
style
sit behind it,
strategies. Your
and you just
Luffy
play a very
or
slow game.
reduction
You play
removal
Carrot,
package that you
you
have in
play
Marshall D Teach as well, for example, with their
Cavendish, you get
Northern
Dawn
Dot
back.
Q. But the
So
other
I think
leader
it's
ability, and the
just
main one that you're
a
going to
little
see
bit too
utilized, is
difficult
during your turn, once per turn,
for
whenever two or more dot
Bonnie
cards are
to
returned
sorry for
back
Bella Betty to
from
beat
deck to
Bonnie. Also, it's a
field,
5 life
you
leader,
get
right?
them
Having
back
more
as
life
long
means
as you're
that it's
returning two.
harder to
Get
win.
one back in active mode, and
These
get
ones
one
could go
back
either
in
way, so
rested
I'm just
mode
gonna
as
give it to
well.
the higher seed.
Exactly. So you're able to effectively
GP
use your
Luffy and
Dawn
Bella
minus
Betty.
effects for no
I'm
cost.
actually not sure
If anything, it's a little bit of a plus
what it
because you
is.
are
Bonnie
getting
wins
that half
without 8 cost
Dawn
kid into
back.
Betty.
And
You
we
just
see
chill.
that
Yeah, I mean, you're
especially
probably right. You rest one
the
opponent every
Tears Luffy,
turn,
the
right?
Blue Luffy, whatever you
Yeah,
want to call it, the
so,
new Luffy from
yeah.
the starter deck, making
GP
that
Luffy into
leader
Bella Betty. I'm not
7k
actually too
until
sure.
your opponent's next turn. Definitely a
For
very
this one,
huge,
GY launch to UP
powerful
Luffy.
effect that is
Again,
going to be
UP
extremely
Luffy,
strong versus
hardest matchup,
Smoker, which
I
is,
think,
of
is
course,
GY
just
Law,
a
not
standard
Bella Betty.
5k power leader.
Yeah,
And
Smoker,
GY
the
Law
red-green
getting to
leader
pick
as
his
well. We
curve
call
means
that the
that
net punk
it's
hazard, and
I would say
slight
like a
phasing
60-40
tactic
matchup.
as well that was added in OP11. Things with like the kind of
So GWL
javelin
definitely clears
sword
this.
styles
GP
kind of
availability, I'm not too sure to be
thanks to
honest, because I'm
Kobe
just not
being
well
released.
versed in that
But
matchup.
an
Nobody really
opportunity
plays
potentially
GP
for
Luffy in
maybe
my
a little bit of a
circles.
sort of aggro off
Again,
here, depending on the build
UP
of
Luffy into
Smoker. Purple Black
Buggy.
Luffy has been
Whoever
made
has
into a little bit
pick
more of an aggressive
is
style
more
deck,
likely to win, so
relying
I'm gonna give it
heavily
to UP
on
Luffy.
the existing purple Straw
And
Hat support
then
and that new purple
Bellavetti
Straw Hat
versus
support that
Bonnie.
you
Yeah, so
touched
I'll
on
just
there,
get rid of
Gavin,
Bellavetti
with the
again.
Purple Black
Bonnie
Luffy
clears.
starter deck that was released.
RG
A
Smoker
red
into
green
Black
smoker
Purple
with its
Luffy.
Don manipulation ability of its own to be
I'm
able to
honestly not
reset
sure, but I
if
think
there is a
RG
7k
might
base
beat
power
this
leader
matchup.
or more on the board.
Yes, so of course
Mainly
Smoker,
because 5 cost Smoker is
definitely
like
has
5 cost
two
7k,
different
right?
variants, I would like to say.
So
Ones that, put
you
a lot
can
more into
establish
aggressive
bodies that can
tactics,
attack
focusing on the
into
Hodis, the
a 7k
Dragons,
leader.
the Sanjis, or, taking it back a bit, putting
UP
a
into
bit
GP.
more of those counter events, like
UP should win
Igloo, like
this with
Radical Beam, into the deck, and
being
using
able to
that
pick
8
first or
cost
second as
kid
well.
with some more blockers to, take it to
Zoro
failure
into
mode.
BY Luffy.
And you can do
I
both,
think
right?
this
You can
is
put
definitely
kids
a
in
BY
with
Luffy.
Hodis. You can kind of balance that to
Alright,
what you
BY
think the meta
Luffy
is going to
is gonna
be.
be
So
9k
interesting to
leader.
see what kind of smoker we have
Um,
today.
you need
And
to
how he wants
attach
to approach the
so much
meta.
dot in order to
Absolutely.
attack
We'll be
through
taking a
as
little
Red
bit more
Zoro.
time here at the moment. The players ahead
Yellow Kid
of
versus
their top
Bellavetti. I
32
think Yellow
matchup
Kid
have
clears
been
this as
deck
well
checked to make
because you're
sure
able to
everything is in
life
line,
burn
everything is in
Bellavetti.
order. So the deck is now been sufficiently shuffled up, ready to get
Fabian wins
into
that. So you
this
think
top
GP Luffy
32
wins that,
matchup. You'll
huh?
see there is an hour on the clock now as well
You
on
might be
some of
right. I
these
mean,
players.
GP Luffy
4
is
games in the
obviously
second
depends on the
matchup, and
pilot,
we
but
have
I
to
think
do the
UP
time to be
Luffy
able to complete all those games. So
has
it's
the
an
edge over
hour
GP
of
Luffy.
footage
Obviously,
to
it depends
both
on the
of
player,
these
right?
players, and
I
then
don't
it
know. I
is
don't know
what
these players.
gets
So
to
this
overtime and
Fabian player, I've heard his
maybe
name
extra
before, and
turns or
I've heard that
time
he's good.
minutes extra,
So
whichever goes
you know,
ahead and finishes
he might beat
first.
this
But
UP Luffy
Gavin,
head just because
let's
he's a
have a
better
look and
pilot. He's
let's
just a
see
better
a
player.
prediction from you for this top
Yeah.
32 matchup. Who do you
Well,
think's
as
going
you
to take
said,
this one down
Fabian
and
did,
why?
right? Like
I gotta
he
say,
probably is just a better
I'm
player, so
feeling the
he's able to
Smoker. I think
Okay.
beat the
Smoker,
UP Luffy. But
one of the
I'm
things that
purely
people
sort of
kind of
basing it off
detract from it
of
is
matchups because I
it
don't
has
know
a
them
little
that
bit
well.
of a
So you might be right,
consistency
yeah.
issue sometimes. You're not
Teach
able to
versus
find your
UP
timing.
Luffy.
You're not
I
able to
think
find
this
that
is
really nice
honestly
curve
a
of Sanji
UP
into
Luffy favored
Smoker
matchup.
into Hody.
Like I
But,
think it's a 70
in this
30 matchup. It's
situation where we are
Teach is
in a
just really easy to
BO3,
play
where we
against
are
for
going to
UP
have,
Luffy if you know what you're doing.
more
And
chances,
then I
if you
think
will,
Teach
to
beats
get that
UP
really
Luffy
nice
here.
curve. I think Smoker
If
becomes a
Black
better
Purple's
deck in
not able to
player
ramp,
when you are in that BO3.
I
So
think Teach can just
taking
out
that
control
into
Black Purple
mind,
Luffy.
I think the
So let me put
ceiling
my
of
camera
Smoker
away,
is a little bit higher than the
or I'll
ceiling
put
of
my
Black
camera in the
Purple,
middle for
even
a
though
little
Black
bit.
Purple does
So
have
that
a
this
little bit more
is
tools
my
in my mind
ultimate
of
thing. I don't know which
consistency
wins, RG
playing,
Smicker
but
or Lucy.
yeah, I gotta say
I
that's
really
why
don't
I'm
know.
feeling Smoker in this
I'm
matchup.
gonna
I'm going to disagree with you. I like Purple Black Luffy. This might be a little bit of bias,
I'm gonna give
recency
it to
bias come in
Lucci.
as well,
Actually,
but
no,
I
I'm
think
gonna give it
very
to
similar to Smoker. If you hit that
RG
ideal
Smicker.
curve of it going first, one Trafalgar Law and then
Having
a
your
Freeman
first curve
and a
is just really
Roronoa
good.
Zoro or the new
So
Nico
this is my
Robin
ultimate
super rare to be able to get
final
you
sort
+1
of
Don after you've used the leader effect because the
setting
effects
thing.
of both
We're
Zoro
just gonna
and
put it there for
Robin
now.
ramp you a Don, get one into
And
play as
then
active. I think if we can hit that early ramp, hit that early curve, get into something like our 7-cost Sanji, our 6-cost Secret Rare
alright, let's get
Luffy's,
back onto the
the
stream.
6-cost Super Rare Luffy from Saturday 26, even some more of the higher
Stream's
end
starting soon.
pieces
So
that Purple has access
I
to as
will
well. If we
paste
can
this
ramp
on
into those
Discord
quickly,
so that I
I
can
don't know whether
review it
there is going to be an
afterwards to see
8-cost
how
kid
close I
that will be able
was
to stop the
or not
onslaught
close enough.
if we get there quick enough. So
RG
I
Smicker
like going for
relies on
Purple
8
Black
cost kit
Luffy
in
here.
this meta.
We've got
Lucci
3
lost
games
after that.
potentially to see who is going to be qualifying. Paul on the left of your screen piloting that red-green smoker.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yem
is very
on the right
easy
of
to
your screen
eliminate. So
piloting that
you might be
purple
right. I
black
don't know. I
Luffy.
just kind of
As
give
soon
it
as
to
we
him
have
because he's
information
a
on
first seed
any of the
player.
other matchups as well in the top
I don't know
32,
that
we'll
matchup very
try
well,
and get
so
those
but
two
some of the ones I
into
know,
play
for
as we
example, the
go
ones that are
throughout the
surrounding
course
Blue Purple
of
Luffy, so
this feature matchup. You can
I'm
see
more
that life
confident
has
in
been
that.
set for Guillaume on Purple Black Luffy. Paul will
Also, I
just have to
realized I
set
made a
his
mistake.
life
I
path,
crossed out the
and
Blue
then
Purple
we will be
Luffy.
ready to get ourselves underway in
Oh,
the
sorry,
top
I crossed out a GP
32
Luffy
of
instead of the Teach.
Championship Sunday.
So I'm
Looks
just
like
gonna
just
verbally
making
say
sure that
that
we get some
the
confirmation
last
with
matchup,
our
I
judges.
think GP
Of
Luffy
course,
should beat
the
Teach
O3
under
gonna
normal
be a very
circumstances
high
if you know
pressure
how to play
situation. Want to make
either
sure that
matchup.
everything is
at a
effort
good
and
level, you
ready.
should be beating
And one
Teach's
thing we
GP
haven't touched
Luffy.
on the BO3, of course, is those cheeky tech cards, right? The one-offs, the special
I will
cards that
have
you
to
might be
learn a
playing
new
for a
deck very
matchup.
soon,
They're
unfortunately.
of course going to be able to be known after your first game in theory, right? So if your opponent is able to scout those out, they might
Alright.
lose some of their power going forward in the next two games.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point. And even to that point, this is where some of those tech cards might be having their time to shine as well, right? There might be an opportunity or there might not have been a chance in day one yesterday where those tech cards were necessarily needed, might have not run into the
So for the
matchups
first
right
game,
there.
we
But
have
now that we're in that best
the
of
feature
three,
match,
right, the
which
cap
is
is going to be shifted
RG
close
Smoker
to these
into
players where the
purple
tech
black
cards might have that
Luffy.
opportunity to shine. We are
Where
all
did I
set
put
and
this?
ready to go.
I
Looks
put
like
this as
all
RG
we're waiting
Smoker.
for now
No, did I?
is going to be the fist bump for this game to
Um,
be
where is
underway.
this?
Top
This is
32
Paul
in the championship
versus
finals. Both these players and all the players
Giolamo.
who qualified already
Giolame.
walking away
I
with some
apologize for
really,
butchering
really
their name.
incredible prizing. But
But I put
most
it
of
as RG
these
Smack winning.
players will
So
be
let's
walking
see
home
if
with a
that's the case.
finalist playmat and potentially more. We are underway, and it's Purple Black Luffy
So Purple
going
Black
first.
Luffy
Yes,
gets to
Guillaume,
pick
he
first
of
for some
course took
reason.
the
I'm
final seed, so he was able
not
to
sure
take
why,
the
or
lead
maybe
in
Smoker
the
picked to go second. I think generally you want to go
event. Of
first in
course,
most matchups.
you're wanting to hit
So
that
a bit
bro round
surprising.
robin on curve. So hopefully he's going to be able to find those pieces
Finds a
to
rest
be
Sanji.
taking
So
on Sanji.
Yep, grabbing the Sanji
rest
stun.
Sanji is probably
And
pretty
now
good
seeing this fight
because
against Pirates, that's
let's
one of the other
see.
things that
Do you
this
have
deck
any?
has started to pick up on now more, kind of
Can you play any
abandoning the
blockers
mono
on
black path
RG?
of this purple black Luffy deck and becoming more of a
You don't play
mono
that
cycle
many
style
blockers,
deck.
but there are blockers. So I guess that's
Allowing those
still
to
good.
use some more of these searches. We initially just had the Trafalgar Law that was being played, but now PB Luffy players are thinking more
Three
down
Dawn
that route of having that
plays a
consistency.
Zoro,
And there is
the
that
best
stun.
card to draw in Three
Yes, of
Dawn
course, the
essentially.
Zoro going to be able to -2 Dawn to get one active Dawn back, but when you combine it with your leader, it is effectively going to be a one cost 5,000 that also ramps you. So definitely a very strong card,
Wow.
but oh my goodness, we get the honesty impact off the trigger, being able to take
That
out
trigger's really,
Purple
really
Black
good. I mean, he got very
and
lucky with it.
hugely swinging tempo
But yeah,
into
I
Paul's
mean,
favor.
Yeah, and
Purple Leg
seeing them
Luffy's still
investing those
got
tech cards and those one-offs
the
here with
perfect
all
curve, I
just a
guess.
one-of in Paul's deck here.
Plays
In
the
fact, even
Sanji,
more of it. He's got the ultats in here as well. I beg your pardon.
draws
But it is
one.
a really, really good hit here
Not
from
draws
both
one, but
of the
activates two
PB
Dawn.
Luffy deck
That
after
is
having
very
that Zoro on the
interesting. I
board.
think
Is
the
this
reason
going
why
to
he did
be
that was probably because
potentially
most
the
players usually
best
take their
match
first
to
5k
have
swing,
Zoro as
which is
opposed to
why
the Nico
he decided
Robin?
to do that.
Because the Nico Robin is a 4,000 power base character, it needs a Don to be able to attack and potentially threaten in some damage.
That's a
Black
mistake.
Luffy
That's a
requires
mistake.
that
He's only got
second
4
hit
on, so he's
to
not actually
give
allowed to
any
do the plus
option
2k.
into life.
Yes,
Okay,
of
so
course.
I'm
Going
glad
to be
the
able to
judges
see
caught that
the
pretty
next PB
early.
Luffy come down, but because of course we only have 4 Dawn on our opponent's side, it is not going to be able to use its effect to increase the power of the leader, requiring 5 Dawn on your opponent's side as well. But still, of course, being able to get that down early, making sure you're going to be able to use its effect into the future is going to be extremely important. And also on Paul's
Interesting
side,
to see
Guillaume
what
is running at least one copy of that 8 cost
Smoker
grid,
does here
and
as a
as we stand
response to
right
that
now, it
Luffy, because
definitely
that's a
seems like
very
a
annoying
very
card.
effective card
So
for
having
PB Luffy,
a
seeing as the top end is Sanji.
Gum Gum Mole
Yeah,
Pistol might be
not
very
necessarily
useful,
here for
because Gum
them
Gum
in
Mole
this
Pistol
purple
I
black
think
Luffy
is
build right
minus
now. With
5k,
that 6 cost
and
red
then
super rare
let me just
Luffy
double
on the
check.
board, being able to turn after turn
Gum
boost
Gum
that leader
Mole
up to that
Pistol.
7,000 power base
Minus
because
5k and
one player
2k
at
KO
Promo
from
isn't
memory.
just
So let
on
me just
play,
double
but
check.
also activating
Minus
in that
5k
Promo.
and then
So
KO
we've
character
seen
2k
PB
power
Luffy
less.
with the
So it
consistency
targets a 7k
at
power,
first
exactly.
pushing for 7,000
So that
power
would get
before
rid of
getting
the
those
purple
magic
black,
items against the 5,000
um,
power base leader. Use the effect, boost
purple
those
black,
items, and continue
Luffy's
with
beer
these
Luffy right
set-piece
away.
swings time and time again.
For sure. I
So
think
let's
as
see how
well,
he
yes,
plays here.
honestly, we
I
got the
think
alternate art in Paul's hand, so that does look, of course, super
eliminating that right
important
away is
to
probably
take
bad for your
care
development.
of ST Luffy to make sure
But
that
we'll see what he
Luffy isn't
does.
really able to establish a board presence. but definitely think, he's thinking it over. He's got time. This is, of course,
KOing
the
that
next
right now
stage.
is
So
pretty good for you
definitely
though,
make sure
because
that you're taking your time,
you
taking your
don't want
time
him to be 7k leader next
so
turn.
that you
I
are
think you're a
in
little bit too
position to
slow. If you're at
win
six,
this match and go on to the top 16.
if you develop a body, it's not gonna like your Sanji's not gonna be able to do much. So potentially it's good. I mean, it's only 4,000, right? It's only sorry 4 Dawn, right? And then you can restand 2 Dawn with smoke. You can restand Dawn with Smoker's effect. So you can use 4 Dawn and then have 4 Dawn left to play something else.
But I think you're right. I think that honesty impact is an absolute necessity to get rid of that 6 cost Luffy. It provides so much value if it is left unchecked.
Counters with Black
Simply
Maria.
a 6k swing
Okay.
from the Sanji gets countered away for 2 by that Black Maria.
I
And
see
then
that he's got
now
8 cost Kid
all
in
fired up with
hand,
honesty impact. Or
as
if
well
you
as
want to swing
Smoker in
this one
hand. So I guess
to get
Smoker is
rid
probably your
of
best play
the
here.
character area.
Just because you can establish a 5 cost 7k, which can swing into a 7k lead up very easily without attaching Dawn.
Because you want to get value out of your leader ability. If you do use
So you
honesty
can do
impact,
that, and then
you
you
might be able to
restand
use that
full Dawn.
leader ability because Sanji is, of course, only at 6,000 power with no extra active Dawn. So definitely, a
Personally, the reason why
I
I
just think he has those 2 cards both
am
in
not
his
sure about
hand now.
Honesty
Does he
Impact
choose to go
is
with
because it
the
KOs
Zero
10k
Skull
power, which means
establishing a
that
larger board presence, or does he
Black
choose
Purple
to spam
Luffy
that Luffy
likely
with
runs
his
the 9
Overlord
cost
version?
10k
Yeah, it depends on
Rush
what kind
Luffy,
of strategy that Paul is
and
going to go
I
for
would want to
here.
sort of KO when that
As
comes
for
out.
Smoker, that has been picked up. So Paul deciding to play this one a little bit slower, a little bit more at a
I do
tempo.
think
And
getting
like we
rid of
said
that Luffy is
early
good.
on in the build-up, this is where I think that this purple-black
Um,
Luffy list could potentially shine with that early ramp that we managed to
but
find with the Roronoa as
if
well.
he had Gum Gum
Now
Mole
with the
Pistol, I think that's
6-cost
fine.
Luffy on the board, if we can get 1 or 2 attacks off
He's
this
had
guy,
2 Dawn up
I
for
think
2
that
turns in a
could
row. I'm not
really,
sure
really help
if
Paul.
he's like trying to
Simply
condition
this
it
turn
so that he
with a
can play
Caminante blocker, as we
the
thought was going to be the fall, and passes
Jushoku.
over
I forgot what it's
to
called.
Guillaume.
So I
The
think this makes a lot of sense
Igloo.
for
That
Paul
could be one of the
because
reasons why
early
he's leaving
game
2 Dawn up, like
specifically,
conditioning his opponent
so he's able
to
to
have to
use
play
this
around
turn
that.
to establish
I'm not entirely
another
sure,
Roshinante,
but
and Guillaume is, looking at this board
because like
tree, likely just going to
I
go
definitely would have
for
swing for
2
more,
cards
right?
here,
Like if you're
choosing
gonna
the Black
swing, you might as
Maria
well do
and
six
picking up the
six.
Sanji as well.
Because if his
So
idea is to
definitely have that
try
zero life
get rid of his 2k
already
counters, then
established,
you should
and
just
Black
swing
Purple
six
Luffy
six
doesn't have a great
rather than
concept
five
there
six.
of
And
that
if you're trying to
Luffy.
take life, then you
More
should
so
just swing with more because then you have
the
more
Usohachi, but
counters
not
and
really looking
like you
at
should
any
swing with more Don.
great KO effects that
But
we
now
can
he's just got 2
obtain
Don up,
of
so
the
it's a bit weird that
Roshinante.
he's doing that.
Gamma Knife is only at a 1 off. There is a Gum Gum Lightning,
A bit
but
confused as to why he's doing that.
are you gonna really use that on a 2 cost?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be best saved for that 8-cost kid if it does make its
He's got
way
6
to
Don
this tab.
left.
That has started to be included a little bit more in combinations
Plays the
with
Rush
Gamma
Luffy.
Knife, but now we
Interesting.
see a 6-cost secret rare Luffy make its way down onto the board, playing that first so that we've got the rested Don to minus once we swing in with that 6-cost
Likely gonna go
Gamma Knife. Now
777
boost the leader up
and
onto 15,000,
then
and that plus
have
1
one Don
is
up
only going to
for
be for the entire turn for
Gum
both
Giant
of these
if
players
necessary.
during Guillaume's turn here and during Paul's turn when it passes over to him.
Yes, so we are just seeing, a couple of
If he
7,000 power
has
attacks coming
Igloo
into
right now, he should
play,
definitely be
which,
using Igloo,
of course,
right?
makes sense. Not much else to do here, but it is leading into
Chushokushi would be
the
really, really good.
8-cost kid plan. So I'm really wondering, does Guillaume have access to his Gamma Knife? Because I feel like that is the only real
Let
clean
me read
answer that's
the
going to get him past
thing. So
the
Igloo's plus
8-cost
3k
kid
minus
that
2k,
is
right?
awaiting him.
Yeah, it's a
So
difficult
right
situation
now in
here
this
because
situation, you
we
would
have
plus
that
3k,
7-cost Sanji
making it
still,
so
at the
that's
very least, to rest
8k to
against
your leader.
with the
So your
Rosinante
7,
if, for example,
you
Paul
get
is
out
able
of
to
that, and
get
you
that
minus 2k on the enemy purple black Luffy leader,
swings here
which
with the
means that they will
Roshinante.
be
So
at
for now,
5k
there
swing.
is
So
still
then
no
you can do that and
question
give it 1k,
of
for
being
example.
able to attach and swing.
I'm
It's going
not
to be
again. I'm
enough
not
to
sure
get
why
to
he's
those
leaving 2 Don
8-cost
up.
kid numbers and higher that you're looking for to try and KO it. So I'm with you here, Gavin. That Gamma Knife is going to be instrumental if we can find it. The question is going to be whether Guillaume already has it in hand or if he's going to be able to get it in some other means. Paul, though, taking this final
He's taking
tap
all these lives.
after the
8,000 a
6-cost
leader.
secret rare Luffy swinging this will absolutely be blocked or countered in some
I'm not
fashion.
sure what he's doing.
Paul does have access to both Igloo and Radical Beam right now, so probably trying to think over which he wants to use, depending on how his 8-cost kid turn is looking
So he
right
does
now.
have
He
Igloo in
still has
hand,
on active
which
as the
is
Smoker
even more
and
confusing. Because if he had Igloo in hand,
Smoker leader in
then
hand.
I don't
He
understand why he
is
just didn't
still
fight
up
plus
2
5k
Igloo,
to his
so might have something else he wants to use
to
here
his
on
leader,
on the next turn.
and then
Maybe
minus
calling out
2k
the
on
Smoker a
the
little bit to try
sorry
and take care of some of
plus
those characters.
3k to his own leader as a counter to the 7k swing,
Yeah,
and
no
then
doubt,
minus
Igloo
2k
is
to his
such an
leader.
important card, isn't it? In
I'm a
so
bit
many
confused
ways
why he didn't do
to
that.
win throughout the history of the One Piece card game, and
So
eventually
now he's
going
got 8
all the way
done.
back
So
to OP01 gives you plus 2,000 power during the battle, but if you have 2 or less life, that target gets an additional plus 2,000 power. So it's essentially when
that's
Skull's
all life so he
forced
can
to
drop Kid next turn.
risk
Right, right. But the
4,000
thing
power
is,
worth of counter for just
if you're gonna
one
drop Kid
Don,
next
you see
turn,
Paul immediately getting to
sorry,
work
if you're gonna
on
use
this
the
board that
Jushoku
he has
anyways,
put together,
then
making sure
why
that
not
he
use
can
it just a
take
bit
care
earlier?
of that one cost loss.
The only
And
reason why I can think of
yeah,
that is
I think
because he
that
wants him
he
to
could go
commit
ahead and
an
attack
extra
this
Don on the
here,
swing,
but is it going to be off
perhaps.
board, or is he going to try and take advantage of that banish and swing into Guillaume's life?
Yes, everything on the board right now, of course, is at 7,000 power. So definitely taking a little bit of a think as to where he wants to attack. It does make sense, in my opinion, to go for the starter Luffy, just because, of course, when you use the
I think Beer Luffy.
super rare
Oh,
Luffy,
interesting.
it does take
Interesting.
one of your lives, but he is
I
opting
guess we'll
to
find
go
out
for the
what he's
super
doing
rare
here.
Luffy. Both choices, of course, make sense. The super rare Luffy, if Gamma Knife is available to Galame, will be an absolute menace getting past that 8-cost kid. So both choices, of course, make sense. Very difficult decision for Paul. And
Gives a 2k.
of course,
Okay.
Galame is going to be countering out.
I think
I think here is
knowing how
where
many cards
Paul
Purple Black has in hand is
provides so
quite
much
important here.
value by making that leader the plus 2,000 power statically throughout both players' turns. But we see here,
3
as
Don up.
expected, the 8-cost kid is going to make its way down onto board. One Don
Kid. Is
underneath
there anything in
to
hand that he's
see
going to
that
play out?
opponent's turn effect. If the character is rested, your
A
opponent
3 cost
cannot
Sanji
get
here
around
would
to
be
attacking
really good, I
any
think.
card other than the Eustace Captain Kid, and that's why we've been making such an important point of this 8-drop being
I think
so
Purple Black
valuable
Luffy
in
doesn't really
this build,
play.
right? Because you don't
Um,
have to attack that Eustace Captain Kid
yeah, that was a
at
pretty
8,000
predictable play.
power.
I
You
think
can
Purple Black
basically
Luffy doesn't really
force
play
your
Pop
opponent
Sanji
to commit
anymore, so I don't
so
think
many
it's
Don to not
necessary
only
at
try
all
and threaten any
to
attempts to damage it at the very
to
least with
really play
2,000
Tashigi,
power,
because it's
but
probably
also
better as a
versus
2k
playing
counter.
that 2,000
There
power
aren't that many
on
removal
cards
options for
that we typically
Purple.
ask for and look for in those One
I
Piece card
don't
game
think they have
opening numbers.
discarded their rest
Absolutely.
Luffy
So Kid, of
yet.
course, coming down, and we also see a Kujo coming out.
So they actually
So
searched with
looking for maybe a little bit of a search,
Kujaku
trying to
here, so
find
top five.
possibly one more of those Roshinantes if he plays any more copies. Does not look like he does. Borsellino, of course, also going to be
So interesting
probably
to see
the
what they
ideal
search
kid for
here.
this search. Just, another friend for Kid, another blocker. And we do see that
Borsellino.
Borsellino off the search.
Very, very
Which
nicely done
so
by
that
Paul.
Borsellino is obviously a
Making
three
sure that
cost.
the
Let me just take a
second
look at
phase to
which
activate main once per turn, you can
Borsellino that
rest the
is.
character and play up to one character card with a
You
cost of
can't
4
search
or less
Tashigi
life.
off that
And that's
Kujaku,
what
can
we're
you? I'm not
about to
sure.
see. Setting that
Maybe
opponent's
you might be
turn
able
effect
to. I'm not
high
sure.
and giving
So
the
Borsellino, you may rest this
Eustace
character up to
Captain
one of
Kid
your
an
native
excellent
leaders.
way
All
of
characters can also
protecting
attack
this. Now,
active
three
characters this turn.
blockers that
But I
are
think it's mostly just because it's a
guaranteed
blocker,
of this
so
Eustace
you can
Captain
play it
Kid
off
if Guillaume
of the
wants to
kit.
try
I
and
actually
take
really like
advantage
that.
and remove it the hard way. Gamma Knife plus that Gum Gum Lightning looks like it has to be
I'm just not
used
sure about
now.
the
So
Tashigi
Paul
because
has some
I
capacity
don't know if
to
searching Tashigi
absolutely
makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I mean, even if he does have
Even if you
Tashigi
can
and
search it,
Gamma Knife,
just
though,
like to play it out. I
Borsellino
mean,
will be able
because
to prevent
there's
most of
not a
those
lot of
attacks.
KO
Even if he
on
has the full combo
Purple
here
Black
from
Luffy. A lot
Borsellino,
of players don't play
we
Pop Luffy
definitely see
anymore.
where
Sorry,
it's
Pop
like
Sanji
a bit of
anymore.
a difficult spot for
So in
Galame.
my
I
opinion,
definitely think he needs
Tashigi doesn't
the
really
Gamma
do
Knife just to be able to attack the kid
that much.
efficiently, and without that, I'm not sure, how much pressure he's really going to be able to achieve. Starting off with the chopper, so at least he's able to deny the radical beam.
Okay,
Now,
interesting.
what other
So
resources
he
does he
rests the
have
Don,
available to him?
yeah, the chopper
and we know
being
that he had
used, and
Radical
also
Beam.
it's a great call to stop that Don from being active on play. You can Don -2 and rest either one of your opponent's Don cards or a character character with a cost of 1 or less. There's no 1 cost on the board, so obviously that's not what we were going to be looking for. But the one issue that Guillaume does have here is that Dom -2.
I just checked and you're right. So Kujaku can search it because it's navy, but the reason why I wasn't sure is because I thought it can only search red navies.
Activate it when you take 2 or more Don away from the field. It's as
But I was
simple
wrong.
as an
It can
instance
search
of
anything,
Don
like any
-2 or
navy.
greater has
So swings
occurred.
9
And
here,
these Don
-2
-2
Don.
effects now that are going to happen from the rest of Guillaume's turn are going to be putting him back in Don
I
into
must
a
say, so far the
position
sequencing on
that
purple black
could
has been
really
quite good.
make an issue by the time that we get to
So
that
9 into
important
8.
gum
He
giant
blocks with
stage.
the Borsalino.
Absolutely. So it does seem that Gamma Knife is not going to be available to Guillaume this
How
turn.
much is that? That
He's just going
is
for some honest attacks
10
into the kid.
blocks.
But that does, of course, mean that, with our access to these
10.
blockers, we're able to, be very efficient in just protecting our kid. And once kid sticks around for a turn, he definitely, has a way of just completely changing the dynamic of the game.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely. And here we're seeing the point that I made earlier to great effect here, Guillaume, having to put 3 Don underneath that 6-cost secret rare Luffy to try and swing 10,000 into 8,000 and force 2 cards out of hand from Paul. But
so
with
he
this
blocked with
blocker
all 3
on the
blockers there.
field, Paul has the
Um,
simple option to go block, block, and more block and keep that 8-cost kid around. But the slight advantage that Guillaume will be able to take from this is that is 3 less blockers that he's going to have to potentially deal with at the end of the turn here. So a little win, if anything,
it's
but that
interesting.
8-cost kid still a looming
So
presence
yeah, 8
in
cost kid is
Paul's
still
character area.
Absolutely. And I think
up,
Paul is
which is
about to
good.
get paid off
I
for
think
his hard
Honesty
work
Impact,
in
getting rid of
getting
one of
that
the
Honesty
Luffy's
Impact
here is
earlier,
gonna
where
be
he's going to
huge
be
if he
able
can
to
do that.
greatly reduce the power of one of those Luffys, as well as taking out the chopper in one fell swing. So it looks like he's going to be having an excellent turn
He
to
can
start off.
alternatively Honesty Impact minus
Combine
6k
Guillaume aboard
to the
with
beer
him,
Luffy and
hopefully with
then
his 8 cost
KO
kid
the blocker.
on the
I think
board.
that's a better
It
play
seems like we're going to
because you
see
can
Paul
minus
swing
6k
straight
to
for
beer
Paul.
Luffy, so
Yeah,
it's
one
only
of the main
1k,
issues of the purple
right?
black
And
matchup
then
does
your
show
chopper,
itself
which is
in
4k or
very
less,
similar to
gets
Gala's
KO'd.
ability when it
So
started
get
out
rid of the
on
blocker,
16.
and
It can be
this
very,
5
very
and 5 and a
difficult to
1,
get back into the game,
he's
especially
very
when you have such a
unlikely
heavy reliance on those
to
minus effects that are great
2k,
if
2k,
you can
1k
get in
to
there
get
with
out of
Don
that.
-1. But before we fire off that Honesty Impact, potentially, we're going
You
to
can
go
kill
with a
both
little
if he
bit of
does it, right?
concentration. We're going to search out with the Virgo,
I'm not sure what
grabbing
you
the
mean, but if you use
the
one
Phoenix
Honesty
card here.
Impact,
We have to
you
grab the
minus
5-cost
6,000
Smoker.
power
So we have
on
to
the
grab the top
Luffy
hazard card,
He
brought
has
it
grabbed
on
into
the
the
hand.
beer
2K.
Luffy.
Yes,
He's only
so
1k.
Of
He's
course, going to be very
probably not
smart
going
by
to
Guillaume
counter
to be
out
able to come
of
down
a
with that
5
swing
into
and then being
1k
able to
swing
Don
because
on
you
one
can
of those
KO
key
4,000
blockers.
power or
Immediately
less.
going to be able to
So
attack
that means you can get rid
Guillaume.
of the blocker
And now
on
looking at
the
that
chopper.
Honesty Impact, it looks even better because he's going to be able to use that 6,000 power less KO effect to combine with the Monet to get one of the Luffys while minusing a different Luffy. So definitely looks like he has a very high chance
Let me
of
just double
when
check
combining with
the
Honesty Impact
ability. Okay,
to
I
get
actually got it
one
wrong. It's
set
minus
of
4k
Luffys.
and then KO 6k of
Yeah,
power or less.
with that 8-cost
But
kid
still, I think
going
that's
for
still probably
early
right.
on
Like you
defensive
minus
placement.
3k
That leaves the
on
Monet
the
effect is
beer
well and
Luffy.
truly live. If you have a
So
calculator,
that's what?
7,000 power
3,000?
or more on the board.
3,000 and then
Then
you can
see
also
your Don cards as
destroy the
active,
blocker.
as well as that 5-cost Smoker having the ability to reactivate another Don on the turn. Although once you activate that 5-cost Smoker, no more Don cards can be set active using the
6 Don. So
Honesty
this has to be the
flexibility. But
Honesty
we see
Impact,
the
right?
Monet
Surely.
effect activated. We see the Honesty Impact being fired off here. So a minus 4,000 power reduction
Oh
built
wow,
into our
right.
secret
Okay,
rare
interesting.
Luffy.
So
And the
with the
Guillotine
Monet
secret
here,
rare
that's actually
is
really, really good.
going down.
Yeah, so
That is insane.
just
Alright.
perfect
That is
combination with that
absolutely
Monet,
insane.
being able to Honesty Impact down both of
Monet
those
getting the
Luffys,
minus
even
1k
taking out one
was
and then
really, really
reducing
clutch
the
here.
power of another, with 3 attacks on the field, including the kid and his 2 smokers, the leader in character. Definitely feel like that's just going to be
7
an
into,
impossible
what's
challenge to
that?
try and
7 into
protect.
3?
And
Yeah, I
looking
mean,
at this
yeah,
board
it
state,
should
I
just
think
always
Paul
die.
might run away with game 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real difficult challenge for Guillaume to try and come back into this matchup. If we don't find a blocker, potentially, if we're Paul, the answer of Gamma Knife plus Lightning could still potentially sneak
8
a
liter?
win. You would
Interesting.
have to be -1 Don during that phase, however, because effect to activate. Gum Gum Lightning is Don -2, but we will get those back with the leader ability. So there is still the outlying potential of Gamma Knife into Lightning. If there's no blocker found for Paul, stick the rest of the Don underneath leader and hope that there's
8
enough
leader.
counter in
He's got
hand
4 cards in
for
hand,
the
I think.
acid
Oh,
effect
he's
to
got more than
win,
that, way
but
more
we
than
need
that.
a
Like
lot of
6,
those
I think.
pieces still.
Yes, and I mean, even if he does have the full combo Gamma Knife and
Purple
Lightning,
Black
he
Luffy.
still
I
has
think he has 6
Radical Beam
cards.
in Paul's hand. So as long as he has a single 2K, it does seem like he would have it. I'm not sure, but of course, there still is a chance for Galame if he is able to find those combo pieces. But first, we have to see. Looks like he's going to block the banish, and Galame, you got one more turn, it seems like, right?
Yep, a one-turn clock certainly
It's 2
looks
Don
like that
up,
it has been put
probably for
on the
Igloo,
table for
and
Luffy here. There is no
also a
Monet, though, as
possibility
Mike
where
pointed out. We do still
he
believe
wants to play
just the
around
Radical
the
Beam
Tony
attack
Tony
is
Chopper, and
enough
he
to
only has
win.
a 1
Almost
Don
2 Don left in
event
the game,
card.
so there is still a possibility of a
So
extra 10
interesting to
layer
see what he
Igloo
does here.
as well in hand. What does Guillaume have? I do see an event card at the back of the hand, but I think there's only one event card that I see, and not the second one. I think it might be the Lightning. Going to see 6-cost Luffy played down, though, so that's going to be pretty much a guarantee here. I think that there is going to be no Lightning with Gamma Knife here on this turn. And
So he
Luffy,
plays
in
the
theory,
Beer Luffy.
should have the answer to be able to take this game one.
There's
Yes,
5 Don
so,
left.
I mean, of course, you could just go for a huge 12,000 swing onto the kid, but as long as we were not wrong in seeing that Radical Beam, it does seem like a clean and easy
I
answer.
think I think Smoker just wins this, honestly.
Yes, and of course, we do see it coming in.
Honesty Impact.
Paying one, there's the Radical Beam. Does have to
Oh,
be
Radical
careful
Beam,
with the
sorry, Radical
power
Beam.
score as well to reach the necessary point to make the attack safe. The Radical Beam only matched the power level that the Purple Black Luffy leader was at that point. And of course, in the One Piece card game, ties of power levels go to the attacker. You always have to counter 1,000 power
I think here
or
you always just
higher
swing
in
9k
every
with
battle step to be able to
Eustace
make
Kid.
sure
Or
that
you
you
can swing
cover
with
the power level
Smoker
that is being
first.
attacked into
Swing
to
9k on
keep
Smoker
it safe. And I
first,
think
probably.
I also see a certain Mr. Jones might be
Swing
making
9k on Smoker first
I
so that you
think
can banish a
Mr.
card.
Jones might be making
Or at least like get him
some
to counter
appearance
out some
on
cards.
the world stage. Definitely seems like a vicious attack
I
because
see
he
Hody
still
Jones
has
in his
some
hand. I think
damage.
Hody Jones
Once accounting for that, you
is
generate
probably a mistake because there's no Don up
a
anyways. I don't
7 Don
think
character
it's
that
never
can
worth
do
it because there's
the
7 Don
those Don
for another
abilities.
8k
So
swing. It's just
Igloo
not
Crush,
it's
I
not
think,
worth it.
pretty strong if you ask me. Once accounting for Monet, Smoker,
I think you don't
Undead,
really need to
Beast
think much
alone.
here. It's
But of
always
course, you
just
know,
so
having Galame,
9k
we're starting off
to
with a
face, as I
clean
said.
9,000 attack.
This
This
is
is
definitely
pretty
just a go
easy.
face angle. Like there's not
Smoke has
much,
banished, so Galame
nothing that you should
likely to counter out of this.
ever be playing out
Yeah, and he will double 2K as well. I like
unless
that
it's like a
Luffy
Monet or
sitting with
something.
Paul as well, swinging with that
Even
Monet
Monet's not that
character
good,
first,
honestly.
because it means that that last card in life isn't just given the easy option for Guillaume to just go ahead and take the damage. Banish is an effect that when it activates and the damage is dealt, the target card gets sent straight into the trash without any kind of trigger window activation either. So Guillaume would not have the extra
So
opportunity
he
to
does play the
keep
Hody
that
Jones.
card in hand and get an additional way to potentially get one more piece of counter power. But we do see there is the Hody Jones effect.
So he's going to
On
use
the
Monet
way
here now.
is that 6-cost Luffy being rested for the on play, and now Monet using that ability primarily here just to get that 2 rested Don to be attached to either the leader or one of the remaining characters that are about to crash in here.
Absolutely. And even if, Paul isn't able to finish out the game this turn, because of the minus 1000 power effect from the Monet, he is able to easily pivot back into that starter Luffy. So still keeping a lot of options open to himself. Hody, of course, when you have no life, has no demerit.
I
So
think you always just put it on leader
interesting
here.
turn that we're seeing from Paul. And interested to see where he's going to attach the 2 Don. Leader Smoker, of course, you're going to have to attach at least some Don to make him a viable attacker, but might opt to just go for some big hits with the Kid and Hody instead.
I think I like, yeah, I agree with with this, putting the rested Don onto the Smoker leader, it's less of the active Don that you have to contribute here to the remaining attackers, because with the remaining attackers now and the Don that's left, you could go three 9,000
So
pound swings,
you can go
one underneath the Eustace Cap King, one underneath
9, 9,
the
10.
Hody Jones, and then the two remaining active Don going
Depends
onto
what
the Smoker.
depends what he
Three
has
9K
in hand
swings
as
is
well. He
forcing
could also
two
leave a
cash
Don
out of
up.
hand at least in every single instance of an
You just need
attack.
to protect one swing and
So
you win.
the best case
If
scenario
he doesn't
here
end the game
for
here.
Paul there in the hot seat might just be looking to attack with a Hody Jones first and see exactly what's coming.
Yes.
We're going to go Smoker first though and pivot slightly into
7
the
into 6, he
positioning
takes
of
it.
that
Okay.
Synchronous Luffy.
Yes, I mean, of course, when you do have Kid around right now, you do not have to end the game this turn. We've already discussed before about how Kid is just such an effective tool at stopping all of Black Purple Luffy's pressure. So figuring, I don't need to go
Alright,
this turn.
well, there we go.
I likely have,
So the
enough
first
time.
prediction
We see that
that
we
I
want
put
Gualame just scooping it up and going to game two.
Yeah,
um
easy victory in the
seems
end
to be
there
correct.
for Paul on that red-green smoker, and it was exactly the way as you called it during the build-up to game one as well, Gavin. Being able to
I
hit
think that makes a lot of
targets
sense there,
on the
actually,
board
because
and
like
being able to just sit back and have
regardless,
a
it's a
sustained
7k
victory.
leader
I
or
mean, just
a
in
6k body
general, when you're
on the
against a
board,
guy
right?
that the
So you
highest
get rid of his
powered
board.
character is only
If you get rid of his
7K, then
board
Kid
there,
is just going to be such
he
a
doesn't have enough
beast
swings next
being
turn
able to
anyways. He needs to
unbelievably
swing
wall
twice.
against your opponent.
If he
So it
plays
just makes
anything
sense that Paul
like
has
Rush Luffy, for
optimized,
example, Rush Luffy or
his
Rush
game plan
Sanji,
for that
he's
Kid
not gonna
to
have enough
be able to
firepower to
go with that
kill
game
him.
plan, and I don't really think
He just
there's
needs
any
to
adjustments that he's going to be making from
he
here.
just needs to protect one
It's going
swing
to be the adjustments that are going to be
and
tried
you
from
win,
here for
right?
Guillaume
So
in game two, which is
I
difficult to
just
say
think,
really,
yeah,
honestly,
I
because he
think
had a
swinging into
pretty
the Luffy
strong
there
start. He had
is a
that
lot safer.
long-term searcher into the three-cost Roronoa Zoro, got that ramp. I think the one thing that was
So let me
sad
just
to
open
see
the
him
link for
a little bit
this.
further back in that game was that honesty impact trigger, stopping some of the
Uh,
initial tempo that he was going to be able to build.
Absolutely. And I think another big thing we can talk about is that
there
now
we go.
Guillaume knows that his opponent is
So this
playing
is
that
what I
8-cost kid.
predicted
8-cost kid, of
before the
course,
game.
has gone in and
This was
out
the
of smaller
sorry,
lists
not this
depending
one.
on who you talk to.
This one right here.
He
We're gonna
has
use a different
played
color.
different
We'll use blue.
amounts of that kid, which is
RG
no big
Smoker
deal at all. So
into
having
Purple
the
Black Leafy.
information
This was
that
my
he
prediction.
knows
So
it is
I
being
guess
played
we
and
were
it
right.
is going to be that primary line for Paul, it does make sense that he might now start to try to mulligan
That is
something like a
first
gem
game.
tank.
I just realized because I
Maybe
think
with
it's
a
best
little
of
bit of
three.
a weaker
I
hand
could be
to
wrong, but I
ensure
think
that
it's
he
best of
is
three.
in his hand. So definitely a lot of information that was gathered by Guillaume. So interested to see if he can try to use that to pick up
There is a
the
lot
win
of,
in game two.
I think
This is the beauty of
what's his
the
name?
best of three scenario, where
Uh,
Guillaume is going to
one
have
of
the potential
the
opportunity to
one of the
come back
hosts talk about
from
how
this game one
um
as he's not out
there's
of
information
the
gathered for
three-cost
the
rally. He's
smoker
got
player, or at
potentially
least that's what I think
two
they said.
more games that he's going to
I
have to
agree
play
because not every
to
purple black
cement
leafy list
his
runs
way
the
and his
blocker
road into
chopper,
this top 32 as we
so
qualify
it's
for
really
4
good for
of
him
16 players
to
finishing
know that,
all of their setup, and we'll be
potentially
headed
play around
into
it.
game number 2 very, very soon. Of course, Guillaume, having lost in game 1, we will be having him in game 2 as going first as well, and we are now underway.
Yeah, so opening up
Okay.
with the same start.
Same
We're
start so far.
going to look at the
Searches
top
with
lane
the event
having
from OPO5.
pretty much any card in his deck at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. This is one of the beauties of running this pure Straw Hat Crew type package in purple that has been the sort of build strategy of Purple Black Luffy in
So I saw a
Season
2k
4,
counter there
as being able to consistently run through the deck, hit
with the
any of
Nico
these
Robin,
searches, grabbing an Uso
Rabs and
Hachi
Uso
in the
Hachi.
search as a 2k, but also with that resting potential if he
So
is
yeah, I
losing
don't
the
really
game.
know what's in his hand, so it's hard to tell if
Alright,
it's a
so
good
on
search or
the
not. I
other
mean,
hand, we
grabbing
have
2k
Smoker
counters is always
opening up
pretty good.
without the blocker this time, but still does have
Smoker
access
has no 2
to
don't play,
some pretty strong treasure
or
plays
plays nothing
in
at
that
least.
Sanji
He'll
and
probably
that
swing
Chopper
5 here
blocker. So
and then play out the Nico Robin,
definitely
because that's
looking
why I
like both
saw.
players
Or if he
have
has Zoro, then
took
he'll
a
play Zoro
decent
here.
start, and attacking with 5k with 3 down open, it does look like Guillaume is going to be able to start with a ramp again,
Plays a
and it
Zoro.
is that Zoro coming down
It's perfect
for
curve
the
so far.
second time
Zoro's the best
in this
player.
nested lane.
Not best player. Best play that he can make.
5k
It's generally better to play Zoro than Nico Robin because it's a
So
2k
yeah,
counter.
definitely interested this
and
time
also
going up.
it can swing for 5. So
The Zoro just ramping up. Did not opt to, save the Dawn, so trying to be a little bit tricky, it seems, trying to convince his opponent to take maybe counter out of the 5K, trying to deny resources from Paul because he is opting to try and go
has a
for
Sanji in hand here, I
that
think.
8 cost kid. But
He does.
we're seeing from Paul just going to be a Sanji starting off.
And then he does the exact same
Going
play.
to
This is like deja vu, bro.
really
This
try
is
to
the
get
exact same
access to
situation in the first two
durability,
turns
acquiring a 7,000
for
power or more
both
character.
players.
Gets that to open Dawn, so
Obviously,
has
the
all
search
the
is a little
items
different, but that's all.
available to him. And now going back to Galame, is he going to have access to one of these 6 cost Luffy's again? So starting out with a 5K
Takes the
attack.
first 5K.
Paul, of course, is going to take, which leads me to believe he does have access to that kid again. And yes, I do believe I saw it in his
I can see
video.
the kid in
Now,
hand right
Galame,
now.
how is
So
he going to approach this matchup so that it
it's
doesn't
interesting
look
because I think
like a
you play
rematch
kid
of game 1?
with the 3 cost Selena blocker.
We're seeming to, really mull over this 5K attack.
Well, at least I think that's the way you should play,
Paul,
right? Like you play
I think he's
the
just trying
kid
to
into the
wait for
Bolsino
options to make
blocker.
sure that
That's
he can
2 blockers,
get to that kid,
in
and
one
that is
turn.
of course going to be such a
So I
very
would
very
be,
important piece
yeah, I
of
think
this matchup.
getting rid.
And
So he's
it
about to
looks like
counter
Paul
out
has
with
planned
Tashigi
on
here.
Tashigi.
I think that also makes a lot of sense. As I said earlier, there's not that much
Gets the
removal
counter out. Now we are going to
from
see
Black Pepper
this
Luffy these
Black
days. So
Luffy,
I just
the
don't
super
think there's
rare
much of a
Luffy
reason
from
to
Guillaume. Super
um
rare Luffy, I apologize.
play out Tashigi.
Not going to opt
Obviously, in a
to
lot of
stick
matchups
with it.
where there is removal,
Rush, of course,
that
only
is a
taking
very
that
strong card.
against
But I
the
just don't think
five
that's
or more Dawn on the
that
opponent's side
important in
of
this
the
matchup.
field. And we go back to Paul. So last turn, of course, he was
So
debating
let's see what he
between,
does here on
last game, of
6.
course, he was debating between the Honesty Impact play or the 5
Is that a
cost play.
Sakazuki in hand? I think that's a Sakazuki.
Not sure he has access to either of those
I think that's
yet.
OP10
So
Sakazuki.
what is he going to do when he has less options? Maybe he just finds it off the top.
It's a
Starting
green
off
card.
with that
Let me
Kujan
just read
placement,
it.
looking for a nuke off the top 5. And
If
I
you have 2
don't
or
think I
more
see
rested
Smoker
characters,
right
KO up to
now.
one of your
Virgo
opponents,
is an option
cost
too.
5 or less.
So maybe going to try to opt for another shot at the
Interesting.
Smoker, being able, of course, to use another Dawn onto the Sanji, restanding 2 Dawn, and maybe able to play that Smoker after playing out Virgo.
Yeah, that Smoker is such an important
Tashigi's value is
feature
dying
in
off.
this deck, isn't it? Being able to essentially kind of work as Cavendish in the Supernova style strategy in the Smoker deck. But we see here going with this
Personally, I don't
continuing to
know.
surge a little bit deeper
Don't know about that. I
into
think
the list.
Tashigi's still a very
We
strong
see,
card
I think there's a Hody
and does a
Tashigi. I
lot.
think that there is a
It's just that this
Tashigi
specific
Mars
matchup
in
just
there
doesn't run a lot of
running this
KO.
search, but I don't know if I see the 5
Like,
cost
it's not
Smoker
the
there
old Purple
at the
Black
moment.
Luffy
So
anymore.
Paul
As
just
I
going to
said
have a
many
little
times
bit
now, so
more,
I'll
I
stop
think,
saying
a
it.
little bit
But
more of an opportunity. There
yeah.
is obviously still that chance to put the 1 Don underneath the 3
Curious as to
cost
what he's
Sanji.
searching in
Can
these
he activate
games.
the Smoker
He
lean
grabs
ability?
the
We are going
Igloo.
to go ahead and play the grab the 10 layer Igloo from this search, and that 5 cost Smoker still at the moment nowhere to be seen
I'd be interested
for
if you
Paul.
could give
And
me
it'll
some
be a telling
examples
sign here
that
if we see that
does what
1 Don
Tashigi does,
going
but better.
underneath the 3 cost
I'm
Sanji
not saying that you're wrong or anything.
that lean
I'm
ability
just
for
genuinely
one.
curious
Yeah,
what you mean.
so not really having any options right now, it
I think
seems.
here, I mean, if you really
Might
want to,
be
I'll
a
probably just
little
swing
bit
5,
of the
6.
detriment of the Smoker
Actually,
style play
you
itself,
can't swing
though,
5,
being
6.
so pivotal to the deck,
Yeah, you can't
being
swing 5,
such an
6.
important option.
Oh, actually, you can
Maybe
because you can use
just
the yeah, you can use
making
the
it a little
effect.
bit
I forgot. Yeah, you can use the
easier as
effect.
well. So
I was
we
about to say
are
it as well when he
opting
did it.
to go with the
But yeah,
Kujan
he gets plus
placement,
1k to
because
Sanji.
this, of course, is
Swing
going to
7
be
to
able to
3,
create
dies.
access to the leader ability of the
And then
Smoker.
use leader
So
ability.
we are back at 6 done. Do we
I
have
think
to
what he was
activate
looking
the Smoker,
for
or are we looking for a
likely
Jakku?
was
Yeah,
a
Zoro
smoker,
completely forgot the activate main
but he did
ability
not
there.
have a
That is
smoker.
Jakku to be able to trash itself and grant something a plus 1,000 power boost, but it is going to be a different play. That 5 cost Smoker still not to be seen. It's going to be the Chopper blocker that we're going to play down here.
Yeah,
And
because
I
I feel
think
like
that
there's
this is
not
the
enough
next turn a little bit for Paul.
attacking,
Maybe
right?
goes
Like,
a Nante just to see
that's
where he
probably
can get
why
kid
he's playing
maybe
like
going on
this.
the next turn as well. That might not be the worst case scenario. We also also do obviously still have the leader that can make an attack here. So 2 Don underneath the lead to swing for 7,000 power, get 2 cards out of Guillaume's hand here, or make the life get taken. Still a couple of routes that we can take here, but certainly not route one that Paul would have planned going into game two.
Yes, he is going to keep up access to the igloo, which makes a lot of sense, right? The minus 2000 effect is going to be very strong into the secret rare Luffy. Of course, being able to attack twice when you are minused, it is like getting a double value for your card. So keeping the 2-don up for that counter event.
So
And
I
it's
wonder if
definitely
that
a
2 ton
more
is just for
competitive move
Jishoku
than he was
or
against
Igloo.
Ace, because the smoker is no longer there to constantly add that extra value for Paul.
Yeah, it seems crazy to think that, given the board state of
Also, this
Jishoku
is
Ace
random, but
in game two, when compared to this
I
game
just
here,
saw that the
he
new card
seems
was
to be actually in a
announced when the
better
stream
state
started.
here than he was
I haven't
in
seen that
game
yet.
one. But it is true. It just goes to show the importance of these value engine pieces to a deck like
How many dons
Smoker.
is that
We're going to
left?
start off here, it looks like, with a
6,000.
7k
So the fact
swing
that he's swinging
on
like
the
this means that he
second
very,
Intermission
very
race.
likely does not have Beer Luffy in hand.
Yes, now the
So
purple
purple
black
black
Luffy
Luffy is
is
kind of low
already
rolling in a way
out
because you
of
do need that
the
Beer Luffy
smoker
make your leader
effect,
7k.
so it
It
is
makes
still 4,000
it makes
power
it so that
difference
you're a
between
lot
them.
less
So if he is
vulnerable
to opt
as
to go
purple
for
black
the
Luffy because in the
Intermission,
past you
is
just
he
kind of
able
swing
to
purple black
attack
Luffy's
out?
face a lot
Yeah, that
and then
the
you just
other
can't do
attack
anything.
ability during your
So
opponent's turn. All of your
that might be the
cards
reason.
drop
I'm not
down
sure,
to
but that might be the
8
reason.
gain an extra plus 1,000 powers boost. But Paul here not going to elect to fire off that igloo in this attack. Allows the character to go down, and its on KO effect does go ahead and trigger to draw Paul a card, continuing to dig potentially for that 5-cost smoker or even that 8-cost kid.
Yes, he does have at least one 8-cost kid in hand, so I'm not sure he would want another copy, but even just getting other blockers that could support the kid, as long as the kid gets established, of course, Smoker, a very
3
valuable
Don.
tool,
Interesting.
but it's not
What are you playing
necessary,
with 3
right?
Don?
It's definitely added value, but as long as the kid gets down
Ah,
and is
Zoro. Okay.
feeling safe, it is a very strong position, in my opinion.
Now, here's an interesting play that we're seeing. 3-cost Roronoa Zoro being played
Ramping
in
an extra
this
Don.
game.
I mean, I
This is
guess it's a
not
body to play
necessarily
out, right?
common
So I can
for most
understand that.
in purple black Luffy decks. It's more the kind of character that you want to see in your opening hand and during the early stages of the game to get
Is
that
he gonna use
extra
later?
strength.
The
But
Luffy
is being
effect? Oh
utilized here
wow.
purely so that we can see that
I think that's
2 Don
probably his best
underneath
play
the
to make or something.
6-cost Luffy swing
But
for, what is that,
I think you just
10,000
take both
power
attacks.
for this attack. Have the 2 Don remaining active to use its own when attacking ability, because the Don that have to be returned have to be active Don to get that double swing. So here comes the first 10k swing, and once this is resolved, there will be a second one that will be on the way.
Yeah, so I do think this is an interesting choice. Maybe he's trying to, go under the kid, make sure that he can attack out before it comes out. Um, Igloo, of course, also is not going to be able to be accessible on the next turn because he does not have access to that smoker character. So might opt to block with the chopper, which is 7k right now, and use the igloo now while he still has access to it, and then follow it up with the kid on the next turn.
Yeah, that seems like it's probably the best case scenario here. That
Interesting.
Tony Chopper
So I'm just
obviously
thinking about it, right?
being
Like,
able
let's say
to
you do play
help
Kid
out
next turn, right?
during your opponent's
That's
turn,
8 Don,
taking away
and then you
potentially that
restand 2 Don.
7,000 to a 6,000
And then
power
1 Don has
leader,
to go
and even
onto
potentially
the
that smoker leader effect.
um
That's where the 7,000 power is drawn from, and we see the
onto
igloo
the
getting activated to help protect
onto the
that
kid.
blocking Tony Chopper, and now getting ready to draw up to 8 Don, and undoubtedly getting ready to slam that 8-cost kid down onto the table.
Yeah, I mean, of course,
So you would only
he
be able to
could
swing
try
for
to opt
6
for a more aggressive
on this
action,
turn.
like, for example, Pody Jones this turn, but I don't really see a line other than Kid that makes a lot of sense, but he has 3 in his hand. That is also not ideal. Not having a lot of counter is Paul, and he, of course, is going to be able to play down the Kid, but he won't be able to take care of that 6-cost Luffy. So is he able to protect out? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, but we're seeing the 5k swing starting off here from Paul just to try and tempt an extra
Him having an
1,000
Uso
power.
Hachi in hand, he
But
hasn't
is
counted
going to be
out
the reality
anything
here
yet, so he
with
knows he's still got
just
Uso Hachi in
less
hand,
than
so it
a
counts with
minute
Black
and a
Maria.
little bit more
So he knows that he's got Usahashi in hand.
Attempting to go with the Hody Joan
Um,
play, but
it's
instead
important
we see the
because
2K
that means
counter
you
on
can
the
rest
blocker.
blockers
We
potentially.
see the 8 Don being rested, and we see Eustace Captain Kid is going to go ahead and be
So I
popped
think he just
out.
plays out the
Both
Borsellino, which he
Donkey
had
activated now
at the
through
start of
those
the game
remaining
here.
2 Don. Put one of them straight underneath the Eustace Captain Kid. I do think I see the Borsellino blocker here as well, so at least be able to protect Kid that little bit extra layer, and 1 Don left open for a potential
Yeah, all right.
Radical Beam threat.
Yes, so we do,
So
of
now
course,
Purple Black
see
Luffy
double
is
block
on
onto the
Tendon,
kid, so feeling
and
relatively
Smoker will be on
loaded.
Tendon as well next
But
turn.
notably, we do not have the Roshinante, so if Guillaume does have access to that Gamma Knife Lightning combo, it will be able to go through, no worries, and take out that kid.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Guillaume has been able to find it. I don't think there's too many no cards in hand at the moment from Paul's perspective, apart from the Uso Hachi 2K that was able to be found, which would be able to be utilized here. But there is the
The
lightning.
Gum Gum
He
Lightning.
lands it
All right.
immediately on the Borsellino here to take care of one of the blockers.
So
Activating the
having
Uso effect,
the
this will be
Honesty
second
impact here
lightning.
would be very
Maybe there's a
helpful.
second lightning that's going to
Oh
come
wow,
out,
second
but with
lightning.
Gamma Knife,
Oh, Gamma Knife, sorry.
Okay, so because of the blockers on the field, rather than
Oof.
going straight for the kid, he's opting to reduce the kid so that if there is a second or third kid,
So Gamma Knight's
a
my
second
5k
Zoro
apparently. Let me just
placing
double
that
check.
down is going to be a little bit less. So definitely makes a lot of sense. Also allows the Zoro to also be an
Yeah,
attacker
minus
into
5k.
this kid. Only having 3,000 power, I cannot imagine he is long for this world. But I think also as Guillaume, you have to think, how do I finish off
So
this
it's
first kid?
3k.
Of course, getting the kid is wonderful, but if another one comes out, I only play one Gamma Knife.
yeah,
I only play one Lightning.
I think you just let
What
this
am
go,
I supposed to
honestly.
do?
I don't know.
I see kid number 2.
just hope that Paul has not been able to find it. But we see there the 7K swing from the Zoro is immediately going to be allowed through here for Paul. And we still have 4 Don potentially
Especially because he has
left to
another one
go
in
through here.
hand.
So we do still have that Uso Hachi that is in hand. If we want to play that down, Paul does have 8 or more Don cards on the field, so we'll be able to rest that Tony Chopper blocker down. And we're seeing the payment of 3. It's another Zoro that's going to come down here. And the nice thing about Roronoa Zoro
Interesting.
is that its on-play effect is triggered by returning 1 or
He's
more
going
Don
7
here.
7.
So not putting himself, Guillaume, back an extra step by reducing 2 Don, just returning the 1 and immediately getting it back in active mode from the remainder of the on-play effect.
Yes, and he is opting not to use the Secret Rare Luffy's ability, so is just going to get that attack through. Another 7K going to come, but of course, Chopper being 7K, it's just going to be a block 1K. And now, if you thought Kid 1 was strong, have you heard of Kid 2, Electric Bungaloo?
Well, Guillaume will be
Okay.
certainly hoping that he's not got himself a first-class ticket to the premiere of Kid 2 as Paul draws up to 10 Don and a little bit of a scratch of the head
It's
here.
finally on
Looking to
10
see,
Don now.
is there ever a potential line where I look to try and close this game out right now? I see a dragon being pulled to the front of the hand, and if I'm Paul, if there's not too much counter
8
there, if
Don.
there are 3 Hody Jones that are in hand, there might just be the
So if you
potential
play
for Paul to
8 Kid,
cash
you'll
one
have 4
in
Don
on this
afterwards.
turn,
1 Don
at
has to go
least
on the Kid, so
in
3
some of this
Don.
board state. Yes, we've still got that Tony
So
Chopper blocker, but Paul should try
yeah,
and
it's
remember
tough
that
because he
this
doesn't
is that
have
Uso
any.
Hachi 2K that should still be in Guillaume's
I don't know
hand.
if he has any
We'll need
blockers in
to
hand. If he has
see
blockers or
by
searches that can search blockers,
hindsight
that'll be really
on
good for him.
turn 1. So that Tony Chopper blocker is not going to be able to be utilized for its defensive capabilities if Guillaume is afforded his next turn to try and clean up this game 2 of top 32. I think Paul's got to go for it here.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
it's tough.
Looking at his hand, it looks
He
like
does
he has
know
a
that he
Blade,
has
Blade, and Dragon.
Ooh.
So, I mean, great top end cards, but you
Usahachi in
need
hand
all of them at
because
the
he
same
searched in turn
time.
1 and it's
Definitely
Nolan's
Listen does not
trash.
have a lot of
And that's
counters, so
probably why
removing
he looked
Kid
at the
into
trash
that
just
support
then.
would have been an excellent choice here. If he doesn't have the counter to support it, it might have to be just going for game this turn.
Well, we're starting off with just a temptation swing here for
Oh
5k.
wow.
Guillaume is going to go ahead and take
Oh
the damage
wow.
here. Just
That is
needs to get
interesting.
a little bit more information, and now Paul's considering, okay, You took that damage. What does that say?
Yeah, that could be bait as well, though. He has no blocker, but that could be bait.
We are seeing a payment of 8.
Ooh, he
Like
plays
the dragon. So
Dragon.
go ahead and go for it here. 2 rested
Wow.
underneath from the on-play effect. Then the smoker leader effect getting activated. The rest of the Don underneath the dragon to try and swing. That'll be what, 11, 13, 15,000 powers worth.
He leaves one Don up, so he can swing the chopper as well.
Debate a little bit, but was he expecting dragon? Because this definitely feels like a big ask.
And it's going to be 15K,
Oh, it's not.
and Guillaume is going to go 2K to 7, to 9, to 11, to 13, to 15. An empty card as the last card in hand.
That dragon is huge. That dragon is huge.
And Paul on red-green smoker will
I think taking that first 5K swing means that he just has to go for game.
But dragon with that extra 2 Dawn being able to attach to the dragon itself, being that extra little bit of push to get over the hump and win the game for Paul. So that's 2-0 on the
Nice. So as I predicted, Archie Smoker wins this. The dragon was a little unexpected because I don't think a lot of Archie Smokers run dragon in that list. I think he was probably expecting, because he could have survived that turn if he 2K'd the first swing, right? So it's definitely interesting. I think when you had, was that 6 cards in hand? He's like, I just have to go for it.
Inclusion of the Monkey D Dragon as well as an additional closer. When combined with that smoker leader effect, it's a great call indeed.
Yeah, I mean, 15,000 power after a 5K attack definitely felt very strong.
You've never seen a dragon in the list. Yeah, I'm very surprised as well. I've never seen a dragon ever play an RG Smoker. So that's a first. And I'm actually very curious what that was teched for. Because, yeah, I'm just not sure what that's teched for specifically.
Amazing play by both of our players. You know, sometimes
maybe he's like, I'm just trying to think what matchups would be good.
In just a moment, we'll be able to hear from Paul and get their reactions to qualifying into the top 16.
Yeah, so because when I saw the 8 Don being rested, I was like, shit, did he miscount? Because I was thinking he was going to go Hody Jones. Or perhaps, right, perhaps he was assuming that he has 7K. Like, he was trying to bait him to go all in because he has Hody Jones. Like, he was thinking that, oh yeah, he might Hody Jones me. Because he has 5 2K counters in hand, right? So if you play Hody Jones, that's 7 Don. You have 3 Don left. Use Leader Effect 5 Don. 5 plus 8 is 13K. So he would be able to counter out of that. That's the only reasoning I can think of in terms of why he didn't counter the first hit. He wants to bait it so he doesn't go for ACOS Kid. That's the only reason I can think. Because to be fair, I think if he attached all Don there, right, which was, how much is that? 10 Don. Actually, yeah, it doesn't make sense because if he attached his, actually no, it does, because if he puts 10 Don on his Sanji blocker or chopper blocker, that's 14K swing, and with 5 2Ks, you would go to 15K and you would counter out of that. So I think he was trying to bait, not thinking that dragon was an option. But I think it's just safer to give it 2K. I don't know. Maybe in his mind he was like, okay, like if you play Hody Jones, I can definitely counter out of that. And if I put all my Don on my blocker and swing, I can also counter out of that. That's the only reasoning I can think of. But yeah, let's play some games while we wait. I didn't open the sim. Where's my sim?
Well, welcome back to the caster's desk. As promised, we have Paul, we have our winner from top 32, freshly qualified into top 16. first and foremost. How do you feel?
Thank you. I'm really happy because it's my first time top 16.
Okay, amazing. Well,
Huh.
talk to me about picking Smoker first and foremost. What made you pick Smoker for the championship finals?
I really like Smoker Leader. I last regional
I
at
can't find it right now, so I'll just let you guys do this.
Purple Black
Let you guys watch that for a little
Luffy.
bit.
Okay.
I was not happy
I'll
with
turn up the
Smoker.
volume so we
I
can actually listen
was
to the interview.
looking for a smoker. So after this regional, I train every week, every day. Smoker. Um, my opinion, is one of the most best deck the meta because it can beat UP Luffy, can beat Belovetti, it can beat Teach, it can beat Green, Purple Luffy, Baggy, a lot of matchup. He's weak. He's not really represented. For example, Zoro, Eiju, Lucci. So in my opinion, it's a good matchup for him.
Absolutely. It's interesting that you were initially purple black Luffy, but then switched off of it and ended up playing it against it in top 32. What was it about purple black Luffy that you thought was just not quite there for you to bring or to continue on with?
In my opinion, he have a very terrible matchup against Bonnie, against Teach. Uh, at Toulouse regional, I faced 2 or 3 of them, and I was very frustrated because if he has the first, he going first, to have a little bit chance to win. So
Mhm.
I prefer to play not another leader like Smoker, who
There, guys.
can still win. You don't have matchup you can't win. Um, I have I don't I know the deck of my opponent. I
Mhm.
played a lot of too. Why I switched because I, in my opinion, Black Purple Luffy need OP 12 to be very good.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about the winning moment. Let's talk about the final turn. Take
Yes.
us through your thought process and how you got that final attack to go through.
The final turn,
Yes, yeah, yeah.
I tried leader attack 5000, so it's the
Dragon's Tech for
flawless attack
UP.
took.
That's very
So
helpful because I
if
genuinely don't know
it's
what
in hand,
it's
the
for.
only way he can win it's to defend with
Can you explain
like
to me
10 and
how
1k.
Dragon beats
In my
UP or
opinion,
like
it's
playing Dragon helps with the UP
statistically
matchup?
impossible to have this. So I tried, I tried, and I won.
Absolutely.
He was really near. He was
Yes, 1K away.
I have other plan. I could play Kid and survive the next turn, but I decided to go all in because I don't know if he has another Gamma Knife or I know he has a 2k counter Yasop. He can rest my blocker.
Mhm.
I know this. And if he has Gamma Knife or something else, mm, he could potentially kill my kid and rest my blocker and finish with 2-0 on board.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Talk to me about how you got to this point as well. Where did you qualify in? Was it at that Toulouse regional? And then how did day one go for you? Pretty well, I imagine, to be here.
9k body and another
I
brush off from.
qualified
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Fair enough.
same place there in the regional ranges. I think April.
Mhm.
I finished sixth on the
I'm gonna
Swiss
turn up
round with red purple
the
Luffy.
audio.
I lost by my first game on Top Cup against Shanks. Uh, my best matchup, but can lose.
Yes.
Um, then day one of this event, I won my 7th first game, then lose my two last game. I faced first round Luffy, purple Luffy, won the dice, win a really hard game. So I win without the dice. I think I will lost. And second game I won against Pelofi. Um,
without
in my opinion,
utilities.
my deck is very good against this because I have Odijon, Smoker, Tashigi, a lot of card
Okay, cool,
with
interesting.
annoying him. Then I played against Green Yellow. It's a good matchup if I had Kid because in his color he don't have something to KO my Kid. If I don't have him, I lost. Lose. Then I faced 4 Upelofi in a row. I all won. The last Upelofi made a misplay. Last attack. So he gave me the game. And my two loss was Belobati. 8 round and 9 round I chased each.
Okay. Understandable. Well, you are in to top 16 now. That first match out of the way and on stream as well. How confident do you feel that you could get to the grand final today and be representing Europe at the World Championships?
I want to go to finals to world. So since the first day of this event, I wanted to win or to be second and go to final. I see some deck in the top cut who will be difficult for me, but not a lot. So I'm a little bit confident about this tournament. I just don't have the dice, but for some matchups it's not necessary. Sorry, smoker, that's really very important. Or my opponent need the dice or not.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be keeping an eye on your progress throughout the rest of the day, Paul.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
Thank you for talking to us, and congratulations on getting to top 16. Well, that's one player guaranteed into the final 16, but who will be joining them? We will be finding out very, very shortly. So don't go too far, because when we'll come back, we'll have all those answers and more here from Paris in France. Stay with.
Alright, cool. So it looks like they're going on break until the second game, so we'll just play some Blue Purple Leafy and we'll just commentate a little bit. 6k so we'll just give it 1k. Okay, Trash's Koala, I was gonna swing the bat. I kinda wanna play this Nami next turn, so I'll just trash Usohachi here. Counter the Usohachi. Is this guy gonna pass or what? What's going on, man? Plays Lindbergh off Ivankov. Okay. We'll see this. He will never counter that. Let's see. So we're on 9 Don next turn. Interesting. 9 Don. So this one's probably these two. Grab Blade and then Linlin is just really good. I might not even play the Grab Blade, but I'll just play the Linlin next turn. If I had the Grab Blade that turn, it's definitely Swing 6 and then Grab Blade these two. Oh shit, I'm playing OP12. Okay, whatever. Give it 2k. We get rid of. Let's get a Don back first. And then if I get rid of Lindbergh, I mean, or Vankov, probably Vankov. Um, don't want to trash Gravblade, but I kind of have to. Because Glum Glum's going to be so important for us later on, so let's just do that, I think. We'll just take that. We'll take this. I think we can start swinging a little bit. Even if he gets triggers here, it's fine. Yeah, it's whatever. Alright, right now we've got 5 life. Like, we're chilling. We are mad chilling right now. No, okay. Yeah, let's just take these hits. I mean, it's fine. We can take a few of these hits. Do we care about this? That's no triggers. We get more cards in hand. Literally fine. Just take that. I think we do activate this effect. Get rid of that guy. And then yeah, I'll just take this as well. Okay, cool. He surrenders. Oh, we had 5 life. Like that guy was not winning. That guy did not know how to play that matchup. I probably should make what do you call it? Uh, text. Maybe. Oh, that does work. Okay, hold on. First. Sure. We'll keep this. What should we call this? Waiting for round 2. And then we'll just put this in the middle. Just there. That looks good. Just because, yeah, we're waiting for round 2, which is why we're not doing anything right now. $6K swing. We'll give it 1K. I just realized it's pudding. What the fuck? Okay. I probably should have mulligan. I thought this was Nico Robin for some reason. Oh fuck, I should have. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm trolling. I'm not concentrated because I'm trying to find out how to get some music. Pixabay. What is that? Someone's saying using Pixabay music. Oh, Okay, interesting. Royalty free. Okay. I want to listen to something now. Uh, Bossa Nova. Sure, we'll take. Oh, okay, that's actually huge. We can't carry that though. We can do. Yeah, we'll do that. So you play Nami here, so we can reorder the top two, so that we get Kata into, or we get Luffy into Kata on our 9-don turn, and if he swings, then we can protect with God Bagua. Okay, so we're gonna Bagua this because he's probably not gonna swing again. Oh God, that is annoying. That is so annoying. Alright, let's do this. Oh God. Oh God, this is not good. Alright, I think that's good. Okay. I don't give him life though, that's the thing.
Every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be
Oh
the
God, another one.
end.
Hmm.
It looks as though you're letting go. And if it's real, well, I don't want to
Oh my
know.
God, I think the game's over. The game's over.
Don't speak, I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking. And I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it
The
hurts.
game's over.
Our memories, they can be inviting, but some are altogether mine, frightening. And as we die, both you and
We need to get rid of this cat
I,
out.
with my head in my hands and sitting
Whatever, we have to go lead.
Don't speak, I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts.
Canna. I mean, yeah, it brings out another one. This is tough. Oh, please stop it. Just stop it. Oh gosh, yeah, game's over. I can't get through this because he's got two blockers. Two blockers, two left. Yeah, it's over. I should edit this because it's technically not around to top 16 start. They're not black, maybe like green. Okay. I didn't even look at my hands, but I was just like, fuck it.
What keeps the planet spinning? The force from the beginning. We've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise a bar and our cups to the stars. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun.
Apparently this matchup used to never hit. I think God of Credit's really good as well, but I probably should have bargained, but it's whatever. If you swing A here, I'll just take. If you swing 6. Also, I should play Zorger there. I don't know why I played Bottom Clay. Oh my gosh. Whatever, I'll just take it. Alright. So yeah, I might bait into think I've got something with a 2 on, but it doesn't matter. Mainly, I got a lot of counter, which is good. Another smoker? Okay, interesting. Huge trigger. He also has no Tashigi as well. So 9 London's gonna top Smoker. Surely you don't use your shocker on this. He might though, that's the thing. Because he plus 3k minus 2k on the Bond Clay. Ooh, hold up. Hold up. We're starting soon. Alright, let's pause the music. Hold up. There we go. So that is the top 16. I'm gonna paste that onto my own personal Discord. Reason why that's important is because I want to see who actually made it to the next round. So if I look at this, Imran Lelucci went through, and then Anos, the Marco also went through. Anis. That's actually quite surprising. I feel like you need to not know how to play the matchup in order to lose that. Because the Marco matchup's not that difficult as UP if you know how to play the matchup. I think he might have been caught off surprise. Also, what the hell? Why is this not it's not showing. I just realized it's not showing. Sorry about that. Let's go full screen here. And then I will open up my own screenshot. So hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, done. Oh crap, that's the wrong one. 1 second. Actually, you know what? It's fine. I'll check it later.
But the Zoro versus Kid matchup that we're
So Bello Betty versus Buggy. So Buggy should always win that, pretty much. It's a 90-10 matchup. It's like one of the easiest matchups. It's literally one of the easiest matchups. So you should never lose that.
Can be quite an interesting matchup and amazing to see that it is
GY Lord's Bello Betty. I think it's Bello Betty favored again. There's another Bello Betty into Bello Betty with the same name for some reason. There's two Ricardos. That makes no sense. I think it's an error.
yeah, I mean,
I think they messed it up.
really does rely on those huge 12,000 swings. So Bonnie being able to
Next is
constantly
Teach
use
versus
his
Teach.
leader
Another
ability
Teach
to
versus
stop that
Teach
from
matchup.
occurring and be able to,
Interesting.
swing down on some of
Also, it's
the
kind of funny
other
because I was
cards
just
there.
talking about how I've never
And
seen
in
people play
theory,
Dragon and
that
Smoker.
9 cost
This
Shanks
guy's
is able to take
literally doing it
advantage
right
of those
now.
buggies. If Brock and Mihawk get out soon and he's able to protect it with a lot of blockers, I think there's a shot. But in a best of 3, I definitely have to give the advantage to our Bonnie player.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were mentioning,
So yeah, Zoran to Kid. Kid should just win that. Kid should absolutely win that. Buggy into Bonnie. I think Bonnie destroys that. UP Lupino, RG Smoker.
I
It's
will
quite
say that this
dependent, I
a
think, on the
little
matchup.
bit, even though it
Not on the
is
matchup, but
blue purple Luffy, the
um,
smoker
if you get lucky or not, pretty
able to
much.
get that dream curve, right? That first going first into the Sanji, into the smoker. It is a very powerful toolkit to really rush down the Luffy opponent. You have those options like that
So
Tashigi
while we're
Smoker,
waiting for the game to
that
start, I'll
Whisper,
just show my
to be
game.
able to really make sure that Luffy doesn't get his leader ability online and roaming through his deck. And if he can do that, it definitely feels like
Once the game
he has a
starts,
strong chance to be able to overtake that blue purple Luffy and
we
make it
will
to the quarterfinals.
go to the stream because nobody
Absolutely.
cares about
We've got some really
my
exciting
random
matches
gameplay, right?
to come.
We
As
want to
we
watch
look
top
to see who's
16
going to
nationals or
still have a guaranteed Marshall
European
trophy in our
championships.
top 8, a guaranteed Bella Betty with those mirror matches as well, and a lot of variety from the other matches that can
the diverse meta, different decks being represented in this finals. I think.
Absolutely. So, Taj, we see our top 16. Who do you
Oh
think is
wow,
going
I
to
just
win?
read the chat, but apparently
I'm gonna be a
Ricardo
bit biased here.
is correct. There
Yeah,
are
there's a
two
bug boy
people
there at the
called
start of the
Ricardo,
block,
and they're
so
playing Bello
it's
Betty,
gonna be
both of
difficult
them.
for him to
That's
win.
actually interesting.
He's got a very difficult
That is
matchup
interesting.
against the Luch is a very difficult matchup for him, so we'll see how he gets through on that one.
Absolutely.
But yeah, fingers crossed for him. But again, I'd love to see Yellow Kid do well as well. I had played that deck for a little while. I
And for
really
those that
enjoyed
are
that
tuning
deck.
in now, I'll
Great deck,
change
and we did
this.
see it on stream yesterday as well.
We'll stream
So
the
personally,
top
as you know, I'm going
16 when it
slightly
starts.
biased
Only
for
a little bit.
a little bit, yeah.
So I'm just
Yeah,
finishing off this
personally
game.
looking at
That's
this,
all.
I gotta say, I think Teach has a very good shot. If Yellow Kid is
Uh,
able to overtake the Zoro, I think Teach could easily just run all the way to at least the final table. I mean, Smoker can be a little bit scary, but Blue Purple, Bonnie, Buggy, all decks that Teach definitely, if they have an understanding of their opponent's deck, which they should, and of course best of three, and they're playing at such a high level to get top 16.
I've started hitting
Definitely has
face
a
now.
solid shot to make it all the way, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think teachers sort of being a bit left under the radar going into this tournament as well, because we all know how capable it is. We all know that a lot of decks do rely on plays, and the teach players initially when the deck came out in the West was pretty much people tried it and they're like, it's not working really good. But those who are persistent and continued with it and understood that it's not about really knowing how you play your deck, because that's very easy to learn in one
Yes.
piece. It's knowing when your opponents are going to be doing specific things and knowing the optimum times to fire off that leader ability and trash that card.
Absolutely. I think it's very much a Nami-esque deck
Yes.
where you're changing the game fundamentally in how it's played. So being able to, always make sure that you get to play your game while your opponent has to completely rewire how they think about playing the One Piece card game in general. It's one of those matchups where your other experience doesn't really translate as much, which
Yeah.
I think can be very
Oh
effective
crap.
as he's able to dodge that blue buggy.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting statement you make, because I find that players do get very frustrated when
This
they get
opponent
those
I'm playing is playing
variations
really
of play
slow, so I
style.
can't. I want to end my game ASAP. Like if it takes too long,
You
I'll
know,
just
that makes
forfeit. I'll
complete
just
sense.
concede.
And a lot of people do hate upon Nami. So it's a solitaire deck. You're playing against yourself, but no, it's a really skillful player that would know how to play against it and know exactly what you need to do against your opponent. And it's very similar with Teach. As you say, you're relying when you're playing against other decks on your own plays, and you know exactly what you want to do on curve, how you want to play about that game. But Teach makes you think a lot differently and play almost a different deck style.
Absolutely, but we are not going to be looking at Teach. We are going to be looking at that Zoro versus Yellow Kid with Marco and
Interesting.
Enrico.
Zoro versus Yellow Kid.
Definitely can't wait to see this matchup. I think it really will come down to, is Zoro really able to get under before Kid is able to slam
I
down
think Kid should
multiples
just
of
destroy
that
this.
7-cost
Honestly,
secret rare law, being able to constantly regain life as well as establishing
5k leader. You have heals
build
in Yellow
enough
Kid.
time to
You
be able
have
to
very
capitalize
tall
on that
blockers
Zoro
because you
deck. So
can
I think we're
change your
definitely going to
shit
be
into
looking for
blockers.
that card, as well as just,
In my
generally
opinion.
blockers are cards that can be turned into blockers. I mean, we saw
Yeah.
on stream, I believe it was yesterday, a Yellow Kid that wasn't able to, really
This is
wake
4
up
cost or less
any
KO by the way.
cards
Oh,
that were
bottom
able
deck.
to use his leader ability, which, I mean, at that point, you're just playing a mono yellow leader with no tax.
Yeah, exactly. You really want to be firing off that leader ability and sending one of your supernovas. One, getting a swing with that supernova that
Can
you're
this guy hurry
and
up?
then restanding it and turning it
Yes.
into a blocker. That is the optimum play that you want to be doing. And early on, like something like a Basil Hawkins can be a really good optimum blocker for you, can't it?
Absolutely. Basil coming down early can, attack your opponent's board in this matchup while also, being very sticky. If your opponent tries to take it out, they could end up seeing an 8-cost Kid, and then suddenly our Kid has lethal rather than the Zoro player. So definitely a very interesting matchup.
Yeah.
A lot of different moving parts. Yeah, so very interested to see how this game is going to turn out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fun
Alright,
to
so
see,
unfortunately,
depending on the Zoro build
the game's about to start. So,
and
well,
the
fortunately and
what
unfortunately, I
Zoro
guess.
can come with us.
Game's about to start,
Very
so we
frustrating for me
shall
in that
watch
aspect.
the game instead.
Definitely very interesting
I'll
card
probably
for
finish the
both
game
players to
myself,
play
just in
around.
time, like right now, while we wait for
And
the game
I
to
mean, both players
actually
have played
begin.
in this matchup, right? It's not
Yeah.
going to be one of those matchups
matchups where we heavily favor one side. I think Zoro has a little bit of an advantage, especially if they're playing that animal build, just being able to, rush down Kid before they're really able to stabilize with that secret rare law. But it's not that far off as long as they're able to get their tools, like that secret rare law and another card that we haven't talked about, the 3 cost 2K. Um, what is his name in English? I cannot.
Three cost.
3 cost 2K Drake. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Being able to rest a 4 cost. Depending on the deck list, the Zoro might not be playing a single
And I won my
of
game.
4 cost.
Yep.
So
So
let's just focus
Kid
on the
is a
actual
useful tool in this matchup.
actual
Yeah,
stream.
Drake certainly is very powerful.
But here we are getting started.
Yep, here we go. Both players ready. And our Zoro player passes over. And we do get a search for our Kid player, finding that Monkey D. Luffy searcher, able to look out for us an overcard. Checking hand now to see what's going to be the optimum pick here.
Grabs the Basil
Basil
Hawkins.
Hawkins, as we did say, a very good early pick, especially if you're getting second on your second turn.
Probably one of the better cards to play out because
Zoro,
obviously you can
not
trash
least
life as
of
well.
that,
So,
does have the drum chopper in hand. I do believe.
and I just realized that Enrico he actually has a special sleeve. That sleeve is a Korean sleeve.
Power attack.
100% starve Zoro. I mean that's yeah. I mean the general game plan is to starve Zoro, but
Yeah, and Rico
what I mean is that if you play the
because
4 cost
of the fact that we are not
card,
necessarily
it
going to
trashes your
take
life.
that life
So you
away.
slowly can get rid of their life
Probably the
without
absolute nuts off of this
Yeah.
third
uh,
is going to
without
be
without
the
giving them resources, right?
Alabaster
Because when
Chopper.
you
So
starve
Zoro
Zoro, the point
playing
is you
another
don't want to give
physical
them
powerless
resources to
animal as
attack you.
well. That's a pretty explosive turn two if I've ever seen one.
It is
They have no
indeed.
Don up, so definitely
And
attacking into board here makes
coming into
sense.
the Alabaster Chopper, there is a blocker chopper on board as well, but decides to counter with the
Two
Hyper
Don
Beam.
removes and
Zeus drops
destroys
down
with the
now,
Zeus. That makes sense as
gets
well
rid
because
of the Monkey D.
obviously the
Luffy,
summoning chopper is very strong,
and then we have a
and then
Beiji
plays out the
blocker.
Beji blocker.
Yes, so making sure that you get rid of those drum choppers as
Cool.
fast as possible is, of course, going to be key into this matchup. Without them, Zoro will inevitably run out of steam.
He also plays a
And
1 cost blocker
Marco is just
chopper.
going to be slamming down another one immediately.
That was
Drops
definitely
back down, as you
more
say.
popular in the animal package.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to
I
see
would say maybe in set 9.
how this
I think it's being
turn
played
out.
less, so it's interesting to see.
7k swing coming in.
We do get that Basil trigger, so
Draw to
drawing two
draw
and
two,
playing
trash
one. Of
1.
course, going to be a very useful card.
Trash the Kikunojo.
Um,
I think it makes a lot of
Getting
sense
that 2 and out of the
because
game,
trashing
of course.
two,
If you're not playing anymore, it's
sorry, not
going to do
trashing
much for
trashing two,
you.
trash
But
1,
let's
but
see
rather
if we
trashing the
can get
Kikunojo makes a lot of
another
sense.
hit off of this. Oh my
Because
goodness.
in
Oh
this
my
matchup, it's not really
goodness.
that
The
necessary
chances
to
of
trash two
absolutely
or
getting slicing
um
to the Alabaster.
to play the
He
Kiku
does
rather.
not have a friend to go with his Alabaster
Because
Chopper. This
Kiku's
is
very
a
annoying in the
little
sense that
less good.
um
But we also do see in
it's a
Marco's hand
body that
the
generally you don't want to
one
kill,
of Diablo Jumbe. So he
but
will be
Zoro is
able to
generally gonna want
disable
to try to go
all
for
of the
face
blockers of Kid.
anyways.
Of course, it is a one-off, so going to be very effective in this
Block.
matchup because late game, of course, Kid going to be having at least one blocker almost every single
Yep.
turn.
So he's got 3 cards in hand. He's got a Diablo Jumbo, I think. He's got
Consistently powerful in a matchup like this.
a 3 cost
Drops the Nico Robin
summon chopper, and then
which is
I
very
can't see the
effective
last
early on
card.
in a game.
I think it was a blocker chopper,
Yes.
the one that
I think
attached
that's
to
going
Don
to
you
be the
minus
best
three
game
K.
strategy using Robin and Kid to get the majority of the life out of your opponent. You're not really want to giving
Yeah.
them any resources at all. Even one extra card can spell the end for you
Yeah, so
in
now he's
a
got 4 cards in hand.
tight matchup where you have to make
Yeah, as I
sure
said
that
earlier,
your
you
opponent
don't
wins every
really
swing,
want
but
to
you're really able
give
to
Zoro
attack and
resources just
win
in
a
general.
longer game as the yellow Kid player.
So trashing their
We
life
still have
allows you
a
to
lot
get
of
closer
characters
to being able to
entering this
kill them and go for
immediately as
lethal.
we get another look off of that drum chopper.
Yeah,
They
absolutely. And the
play the
hiking bear
hiking bear,
design is being played off that
2K counter
hiking bear, of
with the
course.
Beji.
With Dawn Times 1 activate main once per turn after one of your animal type characters other than this character gains 1,000
Swings for
power. So
5
that one Dawn gives it
or
4,000.
6
So
rather.
infinity makes it a 5k swing, and then it's giving something else another 1,000 boost as well. Combined with a leader, that's a 2,000 boost on another character as well.
Yes, and I'm really liking how
And
Marco
then
is choosing to
blocks.
attack here. We did see the Zeus come down, and of course the 2K Beji used as a counter early.
So now that he
Marco
has
is
9
instead going to be
Dawn,
the 7K swings, a lot of
Interesting to see what he
fixing
does
to
here.
try to ensure that he gets those Zeuses, gets those 2Ks out of his opponent's hand, and tries to get a little bit more information on what cards are in Enrico's hand.
He does only have
Very
3 cards in
interesting
hand at the
attack
moment,
pattern
so
from Marco, but very effective, and I really like his strategy going into this match.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We always say that magic number 7. But yeah, those sixes teasing out those cards are going to be essential.
3 into Hiking Bear
Really
gives a
potent.
1k.
Quite potent.
So using the Zeus to go after the
8
Hiking
Don.
Bear. And
Uses
do we
Kick.
have the 7-cost super? Yes, we do.
Oh no.
So, of course, this Law going to be able to put
Heals a useless kid.
another card
Gives
into
1
your
untouched
life,
on.
trying to, extend the clock, if you will, because that's really what this matchup
7
is
inch,
all
6 inch
about.
chopper.
It's a matchup of time. Does
Personally, I would have
your
swung
player
into the
enough time
summoning
to
chopper.
capitalize and take out enough
And the reason why I would
Zeus so that
do
he's
it into the
able
summoning
to
chopper
fend off the Zora's attack? But
is
with
because
the
of the
chopper
fact
getting
that
3 triggers off just this one
he's got 2
card,
cards in hand.
seems like a very good chance for
So
Marco to pull it out.
there's a likelihood that he doesn't have a 2k there, which means he either goes 1k, 1k, or
We have a
blocks.
9,000 power Trafalgar Law blocker now on board, as you stated. But very cautious here about
Like, it's very likely that Zora
going in.
would not have a 2k in that situation, and I don't think he
Marco
did have
going
2k. I'm not sure, but I don't think he had a
play
2k in that
this
situation.
attack
I
pattern.
just think
Quite
I
spectacular. It has
would have
played really,
swung
really well so far this game.
into the summoning chopper there.
Start off by sticking the Don underneath the Zora to activate that leader ability.
And
Does
looks like we're
put 2
starting
Don
off with
on
the
to
blockers on
minus on
purpose
the
now.
leader. Sorry, not the leader, minus
Trying
onto
to
the
extend
blocker.
the power of that Law
So
just
that
to
becomes a
make sure
6k
that
blocker.
if he does opt to block with it, that it is not going to be able to, get a very efficient block off. Going straight for life is going to take that kid straight into hand. And it makes sense, right? You're not playing a deck that wants to go long. Base is the place, and there isn't any other place like it. So I doubt that we're going to see very many attacks that are going anywhere other than straight into Enrico's leader.
Yeah, and
So that's
another
7k leader, and then plus 1k to the chopper.
And Enrico just thinking about the trigger potentially there.
Cool, veggie blocker.
Okay, and
What?
it is going to be that Bedge trigger stopping the leader's attack.
Oh, I
It
disagree with
looks
that. I
like
think definitely you should have
he
blocked
might want
the
to have opted to go
veggie blocker on
long
the
and
chopper there.
just, not to get that trigger off.
Because
But
that
he
means that
may
you get
want to make
another
sure that
character on
that
the
chopper is
board.
rested this turn
Yeah.
so that he has another avenue of attack.
Oh my gosh, he
Pressure
misses.
on chopper is easier to
He misses.
And
swing
Okay.
into rather than back off.
100% rewarded because he doesn't find a chopper off the search.
That's
Yeah, so
huge. That's
it's a
absolutely
win now
huge.
where, yeah, down to 0 life. If he's got another
I think
Don
you're
here,
touching one Don here on the Zeus and just attacking the Harking Bears probably play.
and start to deal with this board because all 3
Oh,
cards
she's
are
got one
already
Don up,
invested.
so we know that he's got,
He's got
well,
three
not
Dons
100%, but it very likely
for
has
Marco, and one
um
of them is just
the
showing
chopper.
up.
Well,
Yeah.
that's Diablo Jambe.
Oh,
Oh.
oh no!
You revealed the wrong
You revealed the
card.
wrong card, and it's
Oh
Zeus.
no, that is
Zeus.
Giving
terrible.
that knowledge to your opponent is not the best. It's gonna
That is
enable
terrible.
Enrico now to formulate.
That is terrible.
He
Zora's
has
making
to have a move
mistakes.
like this.
Oh
Just
no.
yeah, it's gonna enable Enrico to be able to formulate how to play this one out, knowing that there's a Diablo Jambe in hand. So big misplay there by Marco, revealing that card. Really, really important knowledge now,
Yeah, I mean,
but
just
also important knowledge for the attacking phase here as well into these characters
yeah,
because
it just gives you so much information,
yeah,
right? You now know that you have to ensure that you have a life. So there, may have been some debate about like
yep,
what characters to play down. Is he going to opt for the Law? Is he going to try to opt for traditional blockers instead? Like for example, that one Costapu that we just saw off
yep,
the search, but now he knows I have to get a life out
yeah,
into my life. So Law is really the only play, and he's more likely to use those blockers early, right?
yeah,
It's no longer do I play around Diablo Jambe, and I have to play around Diablo Jambe.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely interesting. Yeah,
He has to play Law, yeah. So
possibly
honestly, I feel like Zora might have made a mistake there.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
is going to be
Zora might have
interesting
made a
to
bit
watch
of a
him manage
mistake
that out,
there.
knowing that he's made that mistake.
He knows he's got one card in hand, and he knows it's Diablo Jambe as well.
Pretty much most of the board here,
Um,
and another
Plays out a traditional blocker with Apu.
is also a blocker when
I
But he's
believe he
switchable,
just can
so
start to swing 9 here with his leader ability, but I don't know why he's
yeah, of
not.
course he can.
Sorry, not with leader ability, with
Interesting
law,
to see
and
how
then restand it
Marco
with leader
chooses
ability.
to
So,
maneuver this. He is
okay,
going
he
to
does
have to
decide to do
build
that because
uh
you want to start to set up lethal.
wait, what trigger could this be? I'm trying to
It's
figure
that
it out.
Gum
Is there
Gum Red Rock.
anything that
Not Gum Gum Red Rock, Gum Gum Null
the
Pistol,
only
I think.
trigger possibility would be that mole pistol?
Yeah, the mole pistol.
Which would have been very useful, to take out the Apu, but might have also just been a bluff, or he might be trying to opt to use it main phase instead, so that he can also
So you might be able to
run
destroy
this
the law here,
main
actually.
card effect.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because that's the mole pistol
Because
is
3 plus
destroying your
4,
opponent's character
that's
with -1000, and
7k.
then if you've got a character with 6000 power or
Yeah,
more,
so I think he
KO
can
on
destroy
sight
it
with
if it is
6000 power or less. And once you've got your leader ability
a
fired up and you've got some Don underneath the
Gum
character,
Gum Mole
base
Pistol.
life 6000, it's just 6000 power, which is why it still works well in this Zoro deck.
Definitely a difficult decision for Marco here. He has, of course, revealed his one of copy of that Diablo Jambe, so is going to just minus the law with the blocker. And of course, now that we know Diablo Jambe is in hand, we're going to quickly use that Apu just to make sure that there is no value. And he might also be thinking, did you not just draw that Gum Gum Mole Pistol from your life? I mean, you were debating about a trigger. I don't know how many other triggers are in your deck. So it might be thinking he doesn't want to give too much value to the Mole Pistol
Yeah.
and is opting to use it now.
Yeah, so
Definitely.
KO is that.
Deals with a Trafalgar Law
And
blocker, so that's a blocker out the way.
6k,
And
6k?
now we'll probably see a swing into life with this leader.
Yes, and notably, we do have the Rush Zoro in hand. But opting not to use that quite yet, is going to try to opt for some characters and maybe in that case not play the Zoro? Or is he just going to try to put him on another check of you have to play another 7 cost law or you lose the game next turn if you don't counter out of this 6k swing?
Yeah, let's see what the choice is going to be. Yeah, it does go for the 5k
So it
swing.
goes
It
6k,
will
6k
resolve.
here. I think, yeah, like, Kid has to counter this. If he doesn't counter
Zoro
this,
leader. I
then he
believe he is
is
into main phase
in
here, so it's
risk
going to be
of
another check of
getting
do
Diablo
you
Jambe
have
next turn.
that 7 cost law in hand? If you don't, I might just win. But now, when life is this low, we might also just have a lethal turn on our hands. Of course, we did see
Yeah.
Kid in that life so many times. So a banish from the Kid into a couple of cheeky attacks. We do only have the 2 cards in Marco's hand. There is a chance that he is able to find lethal, especially because he does know one of those cards is that Diablo Jambe.
Yeah, looks like he is going for the life here rather than clearing up board initially.
He's got, I think, 1k counter from the summoning chopper.
To go about this now.
From the 3
As you
costs
say, you could use that. Use
summoning chopper.
good character, crash one of those lives, but Don being committed here, if he is going to be attaching that to Don somewhere,
I do believe
suggest else. Yeah.
that he will not be going. Well, he can't go for the Kid now, of course, because he only has 7 Dawn left. He might also have access to the 3 cost Zoro, but no longer.
Yep.
Oof.
And
Yeah,
he
it's just
wins
game.
And
game
that's
one.
it.
Yeah,
That's
there you
it.
go.
Yeah.
Sticking all that Don underneath the Luffy searcher just to make sure he had enough attacks, and then the 9k swing with the Trafalgar Law gives
Alright, we're going on to game 2 now.
Kid game 1 win.
Yes. So of
Hopefully
course
soon. Game 2
now
soon.
your Marco, you blundered a little bit on showing that Diablo Jambe, but now you have to get ready and reset your mentality, right?
Exactly. You've got to focus now, and again, it is about mental resilience at this stage,
Yes.
isn't it? It's about thinking, right, okay, that's happened. It's out of the way. I've got 46 minutes left. I've got 2 games to go. I'm got a deck which can do well against this in this matchup. I've just got to make sure that I play optimally and don't make any more mistakes.
Absolutely. This is a deck that, definitely can win this matchup. It can come back, even with a game 1 loss. Was not able
I
to
did
play a
predict the
lot of
Kid
those Resher cards
winning,
that can be
like, the whole
so
match.
important in this matchup,
And he did win
to
the first
able
game.
to get
So
that extra
let's hope
attack
that my
even
predictions
if you are in
continue
single
to
pass from one
come
of those
true.
blockers. And of course,
For those that missed it, I also
in his
mentioned it's
last
quite
couple
interesting here actually that
appearances
the
in his life.
kid has
So
a
maybe he's able to,
has
exact that
those
result.
sleeves.
Definitely has
Those
the
sleeves
championship and
are
the deck to do it.
Korea
But we'll
exclusive
have to see
Don
heading into this game
sleeves.
too.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
It's
and we've
pretty cool.
seen like Rush decks doing so well
Let
in
me see if we can
standout at
find
the moment as well, and
an
Zoro playing
image of it.
really well, especially against those other matchups. But coming across a kid here is obviously probably a deck that you weren't expecting to see too often in the European Championship finals.
So
Absolutely. I mean, Kid, of course, definitely not really on anyone's radar, I would say,
No,
if
going
I
into this finals. But now you're seeing him across from you in top 16. It can definitely be a little bit, shaking, I would say, not having,
straight there.
confidence
So
in your
these
matchup.
are
Not in the sense that it's a bad matchup, but in the sense that you just haven't
um
practiced it, right?
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. I mean, when Kid was first released as a leader, it was doing very
So these are the
well in
ones.
locals and
They're
especially
Korea
in
only
locals.
exclusives
People weren't
Dons.
expecting it to be that great,
So I'm
but
just a bit
obviously how the
surprised.
leader
That's
did
all.
and what the plays were, and then people sort of clocked onto how it worked. And now with these new additions, with Capone, Sage, and Zeus being added in as well, give it a bit more of a
Correct.
differential.
This is
Really
top cut.
pushes
This
the
is
leader
top
to a
16.
few more options.
Yes. So Marco, of course, because he lost this
So
game,
today it started
in
with top 32
and
into top
opted
cut.
for second
So
on
currently
his
this is
turn. I
round
would
two,
love to have seen
and so
something like
therefore
Shut Up and
it's top
Come,
16.
that counter event that lets you get one of those
Or
eight
rather,
cards
top
from the
32
top
is
five
day
of your
two.
deck.
So this is day two.
Does not look
I
like
was
he
watching
will
this
have that
yesterday, day
ability.
one.
Able to play two one-cost characters. A decent start for our Zoro player.
Yeah, absolutely. Manages to get the Nami and the
So let
Zoro
me
out.
take a
Sage as well.
look.
Since the game
So
began,
Marco,
absolutely
Zoro.
And of course,
Okay,
Enrico
interesting.
being
He
able to
actually
find
played
these
BY
as
Luffy in the
Zoro.
first game.
If you have
So
left your
I was
account
watching BY
unlocked,
Luffy
does get
yesterday as
crushed.
well.
However,
Very
if
interesting that
he
he was actually able
is
to
a
beat
target
the
for Kid's leader ability,
Zoro
Zoro's leader
there. I
ability,
think.
still very important
Sorry,
in
Zoro
this
was able to beat
matchup
BY
in
Luffy. I
a
think it's
similar
because
reason.
BY Luffy
Just
doesn't
one
play
attack
the
can be so important
Rocket Luffy anymore,
when you're
so
trying to buy enough
it's a little bit
time
harder to
to
clear the board.
win, like we saw in the last game.
yeah,
That's what I'm
absolutely.
assuming at
And
least.
being a counterless card
I
as
know
well
that I didn't see him play any Rocket Luffy's
when
that day, so I think he doesn't
when
play
that
any
card
Rocket
actually
Luffy's.
is on
So that
turn.
may be why it was
You can
hard
swing
for him
in
to kill
a
Zoro
few
there.
more characters to try and control the board, but as you say, as a supernova, it can be utilized as a blocker as well once it's
And
deployed.
then
Absolutely. So we are seeing
Kid
the DBO2 chopper
played
coming
Belly
in
Betty in the first game, which I think Kid
to our
just.
Zoro
Oh
player.
yeah, he played Belly
So
Betty in the first game.
I gotta
I think
say,
Belly
it does
Betty
seem like
just gets destroyed by Kid.
okay. That is a strong card.
So we did, or talking about the trigger on that Zoro, um, we did see it come out from life there as well. So yeah, played the trigger ability, trashing a card, and now you have got swings coming in yourself. As far as Enrico's concerned, uh, getting nice board presence there.
Yeah, we are starting to get into a
Interesting.
little bit of a weird
Cool.
situation, right? Where the traditionally more defensive of the two decks is starting to find a situation where, hey, wait a minute, I have more characters than my opponent and they're bigger.
Yeah,
Why don't I just go for it, right?
exactly. Yeah, dwittle that hand size down, dwittle the life down quite early on, because generally speaking, as we were talking about, as a Zoro player, your life pretty much stays intact because your opponent's going to be focusing on your board, but not
Plays the
swinging
Basil
there.
Hawkins,
Meant that
plays the Apu,
Enrico's now focusing on that life
turns
as
that
it's regarding
above. He
Zoro.
knows the Kikunojo
And
trigger.
what a card he
Wow.
has.
So now, if
Just showing off,
Zoro swings
hey,
into
Yeah,
life,
hit me, please.
that's
I'll
another
just get
body.
another one.
but
That is
exactly.
another
This board is
body.
looking menacing now. Two blockers on board in the Scratchman Apu and that Basil Hawkins, which will punish you if you do swing. That Basil Hawkins can obviously block to great effect, and when it is KO'd, it does cause major impact for Marco.
Absolutely going to be another banished life on Marco's side, as well as, what do you do here? Can you really attack into life when you're looking at another Hiyori in the face?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see this.
Definitely seems like a tough spot for Marco, not getting any of the premium choppers like that drum chopper, like that blocker 3-cost chopper from the
Goes
Intermission
5k
01.
into, I think it's Zoro.
Ending up going for board a little bit, but I
Correct.
mean, as the Kid player, I think you're just loving this. Whenever the aggressive deck has to end up vying for board, that just is more and more time I mean, like, look at this. We still have 4 life. That's insane. Going into
Yeah.
turn 4, is it now?
Yep. And getting that Zoro player down to 1 life
Interesting.
now, thanks to that Azure Hawkins blocking. Pressure
Yeah,
on,
this is
on, on the
really
Monkey D
weird, not gonna
Dragon.
lie. Usually
That's
Zoro is the
beautiful
aggressor, but
psychology there.
he is not
And
allowed to
we're
be
finally
aggressive
able to get a.
because he has
Oh
4 life. He had to
no.
go for board.
Ouch.
And he
That
misses
is
a
not what you want to
search for
see.
the top 5. That
Yeah,
is...
that's just.
that's not great.
I mean, Marco shaking his head. I can't
Yeah.
help but shake it with him. You already just see your opponent get such a great start with the trigger and another trigger waiting in the wings. The Hawkins as well, and you can't even get a single animal off of. And now the the line just gets better straight
And he's
into
back to 5
the
life.
7-cost law.
He's back to...
Back up to 5 life. Probably going to be happy to take that first swing into life, and then the second swing is obviously going to scare Marco as well. And you got a nice big 9k blocker on board as well. He decides to use the law, which I would suspect. But no, again,
Okay.
restand.
And he
Zoro.
restands Zoro so that
I mean,
he's
at this
got
point, you have
a
your 9
remaining
life. You
Yeah.
standing
almost just want to
character.
force your opponent to attack
Yeah,
your life.
exactly.
I mean, Kid being able to take the aggressive plan against one of the most aggressive
And
decks
as
in
the
the entire
commentators are
format.
saying as well,
This is looking
it's
familiar
quite
now.
smart. Like, obviously, you don't want him to
Much
swing
better.
into your Zoro because that's one less
Yeah.
attacker. But more
Again, good
importantly,
dragon, Monkey D Dragon.
you
Being dropped down, 2 rested Dom being placed on the
you
leader
make it
now.
so that they have to attack your
With any
face if they want to
confidence
attack
again
something
coming
this
in
turn.
from Marco against Enrico's deck.
So starting off with the Drum Chopper is going to
Drum
be able
Chopper is
to
going to give
grab the
another rested
002
Don to the
Chopper,
leader.
but
Or into him
going
as
to
well,
reduce
yeah.
to
So that's
10k, but
7k to leader.
still, there's a lot of work.
7k
We
to
do
leader.
have 2 blocker
Triggers the
choppers though,
Kikunojo.
so
Yep.
there is a chance.
He blocks with Afu.
Enrico does not have a ton of
Personally, I would have taken that,
as long as
but
Marco is
I
able
don't
to,
know.
counter
I would have
out
taken
this
that in
turn.
case so you can
There
get
still might be a
potentially another
possibility next turn to,
another
find
trigger.
a way to eke out this game.
Yeah. Definitely so.
But this
Nice
guy's
factors on
better
board
player
as
than
well.
me, so...
Doing that big Monkey D
So
Dragon.
see, he goes 7k, probably into board here. Yeah, I think so as well.
Starting off here, trying to get
I think you have
stay on
to
board
kill a few
as
characters
best
here
as
before you
possible.
try to go for face.
As far as Enrico's
You
concerned.
can't swing into
I mean,
Dragon
makes
though,
sense,
so
right?
you probably just have to leave it up.
The blockers are already there. There's no real necessity to try to end the game this turn. Although this game has been, a little weird looking so far, you are the slower of the 2 decks. You do enjoy a longer game more than Zoro should, in theory. So
Not
it makes
done.
sense to try and clear board this turn real quick,
Yeah.
establish an even more dominating lead, and then finish it out in the next turn or 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Depending on what he has in
Chopper
hand,
there as well, so
you just swing face now with these
you're gonna
hits.
wonder, smart swing into the dragon, or will that chopper block that? Does indeed.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense
6
making sure to attack quick
Robin,
and just keep on
2
the
Don,
pressure, making sure that
blocker.
his opponent loses more and more life. And we still got blockers for days. We've got a Bedge. We've got a Law with that
Cool.
blocker token added from Kid.
Obviously that Robin doesn't do anything
What do you
in
do
terms of its
counter
on
here?
play, but it's a 6 cost
Yeah.
6k, at least it's got
Gonna be
6k, so you
challenging.
can start attacking with it.
3 life still remaining. As you say, 2 blockers on board as well. One
For a
being that
6 cost, being a 6k
9,000
power,
power
that's not the
Bowser,
most
or
effective.
um,
Because obviously there are,
yeah.
I
How do you get
mean,
over
you know,
this?
yeah,
characters
we
that can
do
swing for
have,
more.
of
Like even
course,
Kikunojo's 4
the
costs 6k,
Mole Pistol in hand, but
right?
with Bedge standing there,
And
it
with one
does
more
make it
Don,
a little bit more
right,
difficult
7
to
costs,
use.
playing the
Being able to
law would
deny
be a
the
9k
KO,
swing.
putting that Law back
Obviously the
onto
on play
Enrico's life,
for
which
Yep.
of
Robin
course
is a
will
lot
mean that it's going
stronger,
to be able to be used
but
again.
unable to play the on play at the moment.
Is going to reduce the Law and KO the Bedge. Probably would have rather KO'd the Law, but of course, Bedge's effect preventing that from occurring.
Yep. Yeah,
Still
probably,
seems like a rough spot.
yeah, still very rough. Yeah, as you say. There's no other way really to deal with that law unless it's used as a blocker now. But
Really not sure what he can
let's
do
see what
here.
happens here. Okay, so 5k swing with leader in. So Zoro into Zoro.
Very confused as to
There's some
what
Zoro
he can
on
even do
Zoro
here.
violence, and Zoro wins.
9k to leader. Okay.
Dragon, of course, going straight into the life. Hiyori, even if you would attack it, another life seems pretty rough.
Yep.
But we do have double of the EV01 blocker chopper. I mean, as long as he can survive this turn, Enrico only has 2 life, I do think that there's still a chance for Marco to try and squeeze out a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Um, Stabilizing now, making sure there's 3 blockers on board, 1 in life. He's still got cards in hand as well, and still that imposing uh, Monkey D Dragon as well on the board. The first blocker utilized to stop that attack going through. Zeus on cue there.
Oh,
Oh, and he
okay.
even can
Oh,
rest the.
wonderful. Right
Yikes.
X-Drake there as well to
Alright.
rest that
Game's
unattacked
over. He's
blocker.
got 2 cards in hand. You
I
go
know he's gonna go
7k,
with
it
the
goes
7K,
through always,
8K,
and just go
9K with
9k.
only 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
and there
able to
we
close it
go.
out.
Doesn't always go through, but
Well,
7k, if you
valiant
give
effort
two
there from
cards, I
Marco to
mean,
try
yeah,
and
it's guaranteed
stabilize
lethal
Enrico.
there once he was rested the blocker. So congratulations to Yellow Kid coming top 8 in the European Nationals or European not Nationals, European Finals. Let me just take a look at the finals and what you're able to win off the finals here. Because top 16 means that you get a playmat. Um, top 8, I would assume. Let's just take a look at the events. I don't want to say anything. I would assume you get a serial card. So let's see if that is the case. Where is the championships finals? Season 1 championships. Let's take a look. I'll bring it over here and then we can watch it together. Or look at it together. So let's see. Top 16, which is what we're at the moment. So we do get the finalists playmat, as I said. And then what else do you get here? You get a finalist card set and a finalist event pack, 2 of them. So you get 2 of these finalists event packs. So that comes with Zorojuro, Onami, 2020 Chopper, Koala, oh this Koala, Perma Koala, Carrot, Ulti, and I'll just show you guys these as well. These are pretty cool though, finalist cards. This Chopper is obviously played a lot in Reiju. It's played in GP Luffy. This isn't really played that much, but Rocket Luffy is a cool artwork. I definitely want this card. I think it is also in the participation ones. Is it not? Is it only in top player pack? Oh wait, hold up. What's this? Finalist pack. How much? What do you need for finalists? So finalists is top 32. Yeah, so that is tough. Yeah, so you get 2 of these actually. You get 2 of these finalist sets. That's pretty cool. So that's what you get for top 16. But more importantly, I want to see what Kid won, which is top 8. So top 8 includes a Jumbo Monkey D. Luffy card, 2 finalist event packs, and 3 finalist set 1 packs. So that means coming top 8 would guarantee a playset of these, a playset of all these cards, and you can definitely make some good money doing this as well. Um, don't know if anyone really plays that. Not that many people play this card either. Uh, Search top 3, Buggy 2K counter, ST17. Sure. I mean, that would have been good back in Blue Dopamingo. But yeah, I mean, half of these are pretty good. You also get the extremely cool Jumbo Purple Black Gear 5 Luffy as well. So that's pretty cool. And then finally, last but not least, this is what I care about the most, I think. I think most players really want the top 16 playmat. personally, I know I want to get that playmat. I will be going to the nationals here in Australia in OCE. That is my plan. So that is, yeah, that's very likely to happen. As for going to Worlds, I don't think I'm good enough to go to Worlds. Not even close. So I'm not even going to entertain the idea of potentially going to Worlds. But I do want to try and hit top 16. I think top 64 is doable, which means I will get one of the. What do you get top 64? Do you get anything for top 64? Not really. You get some event packs, celebration packs, top player packs, um, things like that. But yeah, you don't get any cool cards for nationals coming up. So, anyways, let's go back to the stream.
Make you, with that knowledge, did that make you play your game slightly differently against what he was about to do?
Absolutely, because
Yeah.
I forgot about the diagonal jumper in that moment, so it was so helpful.
Yeah.
I had a good end because I had low, and luckily I found the a pull blocker with
Yes.
Luffy. Anyway, I lost that game, so it was so lucky.
Yeah, so that was good. And the second game, you got very fortunate with your triggers, didn't you?
Yeah. But I never triggered the Kikunojo the whole weekend.
Yeah.
So last in top 32, I triggered 2 times, and now I
Excellent.
trigger it as well. So
Well, it's coming up trumps
yeah,
when you need
perfect.
it at the right time, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So, as far as your journey here has been concerned, how did yesterday go for you? What kind of matchups did you have?
I have every matchup I think in the Swiss except GP.
Yep.
I played against Chubagis, Chubonis, uh, Chupis, one Teach and I lost. Belbetti and BY and I lost.
So yeah, so varied number of decks that you came
Yeah,
across
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yesterday. So you're obviously very versatile with this leader. How long have you been playing with the yellow leader?
I'm playing Kid Science, the regional at Munich.
Yeah. So lots of practice.
Yeah.
Made sure you got the hours in there, and it obviously shows as well. And the new
I'll
additions as well
definitely
to
have
your team
to
with Opia
message
11
my friend now
with
because he's a
Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus and
kid
Pez
coper.
are
So let's see
amazing.
if we can.
Yeah,
I'll let him know.
Zeus won me like 5 games. Is incredible.
yeah, it is a very powerful card in this particular deck, isn't it? Indeed. Going forward now, obviously you know particularly what you might be coming up against in the potentially your top 8
I'm
semi-finals.
so scared about Teach
Yep.
because it's the worst matchup I can find. And the green deck are not the best, but you
Sorry
could
about
play
that,
with
guys.
them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I will mute that. Just give me 1 second. All right, so um, we will take a break and we will play some One Piece while we wait for the next round to begin. Um, where is my? Oh God, that was loud. That is very loud. Hold on, let me turn this down. I don't know how to turn it down, but it's very loud. Let's just delete this and then make a new folder. We'll call this the One Piece TCG. I normally don't play One Piece on my PC, so um, I normally play on my laptop so I have to reinstall everything. Let me just copy my deck list and then we'll play some games. While we wait for next round to begin. Let's change the text first to top 8. We'll stream the top 8 when it begins. Alright. So this guy's going first. We can go forward to yeah, I mean, it's okay, but I'll just mulligan that. I think the God thread. Okay, that guy just disconnected for some reason. I actually really wanted to showcase the matchup because I think blue purple Luffy into blue purple Luffy into what's his face? Marco is not that bad. You definitely keep this hand by the way because you can triple ramp. You go 6k leader here. I'll give that 2k. So we're on 8 done now, and we can use our leader effect next turn. So he's on 9 done. He's definitely gonna hit me in the face here, which is fine. We'll just take. Leader effect. I think Red Rock's just really good to have, but I don't really want to know. I don't really want to play it this turn. So I think what I'll do is I'll take the Red Rock and then I'll have the Grav Blade to Grav Blade that. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go 6k leader first. And then 10k. And then we'll God Thread. I don't think we remove Bonclay. Yeah, I don't think we remove Bonclay. Because I don't want to heal him an extra life for no reason, right? So 2-1-1. Yeah, I think we'll just do this. Let me think. So yeah, I think this is the right play. So we go 6k leader. We go 9k leader. Even if kills Linlin here, we're gonna try to red rock this and then go for game next turn. If he goes 10 into 9, then we give 2k. If he goes 10, then we'll just take it. Um, go 9k leader first. We just have to go for game there. I guess Red Rock's not that bad. Whatever, it's okay. Generally, I want to try to get God Thread.
Just like a prayer, your voice can take me there. Just like you used to me, you are a mystery. Just like a dream, you are not what you seem. Just like a prayer, no choice, your voice can take me there. Just like a prayer, I'll take you there. It's like a dream to me. Just like a prayer, I'll take you there. It's like a dream to me. Just like a prayer.
I think we trigger this. It kind of sucks though, because we don't have anything to play on A. Like, if we have category here, we would just play category on A. We probably have to play Sanji on A and just swing.
Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake, the heat between your legs.
Kuzan.
You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run, I know what you've been through.
Oh my god, we topped that category. Beautiful. I should swing 5 there, but whatever. Because I go 5 into this, that's fine. I don't think I should swing here actually. Fuck, what am I doing? He can very easily kill my category here, but it's okay. Which is why I don't think I should swing with Bond play that turn, because he's not going to swing into it. Well, like, he will swing into now, but he shouldn't have been able to swing into it. Because then he's going to have to -4 on the category this turn. And then I want to have an extra swing to be able to KO Kuzan. Because Kuzan's very annoying. A Grab Blade would really help here if he has like Lagoon or something. If he doesn't have enough cost minus to get rid of category here, so you definitely need to play like, I mean, I guess you can play Tashigi. Oh no, that's in KO, sorry. You need to play Brook or something, right, at least. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Brook is 3, and then you play something else, right? Maybe like Rebecca, but then you have nothing to play out of trash. I guess Tashigi, but then it'll be combat rested, so you can't activate main. So it doesn't have the correct characters in trash. So I think you swing 5 here to see what you can play out of the trash. what is the top 8? Don't know yet, honestly. We're just waiting for the results for top 8. One of the top 8 would definitely be Yellow Kid. Because that is the feature match of top 16. They did not announce the top 8 match yet, so we've just got in the background. I'll show you if you are interested. It's just this stream right here. We're just waiting for the top 8 match to begin, so I'm just playing some games at the moment. Thanks for coming through the billionaire culture. Welcome to the stream. So he definitely needs 3 Dawn here. Well, he doesn't have to. He just trash Rob Lucci. I don't know what he's gonna play, dude. I'm not a Lucci player, so. But even if he KOs this, okay, so he plays Soldier -3. Rebecca. What does he even play from tracks? Oh, he takes something, right? Yeah, and then plays out Brook from hand. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, this is a play. Right? Yeah, it probably is. Okay. 6 in the full, and always goes through here. Unless he blocks. Which is fine, but I'll get rid of his Kuzan. And without Kuzan, it makes it a lot harder for him to kill my board here. Oh, there's actually some activity on the stream, so let's take a look what's going on there.
It's really interesting, but I think one of the biggest interesting things to notice from these confirmed matchups and these winners so far is that all of our blue-purple Luffy players have fallen. The 6 decks that were there, the second most represented going into top cut at the start at top 32 today, all of them are now gone. So no more blue-purple Luffy. It is purely just Bello Betties that are surviving at the moment as one of those 2 most represented decks.
2 seconds of silence for Blue Purple Luffy.
So 6 out of the 32 decks.
That's all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Great to see such a variety.
Interesting to see
in
how
our top
they
8 so
are.
far. We know we're going to have a mirror. We've got the mirror match of Marshall D Teach as well, so it's guaranteed Marshall D Teach in that top 8 as well. So, as you say, you know, we've got 2 Bella Betty so far. We're going to have a Marshall D Teach, a Yellow Kid, Bonnie, Smoker. One of our other matchups is obviously Lucci versus Marco, so we're going to have another leader as well amongst those. So yeah, looking very promising.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good. The other matchup that we're waiting on to be confirmed at the moment is going to be Anez on Marco at the moment. There's going to be a lot of eyes on Anez throughout the rest of this proceeds of Top Cut. If he can continue on, if he can, he'll be just 2 stages away from being a world finalist, as will all of the players that have already qualified to that top 8 stage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lot to play for.
Kick -1.
As we said, our top 2 players will be on that flight to the World Championships, won't they, later on this next year.
Yeah, it's really exciting time to be a part of One Piece card game competitively. And if you're not part of the One Piece card game competitively yet, well, there's no better time to start than right now while we are playing in our championship finals and focusing on that for the broadcast this weekend. We do also, of course, have the start of Season 2 happening this weekend as well. The top cut for the first Season 2 offline regional is happening at the same time as our Season 1 championship finals and giving players their first opportunity to put themselves into contention for those final European World Championship spots when we play in the second season finals in the end of the year. So if you're not already part of the competitive action, there are plenty of opportunities with offline regionals happening throughout the second half of the calendar year. Be sure to check out the official One Piece card game website under the events tab to see all the important information like dates and locations and all those prizes you can earn as well. I know those beautiful Redhead Pirates flagship cards are ones that I'm really looking like.
Yeah, they do look amazing. But yeah, if you are new to the One Piece card game, it's very easy to get started. Just pick up your phone, download the Bandai TCG Plus app, find your local stores that run local events, and pop by it and say hello. We have got a release event coming up, OP12, in the middle of August onwards. So those are usually really good events to go and play. You get to open some packs, build a deck with the cards that you find from there, and just have a fun little tournament. It's also a great way to learn how to play the game. And players are usually very welcoming and showing you how the mechanics of the game work.
Yeah, those release events are a really nice way to start getting yourself involved with the community and with the game as well. You're opening and building packs from those packs that get the brand new set, so everyone's on a pretty relatively similar playing field. You're not going into a local store tournament where players are playing decks like Blue Purple Luffy, like Bello Betty, so it's a real nice welcoming atmosphere to get yourself involved in the game, and then from there pick up a starter deck or two, mash them together and get into those constructed tournaments, training yourself ready to be right here in the competitive championship season. Speaking of packs though, Taj, I've got a little gift for you. I do indeed. We have some OP10 packs that we're going to open here on the broadcast. We're going to open 3 each, and we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a pack battle here. So, for those of you who've never done this before, I'd urge you, this is actually my first time as well doing this myself, but what we're going to do is we're going to open 3 packs of OP10 Royal Blood. We're going to go through the cards, and whoever pulls the highest rarity card is going to score a point in each pack. So we'll do pack 1 together, and whoever scores the highest rarity card wins a point, and so on and so forth through the remaining packs.
And let's get all of you out there in the community taking part here as well. So in the comments on the stream, please do let us know who you think is going to win this match.
Absolutely.
I mean, get your opinions.
I mean, if the exhibition match was anything to go off of yesterday, I've got this in the bag, but
listen, I wasn't playing with you. So everyone knows that I've not played that. So yeah, this is going to be unbiased.
So into pack number 1 we go. We've got a Brownbeard, I've got Ivankov, I've got Blue Gili, I've got Brook, Saint Honing for the Celestial Dragons, Fighting Fish, the Weak do not have the right to choose how they ought to die, Special Long Range Attack Bagworm, Nami, this is a really cool card, I've seen a bunch of competitive play in the past, Kozuki Momonosuke into my rares, Smiley, and the super rare,
this
I've
matchup
got
is
Rebecca.
really easy, honestly.
That's a good start.
Leon, a very good start. I start off with Punk Hazard. I've got Buffalo, Hadrudin, one of our giants from Elba, Edward Newgate, got a Barrier Pistol, Saint Homing, we all know Saint Homing, very nice artwork on there, Sai. We got our Caesar Soldiers from Punk Hazard. Gold Thread, a very useful card indeed.
Very big card in Blue Purple Luffy at the moment.
Kid Sidekick Killer. My first rare is Leo.
And
from...
just want to say, if you guys are just hanging out in the chat, because I see there's quite a few viewers in the chat for no reason.
That is a secret rare that is higher than a super rare, so that's absolutely going to be a point to Taj in the pack battle. I've got to get something very good out of these last 2 packs. Try and catch up with that.
Finals with me.
We just saw how important secret rare lore is as well in our top 16 feature match with Yellow Kid.
Very good card. Able to put Supernova on the top of your life, give a rested dawn to your leader as well, and then, especially in Kid, you can actually turn it into a 9,000k block.
Absolutely. Right, pack number 2. I need something big from here. I have Hadrodin, Perona, Frankie, Bellamy, Sengoku, Barrier Pistol, Edward Newgate, great card in Lim.
So this guy,
Kozuki Momonosuke,
I mean, I already had a red rock in hand,
the leader if a leader used as Captain Kid. Also did have the there's no longer any need for the 7 Warlords of the Sea, which I was expecting to be a very, very big card in the format going forward if Don Quixote do Flamingo stuck around in competitive play. There is that Eustace Captain Kid Supernova theme going on at the moment. The Monkey D. Luffy 1-cost Searcher and 4-cost Cavendish. A great tool in both blue-black Usopp, but also in mono-blue Nami currently.
Yeah, Nami, I've seen that being used in Nami. Great effect. Talking of Nami, we've got Nami that looks a bit like Frankie. Here, obviously, Punk Hazard. If you know the story, you know the story. Nico Robin here. Got an Isho. Wonderful artwork on that Isho there. Indeed. San Juan Wolf. We have got Let's Meet Again in the New World. Our 3
I think this matchup against Blue Black Usopp as Blue Purple Luffy, you can't just go face non-stop.
Scotch's partner and Foxy. Very on cue with what's going on currently in the manga. We've got Mocha. Jewelry Bonnie blocker, very useful card indeed. Sugar is my first rare, and
oh my goodness,
Kairos.
Wow,
not bad.
So yeah, I think I'm doing
especially
fairly
yesterday
well.
I was
and you did have the
I did kind of sign myself off for this. I did hand you the packs here, but I'm in big trouble. I need something like an SP, like a manga rare or something like that to really save me in this final pack here. So we'll crack this one open. Another pack of Royal Blood. Here we go. Need something big in this pack. We've got Perona. We've got Brownbeard. 5-cost Emporio Ivankov. The blue Chili. Trebol. The weak do not have the right to choose how they want to die. Frankie. Bian 1-cost. A 2-cost Koala. Shiola into my rares, Tony Shopper blocker, and it's a rare. It's another copy of the 1-cost Luffy Searcher. Still very useful, but I don't think I'm getting anywhere near that secret and super rare that you
Let's see what I've got.
Kuzan. I don't really play Blackbeard or a deck that plays Heroes.
Corona.
So I don't really care about that.
And Wire. We've got the Brook there. 10-layer Igloo. Usopp. Fetch Mana Poo, which we saw again in that last matchup. Very good use of that. Brook. We got the Nami from Odyssey. Gum UFO. Momonosuke. A Damn Punk. Very good event there. And
a Smoker.
SR. So let's summarize our pool.
Yeah, we've got.
So we have got Smoker, Kairos, SRs, and a Trafalgar Law Secret Rare.
And I got Rebecca, but I did get a lot of useful rares in that set as well. Double 1-cost Luffy, a chopper blocker, as well as a Cavendish. All pretty good cards, but in terms of the scoring system, Taj, you have won the pack battle pretty convincingly at 3-1 in the pack battle.
Got my revenge for yesterday. Game on stream, didn't I?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we've got a quick update to bring you as well. We've got a lot of Bello Betties going in to the top 8. 3 of the top 8 are going to be Bello Betties, as we've just had another result make their way in. We've also obviously got Marshall D Teach. That's going to be going up against Mono Yellow Kid, and then Jewelry Bonnie and Smoker rounding it out. We've still got one game that is currently underway to round out that final spot and make our One Piece card game European Championship quarterfinals.
Yeah, what's going to be facing Angelo in that quarterfinal matchup? Angelo's Bello Betty is going to be facing off against either Marco or Lucci.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting matchup, especially considering both of those decks playing into Bello Betty.
Sure,
Lucci,
we'll get rid of
I
those.
imagine traditionally would be okay into Bello Betty. All the characters are relatively low cost, so they're pretty easy to be able to reduce, and 2-for-1 with the 4-cost Rob Lucci to KO a 2-cost or lower and a 1-cost or lower character. But obviously Bello Betty so apt at going aggressively. Can it outspeed Lucci before it gets that cost reduction in KO one?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whichever of those two make it through, how they cope with the Bello Betty. Yeah, indeed.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to take a moment here while that final match is still continuing on. It looks like, and before we go, we have got that final result just starting to come through. So we'll stick with us here for the moment if that final result is indeed making their way through to us here on the desk. Things are just sort of being fed to us on the fly. And I can tell you it's Marco that has won that matchup against Rob Lucci. So we have a Marco rounding out the decks in the quarterfinals.
So happy to hear that, obviously. Slight bias there. But yeah, Marco doing very
Alright.
well. So yeah, Marco
Getting rid of Kyros, that was
going to be interesting.
pretty
But
good.
yeah,
I think
we
I
have
survived
got,
now.
let's have a look at the bracket now and just talk about potentially the numbers we've got. So we'll have that on screen in just a moment, but we're just going to talk through what we've got. We've got the red-green Smoker.
Yep.
We've got Bonnie. We've got one yellow kid, one Marshall Z Teach, one Marco, and out of the top 8, 3 of our decks are going to be represented by Bello Betty. So yeah, Bello Betty
I have to come down there.
looking, well, we're definitely now, as
I
you
don't
can
have
see
to,
now on screen,
I really should.
the bracket there, we're definitely going to have a Bello Betty in the semi-final. That's guaranteed, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be indeed. Although you can see there on the side of the bracket, that left side, all the Bello Betties are on the same side, on that left opportunity. So if Anes can win his matchup against Angelo, and obviously, like you said, we're guaranteed a Bello Betty in one of the 2 semi-finals, there could be a chance that the Bello Betties just kind of squabbling against each other and all fizzle out.
Yeah. Absolutely could do.
Nah, I think I swing 6
yeah,
first.
it looks like we will obviously, yeah, as you say, depending on how well Anes does against those Bello Betties, we could end up
wow.
with a final with no Bello Betty.
Look at this, by the way.
And looking at the other side of the bracket, I mean,
3 Bello Betties.
He's really worried about facing off against Marshall V Teach, and obviously knowing the on plays will be turned off, so it's going to be a totally different play style for him. And how is he going to be able to deal with that? But leader effect can still be fired off with it.
Anyways, yeah, so I'm going to swing 9-9. Play this grab blade on these 2 characters.
Smoker matchup into Bonnie. How do you think that's going to play?
Smoker into Bonnie is going to be really, really interesting. If Smoker can turbo into the 8-cost kid, then Smoker should be okay in that matchup because as Jewelry Bonnie, you're not going to be able to rest the kid, or you won't want to rest the kid if it isn't rested already.
Yeah.
You're going to have to worry about attacking into that. And with the way that Jewelry Bonnie is built at the moment, you've not necessarily got as many of those high base power level characters. You do have the 9-cost Shanks that's going to be the immediate answer to it, but that is taking a full turn off potentially from being able to help develop your board, continue your control lock to deal with that 8-cost kid. So I think it could be solidly 50-50, although if I'm maybe going a little bit more on a swerve towards somebody, Smoker maybe just has my vote.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. It's probably a bit more versatile going into this matchup and has more answers. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Stefano manages face off against Paul Smoker there, indeed. But yeah, as we were saying, 2 Bello Betty matchups. Ricardo managed to beat the other Ricardo in order to get here against William. So it's be interesting to see how that plays out. And as we said, Anes is going to be facing Angelo's Bello Betty. I mean, Marco, he's definitely been practicing, I know for a fact, against all the matchups in the defense. Bello Betty is definitely one he's tested against. Let's see how he does. But Marco, I think, is going to be interesting for Angelo to have to deal with, knowing that's probably not one of the decks that you're expecting to see here. Knowing that, obviously, Anes did win Rome Regionals with it, so maybe some playtesting might have been done.
You have to imagine it has to be. Bello Betty is going to be one of those decks that you would have to target if you're looking to make any kind of inroads in the OP11 format that we are in right now. Of the 7 Bello Betty decks that we started with in top 32, 3 of them remain. It will be guaranteed to be 2 by the time that we get to, or at least 2, by the time we get to that semi-final stage. Who knows how
2,
many of
4,
them
6,
will
8,
be
10,
there when we get
12.
to that all-important grand final matchup. We are just 2 rounds away from
So he has
putting
to have
people
2K counters
into
every
the World
2K counter in hand
Championships for
no,
the
he doesn't.
one-piece card game.
Gave me
So
1K,
we are
so
going to get
he already
ourselves
lost.
ready for
2,
our
2,
top
2,
8
2, 2,
feature
2,
match.
2.
So don't go anywhere because it's coming up just after this.
I definitely don't want to see Bellevetti win European Championships again because I think every regionals in Europe has been won by Bellevetti. Definitely want to see a bit of a different thing going on in regionals. Sorry, not regionals, in nationals. Well, it's not nationals technically, it's a European finals.
You're so golden. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared because hearts get broken.
Just want to thank everyone for chilling here with me in the chat. By the way, just want to say that.
I know that you're scared.
Very excited
I'm
to
so open.
watch the top 8 match. Hopefully they don't feature Bellevetti because Bellevetti games are way too short. It's just not fun to watch.
I don't wanna be alone. You're so golden. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head, and I know that you're scared because hearts get broken.
Ooh, he does not have the Tashigi. Not having Tashigi here is really good for me because I just so happen to have Grab Blade. So I'll give the Nami 1K this time. What is this guy thinking? Like, just take it. It's 4 and 5, bro. So I gave the 1K for the Nami because originally on that Don turn I was gonna play Nami, but I had the opportunity to play Grab Blade, so I just played Grab Blade instead. Sure. Like I really thought I was gonna defend that. Ooh, that's actually a really good card to have. Mama's better though. Mama's definitely better. Yeah, so we'll go 60 to 1. What do we trash? I think we trashed before. I think the game is done, by the way. Like, this game against Smoke is done. He didn't have Tashigi twice, and his Smoke got removed twice. Are these swings always done? Okay, yeah. It's fucked. It's cooked, it's cooked. It's fine. We should not have gotten rid of Mihawk then. It's okay though. Probably this, right? Or Grab Blade, I think. It's tough, actually. I don't know. I think Grab Blade. I have to play this next turn without playing a character, that would be really bad for me. It's bad for your tempo. That's why. Oh my days, really? Alright then.
Hey girl, is he everything you wanted in a man? You know I gave you the world. You had me in the palm of your hand. So why your love went away? I just can't seem to understand. Thought it was me and you, babe. Me and you until the end, but I guess I was wrong. Don't wanna think about it.
Oh, we high rolled.
I'm just so sick about it. Can't believe
We
it's
hardcore high rolled.
just
Okay.
so confused about it. Feeling the blues about it. I just can't do without you. Tell me, is this fair?
He has no don up, so we just
Is this the
attack his
way
board
it's
here.
really going
Attack his
down?
Scorpion.
Is this how we say goodbye? Should've known better
Give
when
us
you came
another 2k.
around that you were gonna make me cry.
He definitely should have hit Lin Lin there, not Sanji, by the way. That's a mistake.
Cause I know that you are living a lie. But that's okay, baby, cause in time you will find what goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around. What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around. What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around. What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around. Now, girl, I remember everything that you claimed.
Gives me cheeky. Okay.
You say that you were moving on now, and maybe I should do the same. The funny thing about that is, I was ready to give you my name. Thought it was me and you, babe.
Two Sanjis. Okay.
Now it's all just a shame.
This is where
but
I wish I had
was
Brandon
wrong.
playing.
Don't wanna think about it, don't wanna talk about it. I'm just so sick about it. Can't believe it's
He's only got 2
ended.
swings,
Just
so
so
we'll just take
confused
both.
about it, feeling the blues about it. I just can't do without you. Tell me, is this fair?
I'll take this.
Is this the way it's really going down? Is this how we say goodbye? Should've known better when you came around that you were
Fuck.
gonna make me cry. It's breaking my heart to
Why are
watch
you
you run
saving me
around.
like
Cause
that's
I
one of
know
my
that you are
favorite
living a
kids.
lie. But that's okay, baby, cause in time you will find what goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back
I actually
around.
use it.
What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around. What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around. What goes around, goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around.
This always dies because he has 2 cards in hand, so that's why I use the trigger. The game's done, by the way. This guy cannot come back from this. Oh, looks like it's about to begin.
Goes around, goes around, goes all the way back around.
Semifinal
Stages now, and Taj, we have got a huge matchup here ready
Where's
to
the
keep
music?
an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we talked about earlier,
Where's the music coming from? Hold on.
Regional champion on
Let's
Marco
play our turn first.
versus Vela
We've got 2 Don off as well. This guy cannot in the game.
Yes, he is going to be our Angelo
Music.
Trustello, one of the top players in the European region, a former regional finalist as well, all the way back in Paris regional a couple of months ago. He was playing Marshall D Teach that weekend, losing to Don Jose do Flamingo and losing to our youngest ever One Piece card game
I found
regional
it.
champion in the world
I
that
think we just
weekend.
block.
But he got the qualification, that's what matters, and he's here in the top 8 stages, 2 rounds away now from being a
He
world
obviously impacted. I just
finalist.
realized.
Yeah, shows how consistent some of these players are. A regional finalist versus a regional champion,
It's at 10.
both facing off against each other here in this top 8 matchup. It's going to
Oh,
be
why
a
not?
difficult matchup for both players, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially because of obviously how Bello Betty, how fast that deck is able to go. But the innate power reduction capabilities of Marco might play into Anna's hands here, actually,
Yep.
being able to reduce some of those characters down, make them easier to swing into with some of your smaller characters, your searchers, even your things like that, and be able to give yourself that sustainability so you can get towards that 8 to 10 on turn and start dropping things like Rayleighs and 9-cost Sanjis.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what you want to be playing into. You've got the Edward
Is
Newgate to be
that
able to deal with characters as
Doflamingo?
well. You've got the Rayleigh, which I think is going to be instrumental in getting rid of
Okay, this guy can
character,
save.
but at the same time giving that cost reduction permanently
Is
until
that
your opponent's end of
Doflamingo's
your opponent's next turn. That can fizzle things down
glasses?
a little bit. Just needs to be
I
able
just
to sort of
noticed.
get the right pieces at the right time. But the one worrying thing playing against Bella Betty is those triggers.
Yeah, those triggers can absolutely win or lose you a round and a game sometimes. But the good thing that Anna's is going to have here is that it's not just going to be the one and done. Obviously, we're in the best of 3 scenario, so either one of these players has to win 2 games of the 3 potential to be able to qualify and make it into the semi-final stages. And you can see from the face-off there, Angelo and Anez, they are prepared for this moment. Maybe Anez a little bit more than Angelo, considering Betty has been one of the decks to watch in this format.
Yeah, it has been indeed, as you say. Betty is been showing how good it is in our region for quite a while now, as well as locals where we play. I play in fairly large locals with Anna's in Darksphere in West London, and we do have good representation of Bella Betty there, including
Yeah,
myself and a few other players. But a lot of players
I
have
think
been
they
playing
shouldn't
Bella Betty,
stream
trying to understand
Bellivetti. I also
the
don't
deck,
want Bellivetti to win
seeing
as
if it was
well because
viable to bring here, but also
way too many
enabling
Bellivetti like
players to be able to practice into that matchup as well.
wins
Yeah,
in the
absolutely. That
West.
is one of the things
Just
about
not
having a deck that
interesting
is
to
one of the
watch.
most represented and one of the most consistent. Yes, it is a very, very strong deck, but also it paints a very, very large target on your back as a pilot of that deck, and nothing can be a better
I'll be right
instrumentation
back.
of
I'm
that
gonna
point
mute my mic
than
as well.
blue-purple Luffy, because we are now without any blue-purple Luffys in the top 8 stage. We started top 32 off with 6, and all of them have fallen.
Yeah, surprise shock, I think, to us. But yeah, I think it shows how versatile this meta is. But also, I think everyone was fearful of that blue purple Luffy and has built decks that naturally counter it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll quickly touch on as well the other side of the bracket for top 8 if you maybe missed it earlier on, if you're just joining us here live from Paris, France. On the left side of the bracket, we're focusing on quarterfinal 1 with Anez on Marco against Angelo Trischello on Bello Betty. We have a Bello Betty mirror match in quarterfinal 2. That's all on the left side of the bracket, so all the Bettys potentially squabbling against each other. On the right side of the bracket, though, we have things a little bit more varied. We've got Marshall D Teach up against Yellow Kid, the Yellow Kid that we just saw win in top 16. And then the final match is going to be Stefano on Jewelry Bonnie, which was one of my sleeper picks for this weekend, up against Paul, who we saw in top 32 with his red-green smoker.
Yeah, interesting matchups there. And again, love to see Yellow Kid here. Love to see
Yeah,
Bonnie doing so
I don't
well
think
as
they're gonna
well.
showcase
And
Teach
that
Matt.
Smoker just showing that it is still is a very viable and
Gotham
strong deck as
Sacks.
well.
Absolutely. Well, it does
The
mean
reason why I
now
don't think
getting
they'll
up
showcase
to
Teach Match
this
is because
top
they
8
showed
stage. We have
Kid
to talk about some of the
recently. So
prizing
I
that
think
has
they'll
been on
show
offer
Bellivetti
for these
or
players,
Bonnie.
with these all finishing
They haven't
in
showed Bonnie
top
yet.
8 now.
So I
Taj,
think
I
they'll
hope a lot of
most
these
likely
players have
show
a big
Bonnie.
enough suitcase, because they are going to be walking home with a jumbo version of the purple-black Monkey D. Luffy alt art leader.
I
I've
will
not
leave
seen it in
the
person
stream link
yet, but I have been
below.
willfully and respectfully told that it is a worthy name of
The
jumbo
original
card.
stream is.
Yeah, it is a very large card. I think
There
we
we go.
saw Shinsan demonstrate it on a tweet
If you want to watch
a
the
little
original
while
stream.
back when it was announced. Yeah, very, very nice looking alternate art version of a Monkey D. Luffy card.
Absolutely. One of my favorite, if not, I think my favorite version of the Purple Black Luffy All Art Leader as well. Obviously, we've had a couple of different artworks of it. One in the starter deck, one in the Emperor's box set as well, with the playmat and the deck case as well. But I just love the look of the original All Art Purple Black Luffy Leader. Just sort of encapsulates Luffy as Gear 5 status in perfect form.
It does, doesn't it? Indeed, it does. But yeah, our players, yeah, I mean, the top six, being in top 16, they have got this wonderful championship finals playmat as well. But they're going to be getting a lot more event packs,
Yeah,
finalist
so
card sets as
mentioned earlier,
well.
the top 16
Top
gets
eight
a
now,
play
you've got the
mat.
jumbo, as you say, the finalist packs.
Top 8 gets
And then
the jumbo card.
obviously they're going to
But
be
unfortunately,
aiming
you
to
don't
get to
get
that
any like
semi-final
prize cards
and
for
try
top
and
64
inch
or like
forward, try
top
and get that
32
first, second, or
because
third place finish to
traditionally
get that
they
amazing trophy as well.
Yeah, and of course,
they
those
do
top
get
two
that
players, when you
in
qualify into
regionals,
the
but not
grand
in
final,
nationals
you earn
or
yourself
European
that
championships. I
trip
keep saying
to
nationals
the World
because in the US
Championships as
and
well to
Oceania
represent
and the
Europe.
other
We spoke
regions,
about it yesterday,
it's
myself and
usually
Gavin,
nationals.
about the world performance that Europe has been able to do so far generally in the first two World Championships, but we're still looking for that winner of Worlds from Europe. Will it be this year, and will it be one of these two players that are on your screen now? Anna's on the right-hand side of your screen with those very fetching glasses as well, I have to say. I'm very jealous of the style that Anna's has got going on here this weekend. And then Angelo Truscello piloting Bello Betty on the left-hand side as well. Taj, I'm going to ask my favorite question that I like to ask casters before a
Looks
matchup.
like we have
Who do you
Bello
think's
Betty
taking this one
into
down
Marco.
and why?
I'm not going to say I'm too biased. So you can decide who you think's going to win. I'm just too
That's a
biased
very good point. That's a very good point. I respect the sitting on the fence in this matchup here, thanks to Anez. I'm really undecided about how this could
Very
go. I think
interesting
if
because
Angelo hits that
from
perfect
memory,
curve, then I think
Marco
Angelo, there's not
typically
really much stopping Bello Betty if
typically
it goes really, really
does pretty
quickly.
poorly
Hits that turn one
into
searcher,
Bello
hits
Betty
four costs of
because
Ankov
Bello
into
Betty is way too
Karasu
aggressive.
and starts causing
Marco
havoc that way.
dies
But Anez with that
to
inbuilt
just
power
getting run
reduction
down.
in the leader
Basically,
abilities kit, of course, Donmo
Marco is a
times
very
one.
setup
Activate
oriented
main during your turn. You
leader.
can draw one card and then cycle one of those cards in your hand back to the top or
Generally,
bottom of the deck, and
Marco
then give something
wants to
minus
set up his
2,000 power.
characters
We are
so that he can carry the
underway
board
though in the quarterfinals. Anez
with things
going
like
first, immediately using that
7
leader
cost
ability and
Newgate,
passing. And now
8
Angelo
cost
on his first turn with two Don. I do think I
what's
see.
that character
I
called?
do. The
Rayleigh.
Bello Betty one cost searcher.
Yeah, that Bella Betty
You
comes
can
down first
KO
turn, and
2
as you were saying, it's all about finding those right pieces on
9
the
cost
board side.
characters typically if you can play out
Boy of
Rayleigh
Ankovs, both of them are really
and
important in this. Caruso can
the
be really good mid-game to try and get
Edwin
your lead
Newgate as
down,
well.
so your
So
opponent's leader
generally,
down
with
by
leader
minus
ability, of
1,000
course,
power. All characters have to
minus
balance their
2k,
board. And more
minus 2k
importantly as well,
from
we're going to be
the
talking about the triggers potentially that you can get in this
from
Bella
the
Betty deck. You've got the Bartholomew
8
Kuma
cost Rayleigh, and then
on
using
trigger. You got the Lindbergh
the
as
5
well.
cost less 5k
Harassing
or less
blocker.
KO,
So
so you
there
can KO
are
9
options
costs,
that can come
9k
out from
power.
life as far as triggers are
It's also
concerned.
really good into
So
GP
that'll be
loot
interesting
because
to
most of
see.
his characters are
Two
quite
Bella
low in
Betty
power.
searches here
So
very early on.
he's had a pretty
Getting
good search, pretty good first turn
Vankov,
here.
the other one getting that
Able to
first
play
turn.
2
Yeah, that is pretty much the
um,
perfect turn one going
searches.
second that you would want from
Potentially
Bello
you want
Betty, getting
stage,
double
but
searcher. That's
double search
two
means that you
more
get more
potential
swings in this
scary
early game, and you
attackers
really
that
need
Anez
to
is going to have to
rush
worry
down the
about
Marco
in
here.
his next turn, as we see Anez going for that 5k swing into life. Angelo more than happy to take, as you would expect, but we go and now see the
Does
3
not
cost chopper,
find
and do we have a target to be
the
able to search
target.
out of the on play? We do not, it looks like here. The rest of the cards going to the bottom of the deck. That's going to be
That's very
rough for
unfortunate.
Anez early on.
Yeah, that's really rough because you really do want to get some board presence against this deck, and that whipping is not ideal. Anis does obviously have some answers to certain characters on
So I
the
do
board.
see the
Not only
forecast
he's got the Seaquake we saw yesterday
of Vankov
that
in the
he
Bello
has
Betty's
on his deck
hand.
as an event, and the
It's
Blue
very
Dragon
likely that they play
as
that.
well in the deck as well.
Yeah, that Blue Dragon Seal Water Stream. We saw it the last time that Anez was on stream. Will it be important here again in
So
the top
next on will
8
be
stage?
5
We see
done
the
for the
4 cost
Marco.
of
So
Hoyo of Ankov get played
I think if
down
you wanted to,
from
you can play the
Angelo, the one
Lindbergh
that was
here.
searched out from Bello Betty Searcher number 1. We're going to go ahead and activate the leader effect,
Or
trashing
Karasu.
away a Revolutionary Army type character and giving 3 characters of either Revolutionary Army traits or cards with trigger the plus 3,000 powers boost. Now we're seeing the Vankov
Does
getting
play the
activated,
Karasu.
playing out the 4 cost Karasu. This is a perfect start for Angelo here, and he's going to be able to swing 5k into 4,000 power 3 times here with those Betty searchers and the leader.
Yeah, it's pretty much as I was saying. You don't want to be seeing that Karasu coming down this stage of the game, and we did see it, reducing that leader down, ensuring that those 5k swings are now forcing a 2k counter
Gives
deck
the
with
1k
automatic
1k
effects.
with Monet and Ben
Two
Beckman.
cards is always very
5k to
important at this
leader.
stage.
Yeah, I mean, in
And
fact, he's
counters
going to be
again
losing
2k with
3
Otama.
cards here because Anez is going to counter out of the leader swing as well with a 2k in the form of Otama. But you see the cards that were used in counter there. Monet, Ben Beckman, Otama. These are cards that Anez would have really loved to have had a hold of in
Minus
the
2k.
late game stage. We are going to go ahead and see that leader ability activated first, checking the top card and making sure there was an animal type character available to him this time. That blocker chopper being played down rested, and now Anez taking a more traditional route.
Interesting. Yeah,
In
that's a
terms
very,
of
very good
being able
turn.
to deal with
Very, very good
Betty
turn because he plays out the
attacking
chopper
into
blocker,
those 2 rested 1
and
drops.
also
Yeah, that's a
forces
lot
the chopper
better now.
blocker
He's
to
got a
be
bit of
into his
board
top
presence
5
there, potentially forcing
through
another two players
his Marco
with
leader
those
effect.
rested chips
And
with
now
Ben
you
Beckman
also
as
have
well,
enough Don
giving
for
him a bit more
the
time to be able to
rest, not the
stabilize and
rest, but
establish what he
the
needs to do on board.
So
come with
Angelo now
us
here on the
event.
6 Don turn. Obviously, does still have that 4-cost Ivankov and Karasu. Now make it a 5-cost Ivankov that's going to make its way down. So on play is going to check the top 3 cards of the deck and is going to be able to play out a Revolutionary Army type character with 5,000
Plays out
power
the
or less, and
Lindbergh.
is going to grab
I think
the
Lindbergh's going to be
Lindbergh
vital in this
here.
sort of matchup.
Great card to have. Again, when that Lindbergh swings,
Clearing board here would
deal with
be
characters
really,
in
really
combination
nice,
with that
but I
Karasu
don't know if it's
attacking
possible.
and target that face
Um,
effect on characters rather than the leader as well.
Yeah, you could potentially
Potentially
go
going for
ahead and
face
swing
again.
with
I
the
don't know.
Karasu first, get the
Really
when
don't know.
attacking effect off, put the power reduction onto a character as opposed to going onto a leader, then use the Lindbergh's when attacking effect if it's at that 7,000 power or higher region to immediately go ahead and pop it. We see a 6k swing attempted into life here, that one
He
Don
gets
being
the
left open.
Richie blocker.
4 just shut up and come
Huge.
with
That's
us,
actually
being
huge.
able to grab that Richie blocker, but by that point we are in the counter step, we are past the blocker step of the attack, so we can't go ahead and use the Richie immediately to protect that blocker chopper. The target has to go down, and now Angelo activating that leader ability once again.
Yep. Belabetti's leader effect so powerful and
Oh,
potent.
wow.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry to interrupt you here,
Wow.
Taj, but we see here off of the Imperial Ivankov 4-cost
He
effect.
had the Kuma there. I
Running
think he
down
knows
that
this matchup
Bartholomew
quite well
Kuma
because I wasn't expecting
immediately
that. He
to
did
clear
search
the
that
way
earlier, so
of the 2,000 power Richie blocker.
it does
As
make a lot of
Anez,
sense.
it feels like he's been on the back foot from turn 1 here.
Yeah,
This
so
has
I
been
think
a
that's
really,
just,
really
I wouldn't
difficult
say it's
game for him.
game, but
Yeah, Angelo's literally
he
been
knows what
finding
he's
the right
doing,
pieces
so
of the curve to be
it's
able to
tough. And
deal
now
with
he's got a
this
very
game.
wide board with
Obviously,
2 life and you have no board.
not looking
So
great
it's
for
going to
Anez
be
here
very
for
tough
game 1.
for Marco to
Starting
come
with
back
that
from
blocker
this. I mean,
and
generally this is
do
pretty
well
tough
restore
matchup
this
for
turn.
Marco to begin with.
Well, the beautiful thing about this top cut stages is that Anez will have 2 more chances if he does end up falling to defeat in this game 1 to be able to keep his dreams of being a Worlds player alive. We're going to first go that 1 Don underneath leader and activate its effect. We do draw into a copy of that Seaquake that you were mentioning about earlier, an easy way to KO that Bartholomew Kuma that is on board for 1 Don. I also do see a Rayleigh as
Putting
well
Rayleigh
there
on
in hand,
top
but that looks
is
like it's going to
interesting
the
because
top of the
generally
deck to resolve the
into
Marco
slower
effect
decks you
here.
want to
Yeah,
put the
that's
Rayleigh
the
on
card
top
for
and then
Anez
play out the
here.
9 cost Sanji into the Rayleigh, developing 2 bodies in 1 turn.
I think with
And
Don available to him, what options are available here?
it can
Yeah,
KO
well, I would not be
6,000 power,
surprised if the
but with the
Seaquake
leader
does
effect it would
not
KO
come
8,000
down
power.
on this turn to target something. We also do, of course, have
So
the
it's
minus
definitely
2,000
interesting that
power effect.
Yeah,
That
he
is
was
being
deciding where that was going to go, and it's going on the Lindbergh by the looks of it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Be able to get rid of something that is potential of an immediate power
so
reducing and
minus
KOing potential,
2k
as
to
we
the
also see
Lindbergh.
the reduction effect here
The
being
reduction effect
activated
should
from
just
the
kill
when
it. Like
attacking
it's
of the Tony
should
Chopper
just kill it.
blocker.
I mean, it's 6,000 into
Yeah,
what
healing
is
that
that?
cruiser
2,000,
really
right?
important to deal with that.
You're not gonna give 3 cards for
Extra
that.
minus 1,000 power that it gives every time it's attacked. Due to attack.
And we've got
The
4
remaining
Don left
board
remaining
on
here. About to put 3 of them underneath the leader
into
and swing
that, and then
9,000
what is that?
into the Vankov. Then there goes that Seaquake targeting
What
the
card
Limburg
is that?
that had its power reduced by the Marco leader ability. And so board state has been cleared up a little bit. Angelo just left with
If your leader includes
essentially
YB
now
Pirate,
just
KO up
5
to
cost
one
and
of your
2 cost
characters,
vanilla characters
opponent's
with their
characters with
effects
3,000
having
power
been
or less.
both used.
So
We know
that's
that those
why,
power levels
that's actually a
can be
really good
exceeding
tech
with
into
6,000
the Bella
and
Betty.
2,000 base
Wow,
respectively
that's a
once
really,
you
really good
use
tech
that
into Bella
leader
Betty. I mean,
ability.
this is a
And
good card in
now a
general.
second 5 cost of Ankov
Potentially, it's
is
just a
going to
pretty good
come
card in
down
general, but
onto the board.
I'm quite
Thankfully, can't
surprised
take Ivankov
because I
itself,
personally
but
have never seen
the
that
worst
in
case scenario here
Marco
has
lists.
come
So.
forward because we have Inazuma on board.
Yeah, and just using leader ability makes that Inazuma rot now, which means we have got 4 swings coming through from Angelo's side of the board. A bit of a fumble there by Anas as well. When he was using that C-Quick, he did reveal his just shut up and come with me from his hand as well. So again, similar to the last round, player just revealing a card that could be quite
With no
important.
Don up here, I
Lots of number
think
of cards in hand, and your opponent has knowledge
he's
of
in a
how
very
to
good
control
spot,
what
honestly, the Belly Betty. He doesn't even need to
Yeah,
go for
not
game
leaving
this
the
turn.
Don
Like,
open
he
for
can.
him to
He
just
very
show up
much
and come
can go for
with
game
as well
potentially here.
So Angelo
He has 4
has
swings, I mean,
mostly a
into
free
3 life.
reign
Like,
here,
it's very
depending on
possible to
how
go for
many
game
cards
here.
are in hand and
Very,
how
very
Angelo
possible.
wants to sequence the rest of these attacks. That Kuma is at 5,000 power base here before this attack. The 6k swing, though, with the Don underneath it, will be countered away for 2.
He's
Now
got
here
2
comes the
cards.
rush
I
of
mean,
Inazuma. That's going to swing and connect. 7k swing into the Betty leader. That's going to connect, which
there we go.
realistically means that
That's
by
game 1.
mathematics, the
Yeah.
9k
I think
should
even if
connect,
he didn't
and
go
it
for game
does
there,
indeed. Angelo Trascello in just 10
he's just too
minutes
far ahead.
is
There's no
able
way he
to
can
take
lose
game
there.
1 against Anes on Marco.
I
Yeah,
think
and this is
Marco
where
is
we
just
have
too
Hojo.
slow.
Oh my god!
Marco
What you
really
had in
needs
life.
to.
Wow.
You had the 2
Um,
triggers that were going to come.
it's
As soon
hard
as
for
you had
Marco to
that life.
stabilize,
Yeah,
essentially, right? You
just
have
goes to show
nothing to
how
heal.
formidable this Bella Betty deck can be.
You
So
don't
aggro,
play that
so
many
quick.
blockers.
If you can't
Actually,
trap
I
that
think
Kuma,
Marco for
deal
this
with those
version does
characters on
play
the
a lot of
board,
blockers
you don't have a
because
chance
he's
to
playing
catch
the
up
animal
and take a
package
breath, essentially.
Marco.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well with
Um,
so many decks
but
that are
yeah,
in the
I think
format right now. Quite a few of
Marco
them
in general is very
need that
vulnerable to
2 or 3 turns in
aggro
the early game stages to be able to
because
set
he
themselves
prefers
up,
to play
set up
against
their
slower decks.
engines, set up their
So he
combo
can just
pieces,
set up
set up their control
his
locks and
KO.
the like. It could take a little bit of
So
time for players to be
bit
able
tough,
to get
a bit tough.
into what their deck does. The same can be said here for Marco as well. You need a couple of turns early on to be able to get that chopper engine online, the 3-cost searcher chopper, get
Winning
some of
his
those
first game
blockers
here
on board, and take
as
get
Bello
to that
Betty. So
8
it
and
seems
7-cost
like,
phase
at least
where
so
you can
far,
play
seems
things like your Silver's
Bello
Rayleigh,
Betty
like your 9-cost Sanjis. We even didn't see the
will be
7-cost Edward
winning
Newgate
this. I
in that
believe
game, which
it's very
in this
likely.
matchup could be really, really helpful.
Absolutely, yeah. It'll get rid of a body, and at the same time, it's going to stick there. Even though you're resting it to get rid of a body, it's going to be a difficult target to remove. But yeah, this deck is just so consistent. Apart from the Zeus that you have in Bella Betty, everything's Rev Army, so you're never going to whiff on your leader. Even when you are going like really low cards in hand, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. Well, both players are going to get themselves shuffled up and prepared, ready for game number 2. One of these players will be moving on to the semi-final stages, and we can let you know as well, tuning in at home, that both of the semi-final matches will be being shown here this weekend. So we'll be able to see both of the players' crowning moments and invitation granting moments
Interesting. So
before
both
they get to
top
that
4 games will be
grand
shown.
final. It could be Angelo
This red light's
Trascello
been
if he wins
popping
this
off for a
next
little
game
bit. It's
and
because
then
it's low on
wins in
charge. So
what
I'll
is
have to
going
charge
to
this
be, if he does progress through,
in between the
a
top
Bello
8 and the
Betty
top
mirror
4 games.
match.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, if Angelo does get through, which he's in the driver's seat at the moment, we'll be facing another Bella Betty.
But just like everybody else that will be playing their decks in this format and looking to target Bello Betty as one to watch, Betty players will undoubtedly be doing the same thing. They will have tested extensively into the mirror match. I know for a fact a player of Angelo Trascello's caliber and quality will have tested every single potential outcome, would have looked to get and sculpt the perfect 50 card list, not only for the wide field that we have, but also for those 2 big factors and big pillars that make up the competitive One Piece card game meta at the moment. So with both players getting themselves reshuffled, taking mulligans, drawing their life cards, we will be getting into game 2 very, very soon indeed. The fist bump is there. We are underway. Angelo will be forced onto the odd curve here, but it doesn't matter because
So
he's got another
Anis,
one plus Betty Searcher.
Another
losing the
bonus
first
double
match,
combo.
has opted
Bella Betty Searcher. Let's
to
see what
go second,
Sunday
which
they
I
can
believe
bring to
is
hand on
probably
this
correct.
search.
I think
Yeah,
Marco
the one difficult factor about
getting
being
more
forced
Dawn,
onto
getting to
the odd
his
Don
late
curve
game, being
here
able
is
to
that if
play
there
those
is the
characters that
four
he
Costa
wants to
Vankov
play
that
out
was found and taken,
will help him
he would
out.
be
And
able to
also
play
Belly Betty has
down
just a
on
much better
turn
curve going
2. So
second.
instead here, Angelo opting for the 5-cost Emporio of Vankov makes a lot of sense.
Draws a
Make sure
9
that you're
cost
trying to
Sanji
play
on
on the
that
curve
turn.
where you
Uses
can,
the leader
and there,
effect.
that situation will have
Trashes one,
two bodies
puts
on
one card
board
at the bottom,
for
cycles
the
one
one
card.
actions
Cycles the
commitment.
9
As you see there
cost,
for Anez, just the leader ability and a
9 cost
pass
Sanji.
of
I
the
totally
turn
agree with
here.
that.
But his second turn
It's way too slow
setup
to play that.
doesn't look too
You
bad.
know,
I do see
into
the Drum
slower
Kingdom
matchups
Searcher
you definitely
Chopper
can, but
in the hand for
not this
Anez
one.
to be able to combine with the leader ability next turn.
Yeah, that will be really, really good. And yes,
I would love to
let's see
watch
what
the
Angelo can do
Bonnie
now here on this
match if they
3.10. Is
showcase
there
that, but unfortunately they're
anything
not
that is
showcasing that
available
at
to
the
be
moment.
played? Maybe another Bella Betty. Obviously the Karasu blocker as well that could be played. But starting off with just a 5k swing into life with the leader.
Yeah, there's not too many things that Betty can do on the odd curve. I wouldn't have been shocked there, honestly, if we saw just an all-don onto leader and swing 8k with the Bello Betty leader there. But instead, it's going to be the Bartholomew Kuma that is going to be played down, just continuing to get a little bit of board presence. Set yourself up nicely for the first leader ability activation that we'll undoubtedly see on the next turn. But now here with Anez, one Don under leader, activating the effect, putting the power reduction onto the Kuma, but there's not going to be any KOs on this turn. We're going straight for that Drum Kingdom chopper,
Yep,
as I
so
expected.
on
And
the 3
thankfully, we
Don
do
turn,
have at least
playing
one target. It is going to
the
be
chopper.
that Richie blocker.
Yeah,
Makes
absolutely.
a lot of
So
sense.
better start here for Anez. Managing to get that search off and playing out that Richie rested. So looking fairly positive in that sense, but it's always worrying when Angelo's got a couple of characters sitting on that side of the board that cannot be targeted as they're not rested.
Yep, so now on to the 5 Don
So
turn
now
now
it
for
is
Angelo.
Belly
Turn
5 Don
3, we
turn.
know
I
that there
can't
is
see
that
his
5
hand.
Costa Vankov that is in hand as well. But I think we're before that, we are on the 5 Don turn. We thought that Anez was just declaring an attack.
I mean, it's pretty
at the
simple turn
moment.
generally, I would say. I mean, you either play the 5 cost or the 4 cost of Vankov here.
His hand, but that 5 Don turn, we know that the 5 cost of Vankov is there, so that's likely the card that we're going to see get played down. Hopefully,
And we
maybe
know
the
that he
top
searched
three
for the
find
5
something
cost
like
Vankov.
an Inazuma,
So I'm surprised he's
maybe,
not playing
and
that
hoping
out
can maybe
right
boost
away.
something else up with those characters. You'd be able to grant Inazuma Rush if you put some of the power boost onto the 5 cost of Vankov and swing Inazuma into the rested Richie potentially here. But Angelo just going to take a moment to try and figure out what the best case scenario is going to be for this odd
You could also
curve
play
that
the
he
4
has been
cost of
forced
Vankov and
onto.
play out the
Decides to
Kuma
go
from
down
it, I
the
guess,
route
to
of the
KO
Vankov,
Richie,
which
but
we
I don't think that's a
usually
very
would.
good play. Oh my
Finds
god, that
out
is insane. He finds
the 4
that
cost of
Vankov.
Vankov,
Okay.
will
Is a
probably
top
get
3
buffed now
search,
with the
so
leader
now you can
effect,
play
and able to find
the
something in that case
Kuma, I
scenario.
think,
Yeah, that's a really nice consistency find there
to
for
KO the
Angelo.
Richie
Of
if he
course, on
feels
the odd
like it.
con
Or if he has
this would be
Karasu,
normally
or
the time if we're
if
on
he
the
has
even curve where
Karasu
we would have
or
already seen the 4
Lindbergh, it would
Costa
be pretty good
Vanko
here
make
as
its way
well.
onto board, but better late than never here. And like you said, Taj, the power boost has gone onto that 4 Costa Vankov, so we will be able to
I
activate
definitely
main
think
this
Belly
turn,
Betty
play out another
drawing
Rev
the
Army
4
type
cost of Vankov here
character. And Hannes,
is
you
a bit
can
of a
see
high
there just
roll.
looking up and slightly shaking his head because he knows that the Bello Betty engine is full steam ahead right now.
Yeah, it is indeed.
That is an insane,
Very worrying to
insane
see
top 3
as far as
search.
Anis is concerned. See how wide and deadly this board is getting.
Well, the one solace that he can take from this at the moment is that there are 5k attackers that are on the board for Angelo at the moment. So some of those would be easy enough if they are going into life without any kind of 4 cost Karasu to be able to counter. But speak of the Winged Devil, 4-cost Karasu makes its way down onto the board, reduces the power level of that Marco leader. So now a 5,000 power swing into 4,000 power is a lot more scary for Anes to have to try and defend.
Yeah, so dealing with this swing now, just looking at the numbers are
I
going to
mean,
be
he
very
has to
responsible.
counter
All
this,
the
I
dodge
feel
has
like.
been utilized by Angelo, so whatever
At least
he's
one of the
able to
5k
do,
swings he's going to have to counter.
swinging at you. So thinking how he formulates his cards to counter out of these attacks.
Well, we did see a moment of pause there from Anes
Wait,
contemplating
what?
on a
Yo,
potential trigger
pause.
activation.
Oh, he's
Okay,
swing with
Judge
that.
caught it, Judge caught it.
With that Avankov, which
I was
is
like,
really
mate,
nice.
you just played that Avankov out that
Plus
turn.
3,000 power, but it was only at the 3,000 power to check
I've
out
caught
that Karasu. Played this turn, so cannot attack.
Good spot
mistakes
there
a few
from
times
the
now.
judges.
Not this
Keeping an eye
specific, not
on
Angelo or like
proceedings in
specific
the
Belly
table.
Betty or
And
anything.
now
I've
over
just
to
caught
Anes's turn here.
mistakes
He's
on
gonna
the
be having
stream.
a little
It
look
is a very
at the amount of
highly
dons
stressful
he
situation
has
for them. So
available and active to
I can
him. He is always
understand why
essentially
they
with
might
Marco kind of playing with one
make
don
some
less
mistakes.
than you would initially
5-2.
draw into because of the don that has to be attached on for that leader effect, as we see a miss on the Tony Chopper search once again. That's the second time in this best of 3 matchup that he's missed on the 3-cost Chopper. And that's all. I mean, in any deck that you run a 3-cost Chopper, that's going to be a real issue. In this deck in particular as well, you are going to be way behind the 8-ball. Monet here is a nice little find, though.
It is indeed, yeah, giving that 2-rested Don to the leader, enabling him to utilize his leader ability as well, and be able to do minus 2,000 something.
I looked away for a second there. I didn't realize what happened.
And it essentially kind of negates the point that I was making earlier on as well about being able to have to play with one less don than you draw into for the remainder of the turn because of that leader ability. Being able to use Monet, put the 2-rested dons underneath, as we see a huge board clear going on.
I can't remember that card.
I
just know it's OPO 6.
The blue dragon
3
seal
costs
was the
Azure
stream, and
Dragon
Angelo
or something.
had to take a double check of that card, but it is indeed just an unconditional 6,000 power or less character KO piece, getting rid of that value engine of
Azure
the
Dragon Stamp, Flowing Water.
and leaving what was initially the
character with
vanilla.
5,000
Look at
power or
reaction
less.
to that.
I have to say, this Marco is
being played,
really
saying,
well
"Please no
teched
Karasu,
into
please no
Bello
Karasu."
Betty
What
with
is
a lot of
Angelo
cards
found
that you can
off
just
of this
play to
top
KO.
3 Anes? We're all with you at the moment. What is Angelo gonna find? Slow rolling us here. Look at this. Oh, I absolutely love the emotion being shown. You can see what it means to these players here, and Angelo just making these moments even more agonizing. We get the play. It's a Lindbergh, and Anes' reaction saying, "Okay, we could deal with that."
Yeah, exactly. Did not want to see that Karasu with a -1 1,000 power on the leader there. So yeah, Lindbergh he can cope with. Maybe there's a way you can deal with this, because Lindbergh does have the when attacking KO a character effect. So yeah.
Yeah, there's not too much power reduction that you have access to in Bello Betty. You do have Koala, of course, that is in Engine, but that's really the only piece that is being run in this list. I know a couple of decks and versions of it are playing cards like Raise Max as well, that can bottom deck itself and -3,000 power a character to be able to help facilitate into both Lindbergh
7,000 is a
and
chopper. He's got 3 cards left in hand.
well. But
Goes
in
2k,
this case,
1k.
it's just the Koala,
Okay.
and it's just the 7k
So
swing
the
of
Ivankov you can swing
Angelo
again.
that is being countered away with Otama and the Monet, and Anes saying, "Oh, do you want to swing
I think you
with
definitely
the other
swing 6
5-cost
there.
Ivankov?" Yes, you do, to be able to clear the way of the Searcher Chopper.
Clearing that Search Chopper is really important. And also, he's got 1 card in hand, so even if he does have the counter to counter out
character's going to be got
of
rid
that,
which one's
I
going to
think,
power reduction on it.
yeah,
Remember,
I think
power reduction
it doesn't matter because you force him to
end of Angelo's turn, which is really important. It does mean
you force him to use every card in
minus
hand.
3,000 power for that particular turn. So that Ivankov now, essentially, when the leader ability is fired off, it just gets it back down to its base power.
Yeah, and I saw that as the absolute perfect target there for the KO effect of the Silver's Rayleigh. It's the only character on board for Angelo that had an activate main effect, so you want to get rid of that as soon as you possibly can. And now in combination with the Monet activate main and the power reduction from the Marco leader ability as well, is able to reduce both of the Ivankovs down by 3,000 power, attack into the
I think
rested
Belobedi
one
loses
with
this,
the
to be
Marco
honest.
leader, who was granted
He's got no,
two
he's not,
rested
he
dot
doesn't have enough
from Monet,
firepower
making it
to
a
kill Marco
7k
now.
swing, and this looks a lot better from
It's a
Anez's
lot
point
easier
of
this
view.
time
He's got
because he's
control
able to
of the
play the
board.
Rayleigh down.
He's got a big body on the board as well with that Bartholomew Kuma. All going well.
Tap 6
This looks
Koala.
like it could
Yep,
be
it
a
is.
game for Anez. Here comes 6 cost Koala though to try and help spoil the party.
Yeah, then a zoom out there. But yeah, it's looking a lot better for Anez this game indeed, giving him a chance to stabilize. Having the Silver's Rayleigh out, 8,000 power body, and Monet's doing his shift as well. And now leaves the board, having done such great work over those last 2 turns.
Yeah, Monet has clocked in, done a hard day of
Kuma,
honest work, and then clocked straight out again by courtesy of the Bello Betty leader attack. We see a leader activation here as well, giving the plus 3,000s boost to the Koala and the Inazuma. Ivankov is
got one
back
card
up
in
to
hand
6k
as well.
now, essentially, because of the power reduction that was in
Ooh,
from
and
the
he
Silver's
plays a block
Rayleigh.
Karasu.
As double swings go through, Karasu blocker now on board to try and help
With
Angelo
3 cards in
protect
hand.
himself and get away from any other extra rush threats. But now with double blocker on board
That will be
and
tough.
2 life remaining, Angelo still with the possibility that he could go ahead and take this game, as leader effect from Marco going to minus 2,000 power, the rested Ivankov, and I see a Ben Beckman that is in hand. That takes care of the Koala blocker.
2 done up.
Yeah, it does indeed. So
6 into 4,
we're in a
and then 8 into 4. He's gonna force out the blocker.
state, I would say, here now for him.
All right.
Because
I don't know why you're not getting rid of the Ivankov. I guess he's got a spell that gets rid of him, potentially.
With what he's got available to him. But there's always that worry of any more rush cards coming out, and Inazuma is always a threat. So you've got the one Inazuma on board at the moment. Another Karasu coming out obviously could also be difficult, but being on a 10 on turn with Angelo will be going into this next
turn. Because you got 2 done up.
And bring out multiple characters.
Because the minus 2k is only this turn.
It's really difficult. It's a bit of a precarious spot that Anez finds himself in, actually, because he's only got 1 life remaining.
Yeah.
So with that Karasu blocker still on the board, that is a 4,000 power base character. Leader effect will boost it up to 7,000 power, which
This is
is
really
that
scary
magic
for
number in the
Marco,
One Piece
2K,
card
2K.
game against a 5k base leader. So there is the possibility that we go ahead and swing with that Karasu
So he has
blocker,
nothing to get rid of it. I think he should have just swung Ivankov twice.
And now,
unless he's trying to pull
where I
some
get
sort
a
of
little
mind
bit
games
more
off
fearful.
that.
Yes, we've got the Richie Blocky on board, but we've got the Bartholomew Kuma to answer it. And Anez immediately seeing that and the leader ability getting declared, extends the fist bump. Angelo Truschello will take the win, and
So
Bello Betty is in
terrible.
to top 4.
As soon as I saw the amount of
too strong, isn't it? And just seeing that
cards he was playing out, I was like, shit.
Bartholomew Kuma come down,
that's
getting
tough.
rid of the Richie was
Like,
just too much.
I was like, oh, it might be tough for him now, but then he plays like,
did not have enough
was that like 3 characters in 1 turn?
Yeah, and even without the Bartholomew Kuma, there was still 3 attacks that were going to potentially be going through on that turn. Even the opportunity for a 4th.
Yeah, Marco, I feel like even I can only imagine
if there were some
he's
other rushes
heavily
in the deck,
teched
like Dragon, for example,
towards Bello Betty and still was unable to win.
But no, absolutely. The 2 cost Bartholomew Kuma just absolutely sealing the deal, making sure that 3 attacks.
Yeah, because generally that is a very difficult matchup for Marco. I actually played Marco for a little bit, and my list is not the same. My list is more of a GP and like a blue-purple counter.
And we will have a Bello Betty mirror
so obviously I don't know his whole list,
and a
and I think it
guarantee
probably does quite
of
well
Bello Betty
still
in the European
into
Championship
that.
Finals Grand Final.
So we have one top 4 Bello Betty confirmed.
for the World Championship finals.
Confirmed.
That is guaranteed now with this win.
The
Yeah.
question is going to be who will be going to Worlds. We're
I'll
going to
be
be able
right
to
back,
speak
guys. I'm
with
gonna
Angelo
quickly
in
go
just
charge
a
my
moment. So don't go
headphones.
too far because we will be hearing from Angelo Truschello on his thoughts of qualifying into the semi-finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after this.
Right. So, while we wait for the next round to get started, let's play some One Piece. Downloads. And I'd be happy to play any leader as well if anyone has any suggestions or anything like that. I'm happy to play any leader, even if I'm terrible at them. I'm happy to play them. If there is any requests for it.
Well, welcome back to the caster's desk. We are here with
I can't
Angelo
hear the
after he's
interview,
just
by the
booked
way,
his spot
because I
into
don't
the
have headphones on.
semi-finals of the
But
Season 1 European
hopefully somebody wants to
Championships
enjoy it, so
for the
I
One
will
Piece
leave it up
card
there.
game. First and foremost, Angelo, I mean, how do you feel?
I feel confident.
Yeah?
Yeah, I want to win.
Yeah, well, we love to hear that. What kind of drives the confidence for you here?
I lost in semifinals on Utrecht at the Bandaigar Fest. So I lost my spot to the world, and this is my second chance.
Okay, so we got a redemption story.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. I mean, this next question might be a little bit of a silly question to ask, but we ask it all the time. Why Bello Betty for this event?
So I think Bello Betty has a good matchup versus UP, and also versus GP Luffy. I think in the finals, like almost 30% of people will bring UP or GP. And so that's the reason why I'm playing Betty to counter them.
Okay, absolutely. Let me talk about that matchup itself as well, because Marco, a leader that has been around in the format, but maybe not quite one of the top decks in the OP11 format. How much preparation did you do going into this weekend against Marco?
I think I tested it.
Alright, let's play some One Piece.
I felt pretty confident versus it. Also, I had the dice, so going second is really good.
Yeah, because even when you were forced to go first, you looked like you navigated that game quite comfortably.
Yeah, but when I go second,
Personally,
I can put 2 bodies
not
or
a
4 dons.
fan
So
of my starting hand, but
that's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. So
just thought I would
talk us
keep it, I
through
guess.
your road to where you are now. How did you qualify into the championship finals, and what
Oh
did
my
day one
god,
look
I'm
like
so
for
screwed.
I qualified when I got second place in Paris at the regional. And yesterday I played versus 6 Bettys in a row.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so very well versed in the Betty mirror match here.
Yeah.
I'm
I
so
faced
screwed.
2
I think I'll
UP,
lose
1
this.
GP, and then
I
6
need
Bettys
Zoroark.
until the
I should have just
final.
graded for Zoroark. I don't know what I was thinking.
Unbelievable. Well, it's going to hopefully do well for you for the remainder of the tournament. You're
I don't know
confidently
why he
gonna be
didn't buff
getting
it to
on
Sanji
that
Pudding. This guy's
flight.
actually
You
trolling.
have one more set to play before you are qualified into that. So we certainly wish you the best
Oh,
of
because
luck, Angelo.
he's got
Thank
no
you so
stage.
much
Okay, it's
for
fine though, because
joining
I
us,
just
and we
removed
will
Zero.
absolutely we will be able to showcase whether Angelo will be getting that invitation to the World Championships very soon. So don't go too far, because we will be back very soon with one of our 2 semi-final matchups. Don't go away.
That is so annoying. Okay. No trigger. guys in the background. 6K. Honestly, I'm not mad about that, so let's try this. He's got 9 cards in hand. Like, if I can get a 4 cost right now, that would be huge. 4 cost, what's that person called? The, footing. Text to top 4. It's not top 8, it's top 4. When we get to this. Oh my days. What do you search again? Uso Hachi, go go giant. If it's a small hit, I think I'm just gonna give it a 1K. No trigger, not necessary. It's got 2 drawn up. That isn't that good right now, I think. I don't think that's that good right now, so I'd rather do this. I'd rather do this. Yeah, I'd rather play the Mihawk on the next Sanji putting that plus 2. I think getting rid of Important is good. I don't think hitting with Taro here makes sense because he's got so much counter. So he's never gonna let it go, so I think it's better to just hit base here. Not bad. Yeah. He's more likely to give us counter than if we just hit the board here. So I think we just do this. Let's think about this. So you can't really rest on Spish 2 on up. Let's do this. So 3, 6, 7. This is 7 on. He's gonna go 9. Oh, he's gonna come down anyways. We'll go 10 here, because if he gum-gums this... Oh, he doesn't. Okay. I don't think he runs any non-resting, but he might, so... Just in case, it's fine. We'll just leave 1 donut. We'll leave 2 donut. He might run the blocker rest, so just in case. And we just grab like that, and then we can just defend the board, I think. I don't think he can kill me here. I mean, even if he has rush defeat, he can't kill me here. He gets another Sanji pudding. This is his 4th one, though. At least it's his 4th one. 1, 2, and then we just bottom decked 1, so there's a 4th one. Yeah.
So true, funny how it seems.
Going Mary plus 2, doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. If he doesn't swing me much this turn, that's good for me. I mean, yeah, I'll just go up that. That's fine. I've got 4 Uso Hachis this turn. I'll just give him 2 hits, 2K. I think it's not bad. definitely go face here because he's got too many cards in hand. Like he's gonna have 3 cards to defend this if I go 999. So I think this is perfectly fine. So hopefully we get like a Gun Gun Giant or something like that. Okay, we get Gear 2, which is good enough. We'll get Meatball here. We'll go 6 to life. Do I want him to play another Sun? That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, you probably should have swung a little bit taller with that, I think. Which doesn't matter, does it? Oh my god, what? Yeah, it's over, hey. Yeah, it's over. Oh, shit. Yeah, we didn't have Katakuri. Which means we had no blockers. We had no blockers there, but it's alright.
I bought a ticket to the world. Now I've come back again. Why to find it hard right the next time?
I'm gonna regret about Mulligan. I'll just keep. It's not a good hand, but like, at least I get the ramp. Two Sergeants is kind of cringe though, I can't lie. I need to keep putting trash. Purpose, okay. Yeah, no, we take this. This is probably really good for us. Cool. Can he kill? -3, -8. Well, I don't. Oh, you can't. Right? Oh, you can't. If he has Tempest Kick, Dock Q, Van Olga. Right? No, no, no. Yeah, -3, 6. Yeah, 3, 6, 9. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But he touched 1 dot, so he can't. He needed that Tempest Kick. Oh, but he needs 10 or more cards in trash, actually, so he can't use it that early. Oh, he could do that though. Yeah, but I think I'd KO the Battle August if I can. Or I can just that. Yeah, I'll just do that. 5 going on with the king of the win. I don't think he's gonna do that. I do have like 3 cards in hand. I don't know what it is. So you probably put like 6 down, 6 cards. Yeah, 6 down on there. KOs, but that's fine still. I think I just take this. And now I'm just doing 6 play Sanji. I need my category though, ASAP. Category helps me win this match now. Oh, he doesn't win this match. Are you serious? Oh my god. It's really bad because I don't want that many Sanjis in hand. Whatever. Because preferably these are categories, then I can swing and then restand them as blockers as well. Because he could easily win this now. Well, not easily, but he could really could win this. I don't have any Gum Gum Giants. I don't have any Gum Gum Giants, and I'm not drawing my categories. Finally, Katakuri. Okay. I'm gonna go 6 lead. I'm gonna play Kata and pass. I do need to find Dread Rock though. Oh, he finds full of lead. Cash is 10 cost teach though. Probably plays 3, maybe 4, but most likely 3. He's what does he play? Wargulf? Sandmon Wolf, what does this do? This is a blocker. I think I give him a 1k. If he swings any more, I just take. I'll take this. No trigger. Definitely no trigger. Oh, okay. Sure. I'll just take it. Whatever. Let's see if he takes this. If he takes this, then I think it's game. Okay, because it's not game anymore. Let's see. If we go 3, 3, 1, not up, 12. I think we just do this. 8 into 8. He left it 9. Interesting. So we do? Should we don't here? Yes, the block.
I have no influence, shame, but there is
No, let's just go face.
for me. The first or the second time, who gives a damn? Not me, who has ever listened to me. If I only could stop you before you made trouble for me once more. Tonight would be the happy
I'm most scared of right now is black hole. If he black holes my blocker here, I might be screwed. Potentially. Potentially screwed. He black holes, and then swings all done. Actually, no. I wouldn't be screwed. I surely a counter out of that. Surely. I've got, and I don't think he. I mean, he might do that because I've got $4.
So despite you, I've been both the scene, very depths of sin, and it moves.
Semifinals.
She has her hold on me, and need to feel that free. If I only could stop you before you made trouble for me once more. Tonight would
12K.
be the happy man if he only would hear my advice. Have respect for
Let's see.
the
If he black holes this,
tonight would be the
he can't black hole.
happy
So he's gonna go 12 and then 15. So we have to counter the first one, I think. No, I have to counter the first one. And we just block this, don't we? What do you think? We definitely block, right? But like 10, 12, 14. Yeah. And then sure. Oh shit. We're missing one counter. Okay, we're just gonna act confident. I mismathed it. I should just let it die. I actually mismathed it. I thought that would have lived. Whatever. In a real match, I wouldn't have done that. He plays carry bow. Okay. I'm so fucking lucky. I actually mismathed it, but it doesn't matter. It is what it is. Oh, that can't be removed? Oh, right. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. We go 9, actually. We go 9. 8. We should have done 8, actually. I thought I had one more dog. Okay, so the 7 always goes through. I mean, we would have won anyways, to be fair, but... playing the kata is so annoying. I mean, I'll probably just red rocket, right? Like, I don't have a bit of play here.
Don't
It's
know
like
what to
8k
tell my
leader.
boss. Think the city told my car. Chandelier is on the floor. Rip my favorite party dress. Wore in South for my arrest. Think I need a ginger ale. This was such an epic fail. Pictures of last night ended up online. We're screwed. Oh well.
Got Lin Lin as well. I'll probably Lin Lin off the Zorja or something. Lin Lin off the Zorja, tuck it on Clay. I do have music playing here. Give it 2k. AK will take. Plays Luffy Taro. Interesting. Into Sangoro. Okay. Oh, come on, really? This kind of sucks. And then we get another Sanji. So we have 3 Sanjis in our top, basically in our top 6. Oh my god, that's infuriating. Whatever. We do have 2 life. He has to play blockers here, no? He doesn't play any blockers. Okay, cool. We'll just putting him and then go 9k. Putting because I know he's got Usahachi, but also because it's like potentially he's got, you know, Gum Gum Giant. Very likely he's got Gum Gum Giant. So restarting his hand is quite important there. And we just go 9k again, so you can't Gum Gum Giant. He does have a Gum Gum Giant in hand. It's fine though. At least we force out some counter in hand, and then we have to go for game here. If he has it, he has it. Yeah, he has it. GG. 2k, 1k, 1k. Wow. That's unfortunate. That's alright. Alright. So Looks like it is starting fairly soon.
Place crown.
Yes, and we definitely have an interesting match coming up. Not only is it the Bello Betty mirror, but it is a 50 card mirror. So 100% same deck definitely seems to be the right deck to play today, but who's
So
going to
it
be the
seems
better
like
pilot?
Eustace
Because
Kid
in these 50
unfortunately
card
lost
mirrors, of
out
course,
on the
people are going to
top
say, you
8.
know, going first, going second. Going first, of course, might be a little bit
I'm
better
just
in this
reading
mirror,
Twitch
but
chat
Bello Betty
of the
definitely an
official
explosive
live stream
matchup,
here.
but a matchup, especially in the mirror, which can get a little bit technical.
Yeah, we've certainly
Very
seen that, and we were
unfortunate
actually
not to
taking a look
see the
about
Bonnie
myself at the
because
kind
I
of
really want to
results as
see
they were
like
starting to
a
come
good
through.
Bonnie
And
player
when we
play,
came off the
right?
air
So
after our
a bit
feature
unfortunate.
quarter-final match, there was another match that had already concluded, and everyone just kind of assumed around the venue, oh, it's probably the Bello Benny Mirror match, but no, it wasn't. The Benny Mirror was actually still ongoing while we were going off the air. It was the Smoker that had actually finished quicker than the Bello Betty Mirror. So there's certainly a little bit maybe more of a nuance to be able to go into this matchup. Obviously, Bello Betty, to combat that deck, you
I think a
typically
lot of
look to
people also
try
want to play
and
the
go
watch
into
the Bella
your
Betty
opponent's
mirror
board.
as well
So
though,
while
because Bella
both
Betty is
players are
obviously a
trying to
very
do the
popular leader
exact
right
same
now, with
thing,
it
that
being
could
quite
really
strong in
create some interesting board
Yes,
states.
so
OP11.
Betty, of course, you know,
So
when you're normally against
with
another
that being
deck, you
said,
are going to be
I
the
think
faster deck, which means you are trying to
um
end the game as soon as
a lot of
possible.
people want to
But once you
learn
get
how to
into that
play the
mirror
Belly Betty
state, you
mirror
kind of have
because
to vie for
I think
board
Belly Betty
space,
mirror
and
is
if
actually a
you
fairly
use your
skillful
leader
matchup.
ability
Like
too
it's
soon
not
or too often,
as
you end up
easy
not
as
having
some
enough
people
cards in
think.
hand for the crackback. So it can be very interesting. A lot of cards you might think as you know not very important become extremely important in the mirror, like that Zeus, for example, one of the most important cards to make sure that
And
you're able
once again,
to
for
stop your
the
opponent from
people that
really
are currently
building a board,
watching,
can be a
I
very interesting mirror
thank
match,
you for
and
tuning in
from my experience
or
actually
with me.
goes extremely
Thank you for
long
tuning into the
relative to what you
stream
would think
to watch
for Bella Betty.
the
Absolutely. Well, speaking quickly
quarterfinals with
on the
me.
other semi-final, which we'll talk a little bit more about when we showcase it. As a reminder, we are previewing and showing both of the semi-final matches across the weekend here today. Cards in hand is being a little bit of a running theme here, actually, especially with Marshall D. Teach.
Yes, of course, Teach, you know, going to be one of those very technical decks going up against Smoker. But I gotta say, Smoker probably could not have had a better matchup. Tons of Smoker's cards, of course, do not include the on-play effect. And when we're talking about, for example, Hody Jones, he just loses that negative, right? Of course, he cannot rest if the Teach does
I
opt to
didn't
use
know
his leader ability, but definitely
Gavin
has a
his
very
Twitter
strong chance, I would
time, so
imagine, into that Teach
just
decks.
gonna
Yeah, and one of the other
follow
best
him
parts
now.
about that Hody Jones on play effect being negated is that you don't have to take a
He
damage
graduated.
Absolutely.
to activate any of the effects, and it just becomes an unconditional
He
rushing
graduated in
character
Japan.
to be able to
Apparently,
crash
I
in
did not know
and
that.
deal with either Teacher's life before he gets to that 10 drop, or some of the rested characters himself. For example, even that Jesus Burgess, if it starts to get boosted up a little bit here. So Smoker on paper looks like it's going to be pretty good into Marshall D. Teach, but we will see it very, very soon, because as a reminder, we are showcasing both of the semi-finals. I mean, we've got to, really, right, Gavin? When there's so much on the line at this stage in the tournament, we got to capture the crowning glory for both those
Absolutely. I
players.
mean, this match, of course, you know, being the first ticket into Worlds, I mean, who wouldn't want to watch that? You have to.
Absolutely. Yeah, and especially because of the decks being so kind of different to what we were maybe expecting at this stage, right? Red Green Smoker has been a force in the OP11 meta, hasn't quite reached towards these sort of top 8, top 4 stages too much in the regional scene at the very least. Same could be said with Teach, in all honesty, as well. And I know it did have a victory in a regional around the world over the past format
Don't
or
wanna lie,
so,
I'm just
but
trying to
to be
kill
able to
time
see
now
it
because
in
obviously
the
I don't have
top
my headphones
4
on at the
in
moment
the
because I'm charging
OP11
them.
meta is something that's really different.
Absolutely. And, you
So
know, Blue Purple definitely
waiting for
having
the
a
game to
relatively
begin so I can actually
disappointing tournament, I would say.
watch some gameplay.
Not even showing up in the top 8. So definitely very interested to see if one of these, you know, lesser used decks is going to be able to eventually overcome Betty. But of course, first we are going to have to get into that Betty versus Betty mirror.
Yeah, that Betty mirror match that we'll be
On
bringing
my
you in
table,
just a moment. The players will be
we've
getting
also got
themselves prepared
the
at this
Fallen
moment
Brothers
in time.
Gecko
And obviously,
Moria.
when you look down at the list, we've
I
already
just have them
established
on my
it is a
table so
50
I can like
card
hand
like for
shuffle.
like list that's going to be going into
Yeah,
semi-final
you guys
one.
can't
So
hear it.
I've got to ask you, Gavin, how do you get the upper hand
No, you guys can't
in
hear
a
it
situation
because
like that?
So it definitely can
my
be a
mic
little bit of a
sensitivity,
weird matchup, right? So whoever attacks first
which is
usually
good
ends
because I
up
don't want
coming into a relatively
people to hear
large
my hand
disadvantage just
shuffle.
because all of their characters are going to be taken out, and then they really don't have a lot of tools to be
But
able
sometimes,
to
you know, if
crack
you're a
back and
TCG
take
player,
their
you know what I'm talking
opponent's
about. You just
characters. So
want to
it's
hand
kind of like
shuffle
a little bit
things,
of a game of
you
chicken.
know.
When is it the proper time to start attacking? Because if you pick that timing too early, you end up losing all of your characters, and of course, if you pick it too late, you end up losing the game because your opponent has attacked first and taken away the game from you. I definitely think some cards that will be relatively key in this matchup was, of course, like I said before, the Zeus. Zeus being one of the few cards that is going to be able to take care of those larger characters like the Ivankov. And of course, Lindbergh, you know, one of those characters that usually sees an inclusion just because it does have that trigger. It does have that Revo Army typing. The effect is, of course, used, but definitely a lot less common. But in this mirror match, can be so important, especially comboing with Koala, just to make sure that you're able to reduce your opponent's characters while also going for life. That's really the key. Is if you're ever able to create a situation where you're able to take back board state while also pressuring your opponent, that usually seems to be the key to winning that mirror.
Yeah, and also it's going to be about how you sequence and what characters you attack with at what point in the game, because there are so many of these characters that are on the lower power end in terms of their base stats that get boosted up by the leader ability. At what point do you try and go with one of those characters like at base level potentially to try and swing into, you know, Kuma and Takuma, for example, or Betty Searcher into Kuma, or those kinds of combinations, and what you target with the leader ability to be able to boost up power-wise.
Absolutely. And another thing we can talk about is the value of counter is so low in this matchup that your 2Ks will probably hit the board more than almost any other matchup you will see. Koala, of course, going to be so important, comboing with that Kuma or that Lindbergh. Zeus is the premier removal in this mirror by a significant margin. Both are just such important cards. The only 2K counter that you really see used as a 2K counter willingly will probably be that Sabo.
Yeah, it's interesting about that Koala being the primary power reduction to combine with things like Kuma and the Limburg. I've seen a few lists that have run around that have utilized Raise Max as well to help activate those effects and get some extra characters into those kinds of ranges. Why do you think that we're not seeing Raise Max, at least at this stage?
I think, you know, the biggest point of Raise Max is you lose the character when you use it, right?
True.
So Koala being able to stick around is just such a huge advantage in this deck specifically that rather than, you know, the counterless part being a huge factor, I actually think it's more of the fact that it's an on play versus removing itself with that, you know, on your turn effect.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be getting into the game very, very soon with our first
Oh,
of
this
both
is
of the
okay. This is
semi-final
taking
matches.
longer
As
than
a
I thought,
reminder,
so
the
I'll
decks
just
that
play
have
a
made
game.
it into top four are as follows. We have a
Oh
Bello
crap!
Betty mirror
Let's
match,
start,
which will be semi-final number 1, which is coming up next. And then after that, we'll be showcasing
I
semi-final
want like a
number
hard
2,
matchup.
which will be Marshall D. Teach up against Red Green Smoker.
Yeah,
And that
whatever.
Red Green
I'll just
Smoker
smoke
player
it is.
is Paul, who we saw all the way back at the start of day 2
Okay, I'll just
today,
pick John
winning
because
against Purple Black Luffy.
Yes, but definitely has a very difficult matchup
oh, it is
ahead of
RG
him.
Smoker in
So
the
now
end.
that we do know our 4 decks, who do you think is going to take it all?
Well, color me shocked, and this might be a bold prediction,
Chooses
but
to go
I think we're going to have a Bello
second,
Betty in
which
the
is
final.
correct.
It's going to be about what it's going to go up against, whether it's going to be Red Green
I think I just have
Smoker
to keep his
or
hand.
it's going to
Like
be Teach. If it is going to
3
be
Don, I can play
Marshall D.
Zojuro.
Teach,
6
I
Don,
think I think Bello Betty is probably the more
I don't attack
comfortable
this.
into
6
that
Don, I can
matchup,
play
purely
Nami.
from an aggression standpoint.
Okay.
Because of the ability that Marshall D. Teach has to deactivate the on-plays, it's a great ability to be able to have. But that 4-cost Emporio Ivankov having its activate main ability,
Rose 9
you
time.
need to get that off of the board as soon as possible so your opponent doesn't have free uses of it. You want to do that anyway, but it is so much more important for Teach
I
because
think
of
I
how
send one
punishing that on-play
Sanji
negation
away.
can be if you are chaining them turn
I don't
after
know.
turn after turn. So one of the key cards in that matchup would likely be something like
It's
Black
tough.
Hole to be able to negate and KO the Emporio Ivankov
Sanji and
cost.
Grab Blade.
So I think that Bello Betty probably a little bit more favored into that matchup. If it's Red-Green Smoker, it will rely wholeheartedly on if Red-Green
Mulligan.
Smoker
Okay.
can see 8-cost Kid on time. If Smoker can see 8-cost
Sure.
Kid on time, I think things become a little bit more equal, if not maybe slightly favored towards the Red-Green Smoker list. But without that 8-cost Kid, I think Bello Betty, it has such a proven track record. It is such a force in the format. It goes super, super quickly, whether you find the ideal curve or whether it's even a little bit of an awkward curve that you land onto. Bello Betty is its pure aggression and its versatility in how that aggression is achieved, I think is probably
Oh,
in
that
the
is so
premium spot
annoying. Come
to take
on,
the event.
man.
I mean, makes sense when there's two of them, right? I actually
Absolutely.
think that if Teach is able to get past a Red-Green Smoker, I think Teach will take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the reasoning?
Black decks, they're pretty good. When you're fighting against Betty, you know, just having that removal, I think I look at it this way: 5 life and removal options. That's just
Yeah.
got to be, you know, a great formula into those Betty
Interesting.
decks.
Yeah, the one card that I would love to see, I think, included a little bit more in Marshall D Teach to help
Probably
combat
this.
the Bello Betty decks is Liberation. Being able to 2 for
No,
1
probably
is
that.
such an important value aspect, especially in mono black. We
So I
know
can get a
how
Ram Trigger,
important the
and then I can
4-cost
use
Lucci
Gum
has
Gum
been
Giant if I
historically to
decides to
mono black decks or black focused
rest
removal
my
decks
Dom.
in the past. The one aspect of that removal package in
Yeah,
Marshall D
so I'll do
Teach
that.
is that it is typically single target. Your Doc
Trash.
Q can only take care of one
Think
thing.
Lin.
Your
I think
Shiryus, if
Meatball
you're running
here.
Shiryu instead, can only take care of one thing. Those pop effects are usually single target removal as
He's got
opposed to
Zoro. Okay,
multiple. So
interesting.
in that vein, why do you think that Liberation hasn't been included?
I mean, I think on the other hand, it's only good in that matchup, right?
Sure,
If you're
okay.
playing against blue-purple, like, how many times are you really going to have the opportunity to use that effect? Of
I
course, you
need
can't
the
discard it, but you end up having such low hand counts when you're playing that teach
Jesus.
that
I
if you
need the
just
Mihawk like
get
right
it off
away.
the top of your deck when you're on one of those late turns versus a deck like blue-purple, versus a deck like Bonnie, even Smoker, for
Otherwise, I
example,
might be
that
screwed.
could be, you know, a huge disadvantage, which
Oh,
ends up
that's not
costing you the
Mihawk.
game. So I think I understand it, you know. I mean, that's really
Um,
why Betty has seen so much success, right? It's because Betty isn't the top deck in the format. She's the second best deck in the format. Because Blue Purple has kind of warped the format around him,
Sanji,
Betty
I
is able to
guess.
kind
Get
of
rid of
stay
Sanji.
under all of the techs that
Get
people
rid
are
of the
wanting to
blocker.
play because they have to tech first for that Blue Purple matchup.
Absolutely. Well, we are getting both of the Bello Betty
That's
players
tough. I'd rather him
into
hit my
the
face though.
feature match area. So our first of 2 semifinals is going to go and get underway very, very soon. I would ask for a prediction at this point, but a 50-card mirror match, we know that, you know, it's going to be Bello Betty that's going to win here.
I had no idea. Amazing. Bello Betty is favored in the Bello Betty mirror.
It's
Who would have
unbelievable
known?
to think about it, really, isn't
Yeah.
it? So while we get the matchup set up, we are
Two,
going to hopefully, I think,
1.
go to... Okay, they're getting themselves shuffled up. I was just about to give ourselves an extra little bit of moment of time so that the players can get themselves settled in, but you can see they are on the screen. They are here, ready to get this game shuffled up and underway. Angelo, who we saw topple the only Marco player who was
Oh,
in
this is
top
good.
32
This is
at
really,
the
really good.
start of the day in our
This is
top 8
really, really
feature
good.
match is here and is
We
going to
got
get
this.
ourselves into the game
Get that in
very,
hand.
very quickly. This is going to be a question about player knowledge and
Okay,
player
that's nice.
mentality
So we need.
over 50-card deck and deck
Let's have
choices.
Absolutely.
3 Don up so he can
Betty
never rest
Mirror,
my Don.
I feel like definitely gets a bad rep relative to how skill
I mean,
intensive
it's
the
just gotta be
matchups
this, right?
can be.
It's just gotta be
Just
this.
knowing when to play out your 2K counters, when to play out your characters versus trying to hold them, trying to play around
I
your
mean, I have to
opponent's
start chipping at
removal,
life as well.
how
So
often you can play Zeus versus whether it's going to end up biting you in the butt because your opponent does end up having enough reach to end up going for that lethal turn. You know, it can easily get into some very weird game states that both players might
I
not
should
be
have on 7.
extremely
What am I
familiar
doing?
with unless they really have put the time in
I
on
need
these
to counter
decks.
this.
So I definitely think it can be a very interesting matchup, and honestly, can't wait to see it.
There was an interesting thing that you mentioned as well during our discussion there about the potential favored curve in
Yes.
this matchup. Typically, Bello Betty, a deck that maybe likes to go second, being
Doll.
able to go double
Oh
one
my
cost on
god.
turn one into that
Fuck.
4-cost Emporio of Vankov, but
I wasn't expecting
thinking
doll.
maybe that going first is actually the play here.
So first is great
Oh, I'm getting
unless your
cooked. I'm
opponent
getting
draws
cooked,
Kuma
chat. I'm
Turbo.
getting cooked.
Okay. That's fair. Well, we'll have to see if that is going to be the case in this matchup. We are getting ourselves ready for the
1, 2,
first
3.
of two
I don't have
semi-finals,
enough
and for both
swings.
of these players, just this step away from being able to call themselves a
Don't have enough
World
swings.
Championship caliber player, because the winner will be going to the World Championships. The top two are qualifying. The loser of this matchup, it's not a complete end of the road, however, because we will be able to have a third place playoff match that will be playing for that third place trophy
I think I
card.
got thread,
So
but I
it's
need to get rid of the
certainly
right
not the
target
end
here.
of the road
That's the
here,
issue.
but the
So I've
winner
got
of
5
this match
Don.
getting
Okay, let's
to
just assume he
go
doesn't
to
have
the
Hody Jones.
World
Because he has Hody
Championships
Jones, we're
and vie
dead.
for the title of
So we need
Season
more Don
1
to allocate to actually
European
KO stuff.
Champion as
This
well.
block out, who
Yes,
cares?
and I
We're gonna
mean,
KO that
just
stuff.
think about
We're
how
gonna
much
KO
belief you
this
must
guy,
have if you're
right?
able to get
We
through
need
on
1
season
Don,
one,
at
right?
least.
You can take the entirety of
It goes
season two.
7.
Of course,
It goes
most
7.
players will still, play a regional here or
And
there, but
then
you know you don't have to
10, 11
qualify. You
maybe?
can,
So let's
take
try
it
that.
slow. It's just so much easier on your mentality, right? If you're able to get this win right here, right now.
Absolutely. Well, I believe we can take a little look at the bracket here as well, just to give you an idea and a visual of what this top four is going to look like if you're just tuning in for us. So obviously we are looking at the left side of the
Okay, so of
bracket
course
in
it
our
does.
first semi-final. That is going to be first up here, because we are going to be showcasing both of them.
Now,
It's going
if
to be
he
Angelo
has Hody
Truscello,
Jones, I'm
who we
dead.
just saw in the top 8 feature match, take a
And that's fine.
victory
If he
against
has it, he has
Marco.
it. If he
He's
doesn't,
going to
then
be going up
there's a
against
possibility I can
William,
survive this.
is on the Bello Betty, and then Kevin, who is
Let's do
going to
that.
be our Marshall D Teach pilot. He is going to be facing up against Paul, who we saw on top 32 in the start of
Why did
day
he even
2.
attach
He
Dom?
is
He didn't have to do
piloting
that.
that
He's literally
red-green
got
smoker deck.
Chopper
Yes,
at
Teach, of course, being such a
the
unique
7k threshold.
deck, and I'm not sure really how everyone has really prepared for Teach, because I also think, Teach is one of those decks where unless your opponent is an incredibly skilled Teach player, it's hard really to get proper practice against the matchup, right?
Yeah, it's one of those decks that's kind of
We grab
fallen
Zarduro.
away for the most part, and a lot of
The
people have
question
been
is,
trying
do
to
we
take
play
a
out
lot of
kind of green?
time to really craft the deck perfectly. I know there's been, at least at the start of like the OP10 meta in particular, there was the Doc
No, we
Q-less
put it at bottom.
versions
Yes.
of
I was
Master D
trying to
Teach
get
that were
like
running
some
around,
magnetic play
utilizing
out.
Shiryu as their main
I
kind
mean,
of
we can just put
KO
6
outlet
for
to
blocker
pair with
this
the
blocker.
construction of things like the Laboon, things like the Van Auger, Tempest Kicks as well, that were still running around and are still running around in Teach at the moment, which I think is a very good call. But yeah, Teach hasn't
And
really
we
had
leave 2
the
Don up, so it's
continued
deceptive.
support and
Right?
representation. All you have to do to continue to
Okay.
support that theory is the representation numbers of the deck at the start of today. Only 2 Marshall D Teach decks were at the start today
the
in
game's
top
over.
32, and a 50% conversion rate going into top
Unfortunately.
4
Yeah,
isn't
Hody
bad
Jones.
at all.
Absolutely. I think Teach is
Even if
definitely
he
one of those decks that,
didn't,
it's just so
it
skill
was
intensive
over if he
having to
swung
know
properly.
not only your deck, but every single deck you could possibly hit in the meta. But before that, we have to go to our Betty
That's alright.
mirror. And
Yeah.
we said it was a 50 card mirror, but it looks like we have one with the
Alright,
auto and one
match
with
started,
not.
match
So,
started.
uh,
Match has started.
close, but not completely mirrored.
Yeah, absolutely. Angelo
Well, match hasn't started
showcasing
yet,
that
but starting
beautiful OP05 alt art for Bello Betty. William playing the more casual version with the basic leader, but either way, they do the exact same thing. They're going to be trying to go quickly and quietly into that grand final matchup. Both
All
players
right,
can see are
let's get
finally
ready.
set up.
Let's get ready to watch.
Hearty handshake between the two players. We are underway in our first of 2 semi-final matchups. Who's going first? It's William, and he has the turn 1 Betty Searcher as well.
So of course this is going to be an excellent start. Uh, Angelo, of course, opting to go second with his higher seed in the matchup. But,
Yeah, so
if
Angelo
Betty
has a
comes out
high
early,
seed, so he's able to
it is
pick
very
second, which
strong
is
as
generally the
long
better
as it
curve.
isn't answered.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Angelo does have that two-cost Kuma in hand, or if it's just been drawn for turn here as well. I think I see a Zeus in hand, which we've been mentioning could be a very, very important and impactful card in the process of this matchup here. Angelo just taking a little look here is going to go with a one cost of his own. Bello Betty Searcher, why not?
And so the name of the game, of course, is removal. You want those Ivankovs to be able to play down your removal like the Lindbergh. So it makes sense that he picks it up here, but it's still just a constant back and forth of, do we have Ivankovs? Do we have removals for those Ivankovs, like the Karasu, and the proactive removal choice, which will be that Lindbergh.
Yeah, well, we know that there is that Lindbergh in Williams'
Does
hand,
get the
but after
stage.
having it been searched out from the one-cost Bello Betty character as well, over to 3-Don turn. Now, I do see that there is that Revolutionary
So
Army
likely
headquarters
trying to
that
search
William
potentially
has
a
access
searcher
to, and
or
he's
something
going
to
to go
play
ahead
on
and
his higher
play
Don
it down
turns.
now, activating the search, trashing away a 4-cost Ivankov for the cost of the
He does
effect.
get a
And
Kuma,
I
which
do
I
see a
think he's more
Kuma
likely to
that's
play
going to
here,
be able to be taken
which is
here
what he
for
searches
William. Very,
and
very strong
plays.
turn two indeed.
And he's
Yes,
going to play out the Kuma.
absolute ideal card to search off of that
I
HQ,
think
going to be able to
searching
remove
swing
his
5k
opponent's
first, I guess, makes
Betty. But
sense.
of course, he's going to take a stab at the life first, try to check if there's any triggers before he plays down that Kuma, takes out that Betty, and positions himself for a very strong start. I mean, next turn, he also
That's a
has
very
Ivankov
strong
into his choice
play,
of
honestly.
Karasu for more aggression or
Removing
Lindbergh
that
for a more
Belly Betty
defensive approach.
from
Yeah,
Angelo,
really,
the
really
player on the
nice
left-hand
indeed
side,
for
means
William.
that
And
he
I do
doesn't
believe that
have a
Angelo does also
tall,
have a
well,
copy
not tall swing. He
of
doesn't have
the
a swing,
4-cost
extra
Ivankov
swing.
available to him in hand, so we'll be able to play it down on this turn. Would have to utilize leader effect in order to get the activate main ability, but that's exactly the line that we're going to go ahead and go down with, trashing away a Rev Army HQ
He's
stage
going to
of
trash
our
this
own
stage, which is
here
quite
for the leader
surprising
effect,
because it doesn't have a
activating
stage on
main.
board at the moment.
There is the 4-cost Karasu for some of that aggression, and then swinging 5k into the 4,000 power leader and taking the damage.
Yeah, so trashing HQ here makes a lot of sense. You already have access to another Karasu. You already have access to that Zeus. You're not really needing to, search for
Trashes another
better
stage.
cards. You should be able to get
Top
by
3.
with what you have right now.
Gets
So it makes sense that
two
he's going to swing that
koalas,
away.
and I
And on
think
the other hand, William,
can't tell what
he
that middle
is
card
able to
is,
find a koala,
but
which could be something
two
with his
2k
Lindbergh, but he
koalas.
already has one in hand
Um,
as well. So not the ideal top 3 for that HQ search.
Yeah, and it becomes even more awkward here because there's two-cost koalas that are in this top 3 search from the Revolutionary Army HQ. So is he going to go ahead and take one of these 2k
this is the
counters, or
Russia
will it be the third
Inazuma.
card, which is that Inazuma for a little bit more of an aggressive into life strategy?
Yeah, so of course going to be a strong card if you can get it out safely, but really only going to be seen as a finisher. I'm definitely interested to see
Trashes
whether he
Karasu.
opts to play
Okay.
down the Lindbergh for more of a defensive approach, or if he's going to go for that Karasu to try and get some attacks. He does have 2 attackers out right now, so he might be thinking he has to take the aggressive line. He is going first and just slam it down and go for leader. But seeing as he's attacking now, I don't think we are going to see Karasu come out.
No, it doesn't look like it. We're seeing the double 5k swings, getting a couple of instances of counter. And in fact, the remaining Don is just going to go underneath the leader here, swinging for that 6,000 power. Damage is going to be taken.
Plays
There
the
is the
Lindbergh. I think that makes a
Lindbergh
lot of sense
for more
because you
of
want to
the
play the Lindbergh
mid-rangey style
minus
approach
3k plus the
into this
koala
Bello
would
Betty
minus
Hero
another
matchup,
3k.
setting
So
himself up
KO is a
quite
6k character
nicely
or
with that
less,
2-cost
which
koala
will be very
also already
strong in
in.
this next turn
Yes, and
if
now
this
Angelo
Belly
has
Betty
to think
decides to
he
swing, which
does have the
he most
opportunity
likely
here
will.
to go for that Zeus
And
play,
if
taking
Angelo
out the
was to
Lindbergh,
swing here,
and then
William
attacking the
will be able
characters.
to
He will
play
still
that
have 1 life
koala
left, but with
minus
so many
3,000
cards in
to one
hand,
of them,
I do think he should be able to
guarantee
get through
the
an attack.
Lindbergh kills another
But
one.
it's
So for
always
example,
balancing
minus
on that
3,000
nice
on
edge in
Karasu,
this mirror,
and
which is
then
what makes it
Lindbergh
so interesting to
KOs
watch.
the
Even if
Karasu
you're not a
while attacking into
typical
the
Betty fan.
Vankov,
Yeah,
assuming that both
especially
characters
now that you know
are
that William does have
sideways.
that Inazuma in hand as well, which has the potential rush capability if there is a 7,000 power or more character on the board other than itself. But we're going to start off here with a little bit of that board control. Leader swing goes into the Kuma and will be unanswered. Angelo now just deciding whether he wants to swing with the Karasu or the Ivankov first. It will be the Karasu, and the when attacking effect not active here because there is no character with 7,000 power or more on the board.
I
In
think
fact,
you
the
just take
Karasu
this.
itself doesn't have 7,000 power, so there is no minus 1k going into a leader or character with that swing. Now going with the 7,000 power with the 4-cost Ivankov.
Yes, definitely being very conservative on this turn, saving his Dawn, saving his hand. I imagine this is because Zeus is going to come down.
It's going to be
Ooh, and
Koala
then plays a
first
Kuma
here, so
here.
maybe it's going to be Kuma that's going to follow up with
Also
it.
makes sense.
It will be indeed, and in fact, that might even be the better case
Oh,
scenario.
wow, okay.
Leaving you on 2 life
So
here
that
to be able to make
response
sure
from
that you're
Angelo
not
has
just
completely
getting
changed the tide of
aggroed
this
out on the
game,
next turn
because
with the
what
knowledge
would have
that there
happened with
is
the
a
Lindbergh is that it would
Inazuma
have
in hand
KO'd
and the 4-cost Emporio Ivankov
it
still
would have KO'd
intact
two characters this
on the
turn.
board for Williams, so wouldn't have to pay the 3 Don in order to play it out onto board.
Absolutely. I mean, if you have this combo, we talked about it before, right? If you can get this kind of board state and keep up the removal, right? Removal being so important in the mirror, even though normally it's sort of an afterthought for this deck. Making sure that you're able to remove your opponent's characters while not having to dip into the Zeus resources is going to be so strong heading into this next turn. Of course, your opponent does have that rush Inazuma that you were able to see, but now that you do have 2 life rather than having to rely on that Zeus effect, Angelo looking like he has a complete mastery of this mirror and might be able to take a quick game 1.
Well, William, you can see here, is just splitting
Angelo
up
has
the
completely
Don.
turned the tide,
3,
honestly,
2, and 2
with that
as
one
the
play.
stacks here. So we might be in one of those situations that we've highlighted all weekend, Gavin, about this is the time where I have no choice but to go for it. Play to win as opposed to play to not lose and see what cards are remaining in Angelo's hand, especially since you know that there has been a 2k counter played down onto board with that Koala in order to help set up that Bartholomew Kuma KO. I do also see there's a second copy of Inazuma, it looks like, in hand.
Yes, so I think that he might just have to go for it. Something like putting 2 Don on the Ivankov,
This is really tough.
using that ability to place Inazuma, and then placing down another Inazuma, then using the boost would probably create the most amount of power to
Trashes
attack your
Karasu
opponent's
for the
life.
search.
I don't think there are a ton of cards still in Angelo's hand, but who knows, because he was
The
able to
Kuma
find
is
that
picked,
Kuma,
which makes
that
sense. You can't
might
grab
lead him
Zeus,
to
and you're not going to
believe
grab the
that there
Searcher.
is, enough
Because
space
you're going to
to
die
use
this
his
turn,
koala
or
that he
next
still
turn.
has in hand to try and go for board and
Or
extend this
not, maybe
match
not
another
next turn, guaranteed, but
Absolutely. There's also the scary
very likely.
possibility whenever you're playing against Bello Betty that one of those 2 life cards very well might just be the Karasu blocker to be able to go ahead and trigger out from life. Both you and your opponent certainly have 5 or less life cards between the 2 of them, so the Karasu blocker would be
Yeah, I think
able to
swing.
trigger in this
Oh, okay. I was going to swing
situation.
5.
We're going to see here 2 Don being attached underneath the Bello Betty leader, and a very tentative attack declaration here from William. But what's the target going to be? Is it going to be into character? Is it going to be into life? It is going to be into life here. So Angelo, how does he respond? Is he going to counter out this attack and show that it's probably unlikely that William is going to be able to close out this game here? First damage taken, no trigger activation from the first life card.
Yeah, I think that triggers the Inazuma line, right?
It's got to be.
Yeah, and we see him place it down immediately. going for that line that we talked about earlier, the double Inazuma, then using the effects to boost all of them. So we have a 7K, 7K, and then a whopping 10K attack from the Ivankov. So that's a lot of pressure, right? He has to find something or a trigger off the life. Karasu likely does still save him here.
Yeah, Karasu would be a big, big pull here. Whether it's going to be enough will be the question. Looks like it's 3 cards that Angelo has in hand. So if he's going to be able to counter this attack out, that's 2 more swings that he's going to be able to face off. So he's not out of the woods yet. Defensively here is Angelo. He is realistically actually
looks like
relying
William is going to win
on
this.
to be a Karasu blocker. There's no trigger.
There's no
in
trigger.
life. 7K swing, and Angelo just extends the
And there we
fist
go.
bump there. William being able to map it out. Double Inazuma being
William able to
enough
win that
and
game.
secures game 1.
Yeah, so definitely that cheeky 7K attack from
I think
the
the
leader,
key turn
keeping
there
open both
was
of his
honestly
lines, right? If he counters
turn
out
2.
there, Ivankov
Turn
can
2
transfer
searching
her
that
attacks to one of
Kruma
those
meant
characters
that
because
you
his
had
opponent
2
would be
bodies
on
on
0
your
cards in
turn,
hand. He also then
while
could
the
follow it up
opponent has
with
no
a
bodies on
koala
their turn,
into that Kuma,
which means you're
trying
just
to
a lot more
create,
aggressive
both
on that
of best
first
world options.
on that 3-don
Immaculate
turn.
play, I gotta say,
Generally, you
and
don't have a
it just
lot of things you can
shows you
play on the
how
3-don
much of a
turn in
tightrope
general,
you
right?
really have to walk when
Morley,
you're
not a
playing
lot of
this
people
Betty
play
Bear.
Morley
Yeah, that
anymore
was
as
a
well.
really, really
So
nervy
realistically, on your
mouse
3-don turn,
turn there.
having that
Had to get it
stage, which I
perfectly
think he
right.
top
Had to get
decked,
the sequencing
not sure,
perfectly right as well
which
there.
he was
That
able
was
to
the
play,
real thing and the real key
and
to
then
help
find a
unlock
Bartholomew
that
Kuma on
final
top of
turn
that.
and win
That
for
was
William. As Gavin said,
beautiful. That
swinging
was
that
really, really good for
7,000
him.
power with the leader first was always going to be the indication. If Angelo takes that damage there, then we have to try and go for it. Otherwise, we are just at the end of the game on the return swing from Angelo. But if there is that counter, or if that is that opportunity, we can go ahead and make things a little bit safer for ourselves on the remaining turns. So William is just 1 game away now from being into the Season 1 European Championship Grand Final. He's also just 1 game win away from being a World Championships caliber player.
Yes, and I
This
mean,
is
it just
honestly
goes to
so
show you
stressful
that
for these
it
players.
really does not come down to the die roll in this
Because obviously
matchup,
top
right? There's
2
so many options that both
goes to
players
Worlds,
have
right?
available to
As
them,
the announcers just
and
mentioned.
just it's
So
so hard to decide on each of these turns.
the guy
You
on the
only
right,
have
William here,
4 or 5
needs to
turns,
win
but you
one
have to
more
play
game
each one of them perfectly
to go to
if you're
Worlds.
going to win with this Bello Betty deck, especially in the mirror.
Well, Angelo has got an uphill climb.
And
to
Angelo
be
needs to win
able
2
to
games
get through here. Needs to win the
in the
next
Bello
2
Mirror.
games if he is going to give himself a chance to be the bride and not the bridesmaid once
And
again.
Angelo, obviously,
in
having the
another
highest
major
seed
tournament.
in
2
this tournament
instances
means
for
that,
Angelo Truschello where he has
you know,
reached that grand final stage of an offline regional, but yet to get that final championship victory.
he has
Angelo
the
Truschello
opportunity to
would
go
mean
first
the
or second.
world to him even more if he can break that barrier
Looking
at
at
the European Championship Finals. Both players having a look at their opening hand. William is going to go ahead and mulligan here. Angelo
looking at William's
is going
hand, not
to
having a searcher, not
decide
having
to
a
keep.
1-don
I
or
imagine
2-don
with
play or
all of
3-don
the sort
play
of nuance and things like that
is
we've
not
been
great.
talking about with
Him
this
having the
matchup,
Ivankov
the
into the
mulligan
Karasu is
is going to
great
be
if you're
something that
going
is
second, but you
equally
don't
as
have a
important.
1-don
What are
play.
you particularly looking
He's going
for
first, I'm pretty
in
sure,
your opening
because
5-card
Angelo
hand, would you
lost the
say, in
first
this
match,
mirror?
I think it depends,
and
right?
he
Exactly.
picked
On
to go
if you're
second
going
in the
first
first
or
match.
second. We saw
And
William's
now that
hand.
he's
He
got the
had
opportunity to pick again,
Ivankov,
I would assume he's going
Karasu,
second.
and a couple of Zeuses. That would have been a very strong going second hand, especially if there was also something like the Kuma there. But going first, you want to be able to establish at least some kind of pressure, which means that 1-cost Betty Searcher is going to be so important. Of course, the HQ also going to be a great card going first. But I think you really want 4-cost Ivankov plus Lindbergh plus some early game, whether that's going to be the 3-cost Karasu, the 1-cost Betty going first, and more so the 2-cost Kuma,
That's not
especially
terrible.
going
I mean,
second,
your
or
first
something like
on turn,
double
at
Betty
least you
Searcher.
can
Well, we are underway
play
in
that
game number 2, and
stage.
we can
But yeah, I mean,
reveal that hand
it's
there.
not
You
great.
can
It's not
see
great. I'll be honest, it's
one
not great.
with
But
the
yeah,
Revolutionary Army HQ, so we do have early game double four
Try
cost of
trashing
Ankov,
that. Yeah,
a
four
two
cost of
cost
Ankov as well.
koala,
I was
and
thinking
a
as well.
a six cost koala.
Top
Little bit
three.
on the awkward side here. We do
He gets
find ourselves
a
into
hit
a
out of that
potential of the
Kuma.
Bello Betty
That's the
Searcher
Belly Betty
or the
Searcher.
Karasu here.
So
We
he's
are
probably
going to
going to
take the
play the
one
Belly
cost
Betty Searcher
Searcher
next
from
turn
that
on
Rev
3
Army
on turn, and
HQ.
then
Yeah,
play the
sometimes you're
Koala
gonna have to
or
debate
a
if you really want
Kuma
to
if you
play
can
down
find a
HQ
Kuma in
just
the top
because of
5
how thin
from
your
his Belly
hand
Betty
can get
Search.
in these matchups. And we see why Angelo decided to keep on first. Betty
I'm
Searcher,
actually
of
learning
course,
a
going to be
lot
so
from
effective
watching these
in this
Belly Betty
matchup.
players
And is that
play
a
against
Kuma,
each other because
Icy?
I don't play
Looked
Belly
like it
Betty.
was a Kuma, but
Obviously, I
before
know
Angelo is going to confirm
how to
our
play against
working
Belly Betty
theory, there it is. Just
on the
conspiring
decks that I
with the
play,
hand
but I
there,
don't know
but
how
it
to
is the
play
two-cost Kuma that is
Belly
found by
Betty
Angelo
as Belly
going
Betty.
into
Right, I
this
don't know the
first
mirror
turn.
matchup
And
that
another
well, so
action on turn one, another Bello Betty Searcher.
I mean, well, yeah, of course you keep that hand.
Yeah.
that's really good.
Yeah, that is, as far as Bello Betty mirrors are concerned, that seems like it's the God hand
And
to start off with, and the
sets up the
Koala.
combo in hand. Yeah, this definitely seems like the start to a runaway game for Angelo, just getting all of the combo pieces he needs.
Does get
But
a
we do
5
see
cost
the
of
5 cost
Ankov
Ivankov
there
for
from
William, which is, of
hand,
course, going
so
to be a great play
that
going first.
probably is a 5 Don
Most
play,
of the time.
depending on how it goes.
Hopefully, we can find a Kuma off of this Betty search that I expect to be coming.
Yeah, that will be the ideal scenario, although there will also be the Rev Army HQ search that William will be able to have if the one-cost Betty search fails. So we do have the opportunity to see essentially the top 8 cards of the deck here with the combination of the Revolutionary Army HQ and the one-cost Bello Betty Searcher to look for that Bartholomew Kuma potentially. We're going to go with the Army HQ here. There's one, there's 2 of them actually, and the promo
Barnes
Sabo,
Akuma,
but always going to be
which,
taking
again,
that
I didn't know was
2-cost
such an
Kuma.
important card
Yeah,
in the mirror,
so
but
of course, getting a
seems
2 cost
like
Kuma
it
here is
is
going to
a
be
very important card in the mirror.
extremely strong, but sending another 2 cost Kuma to the bottom of your deck, definitely not what you're looking for. So hopefully we're going to be able to find at least one more of those before the end. We do see the Karasu here, but looking at the way this game is seeming to be going, he's playing for that 5 cost Ivankov next turn, so Karasu not really going to have a chance to come into the game as a 4 cost. I'm not sure what the card behind it is, but he
Okay.
is going to opt
And
for
Rush
an
Inazuma seems to
Inazuma.
be very strong
Yeah,
in the
that was
mirror as
that
well,
card. I
just to
think the
have
only
more
other
characters to play
legal
on that
target
turn.
in that situation there was the Karasu blocker. It looked like the other 2 cards might have been Zeus's that have gone to the bottom of the deck. Of course, not having that Revolutionary Army typing, not able to be searched. We see the 5k swing with the Betty leader. That's going to go through double Kuma to wipe the board.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, so
incredibly strong.
Kuma
And
seems to be
definitely
a
something
very, very
that you would
strong
not
card in
expect
the
in a
mirror.
different matchup, right? This is the one matchup
Searching and playing
where
the Kuma is
Kuma
definitely very
Kuma
important
seems
to
stronger than
remove
Ivankov
these
into
threats
playing down a
on
Karasu,
the
for
board.
example. So, incredibly strong turn. We talked about it at the very beginning, but removal just so important in this mirror.
It's hugely important, and it means that Angelo has surely gotten himself a very, very firm foot ahead in this game 2 of semi-final number 1. And now if you're William, what do you do here? Do you continue with your initial plan of going with the 5-cost Emporio Ivankov here, or do you try and set yourself up with something like that Lindbergh on the board? And you can see the 5-cost Ivankov being trashed away here for the Emporio Ivankov stage here, grabbing a Karasu blocker. William firmly in defenses up mode.
Yes, he does have the opportunity to play one more of those Ivankovs, and he will. It makes sense. You're never going to play 2 of them in a row. But what do we have as options? It's Karasu or
I think
Double
Karasu
Inazuma.
is definitely the
not ideal for
choice.
sure. Lindbergh would probably be the
The
best hit
rush
in this
doesn't really
case.
do anything this
You're
turn
not really
unless he
going to be using
trashes his
the
leader. Trashes
ability
card for
of
later
Betty on
ability.
this turn, so Karasu not going to, be doing the strongest of Karasu moves. And now we do open up a little bit to something like a Zeus taking out that Karasu, or possibly no longer likely, but Koala into Kuma could also have been an option. On the other hand, we have used our Kumas early, so maybe we no longer have access to removal. might have played his hand a little bit too early is Angelo. But if he has a Karasu right now, that does seem like an extremely strong turn going into this turn 3.
I think that there might be a Karasu available to Angelo in hand. I definitely saw that there is the 4-cost of Vankov that is available. We'll obviously need to have the leader abilities activation to be able to use its activate main. But will Angelo go for the Karasu
He's
here?
a
We're going to see a
koala, I'm
payment of
assuming.
6. So it's going to be the 6-cost Koala going onto the board here. We'll take that top card of the life, and now we'll play a 4-cost Karasu down onto the board. So that 4-cost Karasu does make its way there. A little bit of a different kind of pathing than we maybe thought, but the leader ability now being activated, plus 3,000 to all of the Kumas and the Bello Betty Searcher, and
Also,
continuing
I'm just
on
saying
the
with this
aggression.
game, they're
Yeah, so
not.
the
Yeah,
blocker
look,
plus
they
the
took
1
so
K
long
makes
to
a
do
lot
the
of
the
sense,
three
especially if he
dice on
doesn't
it,
have access
and also
to Zeus.
technically they should be doing
Just
minus
making
1k
sure
to
that he's
availability
able to
leader.
pressure into his opponent.
Technically,
And once you have a full
I
board, that
personally
means
don't
go,
really
right?
care, but
So Angelo definitely
I
trying
think
to
that
finish
they
the
should be
game
doing that.
by next
They
turn.
should
I
be.
don't think he's
Because in the
expecting to
previous
win this
matches, they
turn,
would do
but as
minus
long as he's
1k
able
or
to
like
use
plus
his
3k
koala
and stuff
and
like
his
that.
plethora of cards that he has managed to obtain to stop his opponent from winning the next turn, he should be able to squeak out a win here. But that being said, William does have access to some of those Inazumas, so there's still definitely a chance that we see William win out here.
Yeah, we can have a little look into Williams' hand here, seeing the another 5k swing firing in here. This is, of course, 5k into 4 as well, remember, because of that Karasu on-play effect, reducing the power level of the Bello Betty leader down to 4,000. So William either does need to counter away with one of those precious 2,000 power counter cards, or dump 2 cards in hand. There is also just the potential that we take the damage here, and Angelo may be looking at that and thinking, okay, taking some more damage, taking it a little bit after consideration. Do we have the window to maybe just go double 5k swing with leader and Kuma to maybe squeak out this game on this turn?
I think you stop here.
I like stopping here.
I think that if he gets a trigger off of that last life, the game could easily just be completely thrown away, especially if he does have the opportunity to play something like that Ivankov. We haven't seen a lot of the trigger cards show up yet, at least from the perspective of Angelo. So could be feeling a little bit scared. If he's able to hit something like a Lindbergh or a Karasu, he's definitely going to be able to counter out of the last attack. And Lindbergh especially, right? Lindbergh trigger into Koala, taking out the blocker Koala, completely resets the game, and William will run away with it, right? So definitely have to think through, is this safe?
Yeah, and Angelo's just double checking all of the potential pieces of information that he can gather here, grabbing that trash and having a look through, seeing how many cards are gone, how many have been trashed away with that Revo Army HQ. Angelo is going to continue on
5 into
here
4.
with these attacks, swinging another 5,000 power in with the second Bartholomew Kuma here. Remember, this is still into a 4,000 power leader, thanks to that 4-cost Karasu that was
He
played
should
out
give the
from
Zeus here, I
6-cost
think.
Koala
Actually,
blocker
yeah, I should
here
give the
on
Zeus
this
here.
term. And William just trying to order his hand here and
Or
figure,
does he?
okay,
Maybe not. Maybe he
is
gives
it
Koala.
worth me countering out here? Do I want to go ahead and try
Don't
and
know.
chance that final card in life to see if it is that fated Lindbergh trigger that Gavin has been potentially hoping for in this turn? Big decision for William to make here. Already up a game in this semi-final one of the
I mean,
Season 1
regardless, he'll have to
European
counter out the
Championship
last 5k
Finals
swing, right?
of the One Piece card game.
He either
Does he want to
counters
take
twice
every
here,
single
or
moment,
he just
every
takes
single
and
second
begs for
here
trigger.
to ensure that he is now going to have as
I
much
think he loses
information
next.
as
Like,
potentially
William's
possible
definitely gonna
to
lose next
respond to this
turn,
attack?
right? So
Yes, I do think if he's
I think
somehow
maybe
able to
taking the
find a
life and
Lindbergh
just hoping
trigger
trigger
off
and
of
just
his
trying to
life, that
swing
it just
potentially.
wins
I
the
don't know.
game right there. And I love how he chooses to use the Zeus counter here, just because if he attacks with one, he's not thinking the trigger is coming. He's probably going to attack again. And if he does attack again, the Koala, of course, is going to be much more valuable than the Zeus. But he is choosing to opt for the koala, not going to go for the trigger,
Okay,
and just
interesting.
kind of try to
I mean, it might be the right play
play out
if
his
he
hand.
can somehow
Looks
survive
like that might be the
or win
situation here. Wanted to be
this
a little
turn,
bit more
but
safe
I
as
don't know. I
opposed
probably
to
would have
a little
taken
bit
that
more hasty here. We're
just to
going to
see if
see
I
Red Army
can.
HQ getting activated here, finding that koala, grabbing the promo
Promo
Sabo
2k
here,
counter
the
start,
5
bro.
cost 5,000 power 2k counter, which can
Just
activate
because
main
I would,
once per turn,
you know,
take
there's not,
the
you
top
know, that was the
1
last
card
attack,
from life into
and
hand
I
and
feel like I'm
grant
gonna
a
lose.
plus 1,000
So I
powers
would prefer
boost
to just
during
try
the
to go
turn,
for
so
game this
turning the
turn
Sabo from potentially
and hope
an
that that was a
8,000
trigger.
power
That's probably what I
character
would have
when you
done.
factor leader ability into it,
Not sure that's
into
the
a
correct play,
9,000 power character.
but yeah.
Now with, well, that's 7 Don available to William here. We're going to start with a 5k swing, and we're going to start going into the board of Angelo here. 5 into 2. And the decision here about whether to just free block with the koala blocker, not going to be taken. Bello Betty Searcher will go down here. And now it's koala blocker time of Williams' own here. Going to take that final damage. Was it a Limburg? No, it wasn't. And Karasu blocker is going to be the one that accompanies the 6 cost.
Okay, so opting to go for double blocker makes sense. Trying to be a little bit more defensive, pumping up his characters, trying. I wonder if he's just going to go straight for, you know, the other two 2,000 power characters that we see in the Kuma, or if he's just going to go straight for life. No, of course, he is going to go for those Kumas, making sure to reduce the koala just to make sure that it can't get a free block off.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to power reduce there in that situation. You can see Angelo just confirming about what potentially could be coming for the rest of the turn here as well with this Ivankov
Why does he have
attempting to
one
make
Don
a
up?
swing
That's the real question.
into
I'm
the
actually very
2-cost
confused.
Kumi here. Is Angelo going to elect to block here with this 6-cost Koala? There is also the
Is he
very
searching?
out there
Does he have a
possibility
one
that
cost?
Angelo just goes ahead and dumps his hand to try and protect this Kuma from the 5-cost Ivankov swing, but it'll take a lot to counter out of a 9k swing into this 2,000 power body.
I actually really like the koala and dump the hand strategy here. Of course it is double blocker, but you don't really have a lot of time once your opponent has established some huge board like this. You're maximum going to be able to take out maybe 2 characters. So dumping here, if you have a Zeus, for example, keeping that open and trying to use your Zeus next turn to take out the Karasu blocker and go for game makes a lot of sense. That will, of course, require him to find a Revo army either off the top of his life or the top of
So
his
if he
deck,
has
but I mean,
Zeus
Zeus
here,
is the
he
only
can
non-Revo
KO
card player,
the
so
Karasu
should be
blocker.
able to find one.
Well, we'll have to see with the 2 cards in the deck.
Zeus.
We have the hand and we have the Zeus there that's going to be able to take that top card of the life, activating the leader ability, trashing away that 5-cost Ivankov, pumping up the Karasu, the Kuma, and the Koala blocker as well.
He has a
and
lot of
now
Don.
William
He has a
is
lot
going to
of
be
Don.
walking a very scary tightrope. We see the Karasu go in for the attack first, as you'd expect, to get that power reduction over, and William is just going to go ahead and scoop things up, seeing the writing on the wall. Angelo Truschello taking the victory in game 2, which means for the first time today, we are going to a game 3.
Yeah, so, you know, just expertly piloted at the end there, making sure
I
that
could be
he
wrong, but I
kept his
believe
out.
this is the first
I imagine he had the Zeus
best
in
of
hand,
3 that
figured
we've seen.
it's better to have one more attacker just in case he has a bunch of defensive opportunities, because
maybe I'm being
that
really
koala
stupid
blocker
right
up,
now, but I'm
Zeusing out the
from
Karasu
memory. I
and
think
being able to find the
all the
finish to
games
that
have been
game.
2 games instead
Yeah,
of 3.
absolutely. So both players with a one and done now to potentially
top
book
16
themselves
was
into
Kid
the
into
World
Zoro.
Championship final.
Zoro
Will
had
it
no
be
chance of
Angelo
winning.
or will it be William? Both
Top
players
8.
have piloted
What was
this
top
mirror
8? Can't remember.
perfectly and brilliantly
Top
throughout
8
their respective wins in
was
games 1
I don't
and
remember.
2.
Somebody remind
It's
me
just going to take one more
if they know
opportunity
what
for
the top
either
8
of these
was.
players here, and in that
Or
grand
top
final
32 as
they'll
well.
be
I can't remember
facing
what
up
the top
against
32 was either.
Marshall D. Teach or red-green smoker. And a reminder, of course, to not go anywhere once this semi-final has concluded and once we've gotten a word from the winner about their thoughts and feelings about qualifying not only into the grand final, but also for Worlds. But that was because we are going to be showcasing that other
I
semi-final
think
matchup
Angelo
as well.
definitely
Marshall
had
D.
a
Teach up
pretty good
against
hand,
Red Green
pretty lucky
Smoker
hand.
will be on the stream after
Both players
this
obviously
conclusion
very
of
good in the mirror,
semi-final 1.
very
So
trained in the
just,
mirror. They know
shuffling
what the
up
cards they're
for
looking
the
for.
conclusion of this best of 3. Yeah, we've seen some very interesting games right now, playing around each other's Kumas, trying to make sure the Lindbergh doesn't get the opportunity to stay on the board because that alone can just completely take over a game, right? Been very
I
interesting
think
matches so
anyone that's
far.
interested in playing Bella
I
Betty,
really enjoy the mirror just because it's such a different skill
good
set
idea to watch
compared
this. Very,
to
very good
the
idea to
normal
watch this.
gameplay you see from Betty, right?
Yeah, it's a very different approach to what we're used to from Bello Betty. It's a lot more measured. There's a lot more kind of a control style element, mid-range purely there to be able to be like get this control on the board so that you can feel comfortable in that final turn attempted swing as both players drawing their opening 5-card hands. William looking like that's probably going to be a mulligan if it hasn't been taken already. And of course, depending on the curve that William is going to be going on here, you'd have to imagine that with him having the opportunity of choice, he's going to elect to go first if given the opportunity. But both players are going to be keeping. He's going to be going second, it looks like, from the indication here, as we are underway into our third and final game. Angelo going first on turn 1 has the Betty Searcher.
So we are going to see, William keeping just because the Ivankov into the Lindbergh is such a strong combination that it can really
Searches
take over a
the
game.
Krima.
So prioritizing that combo material here, hopefully he's going to be able to find something to substitute for his koala on this draw. And if
So
not, it's going to
yeah,
be
I think
interesting to see if he
Williams
decides to slam it
got a
down or
very
if he's
tough
going to
situation
opt
here
for a
because there's
more
not
defensive
really
play,
much he can
saving the
play
koala
out
for
this
that Lindbergh.
turn.
Yeah, over
Other
to
than
William. He's just going to pass
Koala,
the turn.
which I don't
Just
think
going to
he
keep a
really wants to
hold
play out
of
as
things
2k
right
counter.
now at the moment. And Angelo going to want to try and get that early tempo while he is afforded it here on the 3-don turn. Is there any other searches potentially that he might be able to go for here? We know that this is an exact 50-card mirror, and speaking of, there is another searcher making its way down onto the board. Another one cost
And
Bello
William not
Betty,
being able
and
to find
finding
any
that
searches
2-cost
is really
koala
tough
to be
for
able
him
to
as
potentially
well.
set up some of
Or
those
any
Kuma or Limburg
stage.
combos
He didn't get a
in the
stage
later
either.
stages of the
No
game.
stage,
I mean, you
no
know your opponent kept, you know
no
your
Bella
opponent
Betty.
is going second. I imagine you keep the koala here, but no, he just slams it down, says, I'm going to be aggressive, even if you have a strong combo like that Ivankov into that Lindbergh. If I stop you before you're able to use it, how strong is it really?
Yeah, very, very real
Oh,
potential. And there's a Limburg trigger! First time that we're seeing it, and it's one of the most important times when it matters as well
oh.
in the last game of this semi-final.
I'm
Triggering
just gonna
out
say it
the
right now,
Limburg,
Angelo.
getting
Angelo's
ready
going to
to set
Worlds.
that up, and that very well
Angelo,
might
my guy, you're
potentially
going to
change
Worlds.
completely the course of Williams' turn here, and you might have just been able to hear the crowd reaction as well as it's come up onto the screen over on the far side of the hall. They're hyped to see Limburg.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, William shaking his head here. Lindbergh just so strong in this situation. Anything you play is just going to be immediately denied from that Lindbergh. Lindbergh probably the biggest boogeyman in this matchup. If you are not able to get him off the field, the turn he comes down, he can just completely warp the game. Not only is he going to be able to get a life out of your opponent, but he's also going to be able to take that Lindbergh out as long as there is a koala available. I mean, now you're wondering, does playing down that koala end up biting Angelo in the butt? Does he have another?
Yeah, because now that Limburg of William's own is played out using the Vankov's ability here, trashing the
Now,
corrosive
luckily for
forecast
William is
in
that he
order to
actually has a
be
koala in
able
hand,
to
which means
activate
next
that
turn
main ability.
she'll be able to
Angelo
KO
having a
something
little
as
look
long as
down
that
in
Lindbergh
his
stays
hand is
alive.
maybe saying to me that the two-cost koala isn't necessarily
Oh.
there. We are activating the leader ability here, boosting up the koala and both of the Bello Betty searches here. So we're going to have
Interesting.
5k, 5k, 6k across the
Very
three smaller
interesting.
characters here. And that Limburg holding on for the moment at that 5,000 power base level.
I mean, at this point, do you just try to fish for triggers?
Possibly.
I mean, with Lindbergh out, if he's playing the koala, I would guess you imagine that he at least has one more. Yeah, this is just such a tough spot for William. I'm trying to find the line, but
Well, the line here in this action for William is going to be to take
no
this damage.
shot.
There is a
No
check and a
shot.
consideration of a potential trigger
A
activation
Kuma
here.
trigger?
Is it going to happen? It's going to be a Kuma trigger. So maybe not quite the Limburg trigger to match with Angelo on his first damage, but it is another body that is going to be out on the board for William to be able to attack with and clean this board up of Angelo's on his next turn.
Yes, so of course, going to be very strong just, to have the body. I imagine that he's thinking that because his
I
opponent
mean, does
played
it matter though?
koala
Because Lindbergh,
early,
if he
that
swings for
he
70,
has to have at least another koala
he can KO
or
the Kuma.
possibly
I mean,
a Zeus, but
it
likely the koala just
denies
to
like
make sure
if
that,
he's
his
planning to
Lindbergh,
KO Lindbergh with like
it's
koala in
probably going
hand,
to go away
Angelo,
anyway, so at least having the
then
body out is
Kuma
more significant. If he
can
doesn't have
stay
the
on the board
reduction,
as an extra swing.
who cares? It was one Kuma, wouldn't be the worst thing that happened, but playing to the idea that his opponent does have a koala in hand and that the Lindbergh is going to be targeting something other than this Kuma.
Yeah, well, we do have news. There is that koala in hand for William. So if this Limburg cannot be potentially dealt with here, it could be a very, very scary place indeed for Angelo and his chances to weigh his way into the grand final of this Season 1 European Championship Finals for the One Piece card game. Angelo just taking a little bit of extra time here deciding, is it worth it to go ahead and swing with this two-cost koala that has been boosted up? Do I do something before I swing with this koala and try and get the most utilization of that leader effect targeting? Because remember, that Lindbergh, the when attacking effect, it relies on itself having 7,000 power or more. It's not like one of the unique instances of Inazuma where it has to be another character with 7,000 power or more. Lindbergh itself needs that 7k boost. So the koala 6k is going to go ahead and fire in. There is a 2k counter from William. And now what does Angelo do here with the 5 Don that he has on his remaining turn?
We still do have the leader attack available to him. I imagine minimum 2 Don are going to the Lindbergh just so that he is able to use something like a KO effect. The 2Ks are so powerful, it actually makes a lot of sense to try to
Yeah, I
do
think
more
Angelo just
6K
doesn't
attacks to
have
try to fish some of those 2Ks out of your opponent. So
the
I could see
koala
something
in
like
hand
playing
because
down a
otherwise I think the
koala,
decision's
powering up
quite
your leader
easy.
to 6K, and then putting 2 Don on the Lindbergh to take care of opponent's Lindbergh.
It's going to be 1 Don that's been picked up here, and we are putting this potentially underneath the leader, so it looks like it is going to be maybe that 6,000 power that we're looking at. Although now Angelo just redoing the calculations in his head now, and physically you can see the anguish that is stretched across the face of Angelo Triskello, now picking 2 Don up instead. You're toying with us here, Angelo, making some decisions. Very, very importantly here, 3 cards left in hand for William as well. It is going to be the commitment of the 7,000 power swing. I mean, William, in theory, could just potentially take damage here, right?
At this point, you just roll for trigger.
Yeah. And as opposed to being able to just discard that extra 2-cost Koala that is in the hands that you can play it down next turn and get ready for that Lindbergh of our own. We are going to take the damage that is going to go into hand, and the remaining Don looks like it's just going to go underneath the Lindbergh here and swing for the
Okay,
8.
maybe it's
Pop
not
the
so fast.
Bartholomew Kuma
Maybe
with the
William
when
can win
attacking
this.
effect.
We did get an Inazuma, though, so he is going to have another opportunity to attack next turn. He does have the Karasu in hand, so maybe, there's something. He will be able to, play down the Inazuma, pump
He
the
has a lot of
Inazuma
Inazumas here.
while playing down the
Oh
Karasu.
my
The
day.
Karasu blocker trigger on his
And he gets a
exit
trigger.
turn, and in this situation, realistically, that's probably just going to mean that it's another potential attack target
We go.
William is going to be able to
He's
have
gonna be a
on
6
this
star
turn.
now.
Not many cards, I don't think, that are in hand for Angelo here, and with the knowledge
He
of
definitely
that
needs a
Inazuma
3 for
as
the extra
well,
attack
that
up
we
with
searched out, I
Inazuma
believe,
here,
at the
I feel
early
like.
stages of this game. We have a potential for 5 attacks to come through here, and that Inazuma as well, Gavin, we're not going to have to play any Don for, because we've got 4 costs of Ankov on board.
No, I think what you do here is you play down the Inazuma for 3, and then you play down the Karasu with your Ivankov effect, minus the leader. You have so many attacks. You no longer have to pump your Karasu if you don't want to. You can just use it as a 4,000 attack to start, or pump it anyways. Yeah, no, this is go time. This is your chance. You got triggered, but you triggered back. We're now kind of fair on the amount of triggers that have come out. William,
This is
your
very important
chance,
this
right?
turn.
You just gotta go.
Because you have to go for game this turn.
One thing, however, that could look to potentially spoil the party, and that is those unknown 3 cards that are in life. If Angelo can find a little bit of counter and trigger a Karasu blocker of his own, there is the potential that Angelo could be safe here as well. This is undoubtedly, you have to imagine, the final turn for either of these players. If William can get through all of these attacks that could be going their way safely, then he will go through into the grand final and be qualified for Worlds. But if Angelo Triskello can find some extra counter in hand, find a Karasu blocker off of life, that might just be the end of the gas pedal for William. This is a huge moment in this first of 2 semifinals in the
William
championship
knows, man.
finals. One of these players is going to be a grand
You
finalist.
look at his
One of
face,
these
he
players
knows.
is going to be going to Worlds in 2026.
He
The
knows that if
question
he
is
messes
going to
up
be,
this turn,
who is it going to be,
it's
and how lucky
gone.
are you feeling?
Yeah, I also think it's a little bit of how much of your hand to you reveal, right? Like, I think it's fairly convincing that Inazuma and Karasu seems to be a very strong play this turn. But when do you play them? Do you try to bait out some counter early? It's a very difficult... We know what we want to do, but how we go about it is just so difficult when there are 3 life, and of course that Karasu trigger being such a dangerous card that could come out. So you kind of want to hedge your bets by saving Lindbergh's attack, especially because he does have that Koala in hand. He doesn't want to commit Dawn until he absolutely has to. I mean, there's also the thought, right, that all of his opponent's characters are rested right now. He does have a Karasu blocker in hand. He could also just try to go for the defensive route.
Yeah, you could just go ahead and clear the board out here, leave that Karasu blocker up as well, so making sure that you're not just losing the semi-final to an all-Don on leader and swing play. But then in that situation, it leaves Angelo with a lot more capability to just go, okay, I Zeus pop your blocker and swing as well. So it is a very, very big few decisions that William is having to make here on this turn, understandably trying to take as much time as possible to try and work out all of the probabilities. There is also the fact that Angelo has 4 cards in hand before he even takes damage. So even without any triggers being activated, Angelo can go up to a 7-card hand here before William puts forward that final 1 or 2 attacks to try and help close out this game for him. here. So it's a lot of huge decisions that William is having to make to try and put himself in the grand final on this one turn. What is William going to decide to do here?
I mean, it's just so difficult, right? Both options look very attractive. You can either clear board pretty easily because of how low their power is. You have a Lindbergh, which means you're definitely going to be able to guarantee a Koala +2 onto the Lindbergh, can definitely take something out. Or you could pump, use Ivankov to place the Koala out if you
Oh,
really
looks
need
like
to.
he
And
is
it does
going
look like
for
he's going to
board
go for
clear
the defensive play,
rather
which would mean we
than
see the second
a
Karasu blocker coming down. Ivankov probably going to
rather than going
play
for
that
game.
second blocker, then putting two more Dawn onto Lindbergh, placing down Koala so that he can get the Lindbergh, or he might try to greed out early.
Well, the Ivankov 7k swing going into the rested Koala, that is going to be allowed through here. And now, obviously, with that Don
I
attached,
really think
does
playing another
have the
blocker
power
here is
level
really important,
necessary to activate that main ability. Now here comes that 2 Don, as Gavin suggested that it might do, onto the Lindbergh. We're going to play 2. We're going to go ahead and play our own
Yeah, he
Koala
plays out the
down onto the
Koala,
board
clears
and
both.
completely wipe things out from Angelo's
Then
side
he
of
plays
the
out the
board.
Karasu
There
off
is
the
that other
off the
Karasu
effective
blocker
Vankov.
off of the 4-cost
Yeah,
Ivankov
this
effect.
is
So a huge
insane.
situation there that William has navigated to the best of his
He's got 2
ability,
blockers
and he
now,
believes that
so he's
potentially
got 3 cards
that
in
was
hand.
the right call.
Even
That
if you
makes a lot of
pop
sense, right?
both
Even double
blockers,
Zeus, 3 Dawn on leader attack
double Zeus,
is going
that's
to be able to be
8k to
perfectly
leader. I
conjured
don't
out
think you win
with
that.
that
I
4K
mean, I
counter
know
play
he
he
doesn't
still
win that
has in
because of the
hand.
cards that have 8
Perfect
in his hand,
navigating,
which is
right? Like we thought the
2k,
game
1k,
was
1k.
completely over when we saw that Lindbergh pop out of life, but William expertly has been able to navigate this into a situation where not only does he look good, I think he even looks favored.
Yeah, I would be hard fought to find somebody in the venue that
This
will
is
maybe
really
be
tough.
thinking to the contrary there, and Angelo has
Wow.
to try and figure out what on earth do I do against this
I
board
really
state?
thought
Is there even
Angelo
a
had a very
way
good
that I can
chance of
try
winning.
and help mitigate the board state itself with the amount of attacks that William is presenting on the next turn? 7 Don available to Angelo here. 5 cards available in hand. In those 5 cards, Angelo needs to find some sort of answer. I think there might be another instance of Lindbergh in hand, but it's not a character that has an on-play or has rush to be able to trigger the when attacking effect and pop something on William's side of the board. So that's not necessarily going to be a help here. And the worst part about this as well is if Angelo does want to try and go into the board, both of the rested characters are 5,000 power base, so would need potentially some Don attached onto that leader to be able to try and get one of those attacks through, but William just blocks then.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have to reduce characters somehow, but there's no real reason to go after characters because at that point you could have just gone to your opponent's leader. It's a very difficult situation, right? He does have the Kuma available to him, but the Kuma without reduction can't actually take away anything on his opponent's field. Inazuma would usually be strong, but without a character to pump alongside it, it isn't really going to be able to do much here. I mean, lock her up and pray?
That seems to be the best case scenario, I think, here potentially.
If you had something like double Karasu or Koala into Karasu, that could be very strong. But then we're looking at that Demon Lindbergh that just warps this matchup so hard.
I'm genuinely not sure what Angelo can
Indeed,
do
we
here.
will, and I think both players here just realizing the gravity of the situation and both happy to afford each other a little bit of extra
And the
time,
sad thing is
knowing
that
there
coming
is so
fourth,
much now on the line.
you don't get
Angelo,
anything, I
once
think.
again, is going to go and
Check.
have a little bit more information gathering, checking the
No, you didn't
trash
get anything
pile
for
to
coming
see
fourth.
what on earth is
Coming
going
third,
on.
at
It's
least, you
just going to
get
be all the Don underneath the leader and attempt to make a swing. So 7,000 powers worth of Don plus the
at least coming
5k
third,
swing.
you get a
That's just going to be
trophy and you
blocked
get
by the
a trophy
Karasu number
card.
1 and
But coming
over to
fourth, you don't get
William now,
anything.
who's
So
going to have 5 attacks on board right
it's
now
definitely
at
going to
the
be
very least.
interesting to see what
6
they do
attacks with and when
because it
that
sucks.
Inazuma gets tricked out by
Coming
Ivankov.
top 2 means you go to
Yeah, so I
Worlds.
think
Coming
the
third,
logic here is that he gets
at
rid of the
least you get a
Karasu. Even if he
trophy and
plays
you get
anything, Lindbergh will
a
just be
card
able to
for it, a
take it out
trophy card for
anyways.
it.
So there's no point in really trying to play down a
Um,
character. He'd rather just keep the
But
combo
yeah,
in
coming
hand,
fourth, you don't
hope
get
he might
anything.
be able to
So
find something like a Karasu blocker off of his life, and then next turn, if he's able to, for example, keep at least one life, he can go for the Zeus play, and if he's not, he does have a Ikuma in hand, so if he's somehow able to find something like the Koala, he would be able to reduce the Karasu and then try to play for game that way. I would assume William is unlikely to go for the Karasu attack unless he's almost absolutely convinced that he has lethal. So definitely a difficult situation, but I understand the logic of trying to play for trigger while also keeping a lot of hand so that if you are able to somehow come out with a life, you keep that Zeus option open to you.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. So William just counting out now, splitting his Don up across as well. He's got 1, 2, and then 5 as his splits at the moment. 2 of those Don are going to be attached underneath the Emporio of Vankov here. Now it's at that 7,000 power base that we needed. It's a 4-cost Karasu that's going to get played out, so try and make the maths look a little bit more in our favor, swinging into a 4,000 power leader during this turn. Now it looks like William getting ready to activate the leader effect here, trashing the Kuma away, or at least that's going to be the potential here, and boosting up some more of these characters. But first, are we going to go with a temptation swing here? What is the order that William needs to achieve to take this game 3 of the first semi-final?
I mean, makes sense opening up with that 6,000 power attack, asking for a 2k, 1k. This is, in theory, going to be one of the cheaper attacks that comes.
I haven't seen anyone
Of course,
play
everything else going to be boosted
the
by
unblockable card, but
3,000 power
if he triggers
if he
that,
does opt to use.
that
And we
could
do
be the
see the
only way you
immediate
win.
playdown of that Koala and Lindbergh. William's not out of the woods yet.
No, it still could be very, very scary here if Angelo can find one of those impactful trigger cards to be able to make its way onto the board
Morley,
here.
that's the name of
William
it.
still with 5
If he
Don
somehow
remaining,
triggers
hasn't
Morley,
declared the
there's an
leader effect
opportunity
yet,
here.
was going to, but then decided to go with the 6k leader swing first to try and see what Angelo was working with in hand. Remove 2 of those cards that were being held there.
I don't think he
Remember,
runs
Angelo
Morley
was
though.
working with a 5-card hand in the start of his turn and didn't play anything down, so could potentially be going up to 8 cards in hand if all 3 of the cards in life are taken and there's no triggers that are going to get activated here as well. Now potentially thinking about just going with the 7k swing with the Vankov before using the effect of the activate main.
I mean, if he's trying to go for cards, but you could also have seen something like attacking 4k with Koala and then playing down the Inazuma so that he got another attack with the rush.
So we're now seeing the potential activation there. There's a little bit of a mirroring of what the activation was going to be. I think now maybe is because there was the count. Okay, is going to be allowed to just hold on at the moment here. I thought there might have been a situation where the count was been made, so the leader ability had sort of been declared, but William, again, just going to take a little bit of a moment here, and you can see now the pressure starting to show on his face and his body language a little bit, knowing how much that this game and this sequence of attacks is going to mean. And now we do see the commitment of the leader effect, trashing the 2-cost Bartholomew Kuma, boosting Koala, Karasu, and Lindbergh up in power level. And now 4 more attacks are going to be able to potentially fly through here. We're going to see an extra Don being placed onto the Ivankov. Are we? Aren't we? At the moment, that Ivankov is 7,000 power. We're going to swing with Lindbergh first at 8k into life. Angelo takes first damage. Had a check. Nothing there. Gavin, it's okay. I can see you almost had a little bit of a little heart attack next to me as the first trigger was going to be checked. Now here comes another 8k swing. Angelo gazing on, looking unmoved for the moment. Life check taken into hand. Still no Karasu blocker making its way down at the moment. A 7-card hand, though, I believe, if my memory serves me right, with those 2 cards having been taken into hand.
Still have 6K, 7K, maximum 8K, 9K available to him. I think Angelo is also trying to wait for him to commit 2 more Dawn just so that he no longer has to worry about that Inazuma option. This is just such a tightrope of a game.
This is a real nail-biter of a first semi-final that we are keeping an
This is
eye
tough.
on here. And again, William taking another little bit of time to try and consider the options that he is going to be able to have to him.
There's also a little bit of a part, right? Like you attack with Koala first, and then as Angelo, you almost have to take just to make sure that the last Karasu attacks, unless you have something like the Zeus. But then, how are you having so much counter? It's just such a difficult position.
Yeah, it's a real back and forth of potential timelines that we could be heading into with the culmination of this semi-final. Just over 5 minutes left on the clock, so time shouldn't be an issue if we do run out in regulation time. There is also, of course, that 10 minutes extra or 5 additional turns, whichever finishes first, but this isn't going to take 15 minutes. This is gonna be over, you'd have to imagine, on this turn for William or the next for Angelo if he has a way to be able to secure things. So it looks like the 2 Don is gonna go ahead and be
It's
attached
8K
to
to lead
that
off.
koala. This is gonna be another 8K swing going into life. Angelo just almost staring a hole through William at the moment as the attack gets declared and waiting to see, okay, is this trigger gonna be what we fish for? Are we going to use this opportunity now to counter out from hand and force that Karasu blocker to attack?
Looks like there's a little confusion from our judges just getting that checked through, but does seem to be 8K attack into the leader.
Yeah, just a discussion going on at the moment. Not too sure what the discussion, the
So it
situation
can only go
is at the
9K
moment.
after
So
that.
we'll
I
try
think
and
the
keep you
reason
updated
why you
as
wait a
soon as
little
we
bit
have
is because
any more
if he triggers the
information here.
Karasu blocker,
But this is a
then you
huge
have to
moment
play Zeus
in
from
this
hand
semi-final. So have
to
to
try to go
ensure
7
that we're
into
getting it
lead.
right. So we'll be getting as much information to
I
you
think if
as
you can
possible
counter
as
out of
we
the
can.
9K
But
swing, you
in
just
this big
take it.
turn, in this big moment in the first semi-final, you have to spare a moment here as well to think about the other semi-finalists. You have to sort of think about the other semi-finalists here in this scenario, about them potentially watching on in this game and thinking, okay, if this is what I have to face into, this is the caliber of player that I have to face into, I've got to be on my A game, not only through this semi-final, but also into that grand final as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such a high pressure situation. These last 2 attacks will determine whether one of these players goes to Worlds or whether one of them, ends up being so close yet so far, having to start back from 0 in Season 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can quickly provide a little bit of transparency and a little bit of information as to what's going on and why we're back on us at the moment. There is a head judge and a judge escalation and an investigation at the moment into a situation. We don't really have too much more information than that,
Situation on head
unfortunately.
judge.
So we'll
What's
bring
going
you
on?
any of the results and any of the conclusions as soon as we have them. But it just does go to show about how intricate that this Bello Betty mirror can and clearly is being when you are playing into it, and especially at this high of a level and this deep into a tournament's run.
Absolutely. I mean, there are so many different things you have to play around. You have to constantly think, uh, you know, do I have that extra life to be able to have access to that Zeus? For example, in this last turn, if he counters out here, he does have access to that Zeus. Does that prompt William to attack with his blocker to ensure that Zeus doesn't blocker him, end up taking his blocker anyways? But in that situation, he's also playing into a trigger. Just so many different situations, different possibilities, the spider webs of, different opportunity or chances that you have to take. It's such a difficult mirror match to pilot well, and definitely one of my personal favorite mirrors in the current format.
Yeah, it's really, really intriguing, really captivating to be able to keep an eye on. And of course, that whole Zeus situation, that whole Zeus idea is made even more complicated because of the cards that have been taken into hand from the damage that has been dealt. Bear with us a moment. It sounds like that we might be getting some information. Okay, so we have our conclusion, we have our answer from what the situation is. Because of repeated warnings, there is a finalization and a result that has been given here now due to multiple warnings. A game loss has been given, so it means that Angelo is the winner and is going into the grand final of the Season 1 Championship Finals and has qualified for the World Championship Finals.
I
Yes, I
literally
mean, absolutely
just stepped away
congratulations to
for a
him.
minute,
The very first player to make it to
and I
Worlds now,
heard that Angelo
definitely something to
got a
be
game win.
proud of. And yeah, I can't wait to see him in Japan, whatever meta we may
What
have.
happened?
Definitely going to be a very interesting match that we
Petrush
saw. And
is top 4.
congratulations to Angelo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately,
I'm
I
sure we'll
don't
be
know
able to hear
who
from
that is
Angelo in
exactly.
just a moment here, as well as, of course, have our
I need to check
second
for you.
semi-final being able to be shown. In fact, we're not going to be able to hear from Angelo at this point, so we are going to be having our second semi-final being queued
The
up very,
second
very soon.
semi-final is
That
coming
will
up
be
right now,
Marshall
so
D. Teach
we'll
against
find
Red
out.
Green Smoker, and
Red
that
Green
matchup
Smoker versus
is going to
Teach.
be
This is
coming up
honestly
just after this.
quite exciting to watch. Oh, come on. I thought they were doing it right away. Can't they just keep us entertained? I don't know what happened there. I genuinely don't know what happened there, but apparently a head judge was called, and William there was given a game loss. That is ridiculous. I don't know what the situation was, but William there had a good chance of winning. I'm honestly not sure. They just mentioned that something happened, and then Angelo was given a game win because William got a game loss for whatever he did. I'm genuinely so confused. Let me check Twitter to see if there's anyone posting about the situation. Game loss into World Invite. Western judging. What even happened? I am so confused. I am gonna check. And people are already talking about the situation. Let me ask if anyone. Ask my mates. I literally stepped away for a minute because they said that there was a judge situation. So I'm gonna see if anyone knows. I'm gonna ask my mates because they're probably watching this as well. Given a free win due to judge decision in the semi-finals. Alright, I've asked one person. I'm gonna ask a few more. There. Chuck it in the group chat. And then ask a few more people as well. European finals. I wish we could go back, but we can't. Oh, come on. This sucks. This was the peak. This is what we want to know. We don't care about the next match right now. Well, at least I don't. I really want to find out what happened. Okay, people surely are talking about it on Twitter, so just give me a minute. Let me see if I can find out. Top 4? Yeah, so right now we're in top 4. So both games of top 4 Belly beating Mirror, and the RG Smoker versus Teach is going to be streamed in a minute. Game loss. Yes, but from what? Someone just said game loss to my question, and why was he given a game loss? Let's find out. Now we have to search game loss. No. I found Angelo, the guy that just came top 2 guaranteed. Multiple warnings. What kind of warnings was it? Like, what did he do in order to get a warning? Too emotional, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't think he was talking that much, was he? I could be wrong. And yeah, actually, I did hear the multiple warnings. I just don't know multiple warnings of what. Like, what could have caused him to get a game loss when he's going for a game like that? I'm baffled. But I guess we'll find out. Hopefully when the judges come back. So, I'm just looking at it at the moment, and one of my friends told me slow play apparently. And I'm looking at another tweet that says, the guy took so much time and still misplayed. Took too much time to think and still misplayed. So my thinking is probably he took too much time and got given warnings for slow playing. And then that's my assumption. I don't know. He did an 8-minute turn. Interesting. Let's see if we can get an idea in the Twitch chat, which is the original stream. If you guys want the link, I will link it in the chat. Slow playing is grounds for a game loss occasionally. With that said, I don't think he's intentionally slow playing, right? Like, he's just thinking about how to play out his turn. Like, you gotta understand, I feel like this is a bit unfair because you're trying to play into top 2, which is guaranteed a Worlds. Honestly though, with that said, I think Angelo would have won because I saw his hand and I think he would have been able to counter one of those swings. I think. And maybe he might have taken that and then let the blocker swing and just go for game after. I think that might have happened. So I guess we'll see what happens now. But Yeah. Still, I'm just not a fan of that. They should have at least let the game go on, man. It was the last turn anyways, right? Like, I feel like they should just let it go through. I don't know. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Yeah, so I've got more people saying on Twitter and also in the Twitch chat just then that I read that apparently he was given a game loss due to multiple infractions of slow playing. Generally speaking though, like Bellabettis don't try to slow play, right? Because in the past, right, there are some leaders that can heal a lot and they would try to slow play because the idea is that whoever has more life at the end wins. It's a stupid rule because starving is obviously a thing. So starving's a thing, firstly, and also some leaders heal. So some turns, or what some BY Luffy players would do, which is very scummy by the way, is they would put 2 on a leader, they would heal 2 life, and they wouldn't use their leader ability. They would just do that so they have more life than the opponent. Um, yeah, again, very scummy. And also sometimes Anels they would heal so they have 2 life with 10 cost ace. Um, so slow playing is to prevent these sort of things, to manipulate the game so that in overtime you can win due to the rules of the game, such as having more life equals a game win. But yeah, I don't know. That's just what I think. Oh, we're back. We're
We
back.
are back for our second of our two semi-finals here, aren't we,
Yes,
Gavin?
we are finding the second person who is going to be able to go to those World Championships in Japan. Can't wait to see who's going to be winning this Teach versus Smoker match.
Yeah. Who's going to win? Is it going to be one of the Emperors of the Sea, or is it going to be one of our Navy captains winning this one?
I gotta say, I do believe that Smoker definitely does have an advantage coming into this match. Just the on-play effects are not as important. The leader ability also doesn't really have to interact with any of his on-play characters. So seems to be, a decent advantageous position heading into this match. But there are some cards that, are going to be a little bit dead, like that 8-cost kid that we saw do so much magic in the top 32 round.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, there are certain cards. I mean, Teach can totally annihilate certain decks where they're totally reliant on plays, but Smoker isn't so reliant in that sense of the game and has ways to combat it with its activate main abilities and its leader as well. So yeah, definitely not as difficult as it could be for other decks going into this matchup.
Interesting. So
Absolutely. That being said, of
the player
course,
on the
Teach, one
right
of those
here,
decks that I don't
we actually
think a
saw
lot of people were, really getting their
in
reps on as far as,
earlier on the stream
practicing that matchup.
playing RG Smoker.
Smoker, of course, on the other side, another deck that I think people might not have as much familiarity with just in
And
playing
that was in the
those
top
games.
32,
But,
and he was like, "Oh, I'm very
I
happy to
think
make top
Teach
16.
especially is just so hard to
I really want
practice
to go to
for
Worlds."
because the
I don't
difference
know if
between
that's exactly what he
a
said, but
excellent Teach and just
um,
a good Teach is so much.
he definitely
Whereas a
mentioned
lot of
that
other decks, even
he
if
at
your
the start of the
pilot
tournament already he
isn't,
wanted to
the
make
top
it a Worlds. So
0.01%, they're still going to be able to show
hopefully,
you,
I'm rooting for
a
the RG
breadth of
Smoker.
the strength of the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And Martial D Teach, as you say, it's one of those decks that you can play it well, but in order to play it at its best, you may have to make the right micro decisions around
Paul,
when do
that's
you
his
touch
name.
that card for leader ability,
Paul
what
versus
cards do
Kevin.
you play, when do you play them. I mean, we've got some really strong cards in this deck. Obviously, the big one that everyone knows
So
is
earlier, someone asked, is
Jesus Burgess
Patrush
in this deck. That can
top
become
4?
super powerful.
No
Obviously,
clue,
the 10
guys.
cost Martial
No
D
clue.
Teach in
Don't
this
know
as
who
well.
Patrush
Then
is,
you've got
unfortunately, and that's not because he's
Shiryu, which was
maybe
introduced recently, and you've
maybe
also
he's a
got
really good player.
some
I
additions
just
in
don't know that
there
many people in the
from
scene. I just
to
don't know
start
that
with
many
as well,
people
including the
that's
semi-cosmology.
firstly in the scene in
Yes,
Europe,
absolutely. So
and
definitely
also
going
I
to be
don't know that
interesting
many
to see
people
how our
that
Teach
are top
player
players outside
decides
of
to
my own
play
region.
this, what turns he decides to opt for, his leader ability. Definitely going to be one of the key moments in this match for sure. So Teach versus Smoker,
So
who do
I
you
will
think's going to
take a
win, Touch?
look at the top
It's a
32.
very difficult one. I mean, I would like Poker
Let's
to win
see.
this one, but
Tetrush.
I think Teach again. If you've got here to the semi-final, you're a very good Teach player, so you're going to know your matchup. So
Unfortunately, I
I think
don't
Teach
really
might
see
edge it.
it, so I
Depends if
don't know
those 10 cost teachers come down and start
who
causing
Petrush
issues
is.
as we go along in this matchup.
Potentially is one of these guys.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
So here we are getting started. Teach going first, just playing that left feet and passing, but of course a very strong turn one. And we do see some excellent aggressive cards
Monet
for our Smoker
sets up
player, and
for
starting
the
out
late game,
with that Monet.
the mid
Yeah,
game, late
Monet
game.
is such a good
Sets up for
card,
players.
particularly in this deck. It does allow you to get 2 rested Dawn, place it wherever you want, and also does, I believe it's the -1000, wasn't it? It does.
Yes, it minus 1000s as well as puts 2 rested Dawn onto your character and or leader. A very strong effect for sure.
What's going on?
Looks like we're having a little bit of a comment from the judges, just trying to figure out what's going on there as well. Was in the middle of the search, doesn't seem like it was too much of an issue, just going back to that search of that left feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to that search, as you say, deciding which card to take.
Grabs the
And
dot
it
Q.
is going to be that dot Q, of course, one of the central cards of this Teach deck, making sure to be able to minus characters and then use that dot Q to KO a
And then plays
1
out the dot
cost
Q.
or less when you use its activate main and rest
Yes,
it.
that is possible.
What's quite apparent, obviously, those of you who are not familiar with this Teach deck, it doesn't have any on plays. Things that you would essentially see as on plays in other decks are activate main in this deck. So it's quite interesting to see what you can do.
Let me know if that's better, and if
For
you
sure.
want to
And
turn it
some of
up
them
even
quite
more,
specifically
then
say as well,
I can do
activate
that as
main
well.
if this card was played this turn, I think, as well. So it's pretty much an on play without being an on play.
Yeah, it's on play, but for Teach.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
we do see the Borsalino
Ooh,
coming
Borsalino.
out, which is going to be an excellent card in this matchup, allowing the leader Smoker to attack into that active dot Q with Borsalino's activate main ability. When you rest this
Effect
character
draws
up to one
one.
of your Navy type leader or character cards, can attack active characters this turn. An interesting
And
tech
he's got one
card
dot
that is
up as
definitely going to
well.
be doing a lot in this matchup, as we just saw.
Yeah, it's going to be very important,
He
especially
swings
against some of these
Monet into
characters that Teach
the
does like to play out, which are low cost, low
Lafitte, which
power, but
is a
do
bit
have a
strange to
huge
me.
effect. And generally, your Teach player would keep unrested and standing until needed.
So, of course, our Teach player
Actually, no,
definitely
it's not
think
that
he's going
strange.
to go for a bit of a think here. If he had Van Auger, for example, it would have been a very strong play. But also, you have to think, you know, normally you play that 5 cost Kuzan, right? And it's immune to everything. Nothing is going to touch it. But now we are in a little bit of a situation
Yeah, Gavin
where,
makes a very good point here.
with Borsalino being a threat, even if he plays the 5 cost Kuzan, it can't be rested, but it
5
can
cost
be
Kuzan
attacked, and
can
Smoker
be
will be able
attacked
to
if it is
attack
played out
those
this turn.
active character cards. So, taking a look at that Borsalino definitely seems to be a very key card in this matchup.
And I really think that this
As you
Borsalino
say,
card is
that
very good,
Borsalino is
because not
absolutely
only can you
going to be very important.
play it off the
So
kit effect
everyone's going to have to really think
and
about
just play it as a
focusing
blocker,
on dealing with this. Only 3,000 power.
it's also really good into these
Target
sort of matchups where you
into it.
want to hit into things that
I mean, I think one of the issues here
are
is that
active.
if he doesn't get it off the field, he's never going to be able to play his Kuzans effectively.
Yep.
So it does seem like he's going for an attack into it.
Yep.
Yes. And then I imagine we have one of the blockers coming out, for example, the San Juan Wolf. And yes, we do see San Juan Wolf coming down, one of the 4 cost 6,000 blockers. And of course, the more cards in your trash, the higher cost it receives. Will not be extremely relevant in this matchup, but there are a couple of tech cards that do deal with cost in Paul's list. So we could see it come up in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. More relevant against sort of black decks, isn't it? About keeping a cost level high, but also against certain removal cards as well, which look at cost.
Yes, of course, the blue, purple type of lists that don't deal in
Pro
power
Tashigi
reduction
here.
but KOing characters based
Does
on
play the
cost,
Tashigi.
definitely going to be important. But we see, just an excellent curve out from Paul Smoker into Tashigi, making sure all of your characters are going to be protected from those KO effects, while Smoker just going to not only enable your leader ability, but be an absolute demon, just being able to banish all of Teach's life.
Yeah, that's going to be really vital, isn't it? Trying to limit that resource in hand and using banish attacks into life with that Smoker going forward as well. As you say, that Tashigi just gives that protection on board.
Yes, so we do
Full lead.
see full set coming down, taking a look, discarding one
Trashes
card
the
and getting at the
Burgess.
top
Makes
three.
sense.
That is, the core of this
Gets
Teach deck, just
stronger, and I
constantly
think there's
cycling through,
Kuzan
making
and
sure you can get
also
cards
My Era.
that you need for each specific matchup,
Just
building your trash
got
for that
6 Don
Burgess,
left.
and, just trying to find the answer. But I gotta say, so far, it definitely seems like Paul has demanding control over this game.
Yeah, it definitely does look that way. Kevin's struggling to find the pieces needed there, and decides to take a card that's going to help him
Yes, my
search.
era begins. It's just going to be one more of those searcher cards, looking at the top three, grabbing one of those Black Haired Pirate cards other than my era begins itself. But we are getting some attacks in, right?
Yeah.
And, Kid, although it
My
is
Era.
normally
It's
an
got 4 Don
absolute
left.
monster of a card, 10 cost teach will allow Kevin to ignore that ability. Black Hole as well, another one of those cards that can stop Kid's effect from occurring. So might be a little bit scary to go down to 0 life, even though normally they do have that Kid option.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. There's just it does get very scary when you start seeing those teachers drop, and especially those Burgess cards as well. Once you start filling your trash up, do become really powerful in their own
Oh, he
right
has
as
5
well.
Don, right.
See the
Okay.
5 cost Kuzan coming
Kuzan.
down here.
Yes, so
Leader
5 cost
ability.
Kuzan, of course, going to be a very powerful card in general. But in this matchup, when Paul does have access to that 3 cost
Trashes the
Borsalino,
Burgess. He's got
Kuzan is not
two
going to be
Burgess in
as
trash
safe
now.
as you would normally expect. It does have the text where you cannot remove it with effects, but you can rest it and you
Yep.
can attack it. So when you're able to attack active characters, it does feel a lot less safe relative to what you would normally expect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Starts on the
So
7k swing to
start off
face.
resting Tashigi.
Yeah, starting off with that smoker attack, 7,000
With the
banish into
banish,
the
of
leader.
course. Blocks
And it's
and
just going
gives
to
a
be a
2k with
block
the carry
and
bow.
a 2K.
Interesting. It really depends
Paul,
on what he has in hand here, but carry bow is a
banish just
very
going
good
to be
1 cost
extremely
blocker
strong into this
that also
matchup.
provides a
And
2k counter.
because uh,
That's sort of why Shiryu
Kevin has
and
decided to
the
use
other
his leader
blocker,
effect, Paul does have the option to play down one of
I
his
can't remember the
Hodies
name of it, but
as a
a
free rusher.
Blackbeard blocker.
You're absolutely right there because obviously the on play
Um,
doesn't trigger. So making sure that Hody Jones, as we see here, is played
2 cost.
So
and can
Hody,
just
of
rush
course,
in.
because the leader ability was used by Kevin, does not require Paul
Vasco
to
shot.
take a life. But on the other hand, he is no
Plays
longer
the
going to be
Hody
able to
Jones.
rest that Kuzan. So Kevin probably going to be a little bit thankful that Paul does not have access to that Borsalino to take care of his Kuzan before it is able to use its effect. But still seems like a
Interesting
bit
to
of
have
a
4 Don up
difficult situation for Kevin, doesn't it?
so
Yeah,
far.
absolutely. Still
What will he do?
quite a wide board now, as you can see with Smoker. We've got the Tashigi for protection there. Do have the Hody Jones and the Monet
8
there
into
that
6.
can give 2 rested on your leader, one of your characters, and a -1 to
Yeah,
another
that block
character
is
that you
really
want
annoying,
swinging
so
into. But that blocker
I
gets
am a
dealt with
fan
there
of that play personally.
with the swing from
6 into leader.
Yes, and looks like it's going to be another 6K into the leader. And just this looks absolutely dominant right
He's
now.
got
Just
3
so
Don
many
up, and
characters
from his hand,
out.
he's probably going to play
Uh,
Sanji here next.
has a
Build a
very
really, really
strong
wide
board
board while
presence as
not being
well
able
as
to
the
KO it
Tashigi, making
because of
sure the
Tashigi.
KO effects
Will be very,
are
very good
not
for
going
us.
to come into
Us as in
play.
poor, because I'm supporting poor in this
And we see
situation.
Kevin taking the 6K attack.
Yep, that life is taken down to 3 life now. And we see Sanji being dropped there.
Yeah, so definitely feeling the pressure is Kevin. I'm curious to see if he has any answers to the absolute onslaught of characters that Paul has been putting down.
Yeah, you really do need to start establishing either some blockers or some sort of protection now before that 10 cost teach does come down at some point, and you do have to think about, well, what can he do to answer what's coming across the board to him? It's looking quite imposing now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, do you just try to, finagle a quick win with maybe a couple of attacks into the leader? Burgess, maybe some black hole shenanigans can find an answer to your opponent. Of course, Kid, normally extremely effective, but when you're able to turn off the blocker ability, not true blocker, but forcing the attack on Kid ability, you can just go straight for your opponent's life. So might be a thin line there, but it definitely looks
But
very
yeah, as I was
difficult
discussing
for
earlier,
Kevin.
Karibo
Yeah, absolutely.
is
Let's see
played
what Paul's
over
got
Vasco Shot
as an
as
answer
well
in
as
hand now,
Shiryu
and how he's going to start
in the
playing this
deck
one
because
out.
it essentially combines the
Starts off with a
combination of
swing
both of it,
from the
right?
Kuzan.
Having the
Looks like
opportunity
it
to
is
play it
into
as
life.
a blocker,
So just going to
as a one
explore
cost
a
blocker,
little
a
bit.
chump
We do
blocker,
see that Sanji come out, but
and it being a 2k counter
Paul is playing,
is just really
quite a
effective in the
few
deck
counterless cards in
because
his
we're
hand
combining
and
8
in
cards
his
into
deck.
4.
We have the
Obviously, it's not
Smoker, the
searchable with
Dragon,
full
the
lead
Kid,
or just
the
in
Hody
general in the deck,
Jones. All of the
but
counter events when you have no open
it's
dawn
pretty
are
good.
also going to be one more,
Combining
card
2
that
cards into
cannot
one,
be
or at
played
least
for
what
counter from
Blackbeard
hand.
wants to do in that deck, right?
So definitely seems like
And if you think about it, a
there is
lot of
still,
blockers are generally 1k counters.
a
A lot
chance.
of blockers.
We have a Burgess in the trash, so that
So
could be
it
an
being a 2k
option
counter
for Kevin to opt
is
for
quite
off of
rare.
his Kuzan.
Yeah, absolutely. So starting off with a fuller head now to dig for something else and see if he can find any answers.
Looks like we have Burgess, Kuzan, and My Era as the options. My Era, of course, going to be able to build more trash if he's trying to opt for one of those Burgess lines. I believe he has another Kuzan in his hand, so Burgess probably going to be the least likely choice,
My
and it
era.
is going to be that My Era.
Yeah, My Era begins, just as you say, does help build that trash up, and as we know, it's multiples of 4 cards in your trash start powering up that Burgess by 1,000 power with each 4 cards in trash. So really quite useful to get that search off now. And what can we find? It looks like there was a 10 cost.
It looks like 10 cost Teach, or I believe the 4 cost Shiryu.
Yep.
So another one of those KO options, but not going to be extremely strong when, of course, you are looking at that 3 cost Tashigi, able to protect the board. Also, Kuzan would, of course, be able to pick up the Shiryu from the trash, so Blackbeard does seem like the best option because
So
Kuzan is, of
grabs
course, going
the
to be
10
able to
cost
let you
teach there.
access everything in your
Setting
trash
up
if you
for
decide Shiryu does become
the next
necessary.
turn, I
Yeah,
suppose, to
exactly.
possibly play it. But you really
He's
need
still got
to
8 Don available to Kevin to decide
have a
what
better
to
board
do
in order
here.
for you to play that.
So just looks like a Tempest kick may be utilized here.
Yeah, so because Kuzan is out and we do still have that Shiryu in the trash now, we would be able to, for example, use something like a black hole into, or Kuzan into Shiryu, taking out the Tashigi, and then using black hole to take out the smoker might be an option. And I think that is the line.
It looks like that route is going to be used. Well
Interesting,
predicted
yeah.
there.
So that's the
Shiryu
KO
does take
Shiryu,
out
which
the
KOs 3
Tashigi,
costs or less.
making that smoker now a viable target.
He did get another Tempest kick, so that does open up the option to use another Tempest kick and then use the Dot Q instead if he wants to save the black hole for things like the blockers or possibly that 8 cost kid, which could, of course, come down in the future.
Very interesting deck list because Shiryu
But no,
as
just going to go straight for that black hole into the smoker.
plays a black hole with KO
Gets rid of
he's
the
making
smoker, and now it's not looking
and
as
uses
menacing as it
Tudon
was a
for the
moment
Lafitte
ago.
search.
We have a Lafitte now as well.
I think Van
just to
Auger
win
might be a target potentially because you don't have any Van
Yeah,
Augers
still menacing,
yet.
but definitely less menacing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grabs a 10 cost teach. Probably prioritizes
Do
that.
find another
Oh,
10 cost
he does not.
Marshall D teach blocker. as we get closer and closer to
Oh
the
wait, no, he
top 10
does. He
turn.
does, and just plays
I mean,
carry
that
mode.
Martial teach blocker is very good, but obviously
Um,
you're committing all your Don to it, aren't you?
that
But you are
Shiryu is
playing
a
it,
bit
so you have to
interesting
make
because
sure
it
that
KOs
it's
3
played at
cost
the
or
right
less,
time,
and there just aren't that many
without
3
you
cost targets to KO
having to
generally. But I
try
guess
and figure out other
Tashigi
avenues of
is
controlling
one
your
of
opponent's
them,
board.
and 3 cost
Absolutely.
Orojiro,
I
I
mean,
suppose.
10 cost teach is one of those cards,
For
like 8 cost kid, where the more support you have
Purple
behind
Luffy's.
him on the board, the
But
stronger
I
it
think
becomes.
generally it's
Not
not
really a comeback card
3
as
cost
much
or less
as
is
a
generally not a huge
flip
threat.
the game kind of
So I
card.
know a
You
lot of
need
teach lists that
something
don't
like
run
the Burgess, something
that 4
like the
cost Shiryu,
Kuzan,
so
something
it
like
is a little
even the Van
surprising, I suppose,
Augur
in that way.
available to you, just to make sure that you're able to, take a bit of those cards away from your opponent when you place the 10 cost teach down. If your opponent has 5 cards on board and you only have 10 cost teach, it really is not going to change how the game is working in any real way.
Absolutely. So we're seeing a 6k swing here from that 3 cost Sanji. Remember, on your own turn, it is plus 3000. It is a 6k swing. Where on your opponent's turn, it's back down to its base power of 3000. And that is into life, and that is taken. Sanji, I think, is a sort of great card in a lot of red decks. A good early play, especially when it's KO'd. It does give you a card draw as well, so it gives you sort of a double value where you're getting a nice 6k early swing in potentially in a lot of games, but even in this case, taking a life and still being able to replace it in hand when it leaves the board.
Absolutely. It also can be a little bit cute in the Smoker deck, of course, when you play it for
Oh my
3 Dawn
gosh.
and then attach a Dawn, you can get 2 Dawn back, so
That was
can
my
be a
alert
little bit
for new
strong in that
followers, so
sense. And it is
for
interesting to note, we
subscribers.
do not
So
have
thank you for the
the leader
subscription
effect this time, so Paul
onto my
will be
channel.
taking a life for his Hody effect. So, he's running a little bit low now.
Yeah, it's worryingly low. Just down to 1 life now, but has managed to tap down the whole board and is now going to consider what he's got. Those 3 got the attacks plus the Monet to utilize as well if needed, but starts off with the
Starts off with an attack into that
Caribou.
Caribou, just taking out the blockers. Following it up with the Monet, I assume, onto one of the Hodies. Probably reducing the Shiryu. And interesting that he's going for board here, just making sure that his opponent doesn't have
I
the
believe going for
support
board here is a
for
great
that 10
play.
cost teach that we saw earlier.
Yeah, almost forcing Kevin not to play the 10 cost teach essentially by going for board here.
And as the
just trying
commentators
to
say
make
as
it
well,
a dead card in hand when you
killing the
have
board
so
here
much presence.
means that you
It
don't
really is
have
hard
as
to
much
play down without
opportunities
at
to play the
least
10 cost
one
teach.
character
Because all you'll be
supporting
doing
it.
is freezing one character, and then what are you going to do with
Let's
the teach? You're going to
see
swing
the
5
feet on the board
probably
of
into
this
Sanji
Hody
or
Jones that
Monet.
can attack, but no, we're going to bring out a
So
rush Luffy, the 5 cost
yeah,
Luffy that we saw from the start of
I
deck,
can
and when
agree
it
with
does
that
swing,
play.
it can give something 1 rested Don, including itself. But it decides to give that rested Don to the Hody Jones, which will be able to do a
I
nice
believe
big
Teach
swing into
has
life
lost this
now
game
that Lafitte has
already.
been dealt with.
Yeah, and just
With
perfect
that sort of
control
board
being
state,
seen
having
by
5
Paul, making
characters,
sure his opponent
despite
has
Monet not
absolutely
really
nothing
being
on
a
the
real
field.
character,
Of
but it does
course,
buff up
Teach
your
not known
other
for
characters by
playing
giving you 2 rested Don.
rush characters.
I think Paul
I don't think I've
has
ever seen the
probably
6
got this
cost
game
Lucci
won.
in this deck.
I
But
just don't think there's
yeah,
much
definitely seems like
you
a
can
very
really
strong
do here.
board state for Paul, and looking like
He
he's going to
does get a
find a
black hole, which
comfortable way
can potentially
to win
KO
this
one
first
character.
game.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see a way back for
but
Kevin from in this game,
it's tough. I'm not
especially
sure
with
what you
how
can really do
imposing that
here.
board does look. As we say, you've got the Monkey D. Luffy, 2 Hody Jones there. That Monet is very nice as well, being able to give those 2 rested Don and something minus 1,000. And that Sanji on board will, be an
I mean,
easy
10
target
cost
if
teach
you
is
do decide to
probably
swing into it to draw you
the only
another
thing he
card.
can do, yeah.
So is
So you
going to
freeze
opt
one of the
to
Hody
play down
Jones,
that
sure.
Teach. He does have multiples in
KO
hand,
one of the
so if he
Sanjis,
is able to find
perhaps.
a way to
Exactly.
chain Teaches together, it definitely can be a strong play there, just, to keep going with the 12,000 power characters. And let's say, in theory, if Paul doesn't play a blocker or doesn't win the game next turn, 13, 14 might just be able to close it out.
Yep.
We only have, 3 cards in Paul's hand?
Yep.
It's a thin line, but Kevin trying to create as many opportunities as possible to try and find a way to squeak out a win in this game.
Yep. So just figuring out it was a leader swing into Sanji. Yeah, making sure there's enough counter being used there.
Yes, of course. Smoker sometimes kind of a little bit of hidden text, if you will,
Yep.
that all of your Punk Hazard characters do get an extra plus 1,000 on your opponent's turn. A very, strong but muted effect, if you
See,
will.
I
But,
think he
Paul
just
only
top
has
de
2
nah,
cards in hand.
Yeah.
I think he
So
just top decked
if Kevin
the
is
8
somehow
cost
able
kid
to
there.
find a way to survive this turn, I definitely could see him, coming out with a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. We
And
do
so
know one of
Smokey
those
he
cards in
does
hand
know that
from one
there
of his
is
earlier searches was a martial
another
teach.
10 cost
So there's
teach in
definitely a
hand.
counterless card that Paul
So
could
he will
probably
be
discount,
freezing another
but
character if he...
has to consider now
I
what
think the
the
8
most
cost kid is
efficient
too slow
way
because you don't have any counter in
to
hand or
attack
any
is. And
blockers.
maybe that Tendon available.
But let's
Does
see what
have
he
the
does,
Monhei as
because if
well
you play
that
it
if he
out,
does decide to play something,
you
maybe
swing
towards
12 into
turn 1, he
8,
can get
you've
the
got one card in
2
hand,
gone.
you're not going to defend it, you know blockers
I
as well.
believe it is Virgo and
To
the
answer the
kid
question
in
in
hand for
chat,
Paul, so
Xenolorian, this
not
is not
going
the
to be
finals, this is top
extremely
4.
effective.
Um,
And yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin's just going to scoop it up.
Yeah,
and
not
so
too much of an answer there. Knows too
Paul
many attacks are
wins
going to
his
be
first
coming in
match.
to be able to deal with.
As I said,
So
I think
game
Paul
1
had
goes
that in
to
the bag
Paul
there with 5
with
characters
the
on the board.
smoker. Just managed to establish quite a good board there and
Anyways,
had
Xenolorian, this is not
answers,
the
especially that
finals.
early
However,
Borsalino
with
really
that
did
being
help as
said,
well, didn't it?
the top 2
Absolutely. And I mean,
players
it just was such
in
a
this
commanding
round,
start from
the
Paul, being able to immediately play
semi-finals,
down that 5
will
cost
go
smoker
to
once he
Worlds,
was
will
given the
qualify for
opportunity,
Worlds.
followed by that 3 cost Tashi,
So it
ensuring
is
that there
still
were
a
no real
very
clean
high
ways to take
pressure,
care of the smoker. If you're
um,
able to establish that on
high
turn
pressure
3,
game
going first
because
or second,
top
Teach
4,
just doesn't really have a great way to
sorry,
take
top
out
2
the
goes to
smoker,
Worlds,
which
and it's
can
top 4.
quickly turn into an easy win for our smoker player
And another thing is,
in this match.
Yeah,
fourth
no,
place
absolutely.
does
Yeah, it
not
was
win
very
a lot
key
of
getting both
prizing.
those characters out at the same
Third
time.
place, on the other
And it's
hand, you
great that
do
you
win
can use
a
those abilities,
significant
obviously
amount
the
of
character
prizing
smoker ability and the leader
with
ability to
the
withstand that
third place winner card,
and
which
be able to get those
historically,
in play. Our players
historically
now
being
getting ready
the last previous year, we
for
had
game
Yamato as
2
a
or
winner card.
possibly 3, depending on how this
That
next one goes,
card was
to
selling for
make their
6
way into the
digits.
final
So
and
6
guarantee their
digits
spot at
USD.
the World
So
Championship Finals.
definitely winning or
Yes,
coming third
I
would
mean, so if you're Kevin in
be
this situation,
very,
what is
very
going through
good.
your head? What are you
If you're
thinking?
interested
How
in
are
the
you trying to
pricing, I
prepare
can quickly
mentally,
go through it before the
being down
second
a
game
game in
starts.
this high tension, high pressure situation, best of 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're obviously going to be looking at what the clock's saying,
So
and
if I
we're at a
just
decent
go
position. We're about a
through
third of the way through the clock, just
that.
over, so not too much pressure there. But again, you want to
So
make sure that
fourth,
this second
so
game
third
doesn't drag on
place,
too long. You
most
want to give yourself an
importantly, will be
opportunity
getting a
for one,
trophy as
try and
well
push
as
for the
a
win this time, and hopefully
third
find the
place
right
Zoro
pieces.
card,
But at
right?
the same time, you've
If
got
you
to be
come
conscious of the
fourth,
time as well,
you only get a few more of
to
these
make sure you're
finalist
giving
set,
yourself the best
which is
possible
cool,
opportunity.
and
Paul's going to be under a lot less
which is really
stress
cool.
and
But
pressure
it's
going into
just,
this. Sometimes that can
coming
really
third
help you.
versus fourth is a huge
Um,
difference.
Sometimes
And
it can,
winning this match would
you
mean
can
that
slip up when
they
you're a bit more
would
relaxed as well and not so.
go to Worlds,
Um,
which again would be
oh, how do I put it?
another huge
Under
pay
pressure.
jump,
Yeah.
based on previous
Definitely been a
experiences
long 3 days
at
of
going to
casting for
Worlds,
sure
like
for us as
previous
well, but
players
it's
going
been
to
even
Worlds.
harder and longer for our players, just
Um,
always going through such high
I
stress,
believe
high pressure games in each match,
the Worlds
wanting to
Don
get that
last year
coveted
was
world
sold
spot,
for
that trip to
around
Japan,
twenty
and the
thousand
chance
dollars
to call
US.
yourself, the best One Piece player in
And
the
as I
world.
said, the top three
Right now, it looks like Paul has a
last year,
great
again, this is based on
opportunity to
last
do
year, the
so, but
Yamato
Kevin, of
cards
course, not going to
sold
go
for
down without a fight.
six digits.
Teach is one
So
of those decks,
third
even
and
if
fourth is a
it's not
huge deal,
favored,
and obviously
can
second and
find
first
a
means that you go to
will,
Worlds,
can
which is
find
also
a way.
a very
So
impressive
definitely
feat.
interested to see if Kevin can, find some
So
tricks up his
I also
sleeve,
want to show you
do a little bit
guys.
of
Oh, I
some
don't have my
Teach
deck right
moves, if
now,
you
but
will, and
it's alright. Don't worry
find
about it.
a way to get a game off of Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about like fatigue and the long play that these players have had. Long day of play yesterday, 9 rounds we saw, and then
And
today,
so Paul has to feel
obviously
great about
overnight as
that,
well. They would
winning
have understood what the brackets
the first
would
match.
be, play testing with
Um,
their friends who they've
and
traveled with. A lot
for
of these
the
players come in
friends in the
groups
chat
and
that
teams who have
were
players that they've
not
play
here
tested with as
earlier,
well. So potentially up till the
Paul
early hours
in
of this
his
morning
top 32
practicing the
match
matchups coming
was
into
also on
today.
stream, and
Very
he
little
actually
time in
talked
between
about how
games
he
as well.
wanted to
So
go to
yeah,
Worlds.
You're going to start
at the
seeing
start of the tournament before
you'd
even
expect at this
qualifying for
stage.
top 32.
Um,
So it would
our
be
players
really cool to watch him go to
a little
Worlds.
bit more under pressure,
Also,
Yes, absolutely. And
especially when the
you
Kevin,
stakes
know,
are so high as well.
people talking
yeah,
about how
for sure.
Smoker is a
And
tier 3
Kevin,
deck, or,
definitely you
you know,
can see
definitely
him
not one of the
leaning
meta
back in his chair.
contenders. If he's
Turn
able
one,
to win out on the
missing
whole thing, that
any
would be
form of
really,
search, the
really
Lafitte,
Yeah,
the My Era,
good. You know,
the
really
full
cool
lead,
to watch.
missing everything, and then seeing Paul go straight into that Kujaku into a Borsalino,
yeah.
an absolutely stellar start for Paul, even though he was not getting, his ideal first turn. He is going second,
So
but
6k to leader
who
with the
cares when you
2
just get
Don
everything you want, right?
Yeah,
does nothing with it.
absolutely.
And
Yeah.
oh,
My
another
assumption with that 6k
6k
swing
attack
is
and
to
pass,
try to
definitely
bait
not
out 2k
what you want
counters.
as Kevin.
That is a very tough start. You really do not want to see that. So yeah, Kevin's having it's going to be an
With
uphill
that
struggle here
said, Kevin does
with this
not
one.
have a
Let's
great
see how
hand,
things
not being able
start
to
to play
play
out. We've
anything
got
with
Paul swinging in for six.
his 2
Kevin
Don.
decides
You
to
know,
take down Mike,
Lafitte
hoping for
could have been
something
played, Dot
that
Q
might
could
be
have been
useful
played,
for him on his own turn here now.
Stage could have
Yeah,
been
so
played.
it might have also, even if
Um,
he had the dot Q, opted not to play it just because he did see the Borsalino
Yep.
off of the search. But if you can't get rid of that Borsalino, it's really hard to play almost anything, right?
Yeah, exactly. That Borsalino is, as we saw,
and
going to
just a simple
target
6k
all
swing
of your
into
standing
a
characters and
Borsalino
just make
blocker.
it a lot more difficult for you to be able to establish any type of board here, while Paul will
Again,
be able to
Teacher's really
start
struggling here with his hand. I
bringing
mean, if you look
characters
at it,
out
he
through
has a lot
cycle.
of bricks there.
Yeah, normally, of course, as Teach, you can use
There's
these
2 10 cost Teachers, I
opportunities to play
think,
down
but
some of your
definitely
blockers
2
like
5
Caribou,
cost Cruzons
play
in
down
hand as
some of
well.
your characters, even like Burgess, for example, Doc Q, just
He
make
has 2
and set
Caribos
up some
and 1
turns,
Van
but
Auger.
Borsalino just being a
Plays out the
one
Van
card
Auger
answer to so
and
many of the early
passes.
game options
I
of
believe that
Teach.
is his
Yeah,
hand. So he
and a
has
Van
2
Ogre is
Caribos,
the only thing that's
2
played
10
there.
cost Teachers, and then
Yeah, I
2
mean, Van
5 cost
Ogre
Cruzons.
probably the
Unable to
safest
build his
option.
trash, which means
Cruzon, of
that
course, only having
his
5,000
Cruzon's not
power.
going to be
You
able to
have
be
to play
played
something
out
at this point. You can't just let
at the
your opponent do
moment.
whatever he wants for the entirety of the game. And now Paul is wondering, how much do I attack this Van Auger for? Or do I opt for, the smoker play if he has it? It does seem like he is missing the smoker, but I think I saw a Vergo in his hand, so he might still have the opportunity to try and find that smoker out of his deck.
Yeah, it does look like there is a Virgo in hand there. So see an X-Drake as well, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Vergo coming down. Smoker is probably the best choice here, but doesn't look like we're going to get it. Are going to have to settle for one of the 4-cost choppers. And hopefully with this little bit of breathing room, Kevin might be able to find a chance to get back into this game.
Search
Yeah,
Sanji, which is one
suddenly
of
saw
the
the
rare
brakes are
blockers
on
that
now for
obviously
Paul,
have a
and
2k
yeah,
counter
it
on
gives
them.
Kevin a chance to potentially come back into this game
Not
with
sure
5
exactly
days
what he
to
was looking
answer
for
that
in
Borsalino.
that turn
Paul now sitting there
for
with
Paul there.
5 Don open, wondering what direction to take with this.
Yeah, so no real
Definitely an
great
interesting spot
answers
for
from his
Smoker.
hand. He does have the 3-cost Tashigi that,
He
of course,
does
you could just play
rest
down,
the
just to have it out
Borsalino
there to
in
protect your
order to
characters when you're ready to play them.
attack active characters. He swings
But
all his
no,
Don
just going to opt
into
to
the Van
use
Auger,
Borsalino and
and
slam
he's
down
able
that
to
Van
activate his
Auger.
effect,
He
which
didn't
allows
get
him to
what he
draw 1.
wanted, but as long as he stops his opponent, no harm, no foul.
Yep, exactly. And I think there is another Borsalino in hand from what I might have seen with Paul. So maybe he can have another one that he can bring down if this one gets dealt with. But yeah, manages to get rid of that Van Ogre and keeping Kevin under control
I
with
think
no plays on board
Smoker
at the moment.
Absolutely. And of course, Borsalino is going to not have that
has a huge advantage at the
punk
current
hazard type,
moment,
so
but we'll
will be
see
a
how
traditional
this
3000
game
if
plays out.
Kevin decides to attack it on this turn. And, Kevin hasn't really found all of his pieces parts, but he has made it to turn 4, and he has 4 life, so he can't be doing too bad.
7k into
Yeah,
Borsalino,
exactly.
and then probably
Still
playing
be on
out
4
the
life at this
Cruzon.
stage is a very good, especially as a Martial D Teach player, because you are trying to make sure that you've got a decent number of life, get to that
And he
10
goes to
Don,
9 Don
then
turn
start
next.
dropping your Martial D Teach 10 costs and causing issues for your opponent. That Borsalino does go. with a 7k
Uses
swing,
leader
and now
effect
we do see Kuzan being
to
dropped
trash
as
a
well.
Kuzan and
Yes,
pass
and we are going to drop another Kuzan into the trash with our leader effect. So we are not going to have any of those pesky on-play abilities this turn. However, Paul does have probably one of the best turn
He does have
4
Teshigi in
options for
hand.
his deck in this matchup. It is the Hody Jones that
Has another
I thought
Borsalino.
would come down, but no, he's going to opt for the Borsalino, use its effect, and probably slam again into that Kuzan.
Yep, deciding again to be able to attack interactive characters, and
With that said, Paul's
again
not
just
really
going to
able to
decide how
establish
much
any
you want to
bodies
stick
at the
underneath,
moment.
and
Like,
it puts all of his
yeah,
gold
Teach
underneath.
is,
Again,
not able to play anything
deal with the
either,
Kuzan,
but
bring him down to
he
0
does get to 10
characters,
Don, right,
pass the turn,
eventually, and it just plays
but
down
we're
10
still
cost
on
Teach.
4 life as
And
far
at
as
the
Kevin is
moment,
concerned
Smoke
now.
is not
So
able to
still
do
looking
anything.
pretty decent.
Yeah, of course, Blackbeard is one of those decks that
Like, Smoke
is
is not playing out any
usually fairly
characters.
happy going into
His
a
board is
longer
not
game,
really developing. His
especially
board is a
when he still has
Kujaku, which
this
has
amount
0
of cards in
power,
hand. And we
Virgo, which
also
is
got to touch
2k
on,
power,
if you're
and a
able to
Borsalino
take
blocker
out
that's
that
3k
5-cost
power.
Kuzan, you're able to deny not
Or
just,
4k
the
potentially,
card that
because
would have come out after
it
in,
might be.
for
No,
example,
I don't
that
think it's Punkazma
Van
or Navy, is
Otter
it?
or that Burgess, but
Oh,
also the
not
card that
Punkazma,
Kuzan
I
gets
think.
with his effect when he
Let me
enters
just
the
check.
trash, he does get an extra card draw for you. So makes a lot of sense for Paul as well to try to heavily target that Kuzan because you get so much value from making sure you get it off the field before it is able to use its effect.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Borsalino
Deciding just a
blocker.
5k swing this time into the
3
Borsalino
cost.
that is on board. Second Borsalino we've got.
It is film/Navy, so it
And
does
this
get the
time
plus 1k. Uses the effect
2k
right
counter.
away
Is
after playing
2K
it
counter enough?
to play the Van
Yeah.
Olga, probably
I'll
to get the
double check
search
that
just
because I
because you
believe
kind of
Oh,
Borsalino
I
need it.
apologize. It's Navy, so
It's
of course
Navy.
it
It is.
also
It's
pumps
film and
Navy.
Navy.
It's not
Yeah.
just it's Navy and Punk Hazard, so of
Yeah.
course it will pump up that Borsalino as well. I apologize. Uh, is opting to play
Minus
down the
3
Van
on the
Auger, so
Borsalino.
I imagine he has a dock
Probably is
queue
a
along with it.
dock queue.
Yes, so
Yep.
we'll be
Cool,
able to
and then
just
he
get
has
a
2 Don
2K for
up
free, probably
for
fairly
probably
happy
some
with that turn.
blockers.
And he's looking like he's going to be able to double blocker now.
Yep. Drops down the Caribou blocker.
Next, he's going to go for the leader effect.
Yep.
And he's going to discard his other Caribou blocker. So just trying to keep up one.
A lot of
doesn't
those
need
cards
multiples,
in
but it's not looking too bad. He does have the
Teach's
10
hand is quite
cost
important, to be
Teach
fair.
available to him next turn. He
Yep.
does
So
have
I
life.
think
He's got a
potentially
little bit
not
of
dropping the
time.
second
He might have
Caribou
found
could be
a
the correct
way
play.
to
Don't know.
finagle a win in one of his harder matchups, I would imagine, in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. He's now definitely starting to get some presence, get a bit more comfortable, I think.
The good thing is that
And
Virgo.
can Paul find an answer? Paul really hasn't been able to find any pieces going into this. Obviously opting to
And
control
Kujaku can
Kevin's
sing
board,
on this turn.
but you'd have hoped there'd have been bigger characters on board by this point, wouldn't you?
Yes, I mean, he does have access to at least the smoker now, I believe I saw. Dividing his Dawn into 5 makes me think that that might be the play, but definitely not
He
an
just doesn't have
ideal
any
curve
bodies
this
to
time
play
around, is
out.
it?
You know,
But I mean,
I
that
feel
also
like
goes to show
Paul
you
might
the
actually
strength of Smoker
could
in a
lose this because
BO3.
he's just
If
not
you
drawing
curve well
any cards
twice,
that
you're gonna do
are
well.
playable.
And even though
So
he hasn't been
obviously
doing
Smokey
an
here is a
amazing
very
curve
playable
this time,
card.
just because he's able to, have a bunch of games
Swing
at
7 into
it does
6.
kind of lead a little bit of strength to that Smoker deck.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not
and that smoker does come down as you
too
suggested.
sure
And that
why that might be
restarting
the
3 Don is
case.
just really, really impactful, isn't it?
Yes, basically playing Smoker down for 2 costs still has access to so many different tools. Even if there is a block here, we still could see
Weird
the
last 2
honesty
turns for
impact
Smoke
if
not
he
playing bodies
chooses
out.
to opt
He didn't
for it.
have any
But
cards to play
as
out, I
we have
think.
said,
Like, if you look
longer
at his
games
hand,
do
he had a
tend
lot of
to favor
events.
our Blackbeard
And
player,
so
especially
I
when
think
Smoker
that
is
might
only
be
on 2
why. He
life,
doesn't have
and
3 cost
especially
Sanji
when
to
we
play
have
out,
a
for
breath
example.
of 10
He doesn't have
cost
Hody Jones to
teaches
play out.
available for
I
Kevin.
think he might have
Yeah,
top decked that
absolutely
Smoke.
so.
I'm not sure. But yeah, last 2 turns,
Paul
I
now
don't think he
just
had a lot of bodies that he could play
deciding
out
what to do
in
here
that
with that
turn.
ogre.
And it
So
will be that honesty
he plays
impact
the
into the Van
Honesty
Auger,
Impact for
taking it
6
out.
Don.
But it is
Okay.
another card for Kevin, right? And We are slowly
So
starting to
obviously
come
that
back.
KO's
We do have 10
1k
now.
or
We
can
could
KO up to
deny
1k.
the
Sorry, not 1k, 10k
Smoker's ability to
power.
attack next
So
turn. Checking
interesting.
a little bit of that text on that Kujaku, just in case anyone doesn't
Personally,
know.
there, by the
It
way, I
is
would have
activate
swung
main. You may
Virgo
trash this
into the zero
character up to one of your
cost,
characters. Gain
not zero cost, but
1,000
zero
power during this turn.
power
Her buff
dot Q,
effect, of
because
course, does
Kujaku's
not
active
require you
ability gives you
to
plus
be
1k
Navy, so a very
to a character.
flexible card as long as you are running at
Personally,
least
I
some
think that
Navy
you would keep
characters
that
in
because
your
that's
deck.
one
Yeah,
Don that you can
absolutely.
basically
Decides to
use
target
to
that with the
attack with,
leader
right?
swing.
So
Happily taken there.
that's why I'm a bit confused as to why he decided to do that.
And as we
So yeah,
expected,
I'm not too
the 10
convinced
cost
about
Marshall, the
Paul's ability
teach
to win
blocker,
this
does come
game now
down now.
because he's able to
Can
drop 10
afford to
cost
play
teach
that
very
with
safely with
comfortable 4
4
life.
life. Like, I'm not worried if I'm
Yes,
teach
and
right
now
here
he's
because you have
debating
4
about what
life to
he
play.
wants to
And
discard
yes, you don't
for
have
his
stage
leader
and
effect. If he wants to discard for his leader
yeah,
effect,
yes, you don't have
the
stage, right?
stage does seem like a decent
And
option
you
at
didn't
this
have a lot of
point. You
characters
really
play out
don't
in the
have
early game.
a lot of
However,
chances to use it, but
you're
he is
easily able to
eyeing the
establish a 10
flagpole.
cost teach.
Possibly might have another one, or just thinking
And the
I
opponent
am
smoker
about to chain
has
with
no
another 10
bodies
cost teach. He does have
on
another
the
one, so
board
that
other
makes
than
sense.
Yeah.
smoker.
You
That's
really
one
only are
body.
going to use it at this point
That's
as
a
a
lot
finisher, trying
slower
to
than you would
ignore a
expect
blocker or
because
that 8 cost kid.
smoker can
So
restand a lot of
taking
Dawn and
that
play out
one of
more
those
bodies
options
per
out,
turn.
he still has another 10
You
cost
can
teach to
play
chain into
out
next
more than a
turn, and
Dawn
with 4 life, he's
for
looking
that
like
turn
he's
because you
in
can
a
restand
surprisingly
3 Dawn.
comfortable spot.
Yeah, absolutely. The more we've seen this game go on, the more we've seen Kevin get more and more comfortable. And I think this is typical with what you'd want to see as Teach. As long as your life's not being taken, you can afford to get up to that 10 Don turn and be able
So
to
it
drop
goes
your character
5k to
down.
leader. I think this is just a free block.
With board that's not looking too
Um,
worrying
you
from
can
Paul's
play out
side
the
at the
Hody
moment.
Jones, I guess, but then I
Absolutely,
think you
and I
always just free
mean,
block here because
definitely have
what are
to
they gonna do?
pick your effects carefully as far as your leader effect into this
Right?
matchup.
What
Of
are they gonna
course,
do?
on play
So he
effects being
literally has no
very
cards to play out here. By the way, he has
small
to
as
play
far as
out
the number.
the
There's
X-Drake
only
here, which is
the
6
7
Don.
cost Hody,
But like the
as
thing is,
well
that
as
X-Drake is typically
the
used as
one
2k
of
counter.
Isho and
But because he genuinely
Sakazuki,
has
the
no bodies to play out,
Dressrosa Isho and the
I
Odyssey
guess it's kind of like a
Sakazuki.
backup body he
Yep.
can play
And
for
the
6
searcher.
cost
So,
7k.
not a lot of value to be gained, but, making sure that he's not going to get blown out
Now, obviously,
by that
that being
Hody
technically
is the real point
12
of
Don,
using that leader ability this turn, so makes a lot of sense. And now it's back to him, and
and you're able
we
to
got
hit him for
another one
5. I
lined up,
mean,
it
I
seems.
guess you can bring him down
Yeah,
3,
absolutely
3
does.
life. Don't know
Paul did
if
manage to get 2
Kevin, the
vanilla
Blackbeard player there, really
X-Drakes
needed
out.
that extra
6
card, so
cost
that
7,000
might be
power.
potentially the reason why he took that life, because I
So
think
two
definitely free
7k
blocking
bodies
there
dropped out
was
there.
was the play
Leader swing
for me
is
at least.
countered
I mean,
with
I
the
guess
Virgo
he
from hand.
potentially was looking for something that he wanted
I
to
mean, yeah, this looks like a
find from
great
life.
second 10 cost each turn.
Goes 12k 2 leader.
Getting one of those lives. If he plays another, I
Another
mean,
10
he
cost
might
teach
have found a
probably
way
here.
to bring this to game
He
3.
does. I would
Yeah,
probably put it on
absolutely.
Smoker, which is what he does. Trashes
So
a
Teach does come
Jack
down.
Beard.
Yes, he just wants to make sure that he's using his leader ability to ensure that Hody Jones is not going to be able to rest his 10 cost teach. That would be, of course, the one
Yeah,
out
WG.
that
I've
Paul
never seen
has.
people play 2 X-Drakes on Smoker on the board
Disciplined
either,
play
because
by
90%,
Kevin, trying to make
99%
sure
of the
that
time
Hody doesn't come
it's an
to ruin
inefficient
his
card.
day.
I mean, the
And
6k,
now
6
Paul in a
cost
little bit of
7k.
a tough spot, having to
Whereas
play down
Smoker's a
these
5
3,000
cost
counters
7k.
when you're looking
So it's
down the
one less
barrel
Don,
of
and it
double
allows you to
teach
stand a Don,
with no
and it
blockers
has
on the
Banish.
field.
So
What are you going to do here?
90% of the time,
Yeah,
95%
again,
of the time,
as you say, it makes it
X-Drake
very
is just
difficult
uses
indeed.
2k
And obviously,
counter,
that
but
smoker
he
can't
just
attack
does
this
not
turn either.
have
The character,
things
so
to play out to attack.
gonna have to swing, as we say, with the 7k X,
I think
7,000 power
Teach
X-Drakes.
definitely low rolled in the early game. Same with
Yeah,
Paul.
for sure. I mean, Kid, of course, is an
Um,
option in theory,
but
but
Teach is
Kevin has
less
been very
punished
disciplined, making
for
sure
low
to
rolling
have
because
one
he can
of
get to
those
this late
black
game
holes available
and
to him
just
just
play out
in
10 cost
case to
teachers.
ensure that he is going to be able to ignore Captain Kid's effect. I mean, Kevin expertly piloting this game to a situation where even though we did talk about how Smoker was favored in this matchup, it does seem like he might have found a way to, finagle a line.
Yeah, absolutely does. So let's see what Paul's gonna do here now to start off with. Was gonna swing with the X-Drake, decided against it, and now does finally decide to swing the 7,000 in to life.
So Kevin also has to debate a little bit about how much life he wants to take this turn. If he is able to find, for example, another 10 cost teach, that could be extremely strong, but also doesn't want to go down too much unless he's confident that he can finish this game in the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Another 7k swing now coming
Another
into life
7k swing.
with all Dons still available.
Right now he's holding up 6-2-2 Don. Sometimes and oftentimes actually.
Just teasing and pressurizing Kevin
Even
here.
top players
See
will
what
do
the logic's
this.
going to be
And
with
obviously a
these
lot of
swings
bad players
into
will
life,
hold out
whether
their Don.
we're going
So
to
you
see
can
a block
kind
or
of
not.
think about what they will do, right? So, for example, 6 Don, they can use Honesty Impact. But that doesn't kill.
And it does seem like we are going to
So,
counter out with the Stronger and the Burgess.
Yep.
So
interested to
Burgess, of
see
course,
what he
normally
does
a
here.
key aspect
Because that's
of
10k
this deck,
or
but
less
now
to
it does
KO.
seem that he is trying to end the
Swing
game
7.
just with the 10 cost
8
teach.
Don up, 6 Don up.
Another 7,000
Well, he's
power attack
doing 3-3-2,
coming
so
out
you got to think
from
about what he
Paul.
might do there.
I mean, if he has multiple
Potentially
Hodies, it
2
does make sense
Sandries.
that
I
he would
mean, I
try
know
to
he has
use
no 2
one now
Sandries,
just
but
to apply a little bit more pressure,
potentially
but he might
that.
also just try to
You can
keep
use
a lot
Honesty
of
Impact.
Don,
Oh, it doesn't
keep
work
that
because it's
counter
minus 6k.
event in the Igloo available so that he is able to try and counter out of the large attacks that he sees before him.
Yeah, sticks 5 Don underneath that Virgo now for another 7k swing into life. Trying to force another couple of cards out of hand or a life from.
So that's 7k to leader with the Virgo. I guess that might be why he didn't take off the Kujaku earlier, because it's an
3 Dons
extra
still left open.
swing that you could
And
potentially play
takes
out.
that.
So you get
And
see
does
my
get the
error,
trigger.
Okay,
Tempest
so
Kick,
that
and
trigger,
2
of
my error,
course,
so he's forced to
normally
take
very
my
strong,
error.
but not able
Oh,
to
you can't
find
search my error
a
with my error. I didn't
single
know that.
hit
I'm not a Teach
off
player,
of the
so
trigger. It is just not
that
Kevin's
is
game.
unfortunate.
And we do see the Rocinante come down, and then
And a
Tudon
Rosinante
played
ended
back active, and Paul has a ton of counter. Of course,
Might
he
be a
has
hot
the
take, but
Igloo,
I
but he
don't
also has
like
quite a
8-cost
few
kit in the
2Ks
Smoker deck.
in
Feels
hand.
like Smoker
It
can't
does
defend it
seem like
easily.
Kevin is going to have to find a way to at least extend this one more
It definitely
turn.
doesn't defend it as well as
It's gonna be
other
quite a
green
challenge,
decks.
but let's see how it's dealt
But with that
with. As I say,
said,
that one blocker that
Smoker
can quite
does
easily be
have
used in the
access
form of
to
Rosinante to block one of those refugee teach
Borsalino,
attacks coming
3-cost
through.
blocker,
Do you
Rosinante
have an
blocker,
answer here?
3-cost Tashigi.
And Radical
It's not
Doom,
as
of
good
course,
as
also
green,
being
but
played by
honestly,
Paul. So
against
when you see
aggro
3 Don
decks,
active as
it
Kevin,
is
these
pretty good
players
because
have
if you're
been
playing against
constantly
like
at the
Bello
top
Betty,
tables. They
without
probably
it,
have
I
at
think you
least an
get rushed
inkling
down
of
too
what kind of
quickly.
cards are being played
So
in each
I'm
other's
not
lists.
sure,
So
but
you have to be
I think it's
thinking,
pretty good.
with 6 cards in hand, do I have enough?
Like,
And of
obviously, it
course, we
doesn't
can
defend it
see
as well as
with
other
our
green decks
caster
would.
view that he is going to be a little bit short just because of the sheer amount of counter that he has available to him, especially with this Rocinante blocker.
But I think
Black Hole,
it
of
being
course, being an
red-green means
option
that you
that could
should
take
just
out the
play it
Rocinante, but
against the aggro
you
matchups
know,
which
he
do exist
has
in
to
this
get
meta,
2
such
attacks
as
through,
Bello
and I'm not
Betty
sure he has enough to do
and a bit
so.
of Zoro,
Yeah,
which we
it's gonna be tough.
saw in top 16.
And with what we say, as you said, with Paul having those cards in hand, it's going to be impossible to get through here. Just thinking about what plays to do here now.
I mean, I think also if you're looking at Kevin's hand, what other options does he really have but to try and go for it?
Still
It
no
does seem
stage,
like
by
he
the
has
way.
that one off
I
Kuzan
don't think
blocker
there's
in hand,
much
so
timing or
maybe if
play
he
stage
found
at this point
another
in the time.
blocker
At
off
this point in
the
time,
top
though.
with his My Era Search, he might have found another
Oh, he does
line
have stage
trying
in
to opt
hand.
for a more defensive play. But, you know, with the cards that have been dealt to him, I'm not
So
sure that
this
he
actually makes
really
a lot of
can
oh,
think
but
of
he's gonna
another
have
option other than
Igloo in
trying to
hand.
go for the thin line
Yeah,
of
Igloo
game
is a bit
with
annoying,
Black
and he
Hole
has
into that Rocinante.
Yeah. Think you're
yeah,
right.
because the
He
thing
has got
is,
that
I
Black
just saw
Hole
his hand
just at the
right, like
front
he
of his
could
hand
go
there.
for
Got that 4 Don
excuse
ready.
me 4 cards, 4 Don.
Yeah,
He
it looks
goes
like
for
Paul's
Black
hand does
Hole,
seem to be an
but
Igloo
the
with 3
Jushoku,
Tashigi to go along with it.
Jushoku, which is
Doesn't need to be on the
Igloo,
board to protect Smoker, apparently.
is very strong.
Definitely. But yeah, we see him going Black Hole into the
Yep.
Rocinante, so I imagine it's go time for Kevin.
So it's 11, 12, 12 here.
Can he find a way to pivot into some other cards and keep the teaches active?
Well, He's sticking all of his Don to go 11 into life to begin with.
I mean, it's probably you have to take here if it's life.
Yeah.
You want the teaches to attack.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
But
think you
he might not
definitely
have enough.
should take this if you think you can defend it, because
Let's see what it's.
at least forcing one
I think it
of the
depends a lot
teachers
on
to
the last
take
life. We are going to start
life
off with
means
an
that
igloo. Of course, it's going to be a 5,000 power increase, so only need 2k, 1k in addition.
Yep.
And now, does he have enough? He still has one Don active. If he has something like a Radical Beam, this would be enough, but no, it is 2k,
there's
2k,
not enough
1k. It
11,
is
11
going to
11
not be
counter.
enough, and Kevin is going to find the line to
So
squeak
yeah, it
in
looks
a
like
win, and we
Kevin
are
does win
going
this. I
to
think
game
based
3.
on
15 minutes left on
the
the
way
clock,
the
and
game
we
was
are
being
going to
played, I
game
mean,
3. That was
I think that
just enough
Kevin
there
still, sorry,
from
not Kevin,
Kevin
Paul still had a
to push
chance there at the
through
start, but
for game 3
after not
now.
being able to
We
play
are
any
going.
characters so
Literally,
late
this is
into the
going to
game,
be
I just
whoever
thought,
wins
yeah,
this
like
game
this guy
goes
does
through
not
to the
have
final
enough
and
aggression
secures their place to the World
to win
Championship.
this
Yes, an
match.
absolutely massively staked game. One game to decide.
So
Are you
now
going to
the
be going to that World
second
Finals to Japan? Are you going to be
second
getting that
top
prize
cut game
card?
on
Of course,
stream
top 3 will be getting
where
that first, second, and third place prize
they've
cards.
had a best
And
of three,
you
because
know, you
Bell
don't
or
want to have to
Betty
go to another game. You've got Betty
in
waiting
the
in the
other
wings.
Yeah.
That's one of those
semi-finals
matchups where things can go wrong. So I'm sure both of
was,
these players
again, I believe the
want to
first
win this
best of
absolutely
three
for
matches
sure.
with three
So
matches. So
hopefully they can
this
find
is
a
the
will,
second
find a
best of
way.
three where we're gonna have
Both players have been,
um,
absolutely
three
stunning in their
matches
play.
being played
Paul
after
even leaving up
Paul
that extra
and
Don
Kevin
just in case he
gets
was able
one
to
win
find
each.
that Radical Beam off the rip from his life. So very good play, quality play from both players, and I think both of them definitely have a shot going into this last game of our top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul's ready here now. Kevin's just thinking about his opening hand. Is it the right choice? And he does decide to keep it. So placing his life down, and here we go. 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and we begin game 3. And we start off with one Don and
Paul
pass
definitely
from
has a
Paul.
way better hand
And
this time,
Kevin
actually, with
keeps
characters
his
they
two
can
Don
play out,
and does a
such as the
Bio
5 cost
Begin
smoker on
search
5.
to start finding some pieces. 7
So
cost teach added to the hand.
The
only
ideal
one
curve
option,
here is
but
to
his
play out the
starting hand
Sanji on
does look a
3 and
lot
then
better
5
than
cost
it did before. He
smoker
does
on
have all
5
3
and then
searches
playing out the
available to
Tashigi
him
on the
in that
same
My
turn.
Era, that
That would
Lafitte,
be a very,
and
very strong turn
that
if he's able to do it.
stage card in full lead. He does opt to discard the Lafitte,
And obviously
probably
Kevin
thinking he just
having,
doesn't really have a lot of
as
time
seen
to
in
be
the
using
first game,
that
a
extra
4 cost
Dawn
Shiryu
on the search
to
effect.
KO a
Is able to find
Sanji
a
if
Doc
it's
2
being
though,
played.
so looking like a great start for Kevin,
So
and
5k
Teach
swing
might
to
find
leader.
a
Let's see
way
what he
to
does here with the
overcome
rest
this
of his hand.
awful matchup.
He
Yeah,
does
a
have a
lot more
3
positive
cost
start
Sanji,
here
so
from
that is a
Kevin than we've seen in
beautiful,
the previous 2
beautiful
games.
start. And also
So
I can
yeah,
see the smoker in
started
his
very
hand, so that
strongly.
is probably
That
what's
being
going to be
said,
coming
Paul
down
does seem to have
on
the
the
dream
5 Don
curve
turn
in
there.
Sanji into that smoker waiting in the wings.
Yep.
How is Kevin going to be able to overtake this
Feels like 8
absolute,
cost kit is underwhelming overall these days.
wrecker of
I mean,
a hand
obviously
from
it's
Paul?
not as good as when it was first
He's got
printed,
his work cut out for him for sure.
just because
Absolutely.
there are
He
a
starts
lot
off
more
with
power
a full
reduction
ahead
options
search,
and
trashing that 7
removal
cost
options, but
teach that was found in
I
an
still
earlier
think it's
search.
a good card. I mean, there's a reason why it's still being played in a lot of green text these days. But yeah, I mean, obviously
Still doing a little bit of maths in his head now.
it's not as good
In
like
relation to
as
what
it was
choices
when
he
it first
has.
got printed, because like for example now you have cards like Gum Gum
Probably
Mole
want to deal
Pistol
with his
where
Sanji.
you minus 5k
Yes,
on
of course,
the
you are wanting to deal with the
for
Sanji, but you
forward
also
on
have
you
to be
minus
thinking a little bit, how
5k
do I deal with the smoker
on the
that
kit,
comes
and KO's a
after it?
2k
Yeah,
power of
Sanji
less,
absolutely.
is
which
going to be a
generally
very
speaking you
strong
can
card,
KO a
but
lot of
Sanji
chump
doesn't
blockers
banish your
or that
life,
are
right? It
2k
doesn't
power or less. So
also
not only does
withstand
it
a
get rid
Dawn.
of
It's
a
only, I say
blocker, it also
only,
power
with
minuses
a little bit of a
the
sarcastic
kid
tone, a 3
a
cost
lot.
6,000 character.
So, or
So
even Honest
Smoker is
Impact,
definitely the
which
larger
is 6
threat. So
Don,
interested
minus
to see
6k
if
onto
he
the
decides to
um,
wait a little bit,
8 cost
just play
kid,
down the Dock
which
2
means the
and
kid is only
leave
at
it
2k
standing
power.
Oh, he has the
And
Shiryu.
exactly as I
There you
said,
go. So
he
that gets
plays
dealt
the
with anyway.
Shiryu on
Yeah.
the forward
Drops
on
his
turn
Shiryu
and KOs
and
the
manages to get rid of the
Sanji.
Sanji there.
Now, obviously, he still gets the
Yes,
free draw
so
from
he
it,
is going
but,
to, be
it does
able to
prevent a
answer
6k
so
swing
far, but we still
on
have
that
some
turn.
absolute
So, what's
amazing
likely to happen
cards
here is a 5k
coming
swing
up
into
from
a
Paul.
smoker,
We've got the
into the
5-cost
effect, giving yourself
smoker
3
coming
more
down,
Don,
3
and
Don,
if you
immediately
have
restanding
um,
with that effect,
Sanji, I was
and a
literally about to say
Sanji to go
Sanji, you
with
would play
it.
Sanji,
He still is
or
open to
Tashigi.
removal. This is not the
I don't think he
complete
had
ideal hand with that
Tashigi. But the
Tashigi, making
Sanji's also
sure that
really good here
Blackbeard
because
will not be able to
of
answer
the
anything
aggression
put down by
of being able to get that 6k
Paul.
swing
But
if it survives
if you
this
don't
turn.
answer at least the Sanji, bare minimum, ideally the Smoker, this is
Don't even like
something
playing
that
it
could
out on
quickly get out of
GY
hand.
Law
Yeah,
unless I have
absolutely.
no
You're
other
absolutely right there. Yeah,
options.
ideally it would have been
Yeah,
Smoker
that's
into
fair enough.
Tashigi, but
But I
that
think
Sanji
GY Law is
still
also
does help
more of an aggro
having a 6k
deck,
swing coming
right?
in
It's
if it
not
stays on board.
it's not like Bonnie where you're very
Is
defensive and you
stronger
kind of sit behind
on
a
that
wall and set
search.
up a lot of blockers, a lot of things that freeze, a lot of things to rest. So
Now our trash is
I do
up
agree
to
with like your GY Law
6
example
cards by the looks
of
of it.
a cost
Always
kick
looking at
probably not being
Martial D Teacher's
as
trash,
good.
aren't we, to see what
But
multiples
I
they've
think
got.
depending on the deck, it has its place, right? Especially in Bonnie, where
Absolutely.
you can
What
rest
is
and
in the
attack
trash
every
is, of course,
turn,
going to be so
and some
important.
of them play
And we're starting off with some quick attacks from
10 cost
Shiryu
Doflamingo,
and
freezing
the
your
leader
stuff on the
Teach.
board. It's
Uh,
really hard to deal with
I'm
sometimes.
just very interested to see how much is he going to be able to deny of his opponent's board on this turn, starting
Caps
off
one Don
with
plays out the
the
stronger.
stronger, so able to
-2
reduce.
on
Uh,
probably the smoker, I would
but which
assume.
card?
Um,
Yeah, which one did he give the
Draws
-2
one,
cost to?
-2 on the smoker, I believe. Yep. So
Okay, minus
maybe
two
he
That's a
has
on the
good
another
sign.
smoker.
Shiryu.
Yep.
Oh, it's a black
Okay, it
hole.
is going to be the black hole being
So
able to
gets
take
rid of the black
out
hole, which again
his
makes a lot of sense because
opponent's
black hole is definitely a lot
smoker.
worse
So that is going to be some Don
than the
denial for
Sanji.
his
Sanji
opponent,
just being a
not going to
6k
be able
swing,
to use
whereas
the
smoker
plus effects
allows you to
without
get
playing
one
something
more
new.
Dawn.
Paul still, of course, does have
And
some
on top
smokers
of
in the
that,
wing, but as long
um,
as
on top
Kevin
of
is
being
able
able
to
to
deny
get
his opponent's
an
smokers,
extra Dawn is
Sanji,
also
it's only
Banish, which
3,000
obviously
power,
Blackbeard
4,000 power on
struggles
his
with
opponent's turn.
having hand
It will
size.
be
So
able to be taken
getting
care
rid
of
of that
with
smoker
some
means
basic
that you
attacks, right?
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
potentially get one more card from life,
So we probably will
um,
see
and are not forced to
an
sort
attack
of
from the
defend
Sanji if
out
we
of
do 6k
some of these
swing.
hits. Do you know what
Obviously,
decks
into
the other
life that
top two players
Shiryu
are
is
running?
plus
Top
2,000
The other
power
two
on your
top four players are
opponent's
running.
turn.
If you're talking
Yes.
about these
So
guys are
going
playing right
for some
now,
quick
no
attacks
clue.
into the
I
Teach
don't
leader,
think the deck list have
trying
been
to get a
polished
couple of
yet.
cards out of his
Um,
hand, opting to 2,000 the Sanji attack, which would make me imagine he also wants to protect the Smoker's attack, but no, he's going to let it through.
Yeah, that one goes
oh,
through.
and KO's the
Oh,
Sanji
now
with the
What
Tempest
that
a
kick.
is
That
a
is
trigger
an
card in the One Piece
insanely,
card game.
insanely good,
Tempest Kick, being able to KO a
insanely
3
good
cost or less.
trigger
Bye
there.
bye Sanji.
Um,
But
he is
hello,
able
double
to play the
smoker.
double smoker though. That is very
two
annoying.
smokers that we had the reaction from the fans out there. It's pretty similar to ours who are watching the stream as well with a slight delay um, with that trigger from the Tempest kick. Perfect number. KO up 3 cost or less, and it just happened to be a 3 cost or less, as you just
Thought it was
mentioned there,
two
Gavin.
Bettys and
Yes.
over.
So, I mean, Kevin getting some
Sorry, just
help
meant
from
leaders
his
the
life,
other
but definitely
matchup.
not
Yeah,
out
so
of the woods
the
yet.
other
He
matchups
does have
were
access to
two
double
other
Tempest
Bettys,
Kick, so might be able to find at least one
as White
KO.
Tiger has
Yep.
pointed out. So yeah, it was two
What is
Bella
going to
Betty
be the
Mirror in the other
KOing
matchup,
tool, though?
and this one's
Well,
obviously
we'll be
Blackbeard
interesting to
versus
see
Smoker,
here.
RG Smoker.
I mean, 7-cost Teach would be ideal, I believe, but still some other options available to him. He
And
does
yeah,
have
it's
another
over.
Tempest Kick
So
into, for
we already
example,
have
the
the
Dock
results
Q,
of
allowing him
one
to
of the
keep 5 down up for something
uh,
like,
one of
for
the
example,
players that
the
will be going to the
Kuzan
finals.
that
Yep.
he has available.
And I just got a
He
new
could also,
subscription
grab something out of his
from,
trash immediately with the Kuzan
unfortunately, I
to
think your name is in
reduce.
Thai,
But opting to start
or
off
a
with some,
non-English
5,000
language. So let me
attacks straight
just
into the
check.
leader.
Yep. Just wanted to see Paul's reaction. So
That
we'll
is
reduce that.
Thai.
4
So
cards in hand now for Paul.
thank you for the follow.
Okay, so
Unfortunately, I
opting to
can't
go
read your
straight
name
for
because
the
it's in
Kuzan,
Thai.
could immediately switch to a Van Auger. Yes, and I believe it will be that choice to do another reduction onto the smoker and plop down the Dock Q. able to take out one of these smokers.
So
And
it goes to
you know,
zero
we're making
cost
progress.
and then plays
Yeah,
out the
We
dock
have
queue.
absolutely.
characters. We're making progress.
Trashes.
We have
What
10
does he
cost teach
trash?
waiting in the wings.
Trashes
There
a
is a
Kuzan
chance.
There is
for a
indeed,
top
yeah,
3
with
search
just a smoker leader and character
and grabs
attacks
a
available
2k
this turn.
counter strong. I mean, that was the
Potentially,
only
you could
choice,
see maybe a
logical
Hody
choice.
Jones
The
coming
other
in as well
ones
for
were Fuller
4.
Lead and Karibo, I think
But
it
yeah,
was.
now having to deal with a Shuyu, which is 7,000 power on your turn, the Van Ogre, which is 6,000 base power as well. The Dock Q will be fairly easy to deal with if you decide to swing into it. But yeah, now it's becoming a little bit more difficult for Paul, isn't it?
Absolutely. He also does not have a ton of cards in hand. He does not seem to have that Hody Jones available to him.
No.
Also, remember that Kevin just correctly, making sure he does not use his leader effect. He already has all of his characters rested. If you want to take another life, that's just an opportunity for me. So, going into this next turn, Paul,
This 9-Don turn
seemingly
here.
on the ropes, he does have an attack that will probably be an easy banish, and he does have access to the kid, which, could cause some issues if Kevin does not find the 10 cost teach.
Yeah, absolutely. So, how are we going to begin this one? I would assume an attack. Yeah, banish
With the
attack
Fuller Lead, you have to just
with the
assume that
smoker
they
to begin with.
have a 10 cost
I
each.
believe that is, of course, going
Eventually,
into
right?
Kevin's life, and he is going to opt to counter out
2k, 2k.
with a
For the
double
AK, sorry.
2K.
So that's 3
Making
cards in
sure he
hand. I
keeps those
mean,
resources. And
that's
Paul,
that's
he's
pretty good
not
for you.
getting that perfect curve that we saw in game
No,
one, is he?
he's not
Plays
indeed.
the 8 cost kid.
Now does decide to
Taps
drop
all of his
that
Don. Gets 3 Don back.
kid, the good old trusty Eustace Captain kid that we've been seeing for
And then I
since the beginning of
don't
this
know what
game.
is in his hand, but I think
But honestly, I think there's a huge opportunity for Kevin. He
you could
still
play
has
Kujaku
a
for the
black
search, I
hole in
guess.
his
It does
hand.
give you
I
1
believe it
k
might
extra
just be
power
in
for the
his
next
deck.
turn here.
But if he is able to, get that black hole out,
Kujaku is a card that
he could
replaces
do
itself
something like
essentially
10
because
cost teach into the kid, attack his opponent's life,
yeah, you
then
get
follow that up with a 4
you use
cost
1 Don on this
black
turn,
hole
but you
the
get
next turn
the
to
plus
go
1k
for
power
game
turn on the
the
character on
next
the next
turn.
turn.
He also
So it's
does have
essentially a free
access to
card
that
plus a
Tempest
search.
kick. So if his
So
opponent
uses
chooses
its
not to take
ability
care of that dot
to
Q,
play
that could
something.
be another
Does not
opportunity
play anything, it
combining
just
with the
rests
King
it
and Augur
for
if he finds
the
another method of
Captain
power
Kidd's
reduction.
Eustace Captain Kidd's effect.
He also was able to just pick up the 7 cost teach off of his life, so now he will for sure be able to take care of that kid if he decides to.
Yeah, absolutely. So, down to 1 life, but 3 characters on board. Still fairly comfortable here for Kevin. Starts off with a fuller head search. Discarding
Trashes
the 7
the
cost Martial
Jackbeard.
to teach.
Okay, so what are we going to find off this? Looks like
Find
Stronger is
Dot
going to be
Q
the ideal
and Fuller
choice
Lead
from the
as
cards
well as a 2k
available.
counter with
Because he
Stronger.
discarded the 7 cost, I would imagine that he is going to opt for the 10 cost teach this turn, trying to rely on its ability to get through the kid and pressure his opponent's life. Is going to just,
Removes
quickly
a
dot
Kujaku
Q
on
that
this turn.
Kujaku. And yes, we do see the 10 cost teach come down. And
Yep.
this time,
Removes the
it
ability
has
of
friends.
Kid, which means
It
5k
does
swing goes through.
indeed. And look at that now.
Or not goes
Kid
through, but you
cannot
can attack.
attack.
When the time
Smoking
runs out,
still
it goes to
can.
overtime, which means that there's
But more
15 minutes of
importantly,
overtime.
Kid loses his ability to force attacks into him.
Yep.
So now
And
we
then
get
based
free
on the rules of
attacks straight
overtime,
to Paul's
a
life. This
player
definitely seems
is
like a
a
great
win is determined
opportunity
based
for
on the
Kevin to
rules.
pull an upside with Teach and take Paul out
I
of
mean, you have a
contention
2k here.
for Worlds.
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
2K
firstly, that was
counter
a
off that
mistake.
6k
I don't
swing
know
there
why
from the
he
Van
didn't
Ogre.
2k counter
And passes
with
turn here now.
the
Yes, of course, you
what's that
are
card
going to
called?
have to play
With
down
the
your
extra
leader
because he
ability
searched that
just in
card.
case your opponent is able to draw that ever important Hody Jones. If Hody Jones was able to, for some reason, come out and rest Teach, that would be a quick game ender with Smoker leader attack as well.
I
Kevin
mean, 7 plus
finding
5
the
is
line
12. He can do
definitely
that.
seems like
He
there
can
is
go
going to be a chance
Hody Jones
for
if he
him
has
to
it,
close it
and then
out.
play
But
the
will
Rush
Paul
Leafy as
find
well for 5 Don.
something, anything off the top of his deck to help him come back into this game?
Yeah, it's going to have to be fairly quick answer here. Fall down to 0 life.
Oh, he has Hody. He does not have
And
Hody.
now having to find some sort of an answer here.
Is that how many cards is that in hand?
Push through.
Like 1 card?
Kevin, I believe, is on 3 cards in hand.
3 cards apparently, based on the stream.
Gonna start off with a swing from that smoker. One don attached, taking it up to
You know that he's got
8,000
one
power.
stronger as well, right? So you know he's got a guaranteed 2k in hand with 3 cards left in hand. I mean, it's a minor mistake by
What
Paul.
does
Like, he
he
definitely
opt to
should have.
do? If he blocks too early, it could spell disaster. But does he have enough counter?
But like,
Banish
yeah,
attack
because now you
here.
tell them that you have a 2k counter in hand,
8,000.
which is extra, which was searched.
Ooh, and Paul can do something crazy. He has another kid in hand. He could end up setting up double kid, creating an unstoppable wall against his opponent.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now what the decision is. We are creeping in. We are in the last minute of normal time here. Are you going to take this 8,000 power banish attack into life, or do you block it with your Martial D Teach?
I mean, you have to think about which one is it going to be. Is it going to be the Hody? Is it going to be the Dragon? What kind of choices does Paul have in his hand? You would think if he had something like the Hody, maybe he would have played it out earlier. Is he conserving it? What? I mean, it's so hard to know what cards are in his hand. We see Kevin definitely trying to think that through, taking a look at Paul's trash as we enter overtime.
Yep, we're into overtime now. And yeah, as we know, there is that kid available to drop a second one down, as you stated, which makes things so much more awkward and difficult for Kevin. We're on turn 0 now.
So I don't know if it's 15 minutes or 5
So
minutes.
overtime
Generally,
procedures, if you're
in
not
like a
aware,
regionals,
in
it's 5 minutes,
best of
but
3 is
because
10
it's top
minutes, best
4,
of
I
5
think
turns,
I
I
heard
believe,
somewhere that it's
Kevin.
15 minutes.
So we're going to turn
So
1,
now it's turn
Kevin.
0 on
Once
Paul's
Paul
turn,
ends
which
his
means
turn,
turn 1 will be
going back
Kevin, turn 2
Paul
will
for
be
turn 2.
Paul,
So
and turn
Okay, we do see the
3 would
second
be
kid come
Kevin.
down. We see the activate main effect.
sorry, my apologies. It's 10 minutes and 3 turns is overtime. So it's still 3 turns, but 10,
10 minutes and 3 turns. Okay, so it's
So we do see
Paul's
Kid
turn
coming
0
out
at the
with
moment.
that 8 Don using the effect of Smoker
10 minutes for
immediately.
top cut. Thank
And,
you,
you know, now there are
Marty.
no more attacks, I guess he
Thank you.
can opt to use the teach here. Expert, you know, maneuvering by Paul, trying to
Sorry, I just
convince his
realized
opponent
that
to
sounded
use
very sarcastic. I
big
don't mean
attacks
that in a
earlier than
sarcastic
he
way,
really needed to.
because I know that there's a stream delay. So
And
thank
I
you for
like this
that,
play.
like
He doesn't
genuinely.
feel like he can go for another turn, so he's trying to fish for an attack. Not sure what we're being confused on right now.
yep, so judges just clarifying something here. Yeah, just waiting for a bit of clarification. Both the players just having a quick word with the judges there. Yeah, we're doing our best to find out what's going on here. But yeah, so life there was taken by Kevin.
Yes, the 5,000 attack was taken by Kevin. Maybe there was a miscommunication about what character was being attacked.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
What
so
happened?
we're just going to get some clarification from the judges as to how this game concluded.
What happened?
Yeah.
So it seems
How did-
that what happened is at the end of Paul's turn, he had not activated Kid's effect and tried to activate it after saying that he had passed the turn.
Oh my
So
god.
after that, knowing that he was not going to be able to block the 22,000 attack from the teach, he just decided to concede. So
Oh
a little
my
bit
god.
disappointing, of course, that he was not able to activate that Kid's effect. But it is going to be Teach going to the finals.
That is brutal.
Very, very close game.
That is actually brutal.
So yeah, extremely close game there, and
He
yeah,
ended.
what a
He said
comeback!
end turn too quickly.
Smoker took the
That is
first
brutal.
game,
Oh my
and
gosh.
our Teach player won the 2 games in a row to come back and make their secure their place at Worlds,
That sucks.
but
That actually
Absolutely, and now
sucks. And
he's going
obviously
up
at an
against Bello
actual
Betty,
game,
and
right? Like
like I said before, I think he has a decent chance.
an actual
Black decks
regionals.
really do have
You
a
can't just
decent
take
shot into
back
Bello Betty
and
while they
say
are
that, oh,
able to,
like I want to
spread out
use
a lot of
the
characters
the
on
effect
the
first, right?
board. Teach does have
So
5 life, and Betty really does run out of
that
a
is
lot of
tough.
steam. So
That
as
is
long as
tough.
you're able to get a couple of characters out first, even Doc Q, normally the 1 cost or less, requires something alongside it to really find effect. But being able to take out those searchers is still taking out a 5,000 power character, so a
That's an
very strong
insane top.
effect.
That's
Very
insane on a
interested to
top
see
4.
who's going to be able to close it
Yeah, it
out
definitely
in
is. I mean,
our final
especially
game
because there was
of the
probably like
European
2 turns.
Championships.
yeah,
Well,
absolutely. It is going to be an
technically
interesting
3
final
turns
indeed.
until the end of the
Marshall
game.
Teach, who at the beginning of this
But
weekend we probably did
most
not
likely
think
just
would
2
be
turns
in
until
this
the end of the
final,
game. So
is up against Bello
very,
Betty,
very,
probably
very
one of the decks
surprised
that we were probably expecting to see in the final.
onto
So it's
that.
an outlier versus the expected finalist, and we'll see that shortly. We are going to take a short break now, but we'll be back very, very
So,
quickly. So don't go too far. And Ben's going
I've
to come
done
back
that in a
and join us
webcam tournament,
for
and
the
that made
final,
me
and
go
we'll be talking to you
X2.
about the
That
matchups
is
in a little while.
terrible,
So don't go
man.
too far.
Yeah, definitely. That hasn't happened to me personally before. And yesterday there was actually a player that. So he was playing Blue Purple Luffy. I'm gonna mute the stream now, by the way, like the original broadcast. So I can talk for a little bit. But essentially, um, he was playing Blue Purple Luffy, and he refreshed his leader, and that counted as him. I can't remember if it was leader or Don, but he refreshed something, and he wasn't allowed to use his leader effect because his leader effect states that he has to be before the refresh phase, right? Or at least it has to be the first thing you do before you refresh and draw your Don and draw your cards, right? So because he refreshed his character, it counted as him going into his refresh phase, which means he wasn't allowed to use your leader ability. So that's something to keep in mind for the Blue Purple Luffy players out there. You know, small things like this can, make you lose a game potentially sometimes. So that sucks though, because both of these top 4s have been lost because of a mistake, right? Like I'm not talking about minor mistakes. I'm talking about, well, not mistakes, but just not like not a real win. You know, it doesn't feel like a real win because obviously the green purple, not green purple, the red green smoker forgetting to use its effect, and the Bello Betty also apparently time abused, apparently spending 8 minutes on his turn and getting disqualified and getting a game loss is, it just doesn't feel real. It just doesn't feel like a proper finals in Europe because they have lost due to these sort of errors rather than actually losing a game. So yeah, the final game will be Blackbeard into Bello Betty, and as WD has pointed out, all the cheaper decks in the meta are Bello Betty and Teach, which I think are both decks like under 100 US dollars, going into the finals. So I definitely think that Blue Purple Luffy is harder to win in the West because it's best of 3, right? Because in Asia it's best of 1, and the reason why that's important, being a best of 1 in in um in Asia, is because when you're playing Blue Purple Luffy, um, you have very bad matchups into, well, not very bad matchups, but you have bad matchups into Green Yellow Law, into Bello Betty, um, and having those bad matchups, right? Being able to win a best of 1 is a lot easier because it's 1 game versus 3 games, right? A best of 3. If you're playing Belly Betty or they're playing a Belly Betty into your Blue Purple Luffy, you have to beat them twice, right? On a losing matchup. So I think playing best of 3 is definitely more difficult for Blue Purple Luffy, because of the fact that if a Belly Betty is able to hit top cut, they are gonna have two matches or 2 or 3 matches against you. So you have to win twice on a losing matchup. And yeah, 8 minutes on turn is pretty insane. But you know, to be completely honest, like if I was in that situation where winning this game literally means I go to Worlds,
here today on Championship
I can definitely
Sunday.
understand
Wins for
why
Jewelry Bonnie and
you would be
Marco
really
as
nervous
well.
and
Another
you
deck
take a
that would
lot of
go
time to
quite
play
deep
out your turn.
into
Look,
this
I
tournament.
understand
Mono
that Amos
Purple
is
Luffy
insanely
showing that
long,
it still has
but
a little bit of
still,
capacity
like,
in this Luffy format that
if
we
you're in that
currently
situation,
reside in.
you would
Blue
probably
Purple
take more
Luffy, one of the
time
few
than you
times
would
that we'd
normally.
see it
Thinking
on the
out
stream
your
this
plays and
weekend as well.
situations more
After
than once,
all Blue
probably
Purple Luffys that
twice or
qualified here in today's
even
zoo
3
would
times
fall
before you
at
actually
the
make that
top
play.
16 mark.
So
Then in rounds 9 and 10, in those
yeah,
important win and in matchups, Mono Red Zoro taking a win in round 9 against Mono Red Ace, which was a real treat to be able to see in the OP11 format. And then all the way at the end in round 10 with Green Yellow Law and Mateo piloting a win against one of the top decks in the format, one of what is going to turn out to be one of the finalist decks in Bello Betty in round number 10. Then going over to yesterday, that day one of championship finals, where it was all to play for those that had either qualified through that last chance qualifier on Friday or in events throughout the start and the rest of season 1. And it kicked off in some fashion as well. Kobe taking a win in pretty convincing fashion as well up against Jewelry Bonnie. Then some more of the decks that we were expecting to see a little bit more of potentially. Purple Luffy taking care of a Lucci deck in what felt like a very throwback style matchup to the OP07 meta. Marshall D Teach getting its first win on feature match action of the weekend as well. Blue Purple Luffy beating
Ace.
Ramtin on that blue yellow Nami. Then
Yeah,
a black yellow
Mono
Luffy
Ace
as
is
a
a
big
bit of a
surprise
throwback.
package, taking a win against Mono Purple Luffy. Then Buggy taking care of Marco. You had Smoker, again Lanat on the feature match area
making
after his
top cut, I
successful
would
day
say, is
in the last
definitely.
chance
Making
qualifier,
finals is
doing well and
definitely.
taking the
It depends
victory
on
in day one where it mattered as well.
what do you
Yamato
call it?
against Blue Purple and
Depends
another
on
potential
your
winner in matchup.
opponents, right? You
Yamato
might get easy
taking a
matchups.
victory in that one, and then Black Yellow Luffy back on the feature match area against Yellow Kid at the end of day one, taking a victory and securing its place into Championship Sunday today. And today we've seen some really intriguing matchups throughout the course of the day as well. Top 32, where we started off with those 7 Bello Betty decks at the start
7
of
Bello
top
Betty decks.
32, making it all the way down now to just the one remaining, being piloted by Angelo Truschello. Another finals appearance for Angelo across season 1, and he's got one more match to be able to get through it. And what a story it has ended up turning to be as well in terms of that match as well, going up against the deck that he piloted during that Paris Regional Championships in the final and lost to it. He's now going to be facing against it with Bello Betty.
I wouldn't say it's mostly luck, but
moments away.
obviously there's luck involved in top cutting and not top cutting an event.
So
I know somebody that won a
from
regionals.
at home, from your local game store, from around the world, wherever you are watching, be sure to stay
went like
tuned, because in just a couple
4-4
of short moments,
and a
we
treasure
are
cup,
going to be
winning
back
a regionals
with that
and then going
grand
4-4
final, and we will be
at a treasure cup.
crowning our first
So obviously there's
European
luck involved,
champion
but
of the 25
you still have to be really good
championship.
player
So don't
to
go too far,
reach
'cause
top
we will be
cut
back
and go to finals.
just after this.
Obviously there's going to be luck involved in terms of the matchups you play against and stuff like that, but a good player is going to consistently get into the top 64, top 32 sort of tournaments. Unfortunately, Gabrielle, I don't understand what that means. I'm going to have to put that into Google Translate. Italian. What a mix. Alright, yeah, that's in like a mixture of leaders into the finals here, or into top cut. I definitely would have liked to see the Lucci matchup against RG Smoker. Also, would have liked to see um, Bonnie as well because, yeah, I just want to see some Bonnie in Top Cut, but we didn't see any Bonnie. Or maybe even the BUI Luffy. That would be cool to watch. Personally, if I'm going to talk about a little bit about what I think, what I want to win, it would definitely be the Blackbeard. Mainly because Bello Betty, again, I could be wrong about this, but I think Bello Betty has won most, if not all, European regionals. I could be wrong, but they've won a lot of them. So I don't really want to see European nationals won by the, what do you call it? I don't want to see it being won by Bello Betty. Did I say nationals? I meant European finals. I keep saying nationals because in the US and in Australia, it is the national tournament. Which the finals is the national tournament. So I'm very used to saying nationals, even though technically it's the European finals. So I'm a Bello Betty player, but nobody runs meta in my locals. So I always run into Bonnie, Jinbei, and Nell Shanks. Yeah, Jinbei is a bit of a weird matchup, I'm not gonna lie. Nobody really plays Jinbei. Anel Shanks. Yeah, I mean, Anel is pretty difficult for Bello Betty. It's pretty impossible, in fact, I would say. Melbourne are having One Piece regionals thing. I don't know when. Not good enough to play, but definitely gonna watch. So I don't know how long you've been playing for, but if you actually live in Melbourne, then you should just go. There's a Sydney regionals coming up in, I think, November. And there's an Adelaide regionals coming up in 2 weeks, which I'm going to. I'm not from Adelaide, but I will be going there. Like, if you're from that city, right? If you're from that city, you're from Melbourne, you should just go. It's like $60, I think, Australian dollars to enter regionals, and you get 6 packs. And you get, you know, I think you get a gold black don. So like in terms of the things you get back, it's pretty equal. And if you're free, you should just always participate in regionals and just have fun. I did my first ever event, I think 1 month into playing One Piece. I did terrible. I think I went 3 wins, 5 losses. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. So I think, you know, you should always just go for it and have fun. So I guess while we wait for the next match, I will pull up this. I'll pull up some One Piece. Let's play some One Piece. Also, hold on, let me just change something. I just realized I was streaming the wrong screen, but I think it's fine, it's okay. We need to change this text to we'll stream the finals when it begins. Because I will do that. Alright. Let's get started. Let's just join a random one. Quick play. We might lose, we might win. It doesn't matter. We're just having fun. RG Smoker. Okay, it goes first. Mulligan. I think this matchup, you generally just starve. You just don't hit the leader. Build up a board first and then you can start winning from there. Smoker. If he has Tashigi, then plays a Kujaku, draws Smoker, Monet. Let me think. So I'll be on 7 Don next. think I'll give it 2k here rather than 1k because I don't know if I'll play out this Nami or not. I'll take this hit. I think this is what I do. I swing here, copy this, it's 8k. 8 into 4. And I go 7 and a 4. And then just get rid of the smoker because it's really annoying. He might not have Tashigi though, that's the thing. Because I can play Lin Lin on this next turn, tucking the smoker. And also, apologies. Actually, I got notifications for 2 new subscribers, Axel and FG. So thanks for the sub. Hold on, let me count on this first. 6 into 0 or 6 into 1. Let me play out this character and then I will read your message.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Caster's
So
Desk,
someone
where
gonna
I
ask
have been joined
as
by
a newer
friends.
player,
I'm not
what
alone
do you
anymore.
think
We've got Gavin
helps
and we've
learn
got
deck
Taj
slash
here
cards
with us.
fast?
We
Just
are going to
run
go
a
ahead
bunch
and
of
bring you
different decks
all
on
of the
Sim.
action, all
I
three of
think
us,
my lack
on
of
this
matchup
European
knowledge is hurting
Championships
me.
Season 1 Grand Final. Gentlemen, how
Well,
are
I
we
think you
feeling
just got to
for this
play a
Grand Final?
bunch of locals.
I'm
That's
feeling
really it.
good. I thought
2k,
Teach
1k.
might be able to take it all, and I'm starting to feel more confident in that prediction.
You really
That's
just need to just
absolutely
play a
so,
lot of games
Taj.
on the
Did you
sim and
expect
you'll
Teach
get
to
there.
be
I
all
feel
the
like
way in the
there's not
Grand
really much of a
Final at this
shortcut,
stage on day 1 on Friday?
No. Simply put, no. I did not see
unfortunately.
Teach being here at all. So really, really impressive from our player to be able to get here and prove that Teach, as long as you put the time and commitment into that deck, can reward you.
Absolutely. And I mean, Teach definitely one of those decks that just gives as much as you put
Yeah,
in.
I don't think there's really much you can do other than just playing a
Absolutely.
lot
Well,
of
the players
games.
are getting themselves set up and ready in the
Because
big
I
chat
think
area,
so. I was
ready
actually
for
playing
their
in.
untimed
I was playing
Grand
in Korea
Final.
and I was playing in
Before we go
Japan as
ahead and
well,
cross to the players
and
getting themselves
also
underway,
I
we
was also
thought
playing
we want
in
to have a little
China
game
as well. So I
ourselves
played
one last
literally in
time.
3 Asian
We still got
countries,
each a pack
and
of OP10 Royal Blood, so we are going to have
I
ourselves
did
a
need to
one
know how to
pack
communicate.
battle.
Well,
Let's see who can go ahead and
a
pull
little
the
bit,
best
but for the most
possible.
part,
Taj,
I
pretty
played
convincingly beat
90% of my
me
games
when we were doing this
not
earlier on in
knowing,
the day.
Yeah, don't know if my luck will continue now or not, but we'll see. We'll see.
you know, just being able to
Okay,
play the
well, I've
game
got my pack all open, so I'm going to go ahead and reveal.
without
We've got
being able to speak to people.
Corona, Heat and Wire,
Oh, this is really
Rook,
bad, actually. Shit.
Frankie, the Fighting
And
Fish,
the reason why I didn't
Set
need to be able
Homing,
to speak to people was
Barrier
because
Pistol,
I knew what most
Kiola,
cards do.
Kinemon, very, very funny
And for
card. The
matchups,
2-cost Kinemon. Room,
it
plays in a couple of
literally
green
just takes
yellow
time.
lore
Like, I don't
decks.
know what to tell you.
Insta rares, Vinsmith,
You just have
Sanji,
to
and it's a super rare. It's Don
take
Quixote
time to
Rosinante. We'll
learn
take
them.
it.
Not
Not
bad
bad.
at all.
So
Not
you
bad
are
at all.
coming to the
Okay, let's
Adelaide
go down
Regionals.
the
I
line. Go ahead, Gavin,
am
over to
going
you.
to the Adelaide
Okay, we're
Regionals,
taking it off
correct.
with starting off with Bart, Perona, Heat
I'm
and
so
Wire,
confused. Why did this
Rook.
guy play this out?
Next off, we got that Newgate, Usopp,
Um,
Frankie,
I might red rock
Gum
something
Gum
here.
Rhino Schneider. Why do I get all the long?
I could red rock one of these, right?
Special long range attack Bagworm.
He's probably got Juice Shocker
Nami.
up.
Our first rare is Sabo
So
and Marco.
Ooh. So
Okay.
just 2 rares for you, Taj. It's all or
let me
nothing
think.
for you.
So
You
if he
can pull a
rests 2
Marco
Don,
now, by
I
the
still
way.
blocker.
I think I might leave the
3
deck
Don
here.
just so you
So
can't rest
people who know
everything,
me
and 6 Don for
know
that.
I've
So I have
never
1
pulled
Don
a
to
Manga. I've
allocate.
opened almost 100
If he
systems
uses
on
Juice
PC
Shocker
with
plus
OP or
7k and the minus
This is
2k,
what
you
I've
can't
done.
minus
My
2k
son
to
has,
this.
not
So
me.
I think it's
So
7.
it's not going to happen. Hadrudin is our first card.
Okay.
Ivankov is our second card. Emporio Ivankov. Clone soldiers from the German Kingdom. Then we got the Gum Gum Rhino Schneider as well. Edward Newgates, Treble are the Don Quixote Pirates, Muchi, the bull, Room as well. So we see another Room. Baby
It's just
Thigh.
frustrating trying to chase that first winner card. I get it, man. I totally get
First
it.
rare here is Basil Hawkins. Very good. We've seen it today and used as Captain Kid. And
I'm just gonna pop my Twitter actually because
how on point can a
I
card be?
realized that at my
Most
peak
probably Teach
I had like I
likes
think
this card indeed,
160
and we
viewers,
have got the secret
but
rare
I don't have that many
Guzan from
followers
the set.
on
And
Twitter,
this,
so I'm gonna
but
pop
he's
my
stunning with
Twitter
the eyes
in
and the
case
hands.
people
Stunning
are
card.
wanting to
Definitely
follow
great
me.
artwork to get the hit of. And maybe
So
it's
he
an
goes
omen
for 14k,
for
so this
how
is
his
never gonna
game
go
is going to
through.
go.
Potentially could
I mean,
be.
he can't keep getting away with this in pack battles. This is ridiculous. I mean,
I
words
could
cannot
use Gear 2
describe.
here.
But anyway, as you say, it is extremely on
I'll
curve
just give
and
him
on
2k
point
actually.
with that 5-cost Kuzan, a card that when it was revealed and released, so many people were really, really excited for it in this Marshall D Teach deck. And will it be able to play a big part here against Bello Betty in the grand final? How do we think that this matchup is going to go? Bello Betty obviously has that aggro capability, but Teach
This
with
is
that
really scary
reduction
right
in the
now, I'm not
ability
gonna
to
lie.
package with things like Van Auger and Doc Q
So I can
and that
tuck
10 cost
that and
Teach.
then counter
Who
one.
do we think? Who's our favorites in this matchup?
I think that might be the
I'm
play
gonna
here.
have to put in my vote for Teach.
Yeah.
I think,
So the truth is,
5
if
life
he
lead
has another Hody
against the
Jones,
color
I'm dead.
black is pretty good versus Bello Betty.
In fact, I might be
True,
dead
it's
like
hard to
right
bet
now.
yourself.
Yeah, again, I think Teach is probably favored into this, but Bello Betty, sometimes when you hit those triggers and those triggers come in and you get those characters on board,
I'll also need
suddenly a game can
at Adelaide.
swing
Do you
very
mean you'll be
quickly.
there
And
at
again,
Adelaide as
can
well?
this kick trigger on the Teacher's
Still
side,
no
if
deal
they
to
get that
play. It's in
trigger
2
of
weeks,
Fizz,
mate.
is very good against Bello Betty. So yeah,
I guess it depends what
go
you're
either way,
playing.
but I think
Like,
slightly
what kind
favored
of decks
towards
do you
Teach
play
this
already?
one. But if Bello Betty can find the right triggers and the right pieces, it can be a very tight game.
I think after pulling that alt-art 5-cost
Oh,
Kuzan,
God.
it would be remiss of you to not go ahead and pick Marshall D Teach for
Okay,
this
that can die.
matchup. The players are just getting their final instructions. We're going to cross over them
10.
in a minute.
10 Don.
I'm
10
with
into
you
10.
guys. I really like Teach. I
I've got
have
Gear 2.
liked the concept of Marshall D Teach as
Blocker?
a leader
Oh,
as a kind of
Jushoku. He's got
deck
Jushoku, doesn't
construction
he?
from the very
That
beginning.
is so
Very
annoying.
different and unique way to play the one-piece card game and makes your opponents play in a really unique and
Is it
different
though?
way
Is
as
it
well.
annoying though?
But
No,
I
it's
can't
not.
write
No,
out
it's not.
Bello
No, it's
Betty
not. No, it's not.
entirely. It's an opportunity to be able to go wide and go wide quickly as well. Before you get to that 10 Don turn, your opponent gets to that 10 Don turn, can be really, really menacing and punishing. If there's one thing that the Marshall D Teach deck is known not to run a lot of, it's 2k counters.
Oh, do I do it?
True, but versus Betty, you don't need 2k counters as much as you just need
I don't
to
know.
get attacked in the first place.
True, very
and
true.
that is one thing that I think that Teach can achieve, right? If they're able to go second, slam down that Doc Q immediately.
If he
you know,
has
they're gonna be
Jushoku,
able
then
to
by
constantly
resting
ignite
it,
their
I
opponent and
definitely
being
can win.
able
I can
to,
definitely kill
set
this.
up attackers, and you're spinning attacks on things that like that Doc Q, on that
But I'm
Lafayette.
also not developing
If you're
body.
constantly
I don't
not
know.
attacking the leader when
I'm
you
just
have
gonna swing.
5 life to go through, it definitely
I'm
becomes
just
a little
gonna
bit of
swing.
a tall order for that Betty player.
He did
Absolutely,
have it.
especially when so many of those characters as well, the Van Auger and the Doc Q, have on KO effects to allow you to
It's
draw a
fine.
card and replenish the Marshall D Teach player's hand from stopping some of those on plays.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and what you got to think about is Marshall D Teach
5,
is a
6,
black deck.
7,
Black deck is all
8.
about control, and it has got very cheap pieces that you play to be able to control your opponent's board. So yeah, Betty can play cheap things to start attacking at you very quickly, but likewise Teach can start
I play everything. I
control and
own
remove control
almost
things
every
as well.
deck.
So it's a battle of the wits and what gets drawn, and who can essentially get the right
Tough.
pieces at the right time. And again, it is a best of 3, so we'll see how this
2k,
one
1k,
plays out.
1k.
Absolutely, and I think another part of it is, Teach really has trouble dealing with things that cost more than 5, right?
If you own
Like
everything,
Auger plus Doc Q
let me
only
think.
being able to hit that magic number 4, but
I don't know.
versus Betty, the magic number is 4. So I definitely think that is another part that, just gives a little bit of an edge to Teach. Of course, I mean, Betty does have a lot of explosive potential. Teach can also, sometimes not get all of its pieces parts that it needs. And this is one of those matches where relative to the Smoker matchup that we saw previously, there is less time to really find all of the parts you need. In game two, we saw that he was able to kind of stall out the game a little bit and finally achieve
I
that gain
think
of 10 cost
if
each.
you're just
But if
trying to
this is
top
his
cut,
first start versus Betty, I'm not sure he's going to be
then
able
I
to
think blue for blue
find the
feed
time
probably.
to really come back into
I
the game.
think.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a little look into the bracket as well, just to have a little bit of a reminder of ourselves of exactly how these players have managed to get themselves here. Obviously, Kevin beating Paul and that red-green smoker in semi-final number 2, but then Bello Betty mirror match, Angelo taking a victory in game 1, semi-final 1 in that really
Do we
tense
play
mirror match.
the category
Yeah,
here?
absolutely. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting seeing
I think we
Angelo
should do
here
this.
facing
Right.
off against Kevin. We do also concurrently at the same time have a third place playoff going on as well for the third place trophy, where William will be facing Paul Bellabetti versus the Smoker. So either way, both players were destined to face a Bellabetti today, regardless.
Absolutely. And of course, that is also going to be a very important match, trying to make sure that you are going to be able to get one of those coveted top 3 prize cards. But going back, to the Betty versus Blackbeard matchup, do we know which player actually has the seed in this matchup?
That is a very, very good question. I believe it might be Angelo who has the highest seed in this matchup. We will double check and get it confirmed. And while we're doing that, we can kind of take an even further look back and see the full journeys of these players. So Kevin on Marshall D Teach was able to
By the
get
way,
through blue,
in
purple,
case you guys
one
just
feed
tuned in
the
recently,
top
I've
32
been
matchup, then being able to beat Yellow Kid in top
what do you call
16,
it?
top
Hand
8. I'll double check
shuffling these,
exactly
get
who
more
that was
this.
able to get through, and then obviously in top 4 being
Let's
able
get
to
back
beat
onto the
Paul
stream
as
though.
well. So Angelo confirmation is the highest seed going into this grand final. So he will have the option,
I don't know what I
choice
would play,
to go
honestly.
on first or second. And you can see both players
I
now
think,
on your screen getting ready to do battle
top
for
cut or
one
even like
final
top 64
time.
UP Luffy
What's
just
telling
has
as well, though, is
best
both
matchup
players
spreads.
smiling. They're
Like
both
Lucci is
relaxed
free,
now. They've
Blackbeard
secured
is
their
pretty
spot
free.
on that plane
Bello
for the
Betty's
World
not even that
Championship
hard
Finals.
of a
So yeah,
matchup
I
when it's
think there's a
best
lot,
of 1.
lot of
Bonnie is
pressure off these
free,
players now.
Enel is
Absolutely.
free.
And just knowing that you've already
There are a
gotten
lot
over the
of
biggest
fairly
hurdle, right?
meta
That Road to
matchups that are
Worlds,
just really
making sure that
free.
you are going to be able to stamp your ticket. Now you just get
RG is
to,
not a hard matchup
fight for
either.
pride. Of course, there is the different foiling on the
So
first place and second
RG
place cards,
Smoker
but I think this is more
can be
just
difficult.
trying to show
I
that
meant
you
green
are
purple
the
Luffy.
best player in all of Europe in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Well, people don't
yeah,
feel
it's
shame
quite
because
interesting. We
they're
see this
trying
quite
to
often, don't we,
top
Ben?
cut at
When
an
we
event.
casting regionals
Especially
in
players that
Europe,
do it
yeah,
for a living.
top
I mean,
8
I don't
usually
do
is
it
the
for a
key
living,
point where we
but
see the same reaction from the players.
players
Once they've
that
secured their
are
serial
professional
cards,
One Piece players,
they're
and
pretty
you can make
happy
fun
and
of
relaxed
professional One
going
Piece
into the
players if you
last
want,
couple of
but
matchups. But yeah,
that's literally their
absolutely.
job.
And
So
right
why
what you say,
wouldn't you
Gavin,
play the best
being
deck in
able to
format?
take
I
the
feel like
win
if you're
now and be
playing constantly just the best deck in
have the
format at
title
locals
of being the
without a
king of the
purpose, then
Pirates for
sure,
the
you could
European
probably
Season 1
think that they're
is
cringe.
definitely something that you could be
But
proud of.
Absolutely.
if your
So we are
livelihood
getting
depends
set
on
up
it,
on this
then
first game. So
I don't
I would
understand why that's
imagine
cringe.
Angelo is going to opt
They're
to
players
go
that
second in this
only play
matchup,
One Piece
avoiding the quick
for a
duck
living, and
here,
that's
being
their
able
job.
to, have the
And
opportunity
as
to
cringe as you
quickly
might think it
accelerate
is,
your
you
board
know,
presence with
that's
that
how
4
you
cost
will
Iran card.
survive and do
Definitely
well
seems
at events.
very attractive in this matchup. And I just can't wait to get started with these finals.
Yeah, there is not too much
WD,
more
I
waiting to be
don't know
able
if you
to do.
should
The
play
players
Blue
are
Purple
getting
Luffy
their
if it
decks
doesn't
just
get banned
double
in a week.
shuffled
It's up
and
to you.
double checked before we get into those opening
It's just a
5-card
really
hands.
expensive
I have
deck.
to
It's a
agree
fairly
with you as
expensive
well
deck.
there, Gavin, about putting Bello Betty on second in at the start of this game one. Typically, when you're going
I
up
mean,
against
based
Marshall
on
D
your
Teach,
locals,
you
right? Let me
always
just
want to
double
try
check
and
what's
take
in there,
second
right?
away
You say
from the
Bonnie,
Teach deck
Jinbei,
so
and
they
L
don't
Shanks.
get
I mean, if
to
you
that
play Blue
10
Purple
cost
Luffy,
Teach
you
on
destroy Bonnie, you
curve. It
destroy
generally
NL,
was
you
the kind
destroy
of
Shanks.
bread and butter accepted
Especially
kind of strategy going
OP12
into the
Shanks does get
deck,
a bit
and
better,
now
but
obviously adding that layer of Bello Betty having such
I don't know
a
about Jinbei,
favorable
but I
curve
can't
on
imagine
that
it being
even
too
Don
difficult
curve.
either.
You have
So
that
if
extra
your
layer
locals
and
does run Bonnie and
convincing
L or
of
Jinbei
yourself.
Shanks,
So Angelo
you would
looks like
destroy
he's
them.
happy with his opening 5-card hand. He's going to go ahead and
GP
keep,
for
and
Blackbeard,
Kevin
surely you
looking
need
for
a
something
run
a little bit
mid.
different. What are you looking for potentially if you are Kevin in that opening hand?
I mean, I think you just want those,
Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
safe,
locals, I
search,
guess that's fair.
hand
That's
building
fair.
cards. like that My Era Begins, like that Lafitte, like that stage card. But I actually would not be surprised if he values the stage card very lowly in this matchup,
Green purple for
and actually
Blackbeard,
uses
surely you need
it
one live.
as one of the primary targets for his leader
I'm trying
ability,
to think about
just
it. I
because you
mean, I
don't
guess so,
want to
yeah.
go -1 in the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as his hand is playable, I could easily see him throwing away full seed very early in the match, just because he needs to ensure that he has as much cards in hand as possible when playing against a deck like Betty.
Yeah, and I remember seeing right at the start of the OPO9 format and
In
right at the
the
start of people trying
West
to
and
figure out
in most of the
Marshall
East,
D
people
Teach,
aren't
figure out
really
the
winning with blue
optimal
purple
50
Luffy.
card
But
build of it.
with
I
that
saw some
said,
teach lists
for
that
most
weren't running
events,
the
it has
stage
the
at all.
not
That
all,
was a
but
very
in most
popular
events, it
school of
has the
thought, one that
highest
I slightly
percentage
subscribed
of
to
top
at the start of
cuts.
the OPO9 format and
So
then was swiftly
I
corrected.
mean,
Yeah,
that's
I
why I
mean, of
said if
course,
you're
there
trying to
was
make top
definitely a
cut,
lot
then
of
playing blue purple
exploration
Luffy is
in the
really good because
initial
you have a lot of good
going-ons of Teach, but
good
it looks
matchups.
like our players are finishing up with
Like
their life,
their
so
matchups
should
are
be able
just
to get this game
incredibly
started
free.
quite shortly.
Like
Yep.
Anel,
We're
like
about to
Bonnie,
go.
like
Fist bump
Shanks,
there as we begin our
like
European
Blackbeard even.
Championship
Blackbeard's a
finals
really
for
easy
Season
matchup.
1. It's a grand
Like Lucci
finale,
as
Kevin
well. These are
versus
really easy
Angelo.
matchups.
And we start off with Kevin on turn 1 being able to do a search.
Yeah, that
with
My Era
Thinking
Begins.
about playing
Perfect
Green
grab
White
on
Army
that
or
turn one
Chippy
here.
Luffy.
Going to be able to see My Era Begins
Yeah,
again,
I think
which is
they're
not something that's
both
going to be
decent
able to be
decks
taken
to play.
for Cost Burgess
I think
and
B1
5 Cost
Army
Kuzan.
without,
One of the
like,
perfect
B1's
combinations
blue
you probably could
yellow,
have seen there with the
without the
5 Cost
SC22
Kuzan
is a little
in
bit
My
harder to
Era
play.
Begins in that search with the 4 Cost Burgess going
SC22
straight into
uh,
trash.
Absolutely. So we
Odin
do
is a little bit
see
harder to play.
Betty coming out with the Surge on turn 1. Of course, going to be probably the
I
best
think
play you
playing
could
a deck
have
that's either
on
you
turn 1 on
play
this deck.
blue
But I
purple
do
Luffy, in my
believe that
opinion. This
Kevin
this is what
was
I would
able to find
play
the
to
Dark
at
Q in
regionals,
his
and this
opening
is my
hand.
thought process as
So
well.
going to
Is that you
be
either
in a
play the best deck
fairly
in format,
decent
which is blue purple
position
Luffy.
in this matchup.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
you play a deck that
absolutely. So
destroys blue purple Luffy,
deciding
which
which card to
B1
take
blue Elden
and
Army
takes the
and
card
green purple
on a
does not
Yakuna.
destroy
Makes sense,
blue
doesn't it,
purple
really?
blue purple
Based upon
Luffy.
what
So playing something
Marshall D
like
Teach is
Bello
going to be doing
Betty
for the first
would
couple of
be
turns.
Yes,
my
absolutely.
next
Just being able to
sort
take
of
care of that
idea,
Dark Q without actually having to attack
right?
it.
And then
This matchup is all about trying to
after
find as
that, I
many
would
attacks
play
as
decks
possible
that
as
counter
Betty.
aggro,
The
such
power
as Anel.
itself doesn't actually
That is
matter
the
that
only
much.
thing that I can think of
It's
because
more so
Anel
how
can
many attacks are
beat
you actually able to
RG
achieve
Smoker. Anel
into
can
your
beat Purple
opponent's
Black
leader because
Luffy,
of
which
how
isn't an
low
aggro
the
matchup,
hand
but it can
is
beat
going
it
to
quite
be. So
easily.
starting off,
Can beat Bello Betty
with
very
that
easily.
Tempest kick,
Can
just
beat
trying to get an extra +1, and I imagine
Zoro,
we'll be seeing
Red
the Dark
Zoro.
Q come down and
Can
taking
beat Green
care
Yellow
of that
Law as
Bella
well
Betty,
quite easily.
unless he's a little bit concerned about that free follow-up of Kuma.
Yeah, so
Yeah, maybe wanting to
exactly.
try
So
and protect
people
it as
aren't
much as
winning
possible,
by
but the last thing
playing
that
Blue
Kevin's
Purple
going to want to
Luffy
do is
at
allow
these tournaments.
Angelo that extra
I think
time, that extra
mostly
board
because in
swing
the
in the
West,
game. So it is going to be the
it's
commitment
best of three
to the
at top
two
cut,
cost
whereas in
dot
the East it's
Q.
best of
Its
one.
activate
So you're
main
more
ability
likely to
is able to
be
go ahead
able to
and
win
rest
that losing
itself
matchup. Like for
KO
example,
a
Blue Purple
one
Luffy
cost
versus Bella
or
Betty.
less
It's a losing
character,
matchup,
and
but
then you
it's still
still do
very
have the
winnable
potential
if it's
of the
best of one. If
5k
it's
leader
best of
swing.
three,
But
you have to
Kevin
play them
says,
and
no,
beat
you
them
know what?
twice on a
We're going
losing
to play
matchup.
the
So it just gets
traditional
a
route
lot
against
harder
Bella
for
Betty,
a
starve
losing
you
matchup to
of
be able to win.
taking those cards from the life into hand or trigger, pass over to
All right, I'm
Angelo.
gonna focus
Yeah,
on the game
without
now.
a ability to KO the thing that comes out of the trigger, definitely not going to want to attack in there. Of
Because I
course,
didn't see the
not
first
only do we
search,
have to
which is my
worry
fault.
about,
So
the triggers coming out, but just, the extra
Teach there playing
cards in
the
hand for our Bella Betty player.
two
Being able to
costs
avoid
there,
that
very
is going
smart,
to
I
be
must say, very very
extremely
smart.
powerful. So we do see an answer to that
By
in that
doing that,
Sabo being able
you
to take some
KO
of your own
the
life
Belly Betty
so
on the
that
turn
you
it's
don't
played.
have to really worry about your opponent
Um,
trying to starve you out.
And one of
and
the
then
beautiful
now
things
on the
about
forward on
this
turn, you
Sabo
play a
is that it
Vankov
is an
into Sabo.
activate main
Sabo draws a
ability as
card
well. It's not an on-play.
because
So Angelo, even with
draws a
the
card from
Marshall D
life,
Teach leader
or as
ability
an
being
active main to draw
activated,
a card from
will
life.
still be able
It's
to
to
use
prevent
that
yourself
Sabo
from being
on the
starved,
next
essentially.
turn, for example. Kevin would have to
And
find
Teach
some kind
will.
of answer to
I
it
don't
with cost
know this
reduction
matchup very
and
well because I don't
KO.
play
Best
either
case
of these
scenario,
leaders.
maybe
Obviously, I can
something
play
like a
them, but
black
I don't play them
hole
very well.
combined with a Tempest kick when that trash gets filled up a little bit more.
Yes, absolutely. definitely. But I mean,
and
at this point, I'm
I'll
not
quickly
sure
ask
if you're
Darren's question.
prioritizing
So,
the Sabo or if
the
you're
buggy matchup for
prioritizing
UP
the
Luffy,
Ivankov.
you
There
definitely
comes a point, right,
aggro.
where your
You
opponent
definitely
ends up
aggro
taking
because
too much life,
once
and
they take too
Blackbeard
much
can just kind
time
of
to
suddenly end up
establish
taking over.
their
It
their
does
their
seem
their
though that we're just
characters,
opening
you
up
can't win.
with that Kuzan We still got life for days. We can be a little bit comfortable. And Betty doesn't have a way to really deal with this Kuzan. So
Well,
are
Chuck,
going to
you
be
don't have to
able
watch my
to
stream, mate.
set
Go
up
watch
and,
the official stream if you
be
want to watch
able
the
to pick the
gameplay.
better card once we actually know a little bit more about how Angelo wants to play this next turn.
Absolutely, and leader ability activated there by Kevin to make sure none of those on
Like,
plays
you're
will be allowed
purposely
to be
tuning
activated
into
this
this
turn.
stream
Yes,
when
over
you
to
can watch the
Angelo.
official
We will
gameplay, the
go
official
on
stream
his 6th on turn,
on Twitch.
as this is right now. Kevin not finding an immediate answer to that 4-cost Emporio Ivankov, so Angelo will have an opportunity to utilize it on this turn. What we'll typically see in that regard is having 2 Don underneath the Ivankov itself, and then using the leader ability to boost up something else or multiple other characters that are on the board. But first, it's going to be the Sabo effect used here, taking 1 damage and boosting that character by 1,000 power for the turn.
Absolutely. So playing with fire a little bit, aggressively taking his own life is Angelo, but just wants to have those
And
resources
I will
available.
answer the
As long as
questions
he's
in the
able to
chat later
survive,
because there are a
you
lot,
know, he
and
will
it'll take
have
me time to
a strong
reply to a lot of them.
turn going forward. So we'll see what he does opt to put out with the Ivankov. I imagine it's going to be something. Of course, Karasu, normally probably one of the stronger choices that is available, but not going to be a great option because on-play effects have been turned off.
Yeah, so we'll be looking to more hope and set that up for the next turn. Hope that there isn't something like that black hole that we know is likely going to be in the Marshall D Teach deck. Starting with that 6k swing, Kevin electing to counter this one out 4-2 with that stronger and trying to keep as much life as possible on the board. That's always another one of the key aspects and the fundamentals that you wanted to learn early on, or that players figured out early on with this Marshall D Teach deck, is that you want to have as much life in that life area as possible. 2 to 3 was kind of the sweet spot before that 10 cost Teach goes ahead and drops down. 7k swing into lead with Ivankov. First damage taken.
Yeah, exactly. But Kevin is obviously trying to counter out those attacks as
Oh,
much as
wow, okay.
possible because we know what Belabetti
Plays
can do. Oh my gosh.
double
Wow.
Inazuma. That is a good play.
Wow.
Honestly, that is
Remember,
very
we haven't
aggressive.
activated leader
With
ability yet
the
either.
We
6
don't
Don
necessarily need
available,
to activate
well,
leader
not 6
ability
Don, but
for the rush to go
3
in
Don
at the very
available,
least. That
and
Ivankov with the Don
yeah.
underneath
well, I
it
guess
is
it is 6 Don
7,000
available.
power, but activating it so that we can boost our Inazumas up to 7k
So
each
how much
ourselves.
is that?
And
779.
the Sabo
That
as
is
well. And remember,
that is
that
huge.
used its activate main at the start of the turn, so it's not up to 8,000 power as it would be if it was just by stats-wise. This is a 9,000 power character that's going to be crashing in on this turn.
DeSantis,
so
I do
pretty
make
much
YouTube
the
videos. I just
perfect
haven't made one in
turn
a while.
coming out from Angelo.
And honestly, I don't
mean,
know.
I
I
don't
don't know
think
how I've got
you could
170
write a
viewers.
better
Like,
ready turn in
this
a
is my
script
first
if you
ever
wanted
stream,
to.
so I'm genuinely
Yeah,
surprised as
especially
well,
against
to be
this
honest.
deck, as well as we see a counter out of the Inazuma number 2 attack. The Sabo is absolutely going to be allowed through here, and Angelo on plays. Who needs on plays when I can trick out a rusher, play a second rusher, and then trash a card from hand to deal big damage into Kevin's life?
Absolutely, but I mean, Angelo's not out of the woods yet. We still have a lot of Dawn. We do have the Kuzan available. Not a lot of cards in hand for Angelo. I believe it is only 3. We still have 2 attacks that are going to be going into, I would assume, the... Actually, it's really hard.
Because mathematically, the Inazumas are the ones that make sense, right? You've got 5 into 4 and 5 into 4 with a Don underneath each of them. That becomes 6 into 4 and is those 2k magic numbers. But the value that Ivankov generates turn after turn by playing out other Revolutionary Army type characters cannot be left unchecked for much longer. The Sabo, while it is a little
I think
bit of
Inazuma
an
here,
Icarus moment, trying to
very,
soar
very
a little
strong
bit
play,
closer to the
honestly.
sun with the damage that
Having
we're constantly
double
taking with that
Inazuma.
activate main ability, it is such a huge amount of damage that you can constantly force through when combined with the leader effect. So it is a really difficult situation, a real difficult choice that Kevin is having to make here with those attacks he has.
Absolutely, and because, you know, it is 6 cards in, or 3 cards in hand, it's a little bit of a balancing act. Kuzan will be able to pick up a Van
Thank you,
Augur
Edwin.
if he is
WD, I
able
would
to
highly
find
recommend you to
one. There
watch
is not one in his trash right now. If there's one in his hand, he could do a play like putting it
the
into his
top
trash
four from
with his
Angelo
leader ability
versus
just so
the
he
other
can put
Bello
it
Betty
back
player if you want to
with
learn
that
the
Kuzan
mirror. It was
ability. There's
played very,
also the
very
dot
well.
Q available if he has some
And
reduction
I learned a
effects
lot
in
despite not
hand.
being a Bello Betty
Definitely,
player myself.
a difficult line for sure, but still potential for Kevin to, find a way to squeak out this
As
game,
in, I
especially
learned
because he
how to
still
play
does
the
have two
mirror
life.
a lot more
Yeah,
effectively.
absolutely. And that is going to be interesting to see how he decides. It looks like he is going to start off potentially with a 6k swing. He's got one Don there. Maybe he's thinking again now.
Yeah, he's just trying to math out and
Yeah.
figure out whether it is that 6,000 power into the 4,000 power of the Inazuma. That is the best thing to start off with. Kevin does do just that, and the damage is going to be allowed through. So Inazuma #1 has been put into the trash.
Does have
Now
a dot
what's the
Q
follow-up
there,
here? Let's see.
so
Obviously that dot Q, I think I see one of the copies of the
unfortunately there isn't a
stage
Van
full
Auger in
elite, so
trash.
that might be another way to try and help fish for that Van Auger if we don't have access to it already, and combine that with the 5-cost Kuzan.
Yeah, it does look like he was prepping 3 Don there.
I see. So it seems like we have the Shiryu coming down. So we're going to use Kuzan's
GP
effect to
Lucian.
grab the
I
Shiryu.
can
So
definitely
that
find
is going
someone.
to be able to get the other Inazuma. Still have a ton of Don open. So could opt for a traditional attack. If he still has Tempest Kick available, he could be able to clear the Ivankov, assuming he has enough trash, which I believe he does.
Certainly looks like he does, doesn't he? You'll 9 times out of 10 you'll see Marshall D Teach players put their trash in a stack of 4 increments for that Jesus Burgess. And of course, if there is an instance where it's 9 cards in trash and then the Tempest Kick gets played, that Tempest Kick immediately becomes the 10th, because event cards don't have a separate area that they go as soon as they resolve. They essentially get played, fizzle off straight away into the trash, and become the 10th card.
Yes, and it seems like that is exactly what happened. We get an 8,000 swing into that Sabo, plus the dot Q coming down, and we have a clean board.
So there's not a specific
Kevin
player
got
that
sponges
plays
out,
GP Luffy that
grabbed
much, but I would say there's
bleach,
this
and
player,
just scrubbed
there's this
down
YouTuber
the
called
kitchen.
OPTC Grinder. I think
Absolutely
I've
did.
become a better
4
player
characters
watching some
were
of
on
his
board
videos.
there, and they've all been
Unfortunately,
wiped.
hasn't
That's a
uploaded
very
it in
clever
like
play there
4
by Kevin,
weeks,
working
kind of
out
like
his
me.
moves and dodges
But
perfectly there to
I think his
make sure
content
that he
is
could
quite good.
clear everything that was imposing him from Angelo's side of the
Yeah,
board.
and
Now
I learned a
things are
lot
looking
watching him.
a lot more difficult
And
for
there's another
Angelo here. 2 life,
YouTuber as well,
having
but I can't
taken 2
remember
of
his
his
name
own
right
life.
now. So
Has
I'll
that
have to
Shiryu
check.
across the board as well as that Marshall D Teach attacking next turn. And yeah, we could potentially see a sudden swing in this game now.
Absolutely, and I think, depending on what cards he has in his hand, we know he still has the Kuma. I think I saw a Karasu there. Those aren't doing anything. You can't take the dot Q because leader ability has been activated. Karasu, of course, the attack effect won't be able to be used, so it ends up just being a 4-cost vanilla character. Without Ivankov, this deck just kind of doesn't function against Teach.
Absolutely. Well, we're seeing Angelo grabbing 2 Don here and going 7,000 power. Will be into life here of Kevin, which is going to go ahead and be taken. No trigger activated, and it's just going to be drop the 2 characters down as vanillas and just say, okay, you know what? Just deal with them. Just remove them.
Yeah, but I mean, if he can, that seems like a very
And
good
also in a 9 Don
situation
turn means that you
for
can't
Kevin.
play
He
the
has
10
a
cost
lot of
teach yet,
Don.
obviously.
He's got 9 available
So,
to him now. What can he find?
I am very interested to see
I think Angelo's got 2 cards in hand here.
how the Bello Betty tries to
what
win this
can he potentially
game.
do to deal with a board state here? I think there is obviously answers that he can find.
Absolutely. I mean, Van Auger, of course, is the quick thought.
And Kevin here, the Blackbeard player, honestly playing very well.
Kuma is going to be a little bit less valuable, so probably not prioritizing that as much. And weirdly
playing out the
enough,
Shiryu
Teach 2
and
and 4
caring
are
characters.
usually the same number, especially since that one off copy of Shiryu has already been played. He has blockers available to him. If he doesn't have the Van Auger option, he also could go for a 7-cost Teach, just trying to take care of the Kuma, along with something like the Caribou as a blocker.
Yeah, I think I do see the Van Auger is in hand here for Kevin, so we'll be able to answer that 4-cost Karasu immediately by playing the Van Auger down, activating its main ability by resting it, getting that
Actually,
-3 cost reduction, and then
for
Q
Philip,
being
so
able
I
to
actually
take
just
care of the
remembered,
rest with its activate main ability and
you
KOing
can
a
look up
1-cost
Elevate
or
TCG.
lower character.
So
Kevin,
this
though,
is a
is going to
player that
first
recently
use the leader
came top
ability here,
1
trashing away the
at
Van
the
Auger because
Grand
we're
Asia
setting
Open
it
in
up for
Singapore.
the value play of the 5-cost
And
Kuzan.
he
Yeah,
has
essentially
one
trying to get
video
that counterless out of your hand, getting an extra
where
card
he
when you
coaches
play
a
your
player
Van
on
Auger
GB Luffy.
because you
I
no longer
don't
have
know
to
if
use a card
that's
for that
like,
leader ability.
I
Able to
don't
get
know if
across,
that's going to help you
still
too
have leader
much,
done.
but
Some
it's worth
blockers.
checking out, I
Yeah,
suppose.
I see the Caribou. I see the instance of the stage. I also
Plays Van
see
Auger
that there is
into
the
Doku
San Juan
KO
Wolf,
into
one of the
San Juan Wolf,
really
which is a
intriguing
blocker.
cards
This
from
is
that
tough.
starter
This is
deck,
really,
being
really
able
tough
to get blocker and +1 cost for
for
every
the
4
Bellabedi.
cards that are in the trash.
Yes, and while normally, this didn't come up a lot in the matchup that we saw before versus Smoker versus Betty, this is actually extremely important because with just 8 cards in trash, you are out of range at the ever important Zeus card. So he's not going to be able to KO that with a simple Zeus, even if he didn't have the on-play effect. So not coming up right now, of course, because we do see that leader effect was used, but could be relevant in the
There is
future
one
if he decides
YouTuber, I
that
just
he can
can't
try to find
remember
a
his
turn
name at the
where he
moment, but
doesn't want to use his
that
leader
guy
effect.
is
Yep,
that guy
Kevin's 3
changed the
cards
way
in
I think
hand
thought
here.
about the game.
Angelo now on full
Genuinely.
tend on turn, and a blocker and
It is
2
best of
life.
3, so I think
1
top
life,
cut
sorry, to have to get through.
all of it is
But
best of.
more importantly,
Actually, I don't
you're
know,
going to try
but I believe it's best of 3.
and
Like all of top
do you
cut
go
so
for
far has been
gaming, or
best
do
of
you
3,
start
so I assume
clearing up
finals
what you
would be
can
best
off
of
the
3,
board?
I mean, you can't really
unless
flip
there's
board just because
for some
it's
reason some sort of
more
format
cards for
change,
your
but it should
opponent
be
and
best of
you
3.
don't really have the time. I mean, this is one of those situations,
Hopefully
right?
helps you
Betty
win locals,
is
man.
probably the only deck that hates being at 10 Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'll definitely try
Because
to
what are you
check
going to
in
do with it?
between game
Exactly.
1 and 2.
And we did see 2 of those Inazumas come
Inazuma,
down so
okay.
early on. Is there another one in hand? There definitely is. So 3 attacks now coming through, leader ability activated. And now, talking about all that Don,
So he's
you
definitely
can
going
now
for
start divvying
lethal
it up and
this
see
turn.
what you could potentially push for here.
Every attack has to
Yeah,
go
I
through
mean,
here. I don't know how many
this
cards he's
is
got in
the
hand.
line.
If he's
Does
got
Kevin
3
have
cards in hand or
enough
like 4
counter
cards in hand,
available
that might
to
be a
him? Of
little
course, one of those
scary.
attacks will more than
Finals is best of
likely
3, no
be
time
blocked,
limit. Oh yeah,
but
there is no time limit. See,
Which
Marty
one
always knows
is
the
gonna? Yeah,
facts.
which one and in which place that Angelo does this start with and sequence it? When I mentioned it at the start
This
and
is
the
not the
build up
first
to this
time he's
broadcast to this game, that the one thing that
or
Marshall
I don't
D
know if it's
teach
he, but this
generally
is the first
doesn't
time Marty
run a lot
has
of is 2K
not the
counters.
first time
So
Marty has
getting up to
answered
these high potential
certain
number
questions
levels,
about
that
the format in
Inazuma
chat, so
already at a
I
7K. Yes,
appreciate
the
your
Kuma is still just
knowledge.
at a 5K, but with all that 7 Don still remaining here, you could try and split it up as 4 and 3 potentially between the character and the leader itself. So a lot of maths and a
Assuming he's
lot
going
of
for game here,
investigation that
every
Angelo
attack
is going to have to deal with here.
to
How many
land.
2K counters are gone? It
Considering
looks like
there's a
it's
blocker, so
2
both
that are gone
he has to
already, with
hit
2
twice.
instances of stronger.
He's got
So
5
in
cards in
theory,
hand.
there's at maximum
Oh god.
6 more left realistically in the deck.
yeah, so it looks like it's going to be 888 as the option taken by Angelo. Of course, you do have to start with the
8K.
Kuma because if you do not, Inazuma will not be able to get that rush. So makes sense that he's starting with that attack, going for some flat attacks in that 888, and still got a life, still got 5 cards in hand. I mean, doesn't seem unreasonable that he would have it.
Yeah, it's not impossible, but is it
Takes the
just
first hit.
improbable enough for this to work? Another 8K swing is going to go forwards here from Angelo for this Inazuma. Kevin looking down at his hand. I think I see another 2K, but the block might be telling here from Kevin.
I mean, do you block first here just to make sure that he goes all in with the leader?
Yeah, that's a good point. That is also a very, very good point indeed.
I see Lafitte, so that's 1. I see Doc Q, and I
think I see Caribou.
That was Caribou? Yeah, which would be just enough, but...
Okay, so we're countering this one. Yep. Either which way you slice it, you're going to be countering out in some way, shape, or form with those characters. So Kevin is going to be safe, and we'll see another turn with that San Juan Wolf blocker being able to jump in the way of this next 8K swing if necessary. That's exactly what it will do, and Angelo will pass the turn on over, knowing that that could have been one of his biggest and best chances of winning this game. But it's not over just yet.
It is not even close to over just yet. We still have a lot of things that could occur. Most notably would, of course, be some triggers from Angelo's life. If he, for example, got a trigger plus an Inazuma in hand off the top next turn, that could definitely create, you know, some discontent for Kevin. Do you just go for game this turn, or do you try to play safe? I believe I see another 10 cost teach in his hand, so both options are definitely available to him.
Well, the option could be here. You've still obviously got that Van Auger and Dot Q on the board as well. So if you really want to play it safe, you can Van Auger, Dot Q, guaranteed to get rid of the Inazuma, Shiryu into the Kuma, and then drop the 10 cost teach just as a giant blocker so that you know that you're not just getting 15k for gamed as an option.
But if you do that, you do just kind of lose. If
this is kind of scary for Teach as well because what is that? Two cards in hand.
2 cards in hand. So if you opt to not go for life this turn, assuming he has any playable card that could be boosted by leader effect, so anything other
I think
than
you can
Zeus,
test swing here 5k into leader.
Or the HQ stage plus another Revo card that would, in theory, be enough.
I mean, he's got
Kevin now thinking hard about
one card in hand
to do. Which way does he go here? Does he go for clearing the board? Does he go for life here? There's life triggers as well. If a Karasu blocker was to come out of life,
I sort of like going for a 5k swing to start.
Yeah.
If you end up getting a Karasu blocker off the top, he does have Black Hole in hand, so he'll be able to stop that at least. If his opponent does opt to use a 5,000 counter on that attack, he would be able to reduce his opponent's chances of, you know, having that Inazuma counter next turn. But it does
5 Don. He's mapping out 3-5-2.
No.
He was just deciding, just trying to visually map things out with a potential of 8k with that leader. It's one thing you'll see quite a lot of players do, and every player
he does have a black hole, right? So if a blocker does trigger out,
sequence things, how they try and figure and map things out, whether it's just in their head or whether it is visually with that Don, as we've seen just there for Kevin. So just trying to do that exact thing. Obviously, we are in an untimed situation, so
you can test sort of what cards he has in hand.
Plenty of windows for Kevin to make sure that he has got all the information that he possibly can and make the best decision that he thinks is either going to win in this game this turn or set him up to do so in the later
then you have to put like what, 6 Don on Dot Q.
Looks
like yeah, I don't know.
Might be the option, just trying to explore
if you had an extra attacker here, would be
he's definitely debating
to go for game, I think.
Not yet.
He's just going to keep on just considering, keep on teasing. Another little look into the trash, and that's important as well because it does look like there is another 5-cost Kuzan that is in hand here as well. So maybe looking to try and fish something back out from the trash. Obviously, we know that San Juan Wolf is there as a blocker to come back. There is Jesus Burgess in there as well from the first My Era Begins search that we could recall, and will be a very, very big character indeed. But it looks like, will we, won't we swing with the Shiryu? It is still just a 5,000 power character. That plus 2k doesn't kick in until your opponent's turn.
He commits into it now.
There is the swing, and there's the counter.
So I think this triggers him to no longer go. Yes, he now opts because
so
he gets to see
5k.
that 1,000 counter. There's no longer
and
a
then
lethal on the board.
Goes for board instead, which makes sense because one card in hand, the 6 goes through the 4. The 5 goes through the 2 always with one card in hand, and then he's going to drop 10 cost each.
10 cost each.
It is 10 cost each, the big 10 cost 12k blocker, trashing away the full lead as well to make sure that no on plays can get activated from Angelo's side of the board as well. And now for him on Bello Betty, it's just a couple of cards in hand and a dream to potentially get through this 10 cost each and take the victory in game 1 of the EU Championship Grand Finals. There's nothing that's going to come down. It is just going to be the 15k swing, blocked by the 10 cost teach, as you'd expect.
Thank you for the
And
sub,
then the turn
Philip.
straight on pass over to Kevin. Now I think
it's
might
delayed,
be the window.
because it says
with
3
Angelo.
minutes ago,
2
but
cards
then
in
like, I
hand,
get the
2
notification
life.
3
You've
minutes
got
later,
3,
which makes no sense to me.
potentially 4 attackers if you want to stick a load of Don on dot Q, but definitely 3 attackers to swing in for. Do we start trying to push game here?
Yes, I mean, Angelo, of course, his only option to try and go for lethal there would be something like finding the Sabo or the Koala, playing it down, finding Inazuma magically off the top, and then placing that down, then also having a Revo card and playing that. So definitely a very thin line if he even had the start to that, which would have been that Koala or that Sabo. So first, we're getting set up with a 7k attack into the leader. Angelo, does he counter out?
It's difficult if he does decide to counter out here, because with 2 cards in hand, it's not impossible for Angelo to counter, but he would have to show and trash his entire hand for the counter, with them being 2,000 power and 1,000 power respectively. So this might be a situation where we just try and take this damage, either fishing for a good trigger or a extra piece of counter power into the hand, while we've got a little bit of room to work with,
I don't know
and
what
force Kevin into that uncomfortable situation. Well, you've got to attack, and you've got to attack big with your remaining 2 characters to even think about winning this game this turn.
Absolutely, but I mean, if he does counter out, he just becomes 100% trigger reliant.
Okay.
He does opt to take the life, but I think even not countering out, if he doesn't get a trigger, I just don't see very many lines where he really has a chance.
Yeah, he is heavily relying on something as a trigger here.
He's going to go have 1 card to be able to do it as well, with that 1 life remaining. Kevin trying to divide up that Don still remaining, does have the option with 8 Don remaining to be able to swing 9 and 9, because that Van Auger is a 6,000 power base character. So 3 Don underneath the Van Auger would make that 9k, and then the remaining 4 Don underneath the Shiryu would make the rest. But just considering another 7k swing here.
So this makes a lot of sense, right? If he 7Ks here, 2K, 1K comes out, he is able to opt for the 5-cost Kuzan instead, which is, of course, going to be an option. Looks like our judges are having a bit of a chat with Kevin, though.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a conversation with him, just to make sure that he's on the same page and that all the judges are on the same page with him as well here.
Imagine Kevin gets another.
Put his headset
Gets a game
back
lost for
on
taking too much time.
finish off the remainder of this turn as well. So there is the headset just about to make its way back
that would be
on.
Tough. That would be tough.
There it goes, and we can get back into the actual game action here, and it looks like it is going to be the continuation with that 7k swing from Shiryu.
Okay, and if we don't counter out here, of course, we need to either find that trigger, or no, even if we find the trigger, it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because even with the trigger, if it is that 3-cost Karasu, you do still have .Q Van Auger on board, which will be an immediate clean response to it, and then still have all of the Don remaining. The 6 Don you've still got left.
So
there is 2k, 1k.
Hand.
So Angelo not going to be losing out on this turn unless there is a miraculous copy of the Rush Jesus Burgess that is going to be making its way out of Kevin's hand. But there we do see there is the 5-cost Kuzan. Activate its main ability straight away. Draw the card. Bring out the Sanhan Wolf. So we're again not just losing to 15k at lead. And then pass the turn.
I'm a
back
bit
over
surprised
to
that
Angelo.
he didn't.
So
I guess that makes
actually
no, that makes a lot of
that
sense.
Inazuma.
That makes a lot of
If
sense.
he finds Inazuma,
No,
not swinging with.
There was
Not
the hope, there was the dream, there was the prayer, but in the end, Marshall D-Teach too strong in game number 1, so Angelo scoops it up. Kevin is 1 game away from being crowned as your European champion.
Always has lethal the next turn after that.
It was a very thin line, right? You had to find something to be able to take care of your life, then find the Inazuma, then place it down, then power up your characters, and maybe then you had a chance.
Yeah, It was a very difficult line to be able to read, but I think for the most part for Kevin, that went about as well as you possibly could have expected, right?
So yeah,
It was
nice.
about
Good
as expected
first
as
round
the
win for
Marshall
Kevin,
DTH deck into this
our
deck
Blackbeard player
could
here.
probably have gone.
Yeah, and I
While
think,
I'm waiting,
just
I'm
being
gonna see
the
if I can
lower seed,
actually
but
get
being able to
a
win out your first game, you're feeling a lot comfortable
find a
because you are
YouTuber
going to be
that
able,
can help
to
with
have
GP Luffy.
at least one
I
of
think
those
someone
going
mentioned
second
that
games,
earlier.
and you get that extra buffer,
Um,
right? You already won one of the games where you didn't get the die roll you wanted. So definitely feels like Kevin in a great position to win out, but Angelo definitely a great player. Betty, an
Thankfully, I don't
explosive deck.
follow
We didn't
that
see
many
a lot
people
of it this turn,
on
or this game, but
uh,
I still think we have
subscribe to
no
that many
idea
people
who is
on
going to be the next
YouTube.
European champion.
Absolutely. And
So I
early
might be
game,
able to
Angelo
find
really
them.
did have a good firing start, didn't he? He had 2 characters on board. Rushed out those 2 Inazumas as well, 4 characters on board. But Kevin quite skillfully managed to clear that whole board, wipe it
And
clean,
yeah,
as we said,
congrats to
keeps the
Blackbeard
board away,
because
the
I
4
really wanted them
characters.
to win, to
And
be
even
honest.
then, even
So
when he was going into that
very
final,
happy with
the last turn that he just
them
had,
being able to win.
doing his sequencing absolutely
Because it's
correct,
weird to me,
keeping
Belly
that
Betty
Van
is that
Ogre
just
and
win
Doc Q
regionals. I
available
just
just
don't
in
want
case
that
there was
anymore.
something off a
Just
trigger
want
there
more
off life,
diverse
and playing it safe and making sure that he
winners.
had the right pieces in the right place.
It was really that turn, wasn't it, that was sort of the turning point of the game, being able to wipe away that 4-character area board to completely empty.
Yes, I mean, just expertly piloted, making sure that he found the line
I hate to teach
to get
matchup
rid of all of those
anytime
characters.
I
But
play
I
it.
think even before that, getting the
Fair
Doc
enough,
Q out
man.
early,
I don't
making
like
sure
playing
that he was
against Teach as
able
well,
to,
just in
take
general.
care of the
Because
one-cost
like Teach kind of
Berserker
makes you play the
Betty.
game a little bit
These
differently, right?
small,
Because it
small
disables on
things.
plays. Obviously,
I
if your
mean,
leader
at the
doesn't
very
have
end of
on
the
plays,
game,
that's
it was
different.
literally 1,000 counter. If
But
he had 1,000 less counter in hand,
generally
he would
speaking,
have
a lot of
lost. So
leaders have on plays, so
very
it makes you
close
play
game
the game a
one,
little bit differently,
and I
right?
definitely think we could have an equally close
That's
game
what I
two
think.
and three.
Yep.
So
We'll be
I can
getting into
understand
it
why people don't
very,
like playing
very
against Teach.
shortly. You can see both players getting themselves shuffled up and preparing. Kevin is just one
Myself included,
game
because
away
it's
from
just
being
so
crowned
cringe to
the
play against.
European champion for the Season 1 finals, although both players can go back home to their respective nations. Very, very happy still with the fact that they
Yeah,
will
I mean,
both be representing Europe in the World
regardless, these
Championships.
guys are top
Absolutely.
2,
I
so they're
mean,
going to
of
Worlds,
course,
right? Like this
you
is,
would definitely want to
even
win
though it's
here,
still
but I bet both
stressful,
of these players
it's
would be
more
more than happy
relaxing
to
in a
pick
way
the
because
second
like
place up here
you really
if
want
it
your
meant
ticket
that
to
they got to
Worlds.
be first in the entire world.
That's a very, very good point indeed. So are we going to see a similar story in Game 2 that we did in Game 1? And will Kevin and Teach's era begin to conclude Season 1? Or will Angelo be able to claw this back and force this to a deciding Game 3?
I know
Just
some of these
almost
players are
ready there,
definitely
just
not the
waiting.
ones. Just I don't
Decks to be
remember who
shuffled, I
it is.
believe. But yeah, absolutely great matchup. And yeah, as we say, it's important if you really want to get into the competitive scene here. Finishing top 2 here and getting a place in Worlds guarantees you your flight, your hotel accommodation as well, and being at Worlds itself. So, you don't need to worry. You get to Worlds, you perform your best, and you try and represent your region to the best of your
I think
ability. And it's going to be
OPCCG
a proud
Grinder
moment
is
for
the
both
only
these
one I can
players
think of
representing
right
Europe
now
at the World Championships.
that can
So it looks like
probably
both players actually
help
ended
you
up
improve.
taking a mulligan to kick off this Game 2, and we are now underway in the matchup. Kevin starting on
Whatever.
that odd-on
It is what it
curve
is.
once again,
So,
playing the
Teach
one-cost
starting off
Lafitte
with
out
the
onto the board and having to pass the
Lafitte,
turn, not being able to use that activate main
picking
effect.
picking to go
Looks like it's
first
going to be a bit of a
against the
slower
Bellevetti.
start for both of our players. Lafitte being your turn 1 play is of course not going to be ideal. You're looking down the barrel of Akuma. It's not going to come out, but definitely a little bit of a sigh of relief, I think, for Kevin.
Yeah, I seriously thought Akuma was going to be coming down there when the 2-Dom was tapped.
Yeah, as we see the Lafitte now getting to activate its search. I see a lot of Fuller lead. I see a Shiryu in there as well as a Doc Q that could potentially be taken to help set up for the next next
Dot
turn,
Q.
but the slight issue with Dot Q in this scenario is that Dot Q can only KO 1 cost or lower characters. Koala is a 2 cost, so would not be able to be a clean answer.
Shiryu's good.
Instead,
I
we're
mean,
taking
Shiryu's always
ourselves
going to be
the
good
Shiryu
into
to give an option to KO something a little bit larger when
3
it gets
costs,
played
right?
down on the next turn.
Like,
Of course, it
Velo
makes sense.
Betty's
And,
going to be
well,
playing
that
some
explains
sort
why.
of 3
Okay,
cost,
Dot
2
Q.
cost character,
Yeah.
so it's not bad.
Dot Q getting ready to be played down as well. Now we'll be hoping to get that Van Auger found pretty quickly so we can continue with that cost reduction and KO engine that Marshall D Teach has been quite sort of semi-known for, with that engine of Van Auger and Dot
Does
Q
have
together.
the 4 cost Van Club
Absolutely.
in
So it does
hand.
seem like, this turn is going to be that 4-cost Ivankov turn. So it makes sense that Kevin deciding not to use his leader ability, as we see Angelo starting to, mull over what he wants to do for this turn.
Let's get a start off with that 5k swing into the Lafitte there.
Into the
Take
Karasu
care
as well,
of that activate
which
main
actually has an
searcher.
on play this turn.
And
so
there is the
that goes
4-cost Ivankov immediately being played
with
down. Now
leader
is going
effect
to
here,
have to use the leader ability here, Angelo,
you can go
to be able to
6k
get
into
the Ivankov
4k,
up
but he
to that
does
plus
not decide to do that.
1,000 power and that 7k base that he needs to be at to be able to activate leader
Instead,
ability,
he plays
deactivate the ability.
Sabo.
And it's going to be the Sabo once
6
again
into
that we're
5.
going
He
to
takes
go
it.
ahead and play out. Koala swinging in. Trigger!
My era.
My era begins to get ourselves some
So,
extra searches deep
for
into the deck. And there's some
it's got
pretty decent
the
cards that are in that top 3 here. Full Elite,
black hole card and the
the
1 cost
Caribou.
searcher.
The Caribou is not
full
searchable,
lead
though, so
searcher.
it is probably going to be the Black Hole, I would imagine. Full lead, just not a great card in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's going to be, I think, probably the we're going to take the searcher here. So the searcher is taken, and yeah, the Vankov there to great effect, being able to bring out the Sabo and taking the own life there obviously is really important, as Marshall D Teach leader wasn't swinging into life, and it's really important not trying to swing
I think the
into
Sabo is
a
very
Bella
important in
Betty
this
deck, as
matchup.
you were mentioning earlier on.
And you can
Try and
clearly see
starve their
why
hand
it's
a
good
little
as
bit,
well,
isn't
just
it,
because being
early on in
able
this
to
game?
take
But,
your
of
own
course,
life
Black Hole still going to
means
be a
that
great card, being able
you
to take
are
care
less
of
likely
that
to be
Ivankov,
starved.
keeping his opponent down to just the Sabo. We still have, of course, Chiryu available, so if we're able to find something like the Tempest Kick, that could
So
be a
uses
clean
the
answer to that
4
Sabo
Don
later.
to
Or for,
KO the
whatever
Ivankov,
Angelo does
and then
decide to
Trash's
put
Teach
down,
for the leader ability.
might be able to clear that instead. Seems like a
Makes a lot of
decent
sense
start for
because
Kevin
once you're
for
on
sure.
5 or 6 Don, you
Being
can actually
able to
play
answer
Koala
the
or
most
5
important
cost
cards of
Ivankov,
Angelo. And
which normally
Angelo, how
probably
is he going to fight back? Because these black
is
matchups, of
one of the
course,
best
are
ways to
always
spread your
going to
board.
be a bit of a struggle
So
for
4 Don
Bella Betty.
turn, there
Yeah,
aren't
it was
really
always
that
going to
many
be
on
one of
players
the
you're
biggest
really
things
that
that
scared of.
I was
I can think of
expecting
at
to
least
be
for
a
Bella Betty.
thorn in the side
So
of the Bello Betty deck is that
starting to use the leader effect
ability
on that
and
6
that
Don,
apt ability
5/6
of
Don is
Mono Black
probably
to be able to
ideal.
cost reduce and KO and be able to deal with things
Plays
really quickly.
another
Angelo
Ivankov,
does
trashes the
manage to find
stage.
another instance of the 4-cost Ivankov, though, so Kevin will be really, really looking for another instance of cost
Another
reduction,
Sabo
and another
being played.
Sabo makes
Yep.
its way down onto the board as well.
So yes, being able to swing 8 there with, well,
Interesting.
yeah, with that Sabo, well 9 actually,
9 with the
with the
ability,
Sabo's
yeah.
ability as well, really impactful there, and obviously getting another one down if that one does get removed as well. So yeah, really good work there, being able to chain out to another character with Ivankov.
Yeah, I mean, still has a lot of gas in the tank.
Depends on what Bella Betty
his
had,
life,
I guess,
he
in
doesn't
hand, but
value it very highly, even if you can just put down
I mean,
one,
I don't know,
for
because
example,
Sabo is a
Koala
2k
or
counter,
even
and
a
also it's
3-cost
5 plus
Karasu,
5k,
just
so I
being able to
guess
set
it's
up a
harder to
doubler just in
remove.
case and put
And also,
yourself
if you
down,
play a Van Auger, that's
even to
-3, and then
would
Doc
probably
Q's
be
1
pretty
cost or
safe,
below KO.
especially just because of
So
how much
I
Dawn is
guess
required for Kevin to
that
really
means that
KO
you
Angelo's characters.
can't KO
Lots
a
of
5
pressure
cost
still coming.
with just a Van Auger,
Wondering,
so,
does he have something
and also it's
like
out of
the
range
Tempest Kick, like the
of
Van
the Dark
Auger,
Hole, so
to try and take
that
care
might be
of
the
those
reasoning.
characters?
The issue with Tempest
Or
Kick
maybe he
right
just
now,
didn't
though, is I'm
have
not
any
100%
characters to
sure
play
Kevin
out.
has enough
That could
cards
also be one
in
as
the
well.
trash. I think there's only about 6 or 7 cards there without the activation, before the activation of Tempest Kick itself. So I'm not sure that there would be the activation of the -3 cost reduction if we have access to it. It's a really awkward board
He's
state that
got
Kevin has found
stronger.
himself
He's moving his
with, in particular,
stronger to the
these active
to the
characters
front.
that Angelo
So I
has
wonder
on the
if that
board.
is what he
In my
plays
mind,
here.
Kevin either obviously needs to answer these active characters, absolutely, but maybe even get a blocker down on this board.
I mean, yes, of course, you know, blocker would definitely be strong,
What is
but
he
we
gonna
do see
KO?
Stronger coming out, so is going to be able to reduce to and increase his
This is
trash.
second
So
game,
definitely
correct?
going to be a nice
Kevin
1-2
won
combo,
first game,
if
so
you
the
will.
Blackbeard play on the left,
Reduced
and
by
Angelo.
2, Ivankov or Sabo. I imagine whichever it is
Well,
going
it's
to
second
be
game, so Angelo hasn't
KO'd
won a
by
game
the
yet.
Shiryu that we saw
Yep.
Kevin search out in an earlier turn.
So minus is
Definitely a hard decision.
I think -2.
Yeah, it's difficult to be able to choose which
stronger.
exactly it's going to try and remove here. Ivankov is the obvious value piece to be able to get rid of, but the pure aggressive power that the Sabo does provide with its ability to be able to activate main and plus 1,000 power
so
itself,
KO's,
then boost up with the leader ability as well. We do see another stronger is going to go ahead and get played down here. So it's just going to be the dot Q that's going to take care of the Ivankov. We do have Caribou to set up as a blocker as well for that final Don, and leader effect trashing away the 10 cost.
Double stronger in order to KO the Ivankov.
I think it was about 4.
I'm not saying it's a bad play
now,
but you do get rid of 2 2Ks.
4 cards in hand, yeah. And 2 life and a blocker in place as well.
Getting rid of Ivankov is again, really important,
managing to deal with 2
you
bodies.
get
obviously, there's
value
one
every
body,
turn by playing extra
which
characters,
is a bit more trickier than what you'd expect to be having to remove in a Bella.
I think it's fair. Yeah.
I mean, but if he can find something like, you know, that double, what would be the absolute crazy stand here? Double not double Ivankov.
Inazuma.
Double Inazuma into like a Zeus.
Yeah,
would be absolutely insane.
Well, I believe the on-plays have been turned off here, so there's no on-plays that are going to be able to come, because I was also initially thinking, oh, okay, well, Kuma could just be a great answer to this Caribou as well here, but we did trash that 10-cost Teach blocker to the leader ability to deactivate the on-plays, so there's no clean KO way to get rid of this Caribou blocker. It will just be pure aggression and necessity for Kevin to have to block with it.
So 4 cards in hand. Definitely seems like Angelo is not going to be able to finish the game off this turn. On the other hand, Kevin still hasn't been able to establish a board, right?
Yeah, so
of course, going to be very easy to take care of if Angelo so chooses.
Angelo not
straight for the leader, and looks like he's skipping
having much of a board, even though
using something
like Kevin is doing a very good job of sort of
just to build
protecting.
Get some cards in hand. No, it is the 5-cost Ivankov.
His life by just playing out
and the
a lot of characters to KO
as well now coming on board.
And this is the importance of the odd-on curve being put onto the odd-on curve as
really good
the Marshall D Teach player as well.
That is how you get to the late game.
Be drawing into a 10-don turn as opposed to a 9-don turn here to be able to have access to that big, scary 10 cost. But in this situation here,
because you can get to that late game,
only 9 don, so has to figure out a way around some of this board state here. Does have now, thanks to all of that countering and the stronger and access to the Tempest Kicks cost reduction. And then there is that Shiryu now as well to be able to finally come down and get some good value.
Yeah, so able to take out 2 characters, keep his
so you have 2 cards in hand.
But he is going to have to keep using that leader effect, and of course 5 being such a hard to hit place for Teach. But I mean, with a blocker on board, Angelo, you're just keeps having that 1 extra life that he has to contend with that he's not going to be able to get through.
Yeah, just one little piece too short here and there, isn't he? Was potentially a bit of counter short in the last game. Now just one attacker short of being able to really try and make things a real game of itself, as we see the 6K swing going into lead. Kevin happy to take the damage while he's still sitting behind that Caribou blocker on board, and with the on-plays deactivated again on this turn, there's not going to be again a clean Zeus or Bartholomew Kuma answer to be able to clear the way of the Caribou blocker. So Angelo now ladder climbing up with these attacks, decks. Going for the 7k swing, and with 8 more Don remaining, is he just going to try and go with a similar turn to last one, just playing characters out to try and help re-establish a board
if he's
again?
got 2
But if he
Inazumas,
plays too
he
much
could
out,
trash.
he won't have any cards in hand, and there
Play
is
2
a chance that
Inazumas and
Kevin
then
can
buff
just
them up.
do some
And then
attacks
go
with
7,
things
8.
like that Caribou and actually find a win that way. So
Yeah.
a little bit hard to, walk that tightrope. Betty is such a difficult to pilot deck in that sense, where if you make one mistake, it can spell the end.
Oh, wow. Trigger of my era begins on the last card in
Finds a
life
1k
as well. So
counter
Kevin going to get an
regardless of which one
additional
he
helpful
takes
card
there,
either for the remainder of Angelo's turn or for Kevin's turn
Dot Q
himself here
or
in this remaining
remember
search.
the other
What are the
card. I
staple
think it's
targets though? Dot
probably
Q
Lafitte.
and Lafitte.
Yeah, so it looks like it's
Grabs
going to be
Dot
a
Q.
1k either way. I doubt
Trashes the
either
rest.
is going to be very effective on the board, but
It's 1k counter, so
it's something.
Yeah, it's an extra little bit of counter at the very least. Here is a Koala blocker to get played down now. Of course, not going to be able to get that chaining on play effect. And then a Zeus getting played down onto board. One of the times will you ever see a Zeus get played down to board
a Zeus
just
to have an
help
extra
as a
attacker.
body
That
here,
makes sense. I
but
mean, that
needs
makes
must
sense.
in the European Championships Grand Final.
I mean, it's something. Of course, Zeus will not be able to be boosted by Bello Betty's ability, so going to be just a 2,000
That
power
is,
character
if
that
you've
does not
touched
do
on, it is
anything
an
else
extra
in
attacker.
this situation.
So,
But because Koala does have blocker, it is going to be a lot more difficult for Kevin to be able to close out the game. I do believe he has access to a black hole, so it's not impossible that he finds a win here using the black hole and doing something like 6-6-6 with Caribou, Blackbeard, and Shiryu. He could also, just try to attack with 5k to begin, maybe try to bait the block from the Koala or bait the take of the life, maybe try to find a little bit of value
so stressful
that
for
way.
both of them. Especially
there is a possibility that could go through, but at that point, with 2 life cards still remaining,
don't know what he has in
there is
hand
also
as
just
well,
the potential that
can't,
Angelo
it's very
just
hard for
takes
him
the
to win
damage,
this
starts
turn.
trying to fish for an
With
extra
1
little
blocker
bit
and
of
2
counter in
life,
hand,
you can't
fish
really win.
for that trigger out of the Karasu blocker as well. Marshall D Teach is very, very apt at stopping value players with things like on-play abilities, but there's nothing that a Marshall D Teach leader effect can do about things being triggered out of the life area. So Kevin just going to have to take another little bit of a moment here. Obviously, as we've established, does have that .Q as a KO outlet if we can find a little bit more reduction. But we are going to start with that 5k swing into lead here. And Angelo going to consider before either blocking or taking the life.
So Kevin going for a little bit of a fishing session, seeing if he can get a couple of bites. I mean, if he counters here, that's a lot of information.
Yep.
If he doesn't counter here, I think
more
it
trigger
triggers
bodies,
Kevin to go full on attack. And if he blocks here, that gives him the opportunity to, attack into that Koala, of course. Very difficult decision for Angelo, and one that could determine the next champion of the European region.
Absolutely, Angelo thinking hard, and he is going to take the life. No trigger off that. We're now down to 1 life, 2 cards in hand, 10 Don available. And as we were saying,
he's put the 4 Don down, which is probably for the black hole.
Does that trigger black hole?
And he's trying to math out the 6k.
Potentially. We'll have to
Don,
see exactly what else Kevin has is option to him in his hand. That black hole, obviously, the effect to be able to negate any of the effects and abilities of characters and then go ahead and attempt to KO for cost or less. But we'll mainly be playing it for that negation to turn off the blocker keyword of the Koala. I do also see that it looks like there is the 10 cost teach in hand there as well, but we are going to go for it. We are going to activate that black hole, target down that Koala blocker, activating the leader ability here to trash the 10 cost teach and stop the on plays from going on here. So it looks like it is going to be that 6k swing and the remainder of the Don underneath the Caribou. Damage is going to go ahead and be taken. Angelo with a little smile, a little nod. It's a Kuma trigger, and that is going to be an extension.
Jesus.
Only 2K left in the
Jesus,
hand.
wow.
Kevin
So
finding
that
the line and
trashing that
making it out
card to
with
disable the
once
on play,
again a
to
1,000
disable
counter
Kuma from
difference.
being triggered,
Absolutely amazing play
actually
by
saved.
Kevin, making it 2-0 versus the Bello
Let,
Betty,
let him win.
winning and
This is
being
this is
the
this is
champion
really well
of
played by the
this
Blackbeard.
European
Really well played by the
finals.
Blackbeard.
Wow. What an incredible weekend. What an incredible tournament for Kevin there.
And that's
Taking the
it.
tournament
That's
down with Marshall D.
the winner. And
Teach
I'm
of
very,
all
very
leaders and
happy
all
with
decks as
Blackbeard's
well.
winning. I
An
really
incredible grand
wanted
final there
Blackbeard
and
to
a
win
great
here
display of
in
exactly
this
one
final.
of the ways to counter
Because
that
Bello
Bello
Betty,
Betty deck.
way
Yeah,
too many wins
but
in
as we were saying, we were not expecting this leader
the
in the
region
final. But
of
what
Europe.
Kevin's demonstrated today is a
So
masterclass of how you pilot this
really,
deck
this guy played
and how,
very well
if
in
you
the
do
finals
try
here.
hard enough with
I
any
definitely will
particular
be
deck
telling my
out there
friends to
and
watch this
practice
video
enough, you can
to
beat
watch
any
the
deck
European
out there. It's knowing what
finals.
your opponent's going to do, knowing what's available to them, and being able to mastermind that right
Literally,
solution
my
to
friend
be
that I
able
was
to win
talking
the
about
game
that
out.
plays Teach
Absolutely,
just messaged me as well. What are
expertly
the chances
piloted
of that?
for sure. Teach definitely being one of those decks that just rewards you for putting so much time into it, and we see that today. Very interested, to be able to talk to Kevin, see his thoughts on why he
Look,
decided
at
to
the
pick
very
Teach
least, they
as his
both
leader
go to
today.
World and they
But
both
it
win
definitely
prize cards.
put up the results, and I can't wait to see him as well as Angelo in Japan.
Yeah, it's been an incredible weekend, but it doesn't end just yet because we still have to hear from our European champion, Kevin. So don't go too far because in just a moment, we are going to talk to Kevin all things Marshall D. Teach and all things European champion related. So stay right there. We'll be back very soon.
100k reward, indeed. I mean, it's definitely way more than that. The prize card, 100k, but you get the other things as well. Like the top 8, you get the Black Purple Luffy jumbo card. Top 16, you get the playmat, which is probably around like $2,000, $3,000. A lot of top player packs. You probably sell for a lot of money as well. When you get a Worlds, you also get Worlds Don and other participation prizes for going to Worlds. They do not get a sheet, I don't think. Let me just double check. So I'm checking the finals. Nah, they do not get a sheet. Yeah, they get top player packs, they get finalist packs, and I think finalist sets generally sell for a good amount of money. I don't know, but I know playmats, they get the jumbo card, which definitely can sell for a lot of money, couple $1,000. Finalist cards, and top player cards. Yeah, I mean, if you can make it, it is a lot of money. And if you're actually really good, you make a lot of money as well. But yeah, let's wait for the interview. I need to go to the bathroom, so I will mute and turn off my camera, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. Actually, let me answer your question first, Roberto. So likely it's going to be August 16th. The reason behind that is because that is when Japan does their area finals, which means that all the top players from their respective regions, so all the different cities, they gather up to do their area finals, which generally, to qualify, they have to qualify through the 1v1 tournament or 3v3 tournament. And yeah, that is generally, it's always been at these Japanese events, not English events or Western events, usually always in the Japanese events, Japanese streams. So the next one is on August 16th, so that is It's not confirmed, but that is pretty much the most likely day that it will be announced. And I will be back because I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the caster's desk. We are here
Wow,
joined
that is
by
perfect.
the
I just
Season
came
1
back.
European champion, Kevin,
It
with
really
Marshall
is
D.
all
Teach.
about the
First things first, how are
matchups.
you feeling?
Literally,
Feeling
the worst player
great.
could beat
I
the
don't know.
best
I'm
player
first
depending
of all
on
relieved
matchup,
because it's all over now, but
mulligan,
I'm
and
very
all
happy.
of
Let's make
that.
you feel a little bit better because
Look,
here is the
if it's
trophy
only
for the
one
European
match,
champion.
100% a
Congratulations,
worse player
Kevin.
could
Thank you
beat a
very
better
much.
player, but there is definitely a lot of skill involved.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. We've got to ask
Hody,
you some
man.
more
I mean,
questions
Hody wasn't even.
about the pick and the deck construction
I don't
here
know.
this weekend because I don't think anybody
We'll talk
expected
about that
Marshall
in a
D.
bit.
Teach to be in the grand final a
I have
day
my
or two
thoughts
before
on
this event, let
Hody,
alone a
man.
week or two. What was the decision process like to bring Teach here this weekend?
So Teach is first of all a deck that I've played since January.
Okay.
So I'm a Teach player like since it came out, and it's just my comfort deck. I played multiple tournaments with it with great results, and for this tournament I just thought Teach might a little bit be underrated because don't not many expect it, and I expected a little bit less GP. And that's of course a bad matchup for Teach.
Yeah.
And that's the deciding factor why I took Teach.
I mean, it looks like your read was great. There are only 2 GP in all of the top 32. And of course, you made it all the way to the finals. How are you feeling, in that first game when you had exactly enough counter to make sure that you're able to last and get that first game win?
Incredible. Every win feels very good because, you always think your head,
Yeah,
you just need
fair.
one more and that's it. So of course it's the best feeling to win.
Yeah, and then that second game, that final moment there when Angelo scooped it up and extended the handshake. What was your initial reaction there? It looked like it was kind of great relief, but also great joy.
Yeah, I'm very happy for him as well because we are talking on Twitter and all that stuff. So I know him, and I'm really happy that we are both in the finals. So that was the greatest finals I could have imagined.
That's
And
very
yeah,
fair.
I'm happy that he made it to Japan as well. I made it. I mean, in the end, I didn't care who wins because we both like made a great achievements. But it's even sweeter to be the first place, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Japan, you two are going to be the very first players in the entire world that get those coveted spots to the World Finals. What is your thought process? Now, you have so much time to prepare for that World Finals. Do you think you're going to be able to do well?
I hope so. I think so. I will, now that I have to play there, I will grind a lot more and I will
It's
give
very
it my
fair.
best.
The real question is Teach going to be bringing along with you in that World's Finals?
I can't say that yet because I don't know what the meta will look like.
Yeah,
But
Gum
if
Gum's
Teach
Ryan
is
is broken.
good enough, I
I
might
do
bring
agree with
Teach again.
that.
Absolutely. Well, it has been amazing to see your matches across semi-final and the grand final as well. Go ahead and show off that trophy one more time on camera for everybody as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your season
Really
1
cool.
European
Really cool
champion
trophy.
here in Paris, France, Kevin with Marshall D. Teach. Everybody wants to make sure that he's getting a good look and a good picture
Congratulations
of Kevin with
to
that
Kevin.
championship
Definitely, I'll be following him
trophy.
on
Thank you
Twitter.
so much
so much.
for joining us.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much,
Kevin.
and congratulations once again. Go ahead and
If I
celebrate
can
once once again with everybody that you have traveled with here this weekend.
So we'll definitely see him in Japan. Can't wait to. Oh,
I'm
break
sure
everything a little
somebody will
bit. That's
post
just,
him on Twitter
being
very
so
soon,
happy, of
so
course,
I
that
don't
he
have to
was
worry
able
about
to
it.
get to Japan and Worlds, and I can't wait to see him at Worlds. Of course, I'm sure I will be there. Hopefully, everyone else can be there too as we get to crown the world champion this year.
I know I certainly want to be there. I want to
And the
be
thing is,
there
I
and
want to
seeing all of
say,
these
I want to
European players
respond to
making
something
their
that
mark once
somebody
again on the
something that
world
somebody said
stage.
earlier,
We can
right?
welcome Taj back to the desk
And
as
that's
well
the
as we
fact
start to
that,
wrap up and
you know,
consider our
like, oh,
thoughts
Blue Purple
from
Luffy
this
hasn't
weekend.
won any
What's
of
your
these
initial reactions to what
tournaments.
we've seen across the
Um,
whole tournament?
the
I
thing
think my
is,
personal reaction is around
if you really
how
think about it,
amazing it's been that we've seen such a diverse range of decks.
Blue
We've
Doflamingo,
seen players
despite
really
winning a lot of
enjoying the
tournaments,
play, I think. I've seen when you go into the
um,
room and seeing the reaction from the players,
back in
it's been the most
OP09, did
joyful,
not win
most community
Worlds.
sort of
Didn't
felt
even come top 4 at
atmosphere I've
Worlds
seen
when you
in
have
quite a while.
the very best
So yeah,
players in
very
the
good. And I
world,
think the biggest
right?
thing for me for the
They
weekend
no
was
Blue Doflamingo
Blue
didn't come
Purple
top
Luffy.
4.
Where did it go?
So, and I know that there was definitely a representation of Blue
Did indeed. And I
Doflamingo.
think that is
It
one of the
wasn't like
biggest things,
nobody played
obviously, for
Blue
myself and
Doflamingo.
you, Taj, who didn't really
Um,
do a lot of the
I think the
coverage
top
of
4
the
was
regional
Lucci,
championships
it was
throughout the season
Shanks,
in a remote
and
setting to
Nell,
actually
and
be
something
here as
else.
well in
So,
the person, be able
don't
to
know.
see and
Blue
interact with the
Purple
community
Luffy
and the top
unable
players
to
and
win
everything like
out
that. I'm sure,
tournaments,
Gavin, when you're over in Japan and
and
being a part of your events,
Doflamingo
that
not able to
it
win
is the
Worlds
same.
either.
There's a great connection and feeling of seeing all these players again.
Absolutely.
Teach in
I gotta say,
OP12.
I'm always at the Japanese games whenever I get to
Don't
interact
know.
with the players.
Maybe it gets
From
better.
year to
I don't
year,
know.
the
Don't think
interaction
it
with the
gets.
scene over here has
Don't
been
think
an
it gets better
amazing
though, because
experience. And I
there's no
gotta say,
new
I
cards for
love the
Teach. But
European scene.
I
It's
guess
just so
meta
welcoming.
wise,
Everyone is
let me
so
think
nice.
about it.
I love, everyone just being so nice to each other as well. You don't see like
Oof, I don't know.
any feuds really
I think
forming. You
Teach
just see
can.
people coming to
I think
enjoy
Teach does
partying
pretty
together,
well
and that's
into
really
some of the
what we want to
decks.
see. And
Right,
I'm
like for
so happy that
example,
One Piece has gotten to this point
like
of being the
Rayleigh.
game since
I don't know the matchup very
started up
well,
day
but
one.
four cost
So
Rayleigh,
being able
four
to see
cost
its
Luffy
growth
and
continue
Rayleigh.
into
I think that's an
becoming
on
a
play,
world
right?
title
Let me
where
check.
we get to enjoy, people from all over the
It
world,
is
it's
an
just
on
been a
play.
wonderful experience for me.
So you can't
Well,
spread
we've
your
been
borders
absolutely
easily
honoured and privileged to have
without
you
the on
here
play
with us
being turned
this
off.
weekend, Gavin. It's
Where's
been
the beat Y Luffy? I
fantastic
don't know.
to
I
have
don't know if
your
they make
insight,
top
which
5. Let me check.
concludes Season 1. That just means, though, that there's a part 2 that's coming up for the remainder of the calendar year of 2025. Season 2 is already
World
underway.
Championship.
Players have already started earning those invitations for final Season
Yeah, it
2
was 2
at the end of
Luchis,
2025.
1 Enel and 1
What do you think
Shanks.
that this end of season result is
So,
going to do
don't know.
in terms of looking forward into Season 2?
So yeah, anyways, Teach disables on plays for Rayleigh, which means you can't spread your board as quickly. For Green Zoro, like you have quite a few on plays where you're supposed to rest the opponent so you can swing into it. So I don't know. I think you also beat Green Zoro, but actually no, because from memory, I think Green Zoro's into Teach. They just keep swinging face. They just attach on and they use their abilities to swing face. Their events swing face.
What about you,
And
Taj,
you
in
rest
terms of
their
looking maybe at
blockers
the decks
with
and the
your
leaders that exist
OP12 card.
already? We've just seen a
So I
Teach
don't know
deck
about
win
that
the
matchup, but
championship finals.
definitely Blue
Undoubtedly,
Purple
there'll
Luffy
be
beats
quite a
Teach
lot of
in
the community
OP12.
that will
So
be trying to
if Blue Purple Luffy
test and
doesn't get
go and
banned,
play
then
around
Teach
with the
could.
deck leading
Sorry,
into
if Blue Purple
Season
Luffy
2.
gets
Do you think
banned, then
that
Teach
Teach is
could
going
go
to
up
rise and his
in
era
terms of
will strongly
um
begin? Or will players
pick
kind of
rate
play that
and win rate
5D chess
potentially as
game
well.
and try and expect Teach and look to counter it immediately?
I think initially what we're going to see over the next few weeks, which is generally what we tend to see, is Teach will be predominant at locals. People will be trying it. Those who persist with it will be rewarded, and those who try and think, actually, this is too difficult to pilot and give up early,
Teach
will obviously not see the benefits
is
from
a
it.
very difficult
Likewise, I
deck
think,
to
as Gavin
pilot
is
to
saying,
play
going into
well,
the
and
OP
honestly,
12
that Teach
meta,
player
it's going to shift the
genuinely
landscape
surprised me,
slightly as
right?
well. At
And,
the
and
moment,
this
we
is
saw
why I
it with
like
Bella
watching
Betty.
these
No
high
one
level
saw it with
tournaments,
Bella
just
Betty
because
because everyone was trying
you
to counter that
learn
natural
a lot
asymmetrical counter
about
to Blue
you
Purple
learn you
Luffy.
learn a lot
Will there
about
be a
how to
window of
play certain
opportunity for
decks.
Blue
Even if you
Purple
don't
Luffy to
plan on playing
almost
that deck,
make a bit
it
of
just
an
helps
impression
you
on the current
with
meta
your
in Europe as well,
decision making
with
and thought process,
players
I feel
potentially
like.
maybe easing off a little bit on Bella Betty. But saying that, in our top 8 matchup, we had 3 Bella Bettys represented. So those aggro decks aren't going anywhere, I don't think. So So it'll be interesting to see how this shapes up in season 2 as we move through it.
Well, season 2 is going to kick into high gear now in the next week and onwards. We have regionals in plenty of fashions and plenty of countries in the next month just alone. We have
Yeah,
Porto
that's the
offline
thing,
regionals that is
like
next
with
weekend, Manchester
Hody,
offline
right?
regionals
Like
in 2 weeks'
Hody
time. I know, Taj, that
has
you're going to be competing
Yep,
in
and my
that
son, me and my
event.
son will be
the
competing in Manchester.
ability
It's
to
nice to once in a while be able
find
to go and play in these
opportunities
events
to
as
go
well. I
for
just want to
game when
update
you
them.
really should not
Absolutely. Well, if you're
have the
sitting at home and
opportunity to go for
thinking, you
game,
know
right?
what,
Like
I want to be a
there
part
are
of that
games
action. I
where
want to be a
they will
part of
top
a
deck Cody
championship
Jones
finals and try and challenge
and they
for
go for
my
game that
spot
turn,
at the
even though you
world
were
stage.
dominating
You
before
can do
that.
so yourself as well. Get yourself
So
along
yeah,
to an offline regional
I do
championship.
understand
Get
that
yourself
Hody can
signed up.
find
Get that deck locked in
um
and tested and get yourself ready to
what do you call it?
qualify
Can
in those
find
coveted spots for the championship finals in December. That means there's
can find
probably
lethal
an
out of nowhere,
opportunity
but I
here
don't know
to
if it's
say
worth
our
banning,
final
man.
pieces and our
Honestly,
final words
I
and say
do
our
find
thank
it
yous
really
before we
annoying.
close season 1
At the
for
same time, though,
good.
actually, I take that back because
Absolutely. Once again,
um,
I just want to say thank you for having me. It has definitely been an awesome experience
do
for an
I? Let me think.
offline event in Europe, and hopefully
Yeah,
I
I
get
don't know.
to come
I
again.
honestly don't
It's
know.
been a ton of fun, and I've
I
had a
really don't
great
know.
time casting with
I'm
you.
just gonna
Absolutely.
I'm
It's
just
been an
gonna
honor and a
stay.
privilege, Taj. Any final
I'm
thoughts
just
from
not gonna
yourself as
comment because
well?
I really don't
Likewise, it's
know.
been an honor
I don't know
working
if
with
this
you,
should be
Gavin.
banned or not.
Thank you so much. It's been great having you on board with us. But huge shout out not only to the players who traveled all across Europe to make their way here to Paris, but also to the stream team behind the scenes, the judges, the tournament organizers. But there's a lot of
Honestly,
work that goes into these
if we're gonna
tournaments
talk
weeks and
about
months in advance as well.
cards,
So thank you
because
to
I
everyone
don't
behind the
I
scenes
don't know if Hody
who's
should be
brought
banned or
this
not.
tournament to the
Because I don't know
players
how the game's
and
going to
given them
turn
a
out
really
if
great
Hody is
experience.
banned,
We're
right?
looking
Like, I
forward to
do
more and
understand
more
that
of
you
these
get
tournaments going
lethal out
forward.
of
So
nowhere.
do take
But
advantage
one
of the
thing I
regionals
want to
taking
talk
place
about is actually
in
the
your
ACOS
country
Cross King Mihawk.
and looking forward to the Card Fest later on
Because
this
Croc
year.
and Mihawk
Yeah.
not being able
Bandai
to be
Card Game
removed
Fest
from
is
the
going to be
board.
an
Obviously, you can
incredible
trash one hand, but
situation, an incredible
it's just way too
celebration.
strong, I
But we are
think. I
still
don't
a
know.
way away from that. And with those thank yous considered as well, there's a couple more people that we need to thank. Obviously, from myself, I have to thank Gavin and Taj for their
Hey,
fantastic
WD.
casting and
Yeah, I
work
want to make more
throughout this
content. It's just
weekend.
that I
And
haven't
the
had
most
the.
important thank
I
you of
just don't
all
know what kind of
has to
content to
go to
make.
each and
Which is
every one
why,
of you
actually.
for tuning
So
in
I
across the
am
weekend as
planning to
well. Whether it was for
record
5 minutes, whether
my
it was just for the
vlog
grand final,
on
whether you've been with
regionals
us
at
through the
Adelaide,
entire weekend
which
from the
is
last
in
chat
Australia.
qualifier
So
on Friday,
I'm going to be
we
going to that
frankly could
regionals,
not do what we
and
do
hopefully
without
I come
you
top
being here to
64. That's
tune
the
in
goal.
wherever you have tuned in from as well. So
I'm just aiming
thank
for top
you so
64.
much
Obviously, if I
for
get better
doing
than
so.
that would be
That means
amazing.
that all we have to
Even
do is
if
say
I
that
can come top
season
8, that
one
would be
of the
really
One
good.
Piece Card Game Championship 25
Because I really
26
want the
is
serial card.
officially
But I'd be
coming
happy with top
to a
64.
close.
That's my
Season
goal. And
2
obviously, if
has
I get anything
already
beyond
kicked
that, I'd
off
be
and running. So
ecstatic.
what new surprises are in store for us as we continue to find more players that will be representing Europe in those World Championship finals? And
True, but
what
it's once per
will that
turn.
OP12
Yeah, I
new
suppose so. I
expansion
suppose that's
be
true.
bringing to the format? So from myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, on behalf of Gavin Chittister and Taj Dallinwall, thank you
It's just
so
that, like,
much for
generally,
tuning in
not
to
generally,
the
but a lot of the
Championship
cards where
Season
you
1
can't remove the
finals
rest of
for
the
the One
board,
Piece
right?
card game this weekend. Thank you.
That card
See
itself
you
is
soon,
removable.
and goodbye for now.
So I guess it's the end of the stream, but I'll just quickly explain my point before ending off my stream as well. Right, like Croc and Mihawk um protects every card including itself. Whereas things like 3 cost Tashigi or like other cards or like the Sabo, I think 5 costs, the blue Sabo, um it protects everything except itself. Which means that you can remove it and on your next turn you might be able to remove characters. So that's what I think at least. Right? That's what I think. I think Croc and Mihawk being able to protect itself is pretty strong. Um, but yeah, I guess this is probably the end of the stream because it's the end of the championships. So if you guys have any questions, One Piece related, stream related, content related, anything, you can go ahead and ask me. I know that most people are probably clicking off because it is the end of the championships. Thank you for everyone that tuned in today. Seriously, other than that one dickhead earlier. That was like, can you stop talking, bro? Just click off the fucking stream, mate. Like, no one's forcing you to watch this. But yeah, other than that, like, I appreciate everyone for tuning into the stream today. I didn't expect to get that many viewers because, I genuinely, it was just, I just wanted to commentate. I'm a bit sad though that they didn't have any Blue Purple Luffy. Um, Obviously, I understand it's a cringe deck, but I have a lot of knowledge on that deck specifically, and I wanted to talk about sort of decision making for that deck um, against other decks in the meta. So I kind of wanted to talk more about that, but unfortunately didn't have the opportunity. How many players play in the Adelaide regionals? Honestly, I have no clue, but I would assume it's around 350 players. Australian regionals don't have that many players. I mean, let's take a look at the previous regionals uh, in Adelaide. So if I just do Adelaide, the Adelaide regionals last year had 270 players. With that said, that was last year, so there was probably less players back then. So I would say around 300, 350 would probably be right. Um, yeah, Adelaide is like a smaller city. Like it's not, uh, it's not that popular. Popular as in, uh, not that many people live there compared to like Sydney or Melbourne. Yeah, I mean top 64, you still have to win 7 games out of 9. You still have to go 7-2. It's still not that easy to come top 64. 6-3 you can possibly get it, but 7-2. So yeah, 7-2 is guaranteed for top 64. And I am not on Instagram, but I do have Twitter, and you can follow me on this on YouTube. So I'll be making more YouTube videos as well. I should probably make an Instagram account, but by the way, I want to reiterate, I'm not a coach on this game on One Piece. I'm not good enough to be a coach. I would need to have some top 4, top 2 results before I could claim to be a coach. But I used to coach a different game, which is why I've got that username. Uh, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm gonna end the stream fairly soon. Again, unless there's any more questions for me or anything. I've just realized I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. I've been sitting here eating food, drinking. I will be doing this for the North American finals as well next month. So stay tuned for that. I don't really see any questions, so I will leave it there. And hopefully I'll see you guys in my next video. I will be uploading a Blue Purple Luffy versus, I can't remember the matchup, but it was in one of the earlier rounds in the European Championships yesterday. I recorded my commentary of that, so that might go up. I might do a deck list as well.